On the thunder-summoning platform of the azure cloud continent, a grim atmosphere enveloped the entire space. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed incessantly, a terrifying sight to behold. Jiyu Xuanchen, a man of unknown origin who had existed for tens of thousands of years, stood atop a 1,000-foot-tall stone pillar, a long saber in hand. He gazed into the distance, seeming to be calculating something in his mind. Today, if I can just draw down the void tribulation lightning and break the seal on my dantian, Jiyu Xuanchen will finally be able to break through this chi refining realm that I've been stuck in for 10,000 years. Jiyu Xuanchen seemed to have poured a great deal of effort into this plan, his resolve unshakable. Just as he was about to act, his third disciple, Empress Ziwei, arrived. With her were his first disciple, Ancestor King Taingzia, his second disciple, Venerable Dragon Shadow Saber, and his 10th disciple, Emperor Xiao Yao, who had also come to pay their respects. As soon as Empress Ziwei arrived, she knelt before Jiyu Xuanchen to atone. I have failed you, Master, please forgive me. I was unable to suppress the induction of the thunder tribulation. It seemed his disciples were already aware of his plan. Knowing how perilous this act was, they were all worried for him and tried to dissuade him. Master, this is an extremely dangerous matter. We hope you will reconsider. But no matter how they pleaded, they could not shake Jiyu Xuanchen's determination. Enough! Jiyu Xuanchen looked at his disciples with a sense of regret and guilt. You all could have shattered the void and ascended to the sacred domain long ago. In the end, it was for my sake that you remained on this azure cloud continent for over 1,000 years. Hearing this, Ancestor King Taingzia and his fellow disciples humbly and hastily replied, If not for Master's teachings, how could we have ever become emperors? The disciples were willing to use their entire life's cultivation to help their master break the seal on his dantian. Jiyu Xuanchen felt a deep sense of sorrow for his own fate. Jiyu Xuanchen possessed profound knowledge, mastering martial arts and formation arrays alike. Over the years I have trained countless renowned figures on the Azure Cloud continent. Yet because of a mysterious seal I've had since birth, my cultivation has remained stagnant in the chi refining realm. Then Jiyu Xuanchen loudly announced his decision to his disciples. Using lightning to break the seal is the last method I can think of. His expression was cold, his attitude firm and resolute. My mind is made up. Today I will either break this seal or die trying. With that, Jiyu Xuanchen mentally prepared himself and began to act. Come on! A monster with sharp fangs and claws wagged straight at him. Jiyu Xuanchen used all his strength, drawing upon the power he had cultivated his entire life in an attempt to shatter the seal. The battle was exceptionally tense and fierce, a true life-and-death struggle. His 10th disciple, Emperor Xiao Yao, stood on the periphery, full of confidence in his master. He even encouraged his senior brother and sisters, Don't worry, everyone. Master's power is supreme. He can definitely handle this lightning formation. But no sooner had Emperor Xiao Yao finished speaking than the cruel outcome delivered a resounding slap in the face. Despite giving it his all, Jiyu Xuanchen was brutally defeated. Seeing this, his 4 disciples were horrified, crying out in anguish, Master! Jiyu Xuanchen refused to accept this ending. After struggling for 10,000 years, it all ends in failure at the last step. I refuse to accept this. Not only did Jiyu Xuanchen fail to break the curse, but he was also pulverized, his body and soul scattered. Meanwhile, 700 years later, a grim atmosphere shrouded a grand and magnificent palace. In the dungeons of the Luo family's palace, Jiyu Xuanchen's soul was reborn, possessing the body of a young man covered in wounds from brutal torture. The man was bound by iron chains and seemed to have been imprisoned for a long time, his body weak and on the verge of death. A soldier splashed a full bucket of cold water on his face, but Jiyu Xuanchen showed no reaction. Seeing this, the soldier grew worried and reported to his mistress, Luo Shangshui, Young miss, what should we do? This guy still isn't waking up. The Luo family's young miss, however, didn't seem to care. Forget it, everything the Jiyu family has will belong to us anyway. After speaking, she walked over to Jiyu Xuanchen and placed a hand on his head, seemingly casting some kind of magic on his body. Afterward, she revealed a look of contempt and disgust. The Emperor's scripture is just a fragment. To think I wasted so much time acting for such a useless sword art. Seeing that Jiyu Xuanchen had no more value, the young miss ordered her men to drag him away and dispose of him, take him out and feed him to the dogs, and just like that, Jiyu Xuanchen was thrown into a cold, desolate corner. Suddenly, a beam of light shot into his forehead. The light awakened him, restoring his consciousness from 700 years ago. A dazzling glow emanated from his body. To think I would be reborn in this body. The thunder tribulation destroyed my physical form back then, but fortunately, a wisp of my soul managed to escape, preserving a faint glimmer of life. Now after his soul wandered for 700 years, he had finally entered the body of this useless son-in-law of the Jiyu family, awakening his past life's memories. Reviving in a body covered in wounds, Jiyu Xuanchen felt considerable pain. He clutched his many injuries but still felt a sense of relief, as the one thing he feared most was gone. The most fortunate thing is that the seal that imprisoned me for tens of thousands of years is finally broken. In a moment of reflection, Jiyu Xuanchen pondered his current identity. According to this body's memories, the Luo family is powerful and coveted my Jiyu family's sword art. To protect themselves, the Jiyu family agreed to let me marry into the Luo family in exchange for the ancient sword art. Then on our wedding night, my wife Luo Shangshui stole the sword art, destroyed my dantian and crippled my cultivation. Ji Yuxuanchen recalled the scenes of this body's former owner being abused by Luo Shengshui. Go to hell, they threw me into the dungeon and tortured me, and so a plan formed in Ji Yuxuanchen's mind. The Ji Yu family, is it? Then let's have some fun. His eyes were filled with resentment and a hint of a sinister smile, foretelling that something ominous was about to unfold at the Ji Yu residence. In the Ji Yu family's main hall, Ji Yuxuanchen's sister, Ji Yu Yuhan, was kneeling before the great elder, Ji Yu Haibo, and numerous other clan members. Ji Yu Yuhan was being forced to marry Ling Ba, the young master of the Ling family, a vicious, fat, and ugly man. Great elder, Yuhan does not wish to marry him, Ji Yu Haibo furiously rebuked her. Young Master Ling's presence here today is an honor for you. How dare you refuse time and again? Ji Yu Yuhan was speechless, able to do nothing but kneel there with a sorrowful expression. Not only did Ji Yu Haibo fail to protect her, but he also sided with Ling Ba, offering her up to him. The entire Ji Yu family has already agreed to this marriage on your behalf. Ji Yu Yuhan was in agony at the thought of marrying someone she did not love. As a helpless young woman she could do nothing, and tears of anguish streamed down her face. A debauched scoundrel like Ling Ba would not easily let a beautiful woman go, and he was determined to have her. Thus he used his influence to claim her. Haha, I didn't come here today to ask for your permission. If your Ji Yu family has no one left, Ling Ba leered at Ji Yu Yuhan. From now on I will dote on this person for you. With that, Ling Ba ordered his men to seize her. His two subordinates showed her no mercy, forcefully dragging her away. Come here, Ji Yu Yuhan cried out pitifully. Don't! As they struggled, a brilliant flash of sword light shot toward the Ling family's men, terrifying everyone present. In an instant, the two subordinates who had been grabbing Ji Yu Yuhan were hacked to pieces, collapsing in a pool of blood. Ji Yu Haibo was stunned by the scene before him. Ji Yuxuanchen walked in, telekinetically levitating a massive boulder, and declared loudly, How dares say my Ji Yu family has no one? The surrounding crowd looked on, bewildered, not yet understanding what had happened. Ji Yuxuanchen appeared before them, exuding a powerful aura as if he could hold up the heavens. Seeing him, Ji Yu Yuhan ran over joyfully and hugged him tidily, all her grievances and humiliation turning into tears. Ji Yuxuanchen comforted and encouraged her. Big brother is back. Leave the rest to me. Ling Ba thought the weak and ignorant Ji Yuxuanchen of the past had returned, unaware that the Ji Yuxuanchen from 700 years ago now inhabited this body. He sneered contemptuously. Well, look who it is. It's you, Ji Yuxuanchen. You useless son-in-law of the Ji Yu family. After being locked in the dungeon for 2 years, did you come out just to die? Not only that, but he also prepared to attack Ji Yuxuanchen. Perfect timing tonight. I'll make you kneel and watch as I consummate my marriage with your sister. With my great brother-in-law watching, I'm sure I'll perform even better. Before Ling Ba's men could even make a move, Ji Yuxuanchen had already telekinetically controlled the sword of a subordinate from a distance. The man was so shocked his jaw dropped. My sword? Enraged, Ling Ba wanted to rush forward and fight Ji Yuxuanchen himself. A worthless oaf like Ling Ba was nothing to Ji Yuxuanchen. Protecting Ji Yu Yuhan with one hand and holding the sword with the other, Ji Yuxuanchen casually swung it, sending Ling Ba crashing to the ground, his face pale. Seeing Ling Ba defeated, Ji Yu Haibo was furious and began to curse at Ji Yuxuanchen. Ji Yuxuanchen, have you gone mad? Ji Yuxuanchen ignored him, remaining silent. Ji Yu Haibo rushed to check on Ling Ba, then turned back to curse at Ji Yuxuanchen. How dare you harm young Master Ling? Are you trying to destroy the entire Ji Yu family? Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen could no longer hold back. He pointed directly at Ji Yu Haibo's face and called out his foolishness. Destroy the entire Ji Yu family, you're wolves to your own and dogs to outsiders. A mere junior from the Ling family has you all fawning and scraping. Hearing this, Ji Yu Haibo felt a twinge of guilt but was also extremely angry. Ji Yuxuanchen continued his counterattack. So who is it that's really destroying the Ji Yu family? The surrounding Ji Yu family members, seeing the logic in his words, began to admit their own faults. We have been too cowardly. Seeing the crowd starting to side with Ji Yuxuanchen, Ji Yu Haibo directed all his fury at him. How dare you speak to me like that? This is utter rebellion. Today I will eliminate a treacherous beast like you to atone to young Master Ling. With that, Ji Yu Haibo drew his sword and charged straight at Ji Yuxuanchen. He took his stance and unleashed the heavenly net sword art he had practiced for years, intending to kill Ji Yuxuanchen. As a soul who had cultivated for thousands of years, Ji Yuxuanchen was fearless. He watched Ji Yu Haibo with a sharp gaze and, using only a few basic sword moves, left the elder utterly astonished. This sword intent. Ji Yu Haibo never imagined that Ji Yuxuanchen's martial skill could have reached such a level. Showing no mercy, Ji Yuxuanchen sent Ji Yu Haibo to his grave with a single strike. Old fool, you've lived long enough. It's time for you to go. And just like that, with a single strike, Ji Yuxuanchen sent Ji Yu Haibo flying. His body was torn apart, blood splattering everywhere as he collapsed, motionless. Standing behind him, Ji Yu Yuhan was also stunned by his incredible power. The third elder, Ji Yu Haifei, and a group of Ji Yu family members stood on the sidelines witnessing the exchange between Ji Yuxuanchen and Ji Yu Haibo, unable to believe their eyes. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, Impossible, Ji Yuxuanchen is clearly only in the Qi refining realm. How could he kill the great elder who was in the minor spirit realm? Another person turned to Ji Yu Haifei and said, Third elder, did you see his emperor scripture just now? Third elder Ji Yu Haifei was also astounded by Ji Yuxuanchen's swordsmanship. He pondered and analyzed. The Emperor Scripture is an emperor-level technique that the heavenly Tao forges from a martial artist's own comprehension of the martial path when they reach the Emperor realm. It can be a cultivation art or a martial sword art used to suppress the world's strongest enemies. Our Jiyu family has cultivated the ancient Emperor Scripture, ancient sword art for generations, created by the legendary sword genius sky-propping sword Emperor Qin Tian. Unfortunately, the sword art has been passed down in fragments, which is why the Jiyu family has been in decline. But Jiyu Xuanqin's sword intent just now, could it be that he found the complete sword art and comprehended its true meaning? Meanwhile, Jiyu Yuhan was still shaken, crying as she hugged Jiyu Xuanqin. He encouraged and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, it will all be over soon." After defeating Jiyu Haibo in his new body, Jiyu Xuanqin seemed to have discovered something. It seems the fragments in this body's original owner's mind are their family's Emperor Scripture. When I used it just now, the aura felt very familiar. This sword art, perhaps it was left behind by little Tien. Jiyu Xuanqin felt a sense of joy and pride for himself and his disciple. To think that 700 years later the marks left by my disciples are everywhere. But Jiyu Xuanqin still found it strange. Still, why are there only fragments? Could little Tien's descendants have fallen so far? At the time of my rebirth, my mind contained countless profound martial insights and Emperor Scripture techniques. But this body's foundation is too weak and its cultivation insufficient. Forcing myself to use the Emperor Scripture is unsustainable. With that, Jiyu Xuanqin decided he had to end things quickly. Seeing Jiyu Xuanqin's divine power, Third Elder Jiyu Haifei immediately ordered his men to kneel. "What are you all standing there for? Xuanqin has comprehended the true meaning of our family's sword art. Who else is fit to be the family head besides him?" The servants hurriedly bowed. "We welcome the return of the family head." Seeing this, Jiyu Xuanqin smiled smugly. Very good, you are all very perceptive. You've saved me some effort." The servants couldn't believe Jiyu Haifei would let a boy like Jiyu Xuanqin take charge. "Third Elder, are we really going to acknowledge that kid Jiyu Xuanqin as the family head?" Another subordinate worriedly asked. "What he did today has offended both the Luo and Ling families, two major powers." But in reality, promoting Jiyu Xuanqin was all part of Jiyu Haifei's scheme. He wanted to use Jiyu Xuanqin as a shield, promote him to family head, and he'll be the one to face any trouble. If he can handle it, we'll reap the rewards. If he can't, we can just hand him over. Isn't that a perfect solution? His men found this reasoning to be sound and praised Jiyu Haifei. "The Third Elder is brilliant." After the matter was settled, Jiyu Xuanqin took Jiyu Yuhan back to rest. All of Jiyu Yuhan's worries and fears seemed to have vanished. She chatted happily with Jiyu Xuanqin as they walked. "Brother, you were so amazing just now. From now on, no one will be able to bully us anymore." Just as Jiyu Yuhan was dreaming of a bright future, Jiyu Xuanqin suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood without warning. Seeing this, Jiyu Yuhan was alarmed and looked at him with concern. "Brother?" Seeing his poor condition, she helped him back to his room to rest. "Are you okay? Lie down first." Jiyu Xuanqin didn't want news of his internal injuries to spread, so he instructed her. "Keep your voice down, it will be troublesome if those people outside hear about this." Jiyu Yuhan obeyed. "Okay." Jiyu Xuanqin felt his current body was too weak. He began to think of a way to improve it. "This terrible constitution, just using a single sword intent left me like this. I have to level up as soon as possible." Then Jiyu Xuanqin recalled the path to the peak of martial arts, starting with body tempering, then refining true qi, then sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into the body and refining it to step into the spirit rank. Within the spirit rank were many minor realms. First was the Emperor rank, then the Saint rank. The Saint rank included the Yin-Yang realm and the Saint realm. Next was the Myriad Laws rank, including the Dharma body realm and the Golden body realm. Then came the Void rank, including the Lesser Void realm and the Return to Reality realm. The Heavenly Human rank included the Grotto Heaven realm and the Human Emperor realm. The Spirit rank was divided into the Minor Spirit realm and the Celestial Spirit realm. Finally, there was the entry-level Qi refining realm. Above the Spirit rank were the Heavenly Human, Void, and Myriad Laws ranks. Each rank was divided into 2 realms, and each realm was divided into early, middle, and late stages. If one in the Emperor realm broke through the Void, they would ascend to the Sacred Domain. In his previous life, Jiyu Xuanqin had been unable to reach that level due to his unspeakable secret, so this time he was determined to fulfill his former aspiration. "In my past life of tens of thousands of years, I could never absorb spiritual energy because of that seal. Now that I have been reborn, I will definitely reach the peak in this life and make up for the regrets of my past." Next, Jiyu Xuanqin set a goal. The immediate priority was to temper this body, strengthen his constitution, and raise his cultivation. While Jiyu Xuanqin had been imprisoned, Jiyu Yuhan had endured countless humiliations alone. Now reunited with him, she was overjoyed and cherished the moment. Thus she resolved to stay by his side forever. "Brother, you rest well. I will protect you." Then she repeated, "Brother, I won't let anyone disturb you." Jiyu Xuanqin glanced at Jiyu Yuhan and noticed something strange about her. This little girl is hiding a dagger. Seeing the dagger, Jiyu Xuanqin's heart ached for her. It seems that if I hadn't arrived in time today, she was already planning to take her own life. And so, Jiyu Xuanqin steeled his resolve to carry out his revenge plan. "The Ling family, the Luo family, it seems the first step is to crush you under my heel." but first I need to choose an emperor scripture as a foundational art to level up quickly and protect myself. Jiyu Xuanchen began to cultivate to enhance his current body, but he encountered some difficulties in the process. We're both in the qi refining realm just like in my previous life, but this body's foundation is too weak. It would be best to choose a technique that strengthens the body, and so Jiyu Xuanchen had to change his approach to make his cultivation more efficient. For now, I'll use Little Seven's Xiao Yao art as my foundation. Jiyu Xuanchen was fully focused, cultivating with a calm mind. Suddenly, during his cultivation, his eyes shone brightly, and a pillar of light shot out from his body, piercing through the roof and soaring into the clouds. Outside, Jiyu Yuhan, who was standing guard, looked up in astonishment. Brother has stepped into the spirit rank and broken through to the minor spirit realm. Jiyu Yuhan's judgment was entirely correct. Jiyu Xuanchen, having reached a new peak, was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, so this is what the spirit realm feels like. In my past life I always dreamed of being able to draw spiritual energy into my body. I've finally done it. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Xiao Yao sect. Moonlight bathed the land, dispelling the darkness of the night. Inside a room, something on a statue suddenly moved. The subordinate standing there was dumbfounded, stammering out his words. Sect master. It moved. The statue was none other than the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. He wore a cloak and held a long saber, looking majestic. Not only that, but the statue also spoke Tianxi, Anyang City. Invite to the sect. Seeing this, several people exclaimed, the patriarch has shown a divine sign. The sect master of the Xiao Yao sect, Hu Haikuan, was also surprised and believed what they said was true. That is the patriarch's guidance. Hu Haikuan pondered the patriarch's recent decree. The founding patriarch, Emperor Xiao Yao Wu, ascended to the sacred domain 100 years ago. He never sent a message across realms, not even when the sect was on the verge of destruction. What kind of genius could he value so highly? As Hu Haikuan was pondering this, a subordinate beside him said, I heard that Elder Mo just accepted a direct disciple in Anyang City named Luo Shengshui. She's only 18 but has already broken through to the minor spirit realm. Could the genius the patriarch is referring to be her? Hearing this, Hu Haikuan was convinced and immediately gave an order. Send a message to Elder Mo at once. Have him bring this genius young lady designated by the patriarch back to the sect. The subordinate accepted the order and immediately went to carry it out. Yes? The scene shifted back to the small room where Jiyu Xuanchen had just broken through to the spirit realm. In the quiet little room, a cup of warm tea sat on a small wooden table. Jiyu Xuanchen sat peacefully in a chair, feeling a bit awkward after his breakthrough. He reminded Yuhan, Yuhan, I say, could you please not look at me like that? Yuhan's eyes sparkled, filled with worry and care for him. She replied softly, it's just that whenever I think about you finally breaking through to the minor spirit realm, I can't contain my happiness. Her eyes were watery as if she might cry at any moment. Hearing her words and feeling her affection, Jiyu Xuanchen fell into thought. In my past life I spent my entire existence focused on breaking the seal and never paid any attention to emotional matters. I have no idea how to handle relationships between men and women. Jiyu Xuanchen rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. HMPH, suddenly having a younger sister is so troublesome. As he was thinking, a subordinate reported from outside. Family head, your subordinate has a matter to discuss. At this, Jiyu Xuanchen dismissed Yuhan. Yuhan, you may leave us. Yes, brother. As soon as Yuhan left, Jiyu Xuanchen's subordinate rushed to report the situation. Reporting to the family head, Elder Mo has already taken Miss Luo to the Xiao Yao sect. Not only that, but he also left a Xiao Yao token on the roof of the Luo residence. After hearing all the information, Jiyu Xuanchen simply mused, that vixen sure runs fast. All right, you may rise. His subordinate continued to report, family head, the most important thing right now isn't that Miss Luo is gone, but the Xiao Yao token. It represents the absolute protection of the Xiao Yao sect. In the future, even the imperial family would have to pay their respects before entering the Luo residence. Jiyu Xuanchen was very calm. He picked up his teacup and answered nonchalantly, so what? His subordinate was extremely worried and tried his best to explain. Now that we've offended the Ling family, we can only rely on the Luo family. But you were abandoned by their young miss. Hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen's expression turned grim and cold. He took a sip from his teacup, but his eyes were frighteningly bright, glaring ahead viciously, especially at the words, abandoned by their young miss. The Jiyu family subordinate desperately continued, the Jiyu family is now surrounded by enemies. We've discussed it and would like to ask if the family head would be willing to hand over the complete ancient sword art to make peace with the Luo family. You shouldn't have said that. The moment he finished speaking, Jiyu Xuanchen's teacup flew and smashed into the face of the man with the crew cut. The man fell backward, while another with yellow hair turned pale with fear. Jiyu Xuanchen simply said in an angry, authoritative tone, when did it become your place to make decisions for me? The men below were stunned when they saw the move he had just used to strike the man. That's mid-stage of the minor spirit realm, Jiyu Xuanchen continued confidently. The Luo family will be destroyed. Luo Shengshui will die. If any of you are afraid of being implicated, you can leave the Jiyu family immediately. The men below were all shocked to hear this. Meanwhile, Jiyu Haifei thought to himself, that damn Jiyu Xuanchen must have had some fortuitous encounter. In such a short time he not only gained spiritual energy but also broke through to the mid-stage. I was hoping to incite him to fight the Luo family so I could profit from their conflict. As he thought, he drew his sword and challenged Ji Yuxuanchen. Ji Haifei said, "This old man has also had a breakthrough recently. I hope the family head will not be stingy with his guidance." This Ji Haifei secretly thought, "I might as well capture him and present him to the Luo family. That way I can force him to reveal his fortuitous encounter, curry favor with the Luo family, and quickly seize power for myself. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, haha, what a brilliant plan." Ji Haifei stood with his long saber, eyeing Ji Yuxuanchen like a tiger stalking its prey. His subordinates were the same. Ji Haifei feigned a threatening posture and sneered at Ji Yuxuanchen. "Ji Yuxuanchen, even if you have comprehended the Emperor's sword art, you are still a low-level cultivator in the minor spirit realm. Are you in such a hurry to leave the main hall because you're seriously injured?" Ji Haifei grew even more arrogant. He declared loudly, "For the future of the Ji family, I advise you to know your place." Ji Yuxuanchen showed no fear, merely smiling faintly as he told him, "Hurry up, I don't have much time." Seeing Ji Yuxuanchen's attitude, the men couldn't help but tremble with fear. When the group dared not charge forward, Ji Haifei raised his saber and roared, "A bunch of cowards, so what if he has comprehended the true Emperor's sword art? He has no sword in his hand now. He's nothing but a piece of trash." Hearing these words, Ji Yuxuanchen found it laughable and sneered contemptuously. He stood up and revealed an entire sword. He said to Ji Haifei with great interest, "I actually think they are smarter than you." Seeing the technique Ji Yuxuanchen used, Ji Haifei's face turned pale with fear. "Is that sword intent?" Ji Yuxuanchen continued confidently. "A group of jumping clowns. Is the power of an emperor's scripture something you can underestimate?" Ji Haifei's eyes widened in terror. With a single move from Ji Yuxuanchen, countless blades flew toward him. The scene inside was so terrifying that the subordinates outside were either frozen in shock or fled in disarray. Blades continued to slash out in all directions. With a wave of Ji Yuxuanchen's hand, countless swords flew forward. Ji Haifei's body was pierced by innumerable sharp blades, and Ji Yuxuanchen seemed very satisfied with this result. A yellow, watery light emanated from Ji Yuxuanchen's hand. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking majestic. Ji Yuxuanchen slammed his palm into the ground again, forcing the group of men to lie prone, their bodies riddled with shards from the sword mirror. Ji Yuxuanchen patted his chest proudly and declared, "The power of spiritual energy feels great." Then he turned and walked away coldly, not forgetting to leave a way out for the remaining men before he left. "Clean up these corpses and I'll spare you." The men trembled, hurriedly obeying the family head's command. At this moment a foot stepped out silently. An old man with gray hair and a blue robe cried out in alarm, "Young miss!" Without a glance at the surrounding people, Ji Yuhan walked to Ji Haifei's corpse, drew a blade, and intended to hack him into 100 pieces. Seeing this, the people around her hurriedly tried to dissuade her. "Young miss, please let us subordinates handle such a dirty task." Ji Yuhan, fearless, stabbed her blade into Ji Haifei's face repeatedly, her eyes turning sharp. Then she lifted 2 subordinates who had fainted on the ground and stabbed them several times, splattering blood everywhere. Ji Yuhan shouted a threatening warning, "He is kind-hearted, but I am not. In the future, anyone who dares to betray my brother will meet this same end." The onlookers paled, their bodies trembling and their mouths agape in terror. A dazzling green spiritual energy emanated from Yuhan as she pointed her sword at the men lying on the ground, a sight that terrified everyone. The subordinates were panic-stricken, stammering their replies, We are absolutely loyal to the family head. We are willing to devote ourselves to the family head and the young miss until death." The gray-haired elder's face was pale as he thought to himself, "The family head is terrifying enough, but why is the young miss even more horrifying than him?" Ji Yuhan continued coldly, "One more thing." She smiled, raising her blood-stained blade, and said with a sinister grin, "I hope he doesn't find out about what just happened." After speaking, she walked away cheerfully, leaving behind a group of terrified men who finally responded in a loud, unified chorus. In contrast to the aura of death inside the house, the sky outside was a clear blue, the sunlight was gentle, and birds were flying. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. Ji Yuhan no longer had the overwhelming, domineering aura from before. She returned to her room, squatted in a corner, and hugged her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Ji Yuhan covered her mouth with her hand, preventing herself from making a sound lest others discover her vulnerability. With tears in her eyes, Ji Yuhan silently encouraged herself. "Yuhan, don't be afraid. You can do this." He said not to cry. "He has important matters to worry about. You have to put this family in order for him and never let anyone disturb him again." At this time, a stream of people walked into the pill hall. Ji Yuxuanchen stroked his chin, lost in thought. He thought to himself, the pill hall, one of the most important intelligence hubs on the Azure Cloud continent, was established by high-level alchemists. Its branches are scattered in every corner of the Azure Cloud continent, mainly engaged in the buying and selling of pills and the acquisition of various cultivation resources and pill formulas. A beautiful young girl with her hair in Neza-style buns said with a brilliant, enthusiastic smile, "Sir, how may I help you?" Ji Yuxuanchen held a slip of paper between his fingers and said coldly, "I want to sell a pill formula. Our protagonist thought to increase my strength quickly. Using pills is more effective than diving headfirst into cultivation. The pill hall is the best choice." The purple-haired girl led Ji Yuxuanchen into a room and said, "Please follow me." In front of him was a group of people sitting neatly at tables with one person also seated at the main table. Ji Yuxuanchen strode in with his head held high. His appearance drew everyone's attention. Several people sat there discussing among themselves. A bald man asked in surprise, "Isn't that Ji Yuxuanchen? What's he doing here?" A young man with long yellow hair also said, "I heard he's here to sell a pill formula." A girl sitting beside them opened her fan, waved it gently, and said in a dismissive tone, "Ridiculous. How could a good-for-nothing possibly write a pill formula after being abandoned by Luo Shengxue? He probably wants to latch onto Miss Qingyue, the #1 alchemy genius of Anyang City." Qingyue was busy writing with a brush. After Ji Yuxuanchen appeared, she rested her chin on her hand and asked, "What do you want?" Ji Yuxuanchen raised 2 fingers holding the paper with the pill formula and said cheerfully, "Miss Qingyue, please see how much this is worth." He gently placed the paper on the table. Miss Qingyue picked up the paper, reading it as she twirled it in her fingers. The contents on the paper listed the required materials: Tianqing branch, boneless leaf, Deluo flower, Wolong grass, and the refining method. Infuse the Zondan art into the Deluo flower, the Qingdan art into the Tianqing branch, and refine with the Wanqiang Dan art and boneless leaf. Miss Qingyue hesitated before speaking. A pill formula. Spiritual energy began to emanate from her 2 fingers. Then suddenly she tore the formula into pieces, slammed them on the table and shouted, "We're not buying it." Ji Yuxuanchen asked in surprise. "Why not?" Miss Qingyue placed her hand on her chin, looked straight into Ji Yuxuanchen's eyes and said contemptuously, "You call this a pill formula? I've never even heard of the ingredients written here. Just after being kicked out by Luo Shengxue, you come to the pill hall to scam people? Do you really think we're fools?" Hearing this, the people below began to whisper, with occasional sounds of mockery. Ji Yuxuanchen smiled contemptuously and replied coldly, "How shallow. You can't even recognize such a simple pill formula. It seems the title of Anyang City's #1 alchemy genius is just an empty name." Furious, Miss Qingyue slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Since you're so confident, do you dare to have an alchemy duel with me?" As she spoke, she thought to herself, "A scumbag who lives off women dares to belittle me to my face." Ji Yuxuanchen was thrilled by Qingyu's proposal for a duel. He raised the corners of his mouth and replied, "An alchemy duel? That couldn't be better." Then he laughed inwardly. "I was just worrying about where to refine pills, and I didn't expect her to be so impulsive and walk right into my hands." Ji Yuxuanchen and Miss Qingyue officially faced off, heading to the alchemy room together. Miss Qingyue introduced the setup. "Our alchemy room has top-tier furnaces and earth fire, making it easy to refine high-grade pills. We will both refine a GR80E2 spirit-breaking pill. After half an hour, the winner will be determined by the quality of the pills." After speaking, they each got to work. Ji Yuxuanchen sat cross-legged, his hands clasped together, calmly focusing on the ground. A yellow-white spiritual energy emanated from his body. He analyzed the situation inwardly. A grade 2 spirit-breaking pill, just as the name implies. After using it, a spirit-rank martial artist can directly break through from the minor spirit realm to the celestial spirit realm. This is exactly the pill I need. Refining this kind of pill with ordinary earth fire is very difficult, but the pill hall's earth fire is a purified form, perfect for alchemy. It's like a pie falling from the sky. Ji Yuxuanchen frowned, his eyes sharp, and shouted. The spiritual power of his fire control art grew stronger. Suddenly a cluster of earth fire appeared beneath the alchemy furnace. The earth fire burned brighter and brighter, gradually spreading. Ji Yuxuanchen frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "This earth fire is too weak." Ji Yuxuanchen then stretched out his hand and sent a palm of water breath into the furnace, causing the earth fire to instantly flare up. Only then did he say with relief, "That's more like it." Over on her side, Miss Qingyue said anxiously, "What's going on? Why is the earth fire so weak today?" The earth fire flickered beneath her furnace, while on the other side the furnace in the next room rumbled as if it were about to explode and crack. What was bound to happen happened. A loud explosion shook the entire pill hall, accompanied by billowing black smoke. Qingyue whipped her head around to look. She rushed to the nearby furnace and asked frantically, "What happened?" The pill hall's master, Dao Hai, sat amidst the shattered rubble, trembling all over. His face was covered in soot and he coughed incessantly, muttering, "It's over, it's over." Miss Qingyue ran over anxiously, crying out, "Master," he wept and lamented intermittently. "Oh, my Tianqing branch, my boneless leaf, those are all grade 4 materials. I spent a fortune to buy them from the Imperial City. Why did the earth fire suddenly weaken?" Hearing her master's words, it dawned on Miss Qingyue that these were the very materials Ji Yuxuanchen had shown her. She hurriedly asked Master Dao Hai, "Wait, Master, may I ask if you infused the Zondan art into the Deluo flower and the Qingdan art into the Tianqing branch, and refine them with the Wanqiang Dan art and boneless leaf, what kind of pill would that create?" She thought anxiously to herself, "What's going on? Could those materials have been real?" Master Dao Hai's eyes gleamed with a worried expression. He answered sadly, "Those are all grade 4 materials. Where did you see that? You're only a GR80E2 alchemist. It's impossible for you to know about them." Then his eyes lit up and he asked her back, "Did you discover some ancient pill formula? I think this formula could produce a grade 4 pill." Qingyue was stunned, sweat trickling down her cheek as she exclaimed, A grade 4 formula. Master Dao Hai stood up, walked over to her, and sternly tapped her on the forehead, saying, "Judging by your expression, did you get into another competitive duel? I've warned you that there are always masters greater than yourself. If you always rely on your reputation as the #1 alchemy genius of Anyang and look down on everyone, sooner or later you'll offend a true master." Miss Qingyu's face turned pale. She shrank back, not daring to refute a single word because her master had hit the nail on the head. She scratched her head, replying with a stubborn and arrogant look, "So what? He's just a good-for-nothing who lives off women. He was just lucky to get a high-grade pill formula. When it comes to alchemy, I'm definitely far better than him." Then she returned to the alchemy room and sat cross-legged. Miss Qingyue clasped her hands together and shouted, "Fire control art, activate." The earth fire, instead of growing stronger, became weaker and weaker. Master Dao Hai stood behind her, observing, scratching his head as he watched Miss Qingyue, silently fuming as he exclaimed, "How can this be? Is the earth fire about to go out?" Master Dao Hai sighed and replied, "I couldn't control the earth fire just now, which is why the furnace exploded." After speaking, he turned to leave. The other alchemy rooms were also in chaos. Everyone said with tense, worried expressions, "It's not just you here. Most of the rooms with earth fire are like this." Another furnace just exploded, blowing everything to bits. A loud bang shook the entire pill hall. Miss Qingyue hurried forward and asked helplessly, "What now?" Master Dao Hai looked into the distance and said in alarm, Look, that's..." Qingyue glanced over, shocked, and said, "How is his earth fire so strong?" The earth fire blazed intensely, filling the entire room. Seeing this, Master Dao Hai concluded, "It seems our earth fire wasn't depleted earlier." He used a fire control pill art to concentrate all the earth fire's power into his room. Ji Yuxuanchen quietly approached and called out to Qingyue. He held 2 freshly refined pills in his hand and said coldly, "I'm afraid your life no longer belongs to you." Ji Yuxuanchen stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely imposing. Miss Qingyue and Master Dao Hai were both dumbfounded. Qingyue stammered as she asked her master, Master, is that a 2-vein spirit pill?" Master Dao Hai replied, "Yes. Legend has it that when alchemy reaches its peak, pill veins will appear. The efficacy and value of a grade 2 1-vein spirit pill far exceed that of a grade 3 spirit pill. This is also the first time I have ever seen one. I never thought someone in this world could so easily refine a 2-vein spirit pill." Ji Yuxuanchen brandished the 2 pills and said coldly, "Master, you certainly have a good eye." Qingyue quickly drew her blade and held it to her neck, saying with a resolute expression, "HMPH, I, Qingyue, am not afraid of death. Since you've won, take my life." Master Dao Hai shouted, "Qingyue, don't." Then he quickly clasped his hands and used a technique to stop Qingyue. Master Dao Hai's technique struck Qingyue's blade, causing it to fall to the ground. Master Dao Hai grabbed Miss Qingyue by the back of her collar and then solemnly apologized to Ji Yuxuanchen. "Young Master Ji Yu, I am the master of this hall, the pill hall. My disciple was ignorant and failed to recognize a great master. I apologize to you on her behalf." Qingyue struggled, still saying proudly, "Master, there's no need to beg him." Master Dao Hai roared angrily at Qingyue. "You shut up." Ji Yuxuanchen crossed his arms and questioned, "The Xuanchen fire control art, what is your relationship with Dao Yun?" Master Dao Hai bowed and replied respectfully, "Dao Yun is my ancestor." His eyes were cold as he thought, "What's going on? How does he dare to address my ancestor by his full name?" Ji Yuxuanchen waved his hand and asked in a critical, reprimanding tone, "Back then, Dao Yun was at least a grade 9 pillmaster. How are you still at grade 3 in your 40s? Ji Yuxuanchen's words were like 10,000 arrows piercing his heart, wounding the old master's fragile soul. He was dumbstruck, unable to speak. Master Dao Hai clasped his hands, bowed, and respectfully recounted the famous origins of the Xuanchen fire control art left by his ancestor. "But after a long time, it has become incomplete. Although I am his direct descendant, I have only learned a fraction of it. I have truly shamed my ancestor." Ji Yuxuanchen clicked his tongue and nodded. "So that's how it is. I once owed your ancestor a favor, and today I will repay it." With that, he extended 2 fingers pointing towards the sky and Master Dao Hai's forehead, accompanied by a dazzling golden light emanating from his arm. Elder Dao Hai was shocked and exclaimed, "What? You and my ancestor?" The wind howled and dust swirled as Ji Yuxuanchen's spiritual power was absorbed into Master Dao Hai's body. Master Dao Hai asked with sharp gaze, "Is this mind transmission?" At that moment, Elder Dao Hai's mind was filled with images of Ji Yuxuanchen's martial arts. He answered loudly, "It's the complete Xuanchen fire control art." Master Dao Hai's eyes turned pitch black. He knelt, lowered his head to the ground, and said with a satisfied expression, "Thank you, young Master Ji Yu." He silently admired him, thinking, "Mind transmission requires the spiritual power of at least a grade 5 alchemist. This unfathomable young Master Ji Yu is truly a great master." Ji Yuxuanchen walked up to him, thinking to himself, "In my previous life, Dao Yun and I were complete strangers, yet he stood up for me when I was ridiculed as a qi-refining realm weakling." He recalled the past, how Dao Yun had majestically berated that group of petty men, a bunch of scum who only knew how to gossip behind others' backs. Therefore I taught him the Xuanchen fire control art as repayment. I never expected his descendants to have fallen so low. Ji Yuxuanchen asked, "And what about Miss Qingyue?" She replied, "If you're going to kill me, just do it." Jiyu Xuanchen walked over and slapped her to bring her to her senses. You dare to hit me, Jiyu Xuanchen replied. Why wouldn't I dare? Just because your master spoils you doesn't mean everyone has to. You're only a grade-2 alchemist in your 20s, what's there to be so proud of? If not for my past connection with your master, you'd be a corpse right now. The old master hurried over. Thank you, young master. Jiyu, my master, why bother with a girl of my granddaughter's generation? A flare shot into the sky. Jiyu Xuanchen said this was the Jiyu family's emergency signal, which would only be used to summon all clan members in the city to defend when they were on the brink of life and death. Could something have happened to the Jiyu family? At this moment in the Jiyu residence, an assassin shouted, I'll ask you one more time, where is Jiyu Xuanchen? I really don't know, I beg you to spare me. With a swoosh, blood splattered everywhere, a shocking sight, he reported. Family head, what should we do? He just won't talk, Ling Xiaoshan replied. Kill them one by one. I firmly believe someone will remember. But I won't kill you. He pressed the blade against Yuhan's neck. Bar liked you so much so you will have a ghost marriage with him, Ling Xiaoshan gloated, and just then Jiyu Xuanchen returned. For that very sentence, Xuanchen said angrily. From now on the Ling family will no longer exist in Anyang City. Jiyu Yuhan cried out for her brother. Jiyu Xuanchen walked in. Family head, you've finally returned, Ling Xiaoshan asked. Mid-stage celestial spirit realm, Feng Kui the third elder's son replied. Family head Ling, Jiyu Xuanchen was clearly only in the minor spirit realm before he left. I don't know why either. Jiyu Xuanchen crushed old Jiyu Feng's head with one move and said with a murderous look, found the traitor. The subordinates swarmed forward. Quick, protect the family head. Ling Xiaoshan went berserk. All of you stand down, I will tear him to pieces with my own hands. He drew his saber and unleashed the tyrant saber art at Jiyu Xuanchen. Jiyu Xuanchen drew his sword and countered. You dare show off such third-rate kung fu in front of me. Ling Xiaoshan was no match and had to retreat. Damn you, kid. Xuanchen's sword flew forward. The man named Ling blocked with all his might, utterly shocked. What's happening? Why are there more of them? The more I cut, he went mad. HMPH, a cheap trick. I'll take your life. Jiyu Xuanchen had already rushed forward. The Li sword art shredded Ling Xiaoshan to pieces in front of everyone. Jiyu Yuhan was astonished. What? The Li sword art is the ultimate sword technique of the Xiao Yao sect. It's said that only those at the elder level or above are qualified to practice it. Why does my brother know it too? The subordinates rushed forward to protect their family head. Kill him, family head, we're coming. Jiyu Xuanchen used his ultimate technique to eradicate this pack of dogs. Ling Xiaoshan shouted, quick, retreat. Xuanchen followed closely. Trying to run, the man named Ling's eyes widened. Too late, Xuanchen's voice was cold and merciless. A single sword strike cut through the entire hall. Dao Hai arrived just then. Young Master Jiyu, I heard the Jiyu family was in trouble, so I specially sent the Pill Hall's martial artist to support you. Suddenly he froze. Before him was Xuanchen standing over the corpses of the Ling family. Everyone was dead. They couldn't believe their eyes. Young Master Jiyu, with a light flick of his finger, Xuanchen released the bonds of the entire army. Dao Hai thought, as soon as I saw the Jiyu family's emergency signal, I immediately gathered martial artists to help. I never expected he could wipe out the entire Ling family by himself. Not only is his alchemy terrifying, but his martial arts are also astonishing. He spoke up. What are you all standing there for? Quickly take young Master Gu's injured to the pill hall for treatment. Yes, young Master Jiyu is an unfathomable figure. I must not offend him. Jiyu Yuhan ran over. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine, that's good. But brother, when you killed the Ling family just now, why did you use a Xiao Yao Sect technique? She asked. Could it be that you have some connection with Luo Shangshui? If that's true, I won't forgive you. Dao Hai walked over and said, it's like this. Miss Luo was just accepted as a disciple by Elder Luo He of the Xiao Yao Sect. I guess Miss Yuhan must be wondering why you are proficient in the Xiao Yao Sect's ultimate sword technique, right? Could it be that Miss Luo taught you? Jiyu Xuanchen replied, Hallmaster Dao, what is the relationship between this Xiao Yao Sect and the one on Mount Penglai? Is the Li sword art the ultimate sword technique of the Xiao Yao Sect? Dao Hai explained, don't you know that 3,000 years ago Emperor Xiao Yao Wu established the famous Xiao Yao Sect on Mount Penglai? It was the place with the most abundant spiritual energy on the Azure Cloud continent. Realization dawned on Xuanchen. I was the one who named Little Ten Sect. I also set up the protective formation. Of course I know. Xuanchen recalled the past, his disciple kneeling in worship. Thank you, Master, for setting up the formation. Xuanchen held a formation talisman. This is the talisman for the Heavenly Illusion Space Formation. Take it. Yes, Dao Hai continued. Unfortunately, 700 years ago, after the martial emperor achieved the Dao and ascended, he mysteriously disappeared. Many enemies came for revenge. The Xiao Yao sect lost its leader and gradually declined, finally retreating to the border of the southern wasteland, which is the current Xiao Yao sect. The southern wasteland is far from Penglai. When I heard the third elder mention the Xiao Yao sect before, I thought it was just a coincidence of names. I never thought it was my own grand disciples. Given Little Ten's personality, after I suffered the lightning tribulation, he must have been searching for my formation constantly. If not for me, his sect wouldn't have fallen to such a state. We were master and disciple after all. Your master will restore the Xiao Yao sect to its former glory for you. Xuanchen said, I remember Luo Shangshui has a younger brother, right? Dao Hai replied, yes. The Luo family's eldest son is named Luo Dao. He causes trouble all over East Sun City. Because the Luo family is the head of the 8 great families, no one dares to touch him, Xuanchen asked. Head of the 8 great families, not for long, that grand disciple Mo, he is truly blind, letting the Xiao Yao sect guard the Luo family. I need to sort out the sect. Xuanchen left immediately. I'll trouble Hallmaster Dao to take care of the Jiyu family's injured. I'm going for a walk. I'll let the people of Anyang City know the consequences of offending the Jiyu family. At the Luo family's banquet, the heads of the Wei and Lu families were fawningly congratulating the Luo family head on obtaining the Xiao Yao token. Your daughter is truly a once-in-a-century genius. With the Xiao Yao token you can do as you please not just in Anyang City, but throughout the Xian kingdom. The Luo family head, Luo Sahai, replied, You're all too kind. I have already sent people to the Tianhe territory to find blood ginseng. I hope the Luo family head will accept it. Good, good. Suddenly a servant was kicked into the air, smashing through the door. Luo Sahai stood up and shouted, Who is it? The person who entered said, It's so lively today. I, Jiyu Xuanchen, have specially prepared a gift. He stepped on Luo Dao and said, I hope my former father-in-law will accept it. Father, save me. Luo Sahai was furious. Stop, Xuanchen, let my son go immediately. The Wei and Lu families cursed. Jiyu Xuanchen, have you gone mad? Let young Master Luo go. Jiyu Xuanchen, the Luo family is protected by the Xiao Yao token. You can't afford to offend them. The Luo family members swarmed out. Let the young master go, Luo Sahai threatened. Jiyu Xuanchen, if you let Luo go now, I will grant you a swift death, Jiyu Xuanchen replied. The last person who threatened me has already turned to dust. It seems the Luo family head isn't satisfied with this gift. In that case, Xuanchen lifted Luo Dao. I'll give you another great gift. With one punch he shattered the bones of this good-for-nothing. Luo Sahai, looking crazed, screamed, Stop! Luo Sahai charged forward with a palm strike, shouting, Let go of my son. He attacked Xuanchen, who easily dodged it. He anxiously checked on Luo Dao. Tower, are you all right? Luo Dao cried, Father, my Dantian, my cultivation. Luo Sahai was like a madman. Jiyu Xuanchen, how dare you cripple my son's cultivation? Xuanchen said arrogantly. Can't take it already? I've only just returned 2/10 of what the Luo family did to me back then. A servant stepped forward. Luo family head, don't waste your breath on him. We'll kill this madman for you. Xuanchen said, A mere celestial spirit realm cultivator dares to boast about killing me. You truly don't know your place. Then you can perish along with the Luo family. Sahai replied, Destroy my Luo family. Such big words. He was filled with killing intent. With your cultivation you'll have to wait another 100 years. He charged forward. How dare you offend the Luo family and defy the Xiao Yao token? I'll make sure not even your corpse remains. Xuanchen said, You're right. With my current cultivation it is indeed a bit difficult to fight 1,000 men alone, but unfortunately I have an ace up my sleeve. That protective magic weapon will become the weapon that annihilates all of you. Forming a hand seal, Luo Sahai struck down with a palm, shattering the ground. Xuanchen leapt up and said, Today your Luo family must be annihilated. The token was taken out. Xuanchen grabbed it and immediately cast a formation. What's going on? How can Jiyu Xuanchen control my Luo family's Xiao Yao token? Luo Sahai pressed closer. How do you know the incantation for the Xiao Yao token's formation? Xuanchen replied. There are many things you don't know. Sahai immediately ordered. This is bad. Kill him quickly. The group of thugs swarmed forward to kill Xuanchen. Xuanchen stomped his foot and a fire formation was released. Flames shot into the sky, burning several minions to death. Ah, help! The subordinates were burned to a crisp in front of Sahai. How is this possible? Not only can this kid mobilize the Xiao Yao token, but he also knows an advanced attack formation. Xuanchen walked forward and asked, Luo family head. This man was utterly terrified. I sincerely advise you in your next life don't mess with the Jiyu family. With a single move Xuanchen ended the Luo family head's life. He fell to the ground vomiting blood and dead. Young Master Jiyu, spare us, said Qin Wanwu, the head of the Qin family, and Ma Ben, the head of the Ma family. They said, From now on we are willing to be your loyal servants. Xuanchen ordered, You have half an hour. Wipe out the Ling and Luo families and I'll spare your worthless lives. Yes, the Ling and Luo families were wiped out from that day on. Reporting to the family head after annihilating the Ling and Luo families, we have seized a total of 70 spirit stones, 62 grade 2 pills, 94 grade 2 medicinal herbs and weapons. Jiyu Xuanchen's second uncle, Jiyu Kaiyuan, was beaming with joy. Xuanchen drank his tea calmly. Dao Hai was terrified. Did young Master Jiyu go out for a moment just to wipe out the Luo family? Jiyu Kaiyuan said, In addition, the 8 great families have requested the family head to take over the tax collection matters of Anyang City. Dao Hai thought, not only that, he also subdued the remaining 6 great families. I'm afraid Anyang City will be the Jiyu family's territory from now on. Xuanchen replied, I have already eliminated the root of the trouble in Anyang City. Second uncle and Yuhan will decide what happens here from now on. Jiyu Yuhan asked, Brother, where are you planning to go? Jiyu Xuanchen thought, the Xiao Yao sect. There's still one fish that escaped the Luo family's net. There's trash in my own sect, of course I have to clean it up myself. Jiyu Yuhan ran over and asked, Brother, why do you suddenly want to go to the Xiao Yao sect? Xuanchen said, Sister Yuhan, Did you know that the reason you haven't been able to cultivate martial arts for all these years is because you have a chaotic celestial body, not because you were born with severed meridians? Dao Hai was surprised. What, a chaotic celestial body, the legendary physique most suitable for cultivation? Xuanchen replied. That's right. If a martial artist with this physique is not activated by one of the 9 great spiritual treasures, the Hongmeng fruit, they will be unable to cultivate because their spiritual power cannot circulate through their meridians. But once activated, their innate potential will far surpass that of ordinary martial artists. I still have many things to deal with and can't protect you forever. So this time, I'm going to the Xiao Yao sect. If I can find the Hongmeng fruit, I'll help you unblock your meridians as soon as possible, and you'll be able to protect yourself in the future. Yuan hugged Xuanchen, moved. Brother, you're too good to me. When will she change this habit of hugging people at the drop of a hat? Xuanchen thought. Dao Hai said, Young Master Ji Yu, the Hongmeng tree is the Xiao Yao sect's ultimate treasure. They definitely won't hand it over easily. Please be careful on this trip, Xuanchen replied. Don't worry, I have my ways to make them offer it up obediently. Arriving at the Tiandong mountain range, Xuanchen thought, I'm not mistaken. The residual spiritual power fluctuations of the heavenly illusion space formation should be here. I didn't expect the spiritual power fluctuations of this formation talisman to be so weak. It took me so long. Xuanchen seemed to have found the entrance. He used a technique with his hand to dispel the formation talisman. Unleash the lightning tribulation, tear the formation apart. The passage appeared in front of Xuanchen, and he immediately jumped in. The formation talisman outside also disappeared. It seems this is the Xiao Yao sect after 100 years, Xuanchen observed quietly for a while, then suddenly discovered something. Recalling the past, I carved this river for you. From now on, the sect won't have to worry about a lack of spiritual energy. Master, can I really use this ancient divine beast to guard the house? Xuanchen replied. I'm only responsible for catching it, not taming it. In another 3,000 years, this Hongmeng tree will bear fruit. Master, taking care of it is too much work. HMPH. The ancient Hongmeng tree stands tall. It is the ultimate treasure of the Xiao Yao sect. Xuanchen was disappointed. I clearly provided the best conditions, but after Little Ten went missing, they could only cower in this corner, relying on the sect protecting formation. What a bunch of useless disciples and grand disciples. Suddenly he was startled. Xuanchen descended, sensing spiritual energy. It was a water monster in pursuit. A grade 2 spirit beast, a water flood dragon. Rumble rumble. Mo Tianyan, a disciple of the Xiao Yao sect. Her sword was as swift as the wind. Mo Tianyan slashed out with her sword, and suddenly something startled her. The water flood dragon sent Mo Tianyan flying. Is the standard of Xiao Yao sect disciples the same as yours? Xuanchen flew over and caught Mo Tianyan, surprising her greatly. He said, The Li sword art is so powerful, yet you've practiced it like this. Watch closely. Xuanchen rushed to the beast's mouth. A single Li sword art, unstoppable, stood straight at the prey. Mo Tianyan was surprised. How does he know our sect's martial arts? Xuanchen unleashed the qi guiding technique, controlling the wind with his qi and his sword with his intent. Several sword gleams dismembered the flood dragon. The sword intent in Xuanchen's hand did not dissipate. Suddenly Mo Tianyan erupted with fierce firepower, and her spiritual energy surged, making it difficult for her to bear, as if she was about to level up. Xuanchen praised, Oh, not bad talent. In my previous life I couldn't reach the spirit rank and could only teach my disciples verbally. In this life, since I've already entered the spirit rank, my every word and action has become a secret of the sword Dao, capable of helping others cultivate. I've been unable to break through the late stage of the minor spirit realm. Just now the senior only used one sword move and I comprehended it and broke through to the celestial spirit realm. The sect master and elders said that although the Xiao Yao sect has retreated to the southern wasteland, there are still some reclusive masters in the sect cultivating in seclusion. Once they come out, there's hope for the Xiao Yao sect to be revitalized. Tianyan kowtowed. Junior Mo Tianyan thanks Senior for your guidance. If this person knows the sect's ultimate sword technique, he must be a reclusive master of our Xiao Yao sect. Xuanchen replied, Let me ask you, did our sect just accept a disciple named Luo Shangshui? Where is she now? Tianyan answered. Are you referring to Elder Luo? After joining the sect master and elders worked together to open the Hongmeng blessed land to help her cultivate. By the way, this reclusive senior suddenly appeared. He must be here for Elder Luo, who was enlightened by the patriarch. Xuanchen was surprised. Luo Shangshui became an elder as soon as she joined the sect, and she even went to the Hongmeng blessed land? How many people are still outside the sect now? Tianyan answered. On the 7 peaks to the north there is 1 elder guarding each, and over 100 official disciples handle daily affairs, including myself, Xuanchen said. Except for the elders guarding the 7 peaks, gather the remaining disciples at Lingyuan Peak to see me. Yes, even the mountain guards know. The 2 of them returned to the sect. Mo Tianyan shouted from behind, Senior, wait for me. Annoying, I'm already using all my strength, how can I still not catch up? This senior is only at the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm, but his star Luo steps are astonishingly strong. With senior status, how could he not have a flying artifact? But now you're flying over with the power of the mid-stage celestial spirit realm. You're doing this to guide me in my movement technique. Mo Tianyan said with emotion, Senior, I will not disappoint your expectations. Xuanchen thought back then I could fly over a mountain with a single leap and cross a long river in 2 steps. Now this body is slower than a turtle. After taking the grade 2 spirit pill, I used my own method to expand my Dantian by 10 times. Although my cultivation speed is slower than those around me, I can store more spiritual energy and build a solid foundation step by step. I didn't expect this girl to grasp the essence of the Star Lua step so quickly. If this continues, I'm going to lose to my own grand disciple. Senior, wait for me. Xuanchen suddenly accelerated with all his might. I can't lose face. Arriving at Lingyuan Peak, Mo Tianyun said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Xuanchen gestured for her to stay here, comprehend the sword Dao and movement technique she had just learned, and then wait for everyone to arrive. Senior, wait. Tianyun hesitated. That's the Xiao Yao Sect's restriction ahead. I'll go take a look. As Xuanchen approached, the restriction opened and he returned to the Celestial Spirit River. Xuanchen felt it. Sure enough, the spiritual energy is much scarcer. Xuanchen summoned a spell and the water surged upwards. The Spirit Concealment Temple was now revealed. Fortunately, these guys didn't destroy the Spirit Concealment Temple I buried underground. The Spirit Concealment Temple was built with my best spiritual energy. It contains the evolution of the heavenly Tao and a continuous source of spiritual energy, making it the best tool for cultivation. The spiritual energy inside the temple is much less than it was 10,000 years ago, but it's still much better than this southern wasteland. To enhance the strength of the Xiao Yao Sect disciples in a short period, I'll have to rely on it. Senior, be careful. Mo Tianyun's voice rang out as she drew her sword and blocked the person assassinating Xuanchen. The Xiao Yao Sect disciple Ni Chuyuan was panting, angrily cursing. Mo Tianyun, are you crazy? How dare you let an outsider into our Xiao Yao Sect's forbidden area and destroy all the spiritual energy? She replied. Ni Chuyuan, don't be rude to Senior. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. The restriction is clearly intact. Senior used an advanced dispelling spell to get in, which is proof enough that Senior is one of our sect. Ni Chuyuan spat. Senior, I spit on that. Just a celestial spirit realm kid, and you call someone with that kind of qualification a senior of the Xiao Yao Sect? Could it be that you and this man secretly came here for a rendezvous? Did you make up the lie about him being a senior when you saw us coming, trying to scare us off and then slip away? A palm from the heavens made him scream like a dog. Senior brother Ni, are you all right? Mo Tianyun offered her sword. Senior, Xuanchen spoke. You blind fool, it seems you don't need this mouth either. Ni Chuyuan stammered. Kill him. The group of minions swarmed forward to kill him. Xuanchen saw these small fries and without any effort dealt with them in a few punches and kicks. The one surnamed Ni was surprised. Senior brother, this guy is too strong. I'm afraid we're all going to die. Ni Chuyuan was furious. Useless things, all of you. Attack. Since you're mountain guards, you should have been prepared to die long ago, shouldn't you? Mo Tianyun stepped forward and said, Senior brothers, don't be rash. Senior's martial arts are unfathomable. If you anger him, you will all lose your lives. Ni Chuyuan shouted. Have you forgotten the duty of a mountain guard? Quickly seize this adulterous pair. The group of mountain guards charged forward again. Kill. Jiyu Xuanchen used only one foot and the ground cracked. The group was sent flying and some even fell into the river. Xuanchen said, faced with a strong enemy, the ordinary disciples are like turtles hiding in their shells, pushing the mountain guards to the front to fight. How ridiculous, but these mountain guards have a lot of backbone. I reward you with entry into the divine temple to cultivate with me. The group of mountain guards were too surprised to believe their ears. They walked into the spirit god temple. Xuanchen sat cross-legged, circulating his qi, with a group of mountain guards below. The spiritual energy is so abundant. Is this the Xiao Yao Sect spiritual river? I've never seen such dense spiritual energy in my life. Xuanchen began to circulate his cultivation. Rumble, rumble, the spiritual energy flowed out violently. Xuanchen opened his eyes and the spiritual energy surged out. A loud bang echoed through the space. The spiritual energy now enveloped the bodies of all the mountain guards. What's going on? It seems like a figure in my mind is teaching me sword techniques. Ah, me too. The meridians all over their bodies were circulating. Mo Tianyun was surprised. Senior can actually transmit his teachings to nearly 100 people at the same time? But Ni Chuyuan had already taken advantage of the chaos to slip away. He would definitely go back and report to the various senior uncles. Where's senior brother Ni? I'm afraid senior is in for some trouble. Cheers erupted from the crowd. I broke through. I broke through from the Qi refining realm to the late stage of the celestial spirit realm. Me too, Mo Tianyun kowtowed. Thank you, Senior, for your help. After years of fruitless cultivation, I met Senior today and broke through 2 levels in a row. How lucky. Suddenly, a lightning tribulation roared outside the temple. The human tribulation. Xuanchen sensed that when a martial artist reached the highest threshold of the late celestial spirit realm, the spiritual energy stored in their body would reach the human body's limit. As long as they comprehended a bit more of the true meaning of the martial Tao, they could connect with heaven and earth on their own and gain insight into heavenly secrets. But gaining insight into heavenly secrets goes against the heavens and will attract the human tribulation. If they can pass it, they can enter the first realm of the celestial human rank, the cave heaven realm. If they fail, they will be shattered to pieces by the lightning tribulation. Mo Tianyun looked at Xuanchen with worry. Senior, don't be angry. We didn't expect to attract a lightning tribulation, Xuanchen spoke. When those guys leave the Hongmeng blessed land, I want to see what their talents are like. With such qualifications, yet you are made to be mountain guards. Are the people of the Xiao Yao sect blind? Mo Tianyan was terrified. It seems Senior really wanted to kill someone just now. The lightning tribulation struck down and everyone scattered. Run, Mo Tianyan said. Senior, run quickly, lest you get hit by the lightning tribulation. Xuanchen replied, don't worry, with me here you won't die. Mo Tianyan didn't understand what was happening. In a flash, everyone, including the mountain guards, was encased in a formation bubble and safely brought out of the Spirit God Temple before landing. The Spirit God Temple now bore the brunt of the most violent wave of the lightning tribulation. Although the Spirit Concealment Temple was not as powerful as it was 10,000 years ago, it was more than enough to block the human tribulation. Just now I was letting you temper your bodies under the lightning tribulation. When you couldn't hold on any longer, you came here. Be surprised later. Now you calm your minds and feel what the temple brings you from the lightning tribulation. The laws of the heavenly Tao. The disciples were surprised. What? Aren't the laws of the heavenly Tao something you can only comprehend and accumulate on your own? Can they be extracted from the lightning tribulation? Inside the Spirit Concealment Temple, the laws of the formation began to activate. Mo Tianyan shouted, Senior, you come in too. Xuanchen replied, you cultivate on your own. These laws are useless to me. The heavenly Tao laws of a celestial human are too weak for me, far inferior to this spiritual energy. If I refine this spiritual energy multiple times, I can maximize the cultivation energy I cultivate, and dealing with opponents 1 or 2 realms higher than me will be a small matter. After using the expansion method, although my cultivation is at the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm, my strength is already close to that of a human emperor, the disciples said. With Senior's ability, he probably comprehended these laws long ago. The cultivation just now was to teach everyone the method of cultivation. Otherwise, why would Senior value that spiritual energy? They immediately kowtowed. It's so good to have Senior. We are willing to follow Senior, Xuanchen thought. I have to hurry up and cultivate. This group of grand disciples is about to reach the cave heaven realm, and I'm still a small fry. It's too embarrassing to say it out loud. This time outside the celestial spirit river. Quick, quick, Elder Shi just ahead. That girl Mo Tianyan not only brought people into the forbidden area but also incited the mountain guards to go in and destroy the spiritual energy. They violated the ancestral teachings, which is why they attracted the lightning tribulation. Elder Shi replied, Don't worry, this elder will not let them go, Ni Chuyuan said. But there are many of them, I'm afraid. Elder Shi glared at him. Have you forgotten the rules of the Xiao Yao sect, whether it's a disciple or a mountain guard? As long as they reach the celestial human rank, they will become sect elders. Is this cave heaven realm elder just a decoration in your eyes? I wouldn't dare, he continued. Everything is decided by strength. Mo Tianyan and her fellow disciples walked out. Han Gong said, Junior sister Tianyan, Senior Jiyu let us out but stayed inside to cultivate himself. What does that mean? She replied. With Senior's cultivation, does he still need to cultivate? He clearly disdains the laws of the heavenly Tao. Could he be telling us that even if we break through, we can't slack off in our cultivation? Han Gong replied, That's right, it must be because of this. Ni Chuyuan rushed up and said, Mo Tianyan, you damn girl, get over here. Elder Shi already knows what you've done. But he suddenly looked at the group in terror. You've all broken through. Cave heaven realm, how is that possible? Elder Shi and the others were greatly shocked. He thought if only one mountain guard broke through, it could be said to be a coincidence. But almost all of them broke through. Elder Shi knelt down. Greetings, elders. Ni Chuyuan stubbornly said, Elder Shi, this bunch of bastards must have secretly absorbed the spiritual energy of the spirit river to cultivate. That's why they were able to break through so quickly. Elder Shi punched him. You're the bastard. Ni Chuan's teeth were knocked out. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Not only has the spiritual energy in the spirit river not decreased, but it has become several times denser than before. You deliberately tricked me into coming here to arrest people. Did you want me to become the eternal sinner of the Xiao Yao sect? He grabbed Ni Chuyuan by the head and brought him over. Elders, I have caught the disciple who was talking nonsense. How should we deal with him? Mo Tianyan replied. Do as you please. Ni Chuyuan, you bastard, you made us miss a great opportunity. Now they have all entered the cave heaven realm while we are still stuck in the earth spirit realm. And you almost made us commit insubordination. Damn it, beat him hard. A message came. Mo Tianyan grabbed it and said, This is bad. The Lingyun sword sect, the Wuji Palace and the Xingyue Pavilion have come to visit the mountain. Tianyan and Han Gong walked into the cabin. Senior, it must be because many people crossed the tribulation at the same time just now, causing the aura here to fluctuate and attract people from those 3 sects. Now the elders in charge are all in seclusion. What should we do? Xuanchen asked. How strong are these 3 sects now? The Xiao Yao sect, the Lingyun sword sect, the Wuji Palace, and the Xingyue Pavilion all belong to the territory of the Liu cult. The 4 major sects must pay tribute to the Liu cult every year. On the surface, the 3 sects are at peace, but they also have conflicts over some resources. For 100 years, the Xiao Yao sect has been declining and is often suppressed by them jointly. The Xiao Yao sect also has to pay tribute to the Liu cult frequently. Xuanchen thought, a sect that came out of nowhere dares to ride on the head of the Xiao Yao sect. What a disgrace to the family. Han Gong continued. Senior Gu. When the various seniors retreated to the southern wasteland back then, many of the sect's classics were lost, and it is indeed not as good as before. Xuanchen waved his hand. You handle it yourselves. Do as you did before. I don't care about the conflicts between these small sects. When I come out of seclusion, I will destroy the Liu cult. You may leave. Mo Tianyan and Han Gong looked at each other. Han Gong asked junior sister, "What does Senior Gu mean by that?" She replied, "Senior brother Han, did you forget what Senior Gu said at the end? The Xiao Yao sect still has to pay tribute to the Liu cult. I mean, think about the disdainful expression on Senior's face when he said that. He looks down on the Liu cult, so how could he possibly care about those three sects? Senior's meaning is simple. If they behave, let them be. If they don't, send them home." At this time, outside the Xiao Yao sect, Elder Shang Yun of the Lingyun Sword sect, Elder Qing Chong of the Xingyue Pavilion, and Elder Kuhai of the Wuji Palace were already waiting. "Xiao Yao sect, do you have any manners? You actually sent disciples to receive us," Qing Chong scolded. "Are the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect all a bunch of rude people?" Mo Tianyan walked in and said, "If you want to talk about manners, leave a visiting card. Come back in 10 days to be seen off." Kuhai rushed up angrily. "Bastard, since when do we need a visiting card to come to the Xiao Yao sect? I'll wring this girl's head off first and go talk to Mo He." "Tianyan, be careful." Han Gong rushed up to block the attack. "You dare to stop me just after reaching the cave heaven realm. Who gave you the guts?" Han Gong was fearless, fighting the towering Kuhai barehanded. Kuhai was imposing. Han Gong was finding it increasingly difficult. "You overconfident beast," Kuhai scolded. "Master, who are you? The fool brought this on himself. Did he teach you this?" Suddenly, Han Gong's spiritual energy surged, catching Kuhai off guard. Han Gong shouted, and Kuhai was sent flying. He said, "Your dog mouth is not worthy of mentioning Senior Gu." Shang Yun and Qing Chong were shocked. "This is the heavenly Tao Sanskrit sound." Kuhai coughed up blood. "Human Emperor realm," Mo Tianyan asked. "Is Senior Brother Han alright? Just now I just attacked with all my strength as Senior Gu taught me, and I actually broke through." Shang Yun and Qing Chong hurriedly fled. "Let's go," Mo Tianyan cleverly blocked their path. "Who dares to run? You dare." The heavenly Tao Sanskrit sound. Legend has it that only a martial artist with this kind of qualification upon entering the Emperor realm can play this rhythm. In the past, the Xiao Yao sect had an Emperor scripture to guard the world, passed down by the Emperor sect. But how could so many people play the heavenly Tao Sanskrit sound at the same time now? The two elders knelt down and begged for mercy, offering their visiting cards. "We will present our visiting cards now," Mo Tianyan replied. "No need for visiting cards, just leave your heads." When did the Xiao Yao sect become so terrifying? "I want to go home." With two swishes, those two guys went to see the King of Hell. After Mo Tianyan and Han Gong returned victorious, they immediately reported the situation to Ji Xuanchen, who was recuperating his spiritual energy in the Divine Temple. Coming before Ji Xuanchen, Han Gong and Mo Tianyan respectfully and excitedly reported, "Senior, we have already eliminated all three of them as you instructed." Ji Xuanchen looked at them seriously and asked, "Killed them all? When did I instruct you to do that?" Mo Tianyan turned to Han Gong in surprise, whispering just loud enough for the two of them to hear. "Senior brother, did we misunderstand Senior Gu's meaning?" Faced with his junior sister's question, Han Gong did not answer, but his eyes also showed obvious panic. Ji Xuanchen sternly reprimanded the Han siblings. "You were so reckless in killing them. What if the forces behind them come for revenge? Although there's nothing to be afraid of, if they keep coming to cause trouble, it will disturb my peaceful cultivation." Faced with their siblings' bewildered attitude, Ji Xuanchen lowered his voice and said, "Forget it. Since it has already happened, you should go and cultivate quickly." Then he pointed at Han Gong and instructed, "Elder Han, Tianyan is still young and acts without thinking. You should watch over her more." After hearing this, Han Gong respectfully returned the salute and said yes. Walking out of the Divine Temple, Miss Mo Tianyan was still struggling and asked Han Gong, "Senior brother, did we really misunderstand Senior Gu's meaning?" Faced with his junior sister's question, Han Gong said gently, "Of course, didn't you hear what Senior Gu said just now? What if the forces behind them come for revenge?" After hearing her senior brother's words, Mo Tianyan still looked bewildered. "What do you mean?" Han Gong said again. "It's obvious. Senior was reminding us that instead of waiting for them to come for revenge, we should take the initiative." Han Gong waved his hand in front of him, his eyes sharp, and said decisively, "Go and wipe out those three sects to eliminate future trouble." A few days later, a dazzling light appeared in the center of the spirit hall, sending earth and stones flying. That spiritual energy shot straight into the hall where Ji Xuanchen was cultivating, making his body seem to merge with that brilliant light. Suddenly, Ji Xuanchen raised his hand and thought with joy, "Although the spiritual energy produced by the Spirit Concealment Divine Palace is not pure enough, it barely helped me break through to the Cave Heaven realm." At the same time, the Ji Yun bell rang 9 times in a row. At this time, Ji Xuanchen deduced that the 9 chimes of the cloud drum were a signal to summon the people of the sect. Something big had happened in the Xiao Yao sect. Duan Ying worriedly asked himself, could the three sects be attacking later? At the Xiao Yao Divine Palace, it looked quiet from the outside, but when Ji Xuanchen walked in, it was a tragic sight. The people of the Xiao Yao sect were injured and lying everywhere. Ji Xuanchen looked around. Although Han Gong was severely injured, he still struggled to salute Ji Xuanchen, his voice full of difficulty. "Senior." At the same time, Elder Chuo, holding a bag of medicine, walked up to Han Feng and spoke angrily to Ji Xuanchen, shouting loudly, You are the damn senior they were talking about, right? Mo Tianyan, who was healing nearby, stepped in to stop him. Elder Chuo, this is Senior Jiu, do not be rude. Elder Chuo became even more furious. Why should I be polite to him? If he were so capable, how could he have let you attack those three great families? Mo Tianyan continued to defend Jiu Xuanchen. Senior Gu's arrangements were not wrong. It was our own incompetence that got us injured and disgraced. Jiu Xuanchen responded to Tianyan's words with a haughty air. Indeed, it is a disgrace. I taught you to cultivate for nothing, only to be trampled by those low-level sects. These words were like adding fuel to the fire. Elder Chuo, burning with rage, swung his palm towards Jiu Xuanchen, shouting frantically, "What did you say?" Just then, Han Gong, enduring the pain, rushed over and held Elder Chuo back, saying, "Elder Chuo, don't get excited." Jiu Xuanchen's expression remained unchanged. He turned and cast a celestial technique on the injured disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. A beam of spiritual energy as bright as lightning shot towards Elder Chuo. All the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were enveloped in that golden spiritual energy. Seeing everyone's pained expressions as Jiu Xuanchen used his power, Elder Chuo ran over and shouted, "Stop, what do you think you're doing?" Jiu Xuanchen looked at him with icy eyes and ordered, "If you don't want anything to happen to them, get out of my way." Elder Chuo looked bewildered. Jiu Xuanchen's hand was still clenched, as if suppressing his anger. Then a disciple shouted happily, "Strange, my body doesn't hurt anymore." Another disciple chimed in, "Me too." At that moment, Mo Tianyan also said to Jiu Xuanchen, "Thank you, Senior." Elder Chuo was utterly astonished. He thought in horror, to heal so many people, even a high-level alchemist wouldn't be able to stand it after refining pills for 7 days and nights without rest. He can actually heal over 100 people at once? I can't believe it. After witnessing Jiu Xuanchen's extraordinary power, Elder Chuo was amazed. Previously arrogant and looking down on him, his attitude now did a 180-degree turn. He hurriedly knelt at Jiu Xuanchen's feet. Chuo was blind and failed to recognize a great master. "I did not know of Senior's vast powers. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Then Elder Chuo rejoiced in his heart. "This is truly a reclusive senior of our Xiao Yao sect. Ancestors, thank you. The Xiao Yao sect is saved." Seeing the person kneeling on the ground was Elder Chuo, Jiu Xuanchen gave him a task. "You are Chuo. From now on you will manage them for me." Jiu Xuanchen was the ancestor. Since Jiu Xuanchen's people had previously caused trouble at the three sects and plundered their wealth, it was only a matter of time before these three sects would seek revenge on Jiu Xuanchen. A subordinate rushed in to report, "This is bad. 3 great sects have arrived at the foot of the mountain." Although the situation was urgent, Mo Tianyan and Han Gong were still gleefully showing off the spoils they had plundered from the 3 sects. "Senior Jiu, this is our harvest after attacking the 3 great sects. Although we couldn't defeat them, we were lucky enough to get a lot of weapons and treasures." Not only that, Mo Tianyan didn't forget to clearly divide the spoils. They were all pills, high-grade medicinal herbs, weapons, cultivation techniques, and spirit stones. "Senior, please accept these. The rest of us disciples will use them as defensive weapons and immediately meet the enemy." Jiu Xuanchen didn't even glance at any of the items they brought. Suddenly, Jiu Xuanchen looked at the table as if remembering something and asked Elder Chuo, "I remember the sect had 1,000-year-old Zon iron and an ancient dragon tooth propping up this table leg. Was it lost when it was moved?" Elder Chuo immediately replied, "I wouldn't dare. Those are ancestral treasures left by our ancestors, now enshrined in the ancestral hall on Kaiyang Peak." Elder Chuo was surprised by Jiu Xuanchen's words. 1,000-year Zon iron ancient dragon tooth. How can they be used to prop up a table leg? Seeing that the things he asked for were still there, Jiu Xuanchen had someone bring them over. "Bring them here, I will forge you some decent weapons." Jiu Xuanchen stood by the door and thought to himself, "And you call these treasures? Treating that pile of scrap metal as treasure, are you afraid I'm not disgraced enough?" Elder Chuo expressed his worries to Jiu Xuanchen, but now that the enemy had arrived, Jiu Xuanchen appeared calm without any panic or fear, and confidently declared, "That's perfect. I will let them know they've messed with the wrong person." The scene switched to outside the mountain gate, where the 3 sects had already sent their troops, filling the area outside the gate with countless soldiers. Qing Jianzi, the sword master of the Lingyun sword sect, with a murderous look on his face, led his troops to the mountain gate for revenge. Seeing no one come out to fight, Qing Jianzi thought the Xiao Yao sect had fled in fear and shouted, "The Xiao Yao sect has retreated into its turtle shell again. What a nuisance!" Dongfang Wuji, the palace master of the Wuji Palace, sat on a majestic chair and said to Qing Jianzi, "Anyway, we have already reported this matter to the Liu cult. As long as we guard here, they definitely won't be able to hold out when the envoy arrives in a few days." Sheng Zixing, the pavilion master of the Xingyue Pavilion, stood aside, both arrogant and itching for a fight. "But my hammer is already eager to make the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect bleed." Just as Shang Zixing finished speaking, Jiu Xuanchen suddenly appeared beside him using an invisibility technique and cursed him. "Where did this dog come from, daring to bark on the Xiao Yao sect's territory?" Hearing this, Shang Zixing felt a chill run down his spine, not knowing who was playing tricks and cursing him. The nearby Dongfang Wuji and Qing Jianzi also heard what Ji Yuxuanchen had just said, and their eyes widened and mouths gaped in bewildered surprise. Before Shang Zixing could react, he was struck by Ji Yuxuanchen's palm, screaming in pain. His hammer flew to one side and he flew to the other. Shang Zixing fell tragically, vomiting blood and screaming with a face full of rage. Ah! Shang Zixing crashed to the ground, cracking the earth and kicking up dust. Ji Yuxuanchen walked up to him and said contemptuously, "You overestimate yourself." Shang Zixing's face was contorted in pain. With only a breath left, Qing Jianzi, also overestimating himself, rushed at Ji Yuxuanchen with his sword, shouting, "You beast, I'll cut you down." Ji Yuxuanchen didn't say much and instantly broke Qing Jianzi's sword. Ji Yuxuanchen even teased Qing Jianzi, "Considering your old age, I will give you a choice." Qing Jianzi took it seriously and glanced at Ji Yuxuanchen with suspicion. Dongfang Wuji, witnessing everything from a distance, was stunned, but before Qing Jianzi could figure it out, Ji Yuxuanchen made his move. Where to strike? Ji Yuxuanchen also asked him a question. "Which foot did you use to step into my sect first?" Then he crippled his foot. Ji Yuxuanchen asked again, "Which hand did you use to kill my grand disciple first?" Before Qing Jianzi could answer, Ji Yuxuanchen broke his hand. Finally, Ji Yuxuanchen asked, "Which eye dared to despise my Xiao Yao sect?" Then he gouged out both of Qing Jianzi's eyes. Qing Jianzi screamed in agony. Ji Yuxuanchen destroyed Qing Jianzi step by step. After he was done, Ji Yuxuanchen said to Qing Jianzi with a blank expression, "What a pity, you answered too late." Qing Jianzi was completely powerless and fell backward onto the ground. Ji Yuxuanchen's eyes lit up with an evil smile. "I'll decide for you then." Seeing this, Dongfang Wuji also risked his life, grabbing his weapon and rushing up to support Qing Jianzi and Shang Zixing. Then asking Han Gong, "Swordmaster, are you alright?" At the same time, Han Gong, the Mo Tianyan siblings, Elder Chuo and the rest of the Xiao Yao sect arrived. Mo Tianyan shouted, "Senior Ji Yu." Then she threw the 1,000 years on iron and the ancient dragon tooth to Ji Yuxuanchen. "Here are the things you wanted." Ji Yuxuanchen caught them and didn't forget to reprimand, "Too slow." Qing Jianzi's martial arts were completely crippled by Ji Yuxuanchen's torture. How could he not hate him? Qing Jianzi shouted without hesitation, "Kill, I will kill him." As soon as the words left his mouth, Qing Jianzi vomited blood, fell to the ground and died on the spot, shocking Dongfang Wuji and Shang Zixing, who immediately resolved to take revenge. "Wuji Palace Master, let's join forces to kill that beast and avenge the Sword Master." Dongfang Wuji agreed with Qing Jianzi's words, "No problem." So the two joined forces. Shang Zixing raised his hammer, which shone brightly, and he shouted, "Jing Ding Zhen Tian," gathering his power. Dongfang Wuji, on the other hand, fought with an iron whip using the Flying Dragon Thunder technique. Both used their full strength, combining their power into one. Mo Tianyan, Han Gong, and the others were worried and bewildered, thrown into the air. Mo Tianyan seemed to recognize Dongfang Wuji and Shang Zixing's ultimate moves. Is this a human Emperor realm expert, to be able to absorb the power of the heavenly Tao laws for their own use? Amidst the chaos of the crowd, Ji Yuxuanchen appeared smug. That's right, perfect timing. Ji Yuxuanchen used the 1,000 years on iron and the ancient dragon tooth. In just a moment, under Ji Yuxuanchen's control, the two items combined, absorbing all of Dongfang Wuji and Shang Zixing's power. A flash of light passed, and Dongfang Wuji and Shang Zixing were so surprised that they were sweating profusely, their eyes wide. That's right, during the battle, Ji Yuxuanchen had absorbed Dongfang Wuji and Shang Zixing's power to forge high-quality weapons for his subordinates. Treasured swords rained down, and Ji Yuxuanchen's people were all overjoyed. Mo Tianyan also picked up a sword, her eyes sparkling as she looked at it. The others were extremely surprised when they saw the swords, unable to believe their eyes. These are all high-grade weapons. Seeing the joyous and surprised expressions on his disciples' faces, Ji Yuxuanchen said, "Take them and play." Dongfang Wuji and Shang Zixing, having had all their power drained by Ji Yuxuanchen, gritted their teeth in hatred, cursing incessantly. He dared to openly use our power to forge weapons for his disciples just now, fighting against two Emperor realm martial artists. And he still has the mind to forge weapons? Is he treating us like monkeys? Damn brat, die. Then Dongfang Wuji and Shang Zixing, still stubborn and oblivious to the vast gap in power, rushed towards Ji Yuxuanchen. Ji Yuxuanchen simply placed his hand gently on his chest, and it seemed as if all light gathered in his hand. Then Ji Yuxuanchen whispered, "Tianwan," and finally extended his hand towards the two men. Dongfang Wuji and Shang Zixing were immediately stunned and fell backward, sent flying by the beam of light as the Sect protecting formation activated. Dust and smoke filled the air, forcing Shang Zixing and Dongfang Wuji to cover their faces, still not understanding what that technique was. This is, before they could even ask, they were both shot by arrows coming from nowhere with nowhere to run. Cough, after easily dealing with the people from the three sects. Ji Yuxuanchen turned and left, saying disdainfully, "As weak as snails, I thought you could play with me a little longer." Ji Yuxuanchen was very pleased with his handling of the situation. This move may not be as good as a corner of the Emperor's scripture, but it's very suitable for dealing with a group of ants like you. The people from the three great sects were scattered by Ji Yuxuanchen's attack. Those who didn't die were crippled, and they all fled. Seeing this, Ji Yuxuanchen's disciples were both shocked and impressed. Elder Chuo seemed to recognize something in Ji Yuxuanchen's move. The Heavenly Illusion Annihilation Formation, that's a long-lost killing formation technique of our Xiao Yao sect. The subordinate next to him heard this, but didn't understand what the Heavenly Illusion Annihilation Formation was. Elder Chuo's face turned pale, and he trembled in fear as he continued. Legend has it that as long as this formation senses the spiritual energy of a martial artist who doesn't belong to the Xiao Yao sect within a 10-li radius, it will kill them all relentlessly. The sight of corpses lying everywhere flashed in Elder Chuo's mind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately shouted, "Quick, run!" Hearing this, the people of the Xiao Yao sect fled for their lives. Hearing Elder Chuo say it was only a 10-li radius, Ji Yuxuanchen closed his eyes and said disdainfully, "Little Ten, oh little Ten, it seems your descendants need to see more of the world." He also gave a contemptuous smile. 10-li, how ridiculous. The people of the sect kept shouting to run. Run quickly. Some ran east, some ran west, but they still couldn't outrun the speed of the arrows. Corpses were scattered everywhere. On the other side, 100 li away, a conflict broke out as Hu Haikuan and his subordinates were escorting Luo Shangxue back to the sect. "Kill!" An unknown subordinate rushed forward with a sword and an aggressive aura saying, "Hu Haikuan, our 3 sects came to visit your mountain with good intentions, yet you dared to kill the elders of our 3 sects. Today your Xiao Yao sect must pay with blood." Hu Haikuan's people were furious and immediately explained, "You need evidence for your claims. Our sect's people haven't left the mountain recently, so how could we have killed your elders?" But the other party wouldn't listen at all. Surrounding Hu Haikuan's people, each holding swords and blades pointed at Hu Haikuan. Hu Haikuan couldn't accept it and cursed loudly. "On the contrary, you are blocking our way back to the sect. What are you trying to do?" The other party remained stubborn and wouldn't listen, intent on killing Hu Haikuan. "No need for nonsense, avenge our master." And so the two sides fought. A subordinate rushed towards Luo Shangxue with a blade. Being attacked so suddenly, Luo Shangxue couldn't defend in time. Seeing that Luo Shangxue couldn't hold her ground, Elder Dao Qian hurriedly ran over to protect her. "Junior sister, be careful." Elder Dao Qian used his weapon to kill the 2 enemies nearby who were harming Luo Shangxue, then turned to ask her, "Are you alright?" Luo Shangxue expressed her gratitude for Elder Dao Qian's help just now. "Thank you, senior brother." Seeing this, Hu Haikuan became suspicious. "What's going on?" Luo Shangxue clearly occupied the best cultivation spot in the Hongming Blessed Land, yet her cultivation is inferior to that of an ordinary sect disciple. To help her cultivate and pass her tribulation, the sect used almost 80% of the spirit stones the Xiao Yao sect had painstakingly accumulated over 10 years. 9 disciples died on the spot because of the lightning tribulation she attracted. Seeing the situation was not good, Hu Haikuan asked Luo Shangxue for help and at the same time tested her. "Elder Luo, can you summon the ancestor to help us? The enemy is upon us now. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on." Luo Shangxue seemed to agree on the surface. "I'll give it a try." But when she started to act, she looked like she was chanting some spell, but her expression was actually tense and she was sweating nervously, cursing inwardly. "What damn ancestor of the Xiao Yao sect, if you're so divine, hurry up and save your useless disciples and grand disciples. This young lady doesn't want to die here." Due to the large number of enemies, Hu Haikuan's people were at a disadvantage and found it difficult to resist. Despite this, Hu Haikuan's people fought with all their might. "Sect master, they are attacking us in droves, fighting relentlessly." "Why waste words on them?" Another person nearby also agreed. "Well said, fight to the death, avenge our fallen fellow disciples." As soon as the words were spoken, subordinates from both sides were hit by arrows one after another and fell. Hu Haikuan, Luo Shangxue, and the subordinates from the 3 sects were all surprised and confused by this. The dust and smoke drew closer and Elder Dao Qian stood there blankly, watching. Hu Haikuan knew nothing and naively thought that Luo Shangxue had truly made the ancestor appear. He knelt on the ground, raised his hands to the sky and gave thanks. "This is the heavenly illusion annihilation formation. The ancestor has made his move. He helped us eliminate the enemy." But this was actually a technique cast by Ji Yuxuanchen. It seems Ji Yuxuanchen has found what he was looking for. His eyes shining, a wicked smile on his face. "Finally caught you, Luo Shangxue." Luo Shangxue was still bewildered by what had just happened. Seeing Ji Yuxuanchen fly out, Mo Tianyan turned in confusion and asked Han Gong, "Brother Han, where is Senior Ji Yu going?" On the other side, outside the sect, Hu Haikuan was completely oblivious, naively urging Luo Shangxue to ask for Ji Yuxuanchen's help. "Hey, Elder Luo, quickly convey a message to the ancestor and ask him to guide us on what to do next." Luo Shangxue stammered in reply, "Yes, yes," but her mind was racing with thoughts. "What's going on? I clearly didn't do anything just now." Then she also tried hard to pretend to convey her intentions to Ji Yuxuanchen. While she was conveying her intentions, a loud voice reminded Luo Shangxue, "Junior sister, be careful." A strong light shot down right in front of Luo Shangxue. She hurriedly dodged the small explosion. From that bright spiritual energy, Ji Yuxuanchen appeared, his eyes cold. He greeted Luo Shangxue with a stern voice. "Luo Shangxue, long time no see." Elder Dao Qian hurriedly stood in front of Luo Shangxue, and he arrogantly asked loudly, "Who are you?" Luo Shangxue gritted her teeth and angrily questioned Ji Yuxuanchen. Ji Yuxuanchen, why are you here? Didn't I personally cripple your Dantian?" Ji Yuxuanchen just smiled contemptuously and replied to her, "It's good that you haven't forgotten." Hu Haikuan turned to Luo Shangxue in confusion and asked, "This elder, do you know him?" Luo Shangxue answered arrogantly, her tone filled with contempt for Ji Yuxuanchen. "He was the useless husband my family arranged for me, but I kicked him out long ago." Then Luo Shengxue added fuel to the fire, deliberately twisting the story in the wrong direction. She continued, Sect Master, it's strange that this guy is here. I think he must have bad intentions, colluding with the three great sects to take revenge on the Xiao Yao sect. Hu Haiquan didn't understand what was happening and blindly believed Luo Shengxue. He rushed up aggressively to attack Ji Yuxuanchen. As he rushed, he questioned Ji Yuxuanchen. Is what she said true? Ji Yuxuanchen didn't answer but seriously asked Hu Haiquan, You are the current sect master? Hu Haiquan roared angrily. I'm asking you. With just one move, Hu Haiquan was sent flying, vomiting blood. Ji Yuxuanchen just said lightly, HMPH, what a farce. The disciples under Hu Haiquan hurriedly supported their sect master. They scolded Ji Yuxuanchen unhappily. You brat, how dare you hit the sect master? Ji Yuxuanchen replied calmly. I hit him, so what? Ji Yuxuanchen continued to raise his voice, sternly questioning Hu Haiquan. I heard your ancestor guided you to Anyang City to find a genius. How did you end up bringing back this piece of trash? Luo Shengxue, Ji Yuxuanchen continued to scold. After staying in the Hongming Blessed Land for so long, she only broke through to the early stage of the Cave Heaven realm. Ah, and you call this a genius? Being ridiculed, Luo Shengxue screamed. What did you say? Ji Yuxuanchen ignored her and continued to reprimand Hu Haiquan. The Xiao Yao sect has so many talented people, yet you failed to see them and even made them mountain guards. Are you even fit to be the sect master? Being reprimanded repeatedly, Hu Haiquan shouted in anger. Shut up! Luo Shengxue continued her sweet talk, tricking Hu Haiquan into believing her. Sect master, don't listen to his nonsense. Then she threatened Ji Yuxuanchen. Ji Yuxuanchen, you dare to insult the sect master here, I won't let you off today. After speaking, she quickly drew her sword. Watch this move. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Ji Yuxuanchen's face, but he still stood like a statue, his eyes firm, fearlessly looking at Luo Shengxue. She continued her attack while Ji Yuxuanchen activated his shield. Elder Dao Qian just stood aside, watching the scene of her about to be taught a lesson. That's right, she was completely overwhelmed by Ji Yuxuanchen's move. She fell on her back, unable to fight back. Only then did Ji Yuxuanchen ask the people of the sect in return, Tisk tisk, is this the genius in your eyes? After asking, Ji Yuxuanchen also retracted his shield. Luo Shengxue looked at Ji Yuxuanchen with a face full of questions. Ji Yuxuanchen, you, she wondered to herself. How is that possible? When did his martial arts become so powerful? I couldn't even see how he made his move. The crowd gathered around to support Luo Shengxue, asking her, Elder Luo, are you alright? Junior sister, are you okay? Hu Haiquan, still unwilling to see right from wrong, aggressively wanted to counterattack Ji Yuxuanchen and avenge Luo Shengxue. He raised his blade at Ji Yuxuanchen and said loudly, You dare to harm a disciple of our Xiao Yao sect. I, the sect master, will not let you off. Today I will teach you a lesson. Hu Haiquan swung his sword and rushed towards Ji Yuxuanchen, but he remained calm and composed, making Hu Haiquan stop bewildered. It turned out that reinforcements had arrived, and it was unclear whether they were from the three sects or Ji Yuxuanchen's. Hu Haiquan's subordinate reported in a panic. Sect master, this is bad. Dozens of Cave Heaven realm experts are heading our way. They must be reinforcements sent by the three sects. Hu Haiquan ordered. Prepare to face the enemy. The reinforcements continued to approach, while Ji Yuxuanchen remained calm and unruffled. It turned out they were Ji Yuxuanchen's subordinates led by Mo Tianyan and Han Gong. Everyone knelt down and greeted Ji Yuxuanchen in unison. Greetings, Senior Ji Yu. Greetings, Sect Master. The Sect Master of the Xiao Yao sect was stunned. Elder Chuo, Han Gong, Mo Tianyan. Hu Haiquan couldn't even stand steadily. Heavens, you, what on earth happened? Mo Tianyan explained to Hu Haiquan with great joy. Sect Master, thanks to Senior Gu's guidance, we all broke through to the Cave Heaven realm during this time. Han Gong was even more exaggerated. He was moved to tears of heartfelt gratitude. Yes, and that terrifying celestial human lightning tribulation, Senior Ji Yu helped us easily endure it. Hu Haiquan and his group's mouths were agape, all of them astonished. All of you, all dozens of you, passed the celestial human lightning tribulation, Mo Tianyan quickly replied. Yes. Hu Haiquan frowned and looked at Ji Yuxuanchen, suspecting to himself, who on earth is he? Ji Yuxuanchen then approached Hu Haiquan and asked him in a soft voice, I think I heard you say just now, Ji Yuxuanchen's face became even more ferocious, that you wanted to teach me a lesson. The scene switched and everyone was back in the main hall of the Xiao Yao sect. Hu Haiquan and his group all had the same thought. Who on earth was Ji Yuxuanchen? Then they asked with doubt, Are you really a reclusive senior of our Xiao Yao sect? Luo Shengxue stubbornly tried to persuade the sect master. Sect master, it's impossible. He's just a live-in son-in-law of our Luo family, a good-for-nothing. I kept him locked in the dungeon for 2 whole years and I even crippled his dantian. Luo Shengxue spoke without reservation, continuing to find reasons to prove that Ji Yuxuanchen was not the reclusive senior Ji Yu. She said, He's been in Anyang City all these years, how could he be a reclusive senior of the Xiao Yao sect? Mo Tianyan found this jarring to hear. She spoke up, reminding Luo Shengxue not to be disrespectful to Senior Ji Yu. Elder Luo, although you are the one designated by the ancestor, if you are disrespectful to Senior Ji Yu, Tianyan's tone became even sterner, then don't blame us for being impolite. Luo Shengxue was enraged by Tianyan and roared back angrily, I'd like to see who dares to touch me. Then Luo Shengxue turned to Hu Haiquan to complain, Sect Master. Ji Yuxuanchen clearly tried to sneak attack me just now. If you don't kill him, she continued. When the ancestor brings down his punishment, let's see how you'll explain yourself. Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen finally asked Luo Shangxue in return, "Miss, you say you can communicate with Xiao Yao? Say it once for me to hear." When Hu Haiquan heard Ji Yuxuanchen speak the name of the Xiao Yao sect's ancestor directly, he roared, how dare you speak the ancestor's name directly in the main hall?" He then thought to himself that the ancestor had been missing for 100 years and had only just designated Luo Shangxue. With that thought, Hu Haiquan pointed at Ji Yuxuanchen and scolded, "Considering you've done a lot of good for our sect, if you kowtow and apologize to the ancestor's statue now, don't blame me for being merciless." Though he said this, Hu Haiquan was thinking, as the sect master, even if I offend a senior I cannot fail to live up to the ancestor's expectations. Ji Yuxuanchen grew tired of hearing this, and just sighed in reply. "Alas, little Xiao, your judgment of character is truly poor. How did you let someone like this become the sect master?" Hu Haiquan hurriedly raised his blade to attack Ji Yuxuanchen. He roared, still talking tough. Ji Yuxuanchen calmly closed his eyes, then gently raised a finger as if signaling something. This left Hu Haiquan bewildered, and he stopped in his tracks. Ji Yuxuanchen pointed to the statue of martial emperor Xiao Yao, and then said to Hu Haiquan, "You want me to kowtow and apologize to your ancestor? Then go ask him." At this point, Ji Yuxuanchen's eyes flashed, and he continued sternly, "See if he can bear it." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Haiquan's group, Luo Shangxue and the few disciples Hu Haiquan had brought, were all sent flying by an unknown technique, crashing to the ground. The crowd screamed in chaos as Hu Haiquan fell backward. At this moment, Elder Dao Qian looked at the strong light and exclaimed in astonishment, This is the Xiao Yao Emperor's scripture." Just then, the stone statue of Xiao Yao took a step, walking forward step by step, its footfalls heavy, gradually approaching Ji Yuxuanchen behind them. Mo Tianyan shouted, "Look, the ancestor's statue is moving." Luo Shangxue, not understanding what was happening, gloated secretly and mocked Ji Yuxuanchen. "Ji Yuxuanchen, you're dead. You were disrespectful to the ancestor just now. His venerable self has manifested and is coming to kill you." The statue of martial emperor Xiao Yao continued to move. The statue bowed and spoke, "Disciple Xiao Yao pays his respects to master." Below, from Hu Haiquan and Luo Shangxue to Mo Tianyan, Han Gang and the others, everyone was thunderstruck, unable to believe their ears. "Master," Ji Yuxuanchen then spoke, "I'll ask again. You want me to kowtow and apologize? Can he bear it?" Hu Haiquan hurriedly came forward and kowtowed repeatedly. He repented. "It is this disciple who was blind and offended the celestial ancestor. I begged the celestial ancestor for forgiveness." With his head bowed, Hu Haiquan thought in terror. Legend has it that his venerable self died in a lightning tribulation, yet he's still alive. Could this person before me be the legendary master of our ancestor? All the other disciples of the Xiao Yao sect hurriedly kowtowed and paid their respects to Ji Yuxuanchen, while Luo Shangxue collapsed to the ground, terrified. Above, Ji Yuxuanchen looked down with a triumphant gaze. Luo Shangxue still trembled, unwilling to believe. Impossible, impossible. The statue of martial emperor Xiao Yao spoke again. "Master, your disciple was incompetent. I spent over 100 years searching for you without success, and even wrongly guessed that you were in the sacred domain." Ji Yuxuanchen waved his hand, signaling his forgiveness to Xiao Yao. "Since you've already ascended to the sacred domain, you should go back quickly. In your current state, you cannot withstand the punishment for crossing realms. We master and disciple will meet again one day." The Xiao Yao statue said, "Disciple obeys." Then the Xiao Yao statue commanded the disciples, "All disciples of the Xiao Yao sect must respect him as you respect me." Led by sect master Hu Haiquan, all the disciples kowtowed and accepted the command. "We pay our respects to the celestial ancestor and will heed the ancestor's teachings." All the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect kowtowed except for Luo Shangxue, who remained collapsed on the ground, dazed and unable to believe it. She turned to look at the disciples behind her, thinking in confusion. What's going on? Isn't he the good-for-nothing of our Luo family? How did he become the master of martial emperor Xiao Yao? After a moment of bewilderment, Luo Shangxue also hurriedly kowtowed and paid her respects. Disciple Luo Shangxue pays her respects to the celestial ancestor. She pleaded tremblingly with Ji Yuxuanchen, "I hope the celestial ancestor will spare my life for the sake of our past marriage." Ji Yuxuanchen found this laughable. With a single move as fast as lightning, Luo Shangxue was sent flying and fell backward. Above, Ji Yuxuanchen said calmly, "Is the head of the punishment hall present?" Shen Xiaoyue hurriedly stepped forward to greet Ji Yuxuanchen. "Shen Xiaoyue of the punishment hall pays my respects to the celestial ancestor." When Ji Yuxuanchen saw him, the fire of vengeance flashed in his eyes. He spoke sternly to Shen Xiaoyue, "Cripple her cultivation and lock her in the punishment hall for 6 years." Ji Yuxuanchen continued, "Then throw her out of the Xiao Yao sect." Luo Shangxue collapsed to the ground, filled with terror. The head of the punishment hall dared not disobey and replied loudly, "As you command, celestial ancestor." Luo Shangxue was extremely indignant. She screamed insults, "Ji Yuxuanchen, you, how dare you do this to me? My Luo family will not let you off." Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen couldn't help but sneer. "The Luo family, haha." Ji Yuxuanchen smugly told Luo Shangxue, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, the 107 members of your Luo family have all been killed by me. You're the only one left, how about that?" Ji Yuxuanchen lifted Luo Shangxue's face and continued to mock her. Tell me, how are they going to not let me off? Luo Shangshui's eyes were bloodshot with rage and tears streamed down. She roared, "You devil, you might as well just kill me with one strike." Jiyu Xuanchen calmly and smugly replied, "Ah, me kill you, how could I let you off so easily?" Then Jiyu Xuanchen's gaze fixed on Luo Shangshui. "I want you to live so you can witness with your own eyes how my Jiyu family rises." Luo Shangshui's tear-filled eyes held only silence as she listened to Jiyu Xuanchen's punishment for her. Jiyu Xuanchen continued, "I want you for the rest of your life to have no way to live," he emphasized his tone, "and no way to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Xiaoyue pulled out a thick iron chain. Seeing the cold glint of the chain, Luo Shangshui wailed in terror, "No, don't, Jiyu Xuanchen, you madman." Before she could finish, Shen Xiaoyue had already locked the chain around her neck. He glared at her. "Celestial Ancestor, rest assured, this disciple guarantees that the next 6 years will feel like a lifetime to her." The iron hook also pierced her mouth. Shen Xiaoyue continued, "And she will never be able to utter another disrespectful word." A rather tragic scene befell Luo Shangshui. Shen Xiaoyue grabbed her by the neck and lifted her high. The iron hook swiftly cut out her tongue. She could only tremble and make muffled sounds. My tongue, I'll kill you." After the punishment was carried out, Shen Xiaoyue dragged Luo Shangshui away like a dog. The disciples of the Xiao Yao sect knelt obediently on the ground witnessing it all. When it was over, Hu Haikuan bowed respectfully to ask for Jiyu Xuanchen's instructions. "I wonder what commands the Celestial Ancestor has for us next. We are willing to follow the Celestial Ancestor's orders." Jiyu Xuanchen felt awkward being called Celestial Ancestor all the time. He ordered Hu Haikuan and all his grand disciples, "All right, stop calling me Celestial Ancestor, just call me Master." One of Hu Haikuan's subordinates stepped forward and asked, "Celestial Ancestor, no Master, you have come out of seclusion this time. You must have some detailed plan, right?" Jiyu Xuanchen replied calmly, "I have no plan for now, but I want to ask, where is this Leo cult master you mentioned hiding?" The scene switched to the main hall of the Leo cult where several subordinates were anxiously reporting to their cult master. "Cultmaster, the Xiao Yao sect has truly rebelled. They dared to declare war on the people of the 3 sects," another person also said anxiously. "The envoy we sent was also killed. This is a clear sign of disrespect to our Leo cult." The Leo cult master, Lai Yan, his face tense and his expression fierce, ordered, "Count the men and immediately encircle and annihilate the Xiao Yao sect." The order was only half given, and before the troops could be dispatched, a beam of light from Jiyu Xuanchen appeared. Lai Yan roared, "Who are you?" Jiyu Xuanchen replied with a steady gaze, "A bunch of clowns are not worthy of asking my name." Lai Yan's subordinates were chained by Jiyu Xuanchen, bloody and mangled, pleading for help. Cult master." Lai Yan sat still, his anger rising. He let out a great roar and rushed forward to counterattack. "You brat, die!" He rushed even faster towards where Jiyu Xuanchen stood. Flames bupted as if to burn the entire space. Lai Yan attacked Jiyu Xuanchen with all his might, every punch and kick using his full strength, wanting to take Jiyu Xuanchen's life. Suddenly, Lai Yan's arm was severed and fell off. He howled in pain. "Ah, my arm!" Jiyu Xuanchen, on the other hand, stood majestically, holding a sharp sword, looking at the result of his work. Lai Yan, with his right arm cut off, moaned and lay on the ground looking at Jiyu Xuanchen. He asked calmly, "The Leo cult, right?" Then he took out an unknown fire pearl, held it before the man's face and said smugly, "Then I'll let you die a fitting death." Instantly, a great fire blazed. Lai Yan's subordinates scattered and fled, screaming and trampling each other. "Run, run!" Mo Tianyun and Han Gong witnessed all this from outside. Mo Tianyun said in utter astonishment, "Heaven, Sect Master, is this real?" Looking at the scene of the entire Leo cult engulfed in flames, Mo Tianyun still couldn't believe it. The Leo cult that has oppressed us for hundreds of years was wiped out in one night? Hu Haikuan was very happy at this moment. He replied, "Calm down. From now on, follow Master and don't make a fuss over things like this, lest you disgrace Master." Hu Haikuan couldn't hide his smugness and grinned from ear to ear. Seeing this, Mo Tianyun quickly reminded him in a low voice, "Sect Master, can you control the corners of your rising mouth?" Then Hu Haikuan raised his treasured sword. He ordered all the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, "All disciples of the sect, hear my command, follow me." So Hu Haikuan, holding his sword, led all the disciples of the sect, all rushing towards the Leo cult. Hu Haikuan shouted, "Kill!" Amidst the great fire, the people of the Leo cult were eliminated one by the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. The once thriving Leo cult of the Xian nation was wiped from the continent overnight, while the Xiao Yao sect, which had been in decline for 100 years, rose strongly, slaughtering in all directions. The chaotic and bloody scene soon ended. The scene now switched to under a lush, cool tree. That was the tree of the Hongming Blessed Land. Jiyu Xuanchen stood before the tall Hongming tree, talking to himself. "I thought the spiritual energy in the Xiao Yao sect was thin, but I didn't expect this Hongming tree to grow better than I thought." Then he thought of Yuhan at home. "The Xiao Yao sect has been reorganized now. As long as I bring back the Hongming fruit, I can unlock Yuhan's chaotic celestial body." Just then a voice came from within the Hongming tree. "Disciple Xiaomeng pays her respects to Master." This startled Jiyu Xuanchen and made him suspicious. He struck out with a move. "Come out here." The cute Xiaomeng had just peeked out when she was hit by her master's move. She was terrified. Xiaomeng hugged Ji Yuxuanchen and complained, "Master, why did you hit Xiaomeng as soon as you arrived?" Ji Yuxuanchen said with confusion. "Disciple Xiaomeng," then he thought to himself. "When did I ever take such a disciple?" Xiaomeng wailed and said aggrievely, "Has Master forgotten Xiaomeng? Back then when you were teaching senior brother Xiao Yao the profound mysteries of the heavenly Tao, Xiaomeng was listening by the side 100 years later. I finally gained sentience." Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen finally realized and replied, "You're the Hongming tree?" Xiaomeng hugged Ji Yuxuanchen again and said happily, "Master finally remembers Xiaomeng." Ji Yuxuanchen coldly pushed Xiaomeng away, looked at her and thought, she gained sentience before even bearing fruit and even managed to take human form. Then he commanded Han Gong. Han Gong. Han Gong quickly accepted the order. "Disciple is here." Ji Yuxuanchen loudly ordered Han Gong, "Gather all the celestial human realm martial artists at the cave heaven realm and above in the Xiao Yao sect and bring them to the Hongming blessed land." After Han Gong went to gather them about an incense stick's time later, all the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect came before Ji Yuxuanchen, who Haikuan led the way and respectfully reported the situation. Reporting to Master, the number has been counted. The sect has a total of 101 cave heaven realm disciples. Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen just flicked his finger lightly, and the Ling in divine palace appeared. Seeing this, Hu Haikuan and the disciples were all very surprised. Hu Haikuan rubbed his eyes because it was too unbelievable. He just marveled in his heart. Master can actually move the Ling in divine palace from under the spiritual river here so easily? Heavens! The river water surged more violently, accompanied by spiritual energy emerging from the Hongming tree, merging with it. The Ling in divine palace appeared more and more clearly, and the spiritual energy of the Hongming tree surged even more strongly towards the Ling in divine palace. The spiritual energies of the Hongming tree and the Ling in divine palace were circulating and generating each other. At this moment, Ji Yuxuanchen ordered the disciples, "Everyone go cultivate quickly, it's getting late." Thunder and lightning began to roar wave after wave, and the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were all panicked. "Master, we seem to feel the celestial human lightning tribulation." Some disciples who had never seen the celestial human lightning tribulation trembled incomparably. "Is this the lightning tribulation for ascending to the human emperor realm? It's too terrifying." Mo Tianyan also saw this scene. She just wondered in her heart, the celestial human lightning tribulation of over 100 people, what on earth does Master want to do? At this time Ji Yuxuanchen stretched out his hand and gently circulated his spiritual energy. Heavenly illusion into emptiness, 7 stars aligned. Then he decisively injected the spiritual energy into the bodies of the disciples. Connect. As Ji Yuxuanchen's word connect sounded, the spiritual energy flew towards the lightning tribulation one after another, merging with it. Mo Tianyan exclaimed, "Wait, is Master trying to inject all the heavenly Tao laws into the Hongming tree?" Just then, Ji Yuxuanchen shouted again, "Gather!" Instantly, the laws and the lightning tribulation struck the Hongming tree together. A majestic energy poured down, enveloping the entire tree. The entire Hongming tree underwent a huge change. This energy surged through the trunk, and Xiaomeng, in the heart of the tree, also comprehended all this energy. She transformed into a mature young woman, no longer a small figure. Xiaomeng was overjoyed and thanked Ji Yuxuanchen. "Disciple Xiaomeng, thank you for your great kindness, Master." While happy, Xiaomeng suddenly started crying again. It's all this damn lightning tribulation's fault, it made my eyelashes fall out." After crying for a while, Xiaomeng happily took out a gift to repay Ji Yuxuanchen. She held a basket of fruits and said to him, "Master, please eat this Hongming fruit." Ji Yuxuanchen did not hesitate and immediately agreed. "All right, I'll take it." Then he stretched out his hand and guided the lightning tribulation towards the Hongming fruit. Ji Yuxuanchen concentrated on chanting the incantation, guiding the lightning tribulation. He rotated his hands for a moment, and when the time was right, Ji Yuxuanchen opened his eyes with a determined gaze and guided the spiritual energy. A powerful spiritual energy emanated from Ji Yuxuanchen's body. With a loud bang, dust and dirt flew everywhere. This astonished the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, who witnessed everything. After Ji Yuxuanchen finished, he rejoiced in his heart. The Hongming fruit tempered by the lightning tribulation is indeed full of spiritual energy, and it also contains the power of the lightning tribulation. I will make good use of it in the future. After the success, the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect and Xiaomeng all cheered and congratulated. "Congratulations, Master, on your strength reaching a new level." The scene switched back to the main hall of the Jiyu family. Ji Yuxuanchen must have brought the Hongming fruit back. Indeed, Yuhan was having her spiritual energy transformed, and she slowly felt the laws from the Hongming fruit. After a while of transformation, she finally succeeded. Yuhan was ecstatic. She hugged Ji Yuxuanchen and said happily, "Brother, I can finally cultivate." The mischievous Xiaomeng, who had appeared from nowhere, also pounced on Ji Yuxuanchen from behind and hugged him. "That's great, martial ant." Ji Yuxuanchen felt like he was about to suffocate. The head of the pill hall had been astonished ever since Ji Yuxuanchen returned. He thought to himself, legend has it that it takes 100 years for the Hongming tree to gain sentience, and it needs to comprehend the Tao to attract the lightning tribulation to take form. But now young Master Jiyu can not only help the Hongming tree take form but also produce Hongming fruits that have passed the heavenly tribulation. On the other side, the mischievous Xiaomeng was being dragged away by Jiyu Xuanchen by her collar. Xiaomeng kept whining, asking Jiyu Xuanchen to praise her. Master, praise Xiaomeng. The head of the pill hall looked towards the Xiao Yao sect and felt even more admiration in his heart. But the most shocking thing is that young Master Jiyu actually subdued the entire Xiao Yao sect. At this time, the group from the Xiao Yao sect was respectfully congratulating Yuhan on her successful transformation. Congratulations, Miss Yuhan. The head of the pill hall, Dao Qian, was now hiding behind a door in fear, thinking, I didn't offend young Master Jiyu before, did I? Phew. Hu Haiquan then continued to congratulate Jiyu Xuanchen's second uncle. However, Hu Haiquan felt a bit awkward and found it hard to speak. Grand Marshal Uncle, congratulations. Jiyu Kaiyuan, the second uncle, amiably walked up to Hu Haiquan and replied, Sect Master Hu, you flatter me. At this point, Jiyu Xuanchen came out to smooth things over. From now on, address each other according to your own seniority. You can interact normally. Hu Haiquan and the second uncle both happily agreed. Yes. Afterwards the atmosphere quieted down, and Yuhan expressed her feelings softly. Brother, if only father could see the rise of the Jiyu family today, that would be wonderful. Jiyu Xuanchen remained silent, seemingly with a plan in mind. He ordered Jiyu Kaiyuan, second uncle, come with me. The second uncle also readily agreed. Yes. The two walked to the courtyard of the Jiyu family. The trees were green and shady, the sky was blue and high. The scenery of the Jiyu family at this moment was more peaceful than ever. The two strolled leisurely. Jiyu Xuanchen then inquired about something from Jiyu Kaiyuan. Second uncle, I want to ask you, when father left 2 years ago, did he say where he was going? While waiting for his second uncle's answer, Jiyu Xuanchen searched through the memories of the body he occupied. Jiyu Tianhua was this body's father. When Jiyu Xuanchen was young, Jiyu Tianhua had taught him martial arts very diligently. Chenner, you must always hold the sword in your hand tightly. Jiyu Xuanchen continued to recall fragments of his memory. Although the owner of this body had mediocre talent, Jiyu Tianhua always taught him very carefully. Returning to the memory of Jiyu Tianhua teaching this body martial arts, Jiyu Tianhua sternly reminded, this is the dignity of a martial artist. The Jiyu Xuanchen of that time was also very obedient to his father. Your son will remember father's teachings. When Jiyu Xuanchen was to become a live-in son-in-law of the Luo family, his father was the first to object. In the end, unable to persuade the clansman, he left home in a fit of anger. At this point, the second uncle explained to Jiyu Xuanchen, Chenner, I really shouldn't have hidden this from you. Actually, when you became a live-in son-in-law of the Luo family, your father didn't leave because he was angry. He left to save you. Jiyu Xuanchen looked bewildered. Save me, Jiyu Kaiyuan continued. This matter starts with your mother. Jiyu Xuanchen hurriedly interrupted. My mother. Didn't they say she died from complications after giving birth to Yuhan? At this point, the second uncle revealed the truth. HMPH, that was just the story for outsiders. The truth is, your mother came from the Long family of Wangu continent. After giving birth to Yuhan, she was taken back. Jiyu Xuanchen was shocked. What? Jiyu Xuanchen replied to his second uncle. I remember Wangu continent is the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the southern wasteland. The Long family is one of the major families there. His second uncle replied with tears in his eyes. That's right. Back then, when you were forced to become a live-in son-in-law, your father intended to find your mother and ask the Long family to help save you. Who knew that once he left there would be no news of him? At this point, the second uncle gently advised Jiyu Xuanchen, Xuanchen, now that your power has greatly increased, why don't you go find them? As the conversation ended, an eagle circled in front of the Jiyu residence. Following his second uncle's advice and carrying his hopes, Jiyu Xuanchen had now flown to the land of Wangu continent. After a long journey, Jiyu Xuanchen finally set foot on this land. He walked slowly through the forests of Wangu continent, sensing things in his heart. Wangu continent truly lives up to its name. The closer I get, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. Looking around, the forest is vast and boundless. Jiyu Xuanchen contemplated his plan for coming here. This trip to Wangu continent had two purposes. One, to cultivate using the spiritual energy, and two, to find Yuhan's parents. It was killing two birds with one stone. Jiyu Xuanchen continued to move through the forest. He decided that the spiritual energy was densest here, so it wouldn't be too late to cultivate for a while before continuing on his way. Thus, Jiyu Xuanchen sat down in a cave. He began to cultivate seriously. As he was cultivating, there was a sound at the cave entrance. A child had run into Jiyu Xuanchen's barrier. She said to her grandfather, Grandpa, why did someone set up a formation at the entrance of the cave? The little girl's grandfather also reached out to touch the barrier. The little girl continued, Now we can't get out. The old man then gently said to the little girl, But this is a level 4 illusionary formation for assisting cultivation. It's not offensive. Then the old man said to the little girl again, Since we can't get out, we might as well use this illusionary formation to temper your state of mind. The little girl seemed a bit reluctant and replied, I know. The little girl was unhappy about being forced to cultivate by her grandfather. She thought angrily, What bad luck, I can't even escape cultivation when I come to gather herbs with Grandpa. Night fell, and soon it was the next morning. Jiyu Xuanchen let out a refreshing breath. He slowly stood up, preparing to leave the cave. The little girl, Tunger, pointed at Ji Yuxuanchen and said loudly, "Grandpa, he's finally finished," her grandfather hurriedly reminded her. "Tunger, don't be rude." Ji Yuxuanchen had already noticed the two of them. The old man said to him enthusiastically, "Hee, my teachings are not strict." "My apologies for the poor display, young sir," Ji Yuxuanchen only replied with one sentence. "It's nothing." As he spoke, he turned to leave, thinking to himself as he walked, "This grandfather and granddaughter were trapped here by my formation." Just as he was thinking, the old man stepped forward to ask for Ji Yuxuanchen's advice. "Young sir, your formation just now was truly brilliant. May I ask which school you learned it from?" Ji Yuxuanchen replied in a clear voice. "The Xiao Yao sect." After getting his answer, the old man once again invited Ji Yuxuanchen to his residence for a chat. "Wait, young sir, you are a rare talent. I wonder if you would do me the honor of visiting my home." Ji Yuxuanchen refused. "Thank you, but I have important matters to attend to and cannot disturb you." With that, Ji Yuxuanchen flew away. The old man remained where he was, thinking in a daze. "The Xiao Yao sect, why don't I remember there being such a power in the southern wasteland? How strange." Tunger, who was picking mushrooms, hurriedly replied, "How could there not be? Wasn't the sect fourth aunt went to in the Xian nation called the Xiao Yao sect?" The old man nodded. "How could such a barren place as the Xian nation produce such a genius in formations? Truly impressive." Tunger followed playfully behind, flattering her grandfather. "What genius? In front of Grandpa, a master of formations, he's nothing but a weakling," the old man instructed Tunger. "Tunger, you're wrong. Even I couldn't break his illusionary formation." Tunger was flustered. "What?" The old man and Tunger went home together. As they walked, her grandfather continued to tell Tunger, "However, I gained some insight from his illusionary formation just now. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to advance to a level 6 formation master." They soon arrived at the main city of Wangu continent. Ji Yuxuanchen quietly looked at the majestic Wangu continent, holding a jade bracelet in his hand. He recalled what Ji Yuan had said to him before he came here. "This is all that your father left behind." Ji Yuxuanchen stared at the jade pendant. The jade pendant glowed, and he asked himself, "This jade pendant is..." His expression changed as if he were performing some kind of technique. Star divination art. His eyes widened and he held the jade pendant tightly in his hand. Ji Yuxuanchen activated a mode 1,000-mile tracking. He saw two people, though it was still unclear who they were. The view moved closer and closer to these two people, becoming clearer and clearer. When he saw Qi Zian clearly, Ji Yuxuanchen exclaimed, "Found them." In a certain restaurant, Qi Zian's maid was worriedly reminding her, "Miss, don't drink anymore." Qi Zian wouldn't listen. She angrily yelled at her maid, "Don't bother me." Qi Zian was the eldest daughter of the Qi family. In the distance, two men were staring at her. They were talking about her. "Look, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Qi family, the alchemy clan? Why is she here drinking her sorrows away?" Another man replied. "I heard that the legendary alchemy genius young Master Han likes her and is preparing to propose marriage." Seeing Qi Zian's sorrowful expression, the two men continued to discuss. "Is that so? Isn't that a good thing? Why the long face?" On Qi Zian's side, she continued to indulge herself, ordering her maid, "Xiao Yu, hurry and pour more wine." Xiao Yu was very worried about her mistress. She said softly, "Miss." Just then, Ji Yuxuanchen walked into the restaurant. He called out in a loud voice, "Where's the waiter?" The waiter enthusiastically ran out to greet him. "Sir, I'll be right there." Ji Yuxuanchen deliberately sat at the table next to Qi Zian, observing her intently. After a while, Ji Yuxuanchen discovered the scent of Ji Tianhua on them. Although it was faint, it proved they had been in contact with him within the last year at least. By now, Qi Zian had noticed Ji Yuxuanchen while the waiter was still busy asking Ji Yuxuanchen what he wanted to order. "Sir, what would you like to order?" Ji Yuxuanchen then deliberately looked at Zian and said to the waiter in a showy manner, "2 caddies of good wine." The waiter quickly replied, "All right, coming right up." Qi Zian knew Ji Yuxuanchen had been staring at her. Her face turned red and she clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. She picked up the wine pot, stood up and left her table. Xiao Yu asked blankly, "Miss, what are you doing?" Zian walked to Ji Yuxuanchen's table with the wine pot. She held the pot up to him and said, "This gentleman," she shyly continued, "don't you feel bored drinking alone? Why don't we drink together?" Ji Yuxuanchen seemed to have achieved his goal and happily agreed. "Please sit. I was just wondering how to strike up a conversation with you, but I didn't expect you to come over yourself." Zian sat down opposite him naturally and started a conversation. "You look unfamiliar, sir. Where are you from? May I ask what brings you to Wangu continent?" Ji Yuxuanchen then replied softly, "I am from the Xian nation. I came here to find my relatives." He took out his father's portrait and asked Zian, "I wonder if you two ladies have seen my father?" Xiao Yu was stunned. "Miss, isn't this Uncle Ji Yu?" Ji Yuxuanchen pressed on. "You know him?" Xiao Yu then recounted what had happened back then. She said, "Back then, Uncle was seriously injured when he entered Wangu continent and fainted next to the garrison hall. Our young mistress brought him back to the Qi family for treatment. Later, the master learned that he was the son-in-law of the Long family and sent him there. We just never saw him come out again." Xiao Yu continued. "However, I heard from people outside that he seems to have been placed under house arrest by the Long family." Qi Zian hurriedly interrupted, "Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense." At this moment, Ji Yuxuanchen spoke up to ask for help. "I wonder if you two ladies could show me the way to the Long family." Qi Zian had a worried look on her face. She reminded him, This gentleman, if you go rashly, I'm afraid you'll end up like your father, never to return. Ji Yuxuanchen raised his wine cup and smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own ways. After hearing this, Xiao Yu just smiled slightly. Xiao Yu continued Ji Yuxuanchen's words, saying, Young master, don't be foolish. This is Wangu continent. You probably don't know the strength of the Long family, do you? And so, Xiao Yu began to introduce the origins of the Long family. The Long family established its footing in Wangu continent through formations. The family has 3 level 5 formation masters and many void-returning realm experts holding the fort. Qi Zian poured wine while persuading Ji Yuxuanchen, Young master, don't be impulsive. Instead of rushing into the Long family, it would be better to find a way to lure your father out. Ji Yuxuanchen listened, seeming to find it reasonable. He replied thoughtfully, Oh, what method do you have to lure him out? Qi Zian poured wine for Ji Yuxuanchen and replied calmly, I do have a method, but I'm not sure if young master is willing to make a small sacrifice. Ji Yuxuanchen urged Zian, just say it. Zian's red lips parted slightly as she revealed the method. Zian excitedly pointed at Ji Yuxuanchen and continued, You marry into the Qi family. Ji Yuxuanchen looked helpless, sweat pouring down as he replied, expressing his disapproval. What kind of terrible idea is this? Qi Zian continued to persuade him. With the Qi family's current status in Wangu continent, if we get married, the Long family will definitely attend. Then you'll be able to find out Uncle Gu's whereabouts. Ji Yuxuanchen interrupted and directly refused. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. Qi Zian was stunned. Ji Yuxuanchen said confidently, No one can stop me from doing what I want. At this moment, Xiao Yu and Qi Zian exchanged a look, both understanding the other's intention. Because Qi Zian didn't want to marry that guy named Han Zi, Xiao Yu was now crying desperately, hugging Ji Yuxuanchen's leg and pleading, Young master Ji Yu, how can you be so heartless? Ji Yuxuanchen was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. He struggled and shouted, Hey, let go. Xiao Yu still insisted, Miss saved your life. Now it's time for you to repay the favor. A true man stands tall and knows to repay kindness. Xiao Yu continued to wail loudly, crying and begging, Now you're ungrateful, repaying kindness with malice. How are you any different from a villain? Tears and snot ran down onto Ji Yuxuanchen's clothes. He showed his disgust, not wanting to get involved. Fine, get away, you're too dirty. The noise attracted the attention of several other patrons who accused Ji Yuxuanchen, What's going on? That man is bullying 2 girls in broad daylight. Ji Yuxuanchen, on the other hand, was speechless. He found it truly troublesome. So Ji Yuxuanchen used a move to separate Xiao Yu from himself. Xiao Yu was suspended in midair, still screaming and cursing him. Wu, let me down. Are you even worthy of my miss, you heartless man? Zian also cried out in worry. Xiao Yu. These two were too noisy, giving Ji Yuxuanchen a headache. He was not a man skilled at handling women. He shouted sternly, Both of you shut up. Have you said enough? You're making my ears hurt. I'll agree, isn't that enough? Now get off me. Only then was Xiao Yu willing to stop. Yes. In the carriage on the way to the Qi residence, Qi Zian sincerely apologized to Ji Yuxuanchen. I'm sorry, young master Ji Yu, I just didn't want to marry that young master from the Han family, so I came up with such a poor plan, Zian continued. Young master Ji Yu is not from here, so I assume you won't encounter too much trouble. Zian then continued to explain with embarrassment, We'll pretend to get married, then you can get in touch with the Long family, and I can avoid the alliance marriage. Ji Yuxuanchen remained silent, listening quietly in the carriage. Zian then turned excited and continued, After we succeed, you can leave Wangu continent with Uncle Ji Yu. Even if the Han family finds out the truth, they value their reputation, so they won't marry me either. Ji Yuxuanchen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Zian at this point. Wouldn't that seriously affect your future marriage prospects? Zian was silent for a moment, then said to Ji Yuxuanchen, My heart is set on pursuing the pinnacle of alchemy. I've never thought about romance. Then she said cheerfully, If my reputation is ruined, it's ruined. It doesn't matter. It just so happens I won't be disturbed and can focus on my cultivation. Ji Yuxuanchen remained silent, thinking to himself about Zian. She is a woman of sentiment and righteousness. Fine, I'll just treat it as a good deed. As they were chatting animatedly, Xiao Yu hurriedly said, By the way, young master Ji Yu, if you want this marriage to go smoothly, you'll have to fake an identity, one that is not inferior to young master Han. Ji Yuxuanchen pondered, and Xiao Yu suggested, Since young master is from the Xian nation, you can impersonate the young sect master of the Xiao Yao sect. Ji Yuxuanchen thought to himself, Heavens, do I really need to impersonate the young sect master of the Xiao Yao sect? Xiao Yu didn't know that the person sitting in the same carriage was the master of the Xiao Yao sect. She continued to enthusiastically introduce information about the Xiao Yao sect. Although the Xiao Yao sect has been in decline for a long time, it is, after all, an imperial sect legacy. A few days ago I heard that they have made a strong comeback. The sound of horse hooves continued to clatter as Xiao Yu went on. As long as Miss insists on marrying you, the master will certainly not strongly object. Ji Yuxuanchen's head ached again. He urged, All right, let's just do as you say. Soon the 3 of them returned to the Qi residence. Xiao Yu gently helped Qi Zian out of the carriage. Miss, be careful. Just as they reached the entrance of the Qi residence, a loud shout was heard. Zian? It turned out to be that fellow, Han Mo. He walked out of the residence with a radiant face to welcome Qi Zian back. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for so long. Then Hanmo's face darkened and he frowned. "Oh, who is that?" Ji Yuxuanchen got off the carriage with a calm expression, looking handsome and dashing. Hanmo roared loudly. "Who is he?" Xian walked in with her head held high, replying only briefly, "He's my friend." Hanmo was puzzled again. "Friend? How can friends ride in the same carriage?" he questioned Xian angrily. Xian replied coldly with disdain, "Do I need to tell you? That's not my obligation." As soon as the words fell, a loud shout came, "Xian, don't be rude." The only one who could scold Xian like this was her father, the head of the Qi family, Qi Hongguo. He loudly reprimanded Xian. "You're so old now, why do you wander around outside all day? It seems I need to discipline you properly." Xian remained silent, turning to look at Ji Yuxuanchen behind her. Hanmo stared at her intently, his mouth watering. Only then did Xian reply to her father. "Father is right." Qi Hongguo was stunned, he thought in surprise. "When we discussed the marriage a few days ago, wasn't she very opposed to it? Has she changed her mind now?" Contrary to Qi Hongguo's thoughts, Qi Xian pulled Ji Yuxuanchen forward. She cheerfully introduced him to the head of the Qi family, Dad. Seeing this attitude, both her father and Hanmo were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Xian happily introduced Ji Yuxuanchen to her father. "Dad, this is Ji Yuxuanchen, the young sect master of the Xiao Yao sect. In the future, I want him to discipline me." Xian repeated herself. "Dad, from now on I only want him to discipline me." "What do you think?" Qi Hongguo was astonished. "What did you say? This is the young sect master of the Xiao Yao sect?" Qi Hongguo hurriedly stepped forward to greet Ji Yuxuanchen respectfully. "I wonder how many people from your esteemed sect have come to Wangu continent this time. And for what purpose?" Ji Yuxuanchen replied calmly. "The sect master and the others are still dealing with the matter of annihilating the Liu cult. I am just here to broaden my horizons." Qi Hongguo remained respectful. He thought to himself, "It seems the rumors are true. The Xiao Yao sect completely annihilated the Liu cult. Although the Xian nation is not as high level as Wangu continent, this person has an extraordinary temperament. He will surely be a formidable talent in the future, so I must not be rude." Hanmo was flustered and anxiously stepped forward to fight for his rights. "Wait, Uncle Qi," he said. "You promised me the marriage with Xian before. Are you going back on your word?" Qi Hongguo replied cautiously. "I have always doted on my daughter Xian. If I had known she already had someone in her heart, I would not have tried to matchmake you two." Hanmo's face turned ashen as he roared, wanting to challenge Ji Yuxuanchen. "In that case I will not make things difficult for Uncle Qi. Although I am an alchemist, for Xian's sake I am willing." He directly drew his sword and said loudly, "I want to fight him to the death in the way of a martial artist." Ji Yuxuanchen, with the tip of the sword pointed directly at his throat, remained motionless, not bothering to respond. Xian worriedly scolded Hanmo. "Hanmo, although you are an alchemist, your martial arts cultivation has reached the late stage of the weak void realm. Challenging someone at the late stage of the cave heaven realm, have you no shame?" At this moment Ji Yuxuanchen spoke up. "In 5 days the Qi family will prepare for the wedding." He made a pact with Hanmo. "Whoever wins gets to marry Xian." "What do you think?" Ji Yuxuanchen crossed his arms and looked at Hanmo provocatively. "Whoever wins gets to marry Xian, how about it?" A crazed look flashed in Hanmo's eyes and he said, "It's a deal." But in his heart, Hanmo cursed angrily. "Damn brat, since you want to die I'll grant you your wish." Ji Yuxuanchen and Hanmo agreed to a decisive battle here in 5 days, a fight to the finish with no retreat. That night in Ji Yuxuanchen guest room, Qi Xian said guiltily, "I'm sorry, young Master Qi." Qi Xian rubbed her aching head and said, "I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Qi Xian's mind was in a mess, not knowing how to persuade Xuanchen. "The life and death duel is very dangerous. You should leave this place quickly, young master." Then Qi Xian rested her head on the table and said dejectedly, "As for the other matters I will find another way." Ji Yuxuanchen picked up his teacup, blew on it gently, and then said seriously, "If I leave, wouldn't that ruin the reputation of the Xiao Yao sect?" "Don't worry, it's just the weak void realm." "I disdain it." Hearing Xuancen's words, Xiao Yu, who was beside them, didn't quite believe it. She suspected Xuanchen was just bragging. Xiao Yu said contemptuously, "Young Master Ji Yu really knows how to talk big." Then Xiao Yu pointed at Ji Yuxuanchen's face and shouted, "To tell you the truth, even if your strength is great in the Xian nation, you'll only be defeated when you come to Wangu continent. Whether it's cultivation techniques, martial arts, or rare treasures, we are countless times better than you." At first Ji Yuxuanchen could still drink his tea leisurely, but Xiao Yu's words became more and more excessive. Xuanchen's brow was now furrowed, and he was already very angry inside. Xiao Yu, oblivious to her impending doom, continued, "Miss, we are all worried about you. Why are you so careless?" Xiao Yu pointed at herself confidently and issued a challenge. "If you don't believe me, I'm at the early stage of the weak void realm. How about we spar first?" Hearing this challenge, Xuanchen was silent for a moment, then slammed the teacup on the table with a thud and said arrogantly, "Let's try then." A moment later Ji Yuxuanchen, Qi Xian and Xiao Yu came to an open space. Ji Yuxuanchen and Xiao Yu stood opposite each other. The wind began to blow around them and the leaves rustled. Xiao Yu looked at the person opposite her and said confidently, "Young Master Ji Yu, my apologies in advance." Xiao Yu rubbed her shoulders and stretched a bit, saying, "Today I must let you see what advanced martial arts are." Xiao Yu brought her hands together and with a purple light shot out from between her hands. Dragon claw fist, Xiao Yu swung her hands, and the purple spiritual power shot out with them, transforming into a giant dragon that lunged at Xuanchen. Looking at Ji Yuxuanchen, he still stood in the same spot, neither gathering spiritual energy nor dodging. Xuanchen just watched as Xiao Yu's attack got closer and closer. Qi Zian, seeing this from the side, said worriedly, "Xiao Yu, don't hurt." But before Qi Zian could finish her sentence, with a bang, Xuanchen grabbed Xiao Yu's neck with one hand and lifted her high into the air. Xiao Yu's eyes widened, unable to believe she was utterly powerless to fight back. Qi Zian was also extremely surprised. She covered her mouth with her hand, too shocked to speak. With Jiyu Xuanqen's hand on her neck, Xiao Yu struggled to squeeze out a few words. How is this possible? She still couldn't accept this fact. Xiao Yu thought in terror. I was actually defeated by a country bumpkin martial artist from a lower realm, and I was even instantly killed. Jiyu Xuanqen glanced over and said coldly, people still cultivate the Tianging art these days. When Qi Zian heard Xuanqen's question, she showed a surprised expression and said, young master, how do you know about the Tianging art? Jiyu Xuanqen put Xiao Yu down and looked at Zian, asking, so you cultivate it too? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having gotten some oxygen, collapsed on the ground coughing. Qi Zian nodded in reply. Of course, the Tianging art is the secret legacy of the Qi family. Of course I cultivate it. After hearing this, Xuanqen asked doubtfully, you said it's a family martial art? Does that mean no one in your Qi family lives past 50? Hearing this, both Qi Zian and Xiao Yu looked at Xuanqen in astonishment. Young master, how did you know? Jiyu Xuanqen just snorted, then sighed and scratched his head, saying nothing. But in Jiyu Xuanqen's heart, waves were stirring. He never expected to meet Shao Qi's descendants in this way. Jiyu Xuanqen recalled the past when he was protecting Shao Qi and reminded her that the Tianging art had a flaw. This time, if I weren't by your side to protect you, it would be easy to suffer from Qi deviation. Don't practice it next time. Shao Qi didn't take Xuanqen's words to heart at the time. She stretched lazily and said with a smile, I don't care. Then she turned to Xuanqen and said, then why can't master protect me every time, protect me for a lifetime? Just as Jiyu Xuanqen was lost in his memories, Qi Zian's voice reached his ears. Young Master Jiyu, this is the only cultivation technique passed down to us, and it is the most precious thing from our ancestor, the Nine Heavens Pill God. How could you know about it? At this moment, Shao Qi's figure completely overlapped with the Qi Zian before him. Jiyu Xuanqen silently looked at Qi Zian without speaking. After a while, Jiyu Xuanqen finally came back to his senses, rubbing his forehead and thinking, I was actually so muddled as to pretend to marry Shao Qi's descendant. This is truly messing up the seniority. The scene switched. A moment later in the alchemy room, Jiyu Xuanqen sat before a blazing alchemy furnace. Qi Zian and Xiao Yu watched Xuanqen from behind. Xiao Yu whispered in Zian's ear, Miss, can young master Jiyu really perform alchemy? I've never seen a young master perform alchemy like this. Qi Zian placed her index finger to her lips, signaling for Xiao Yu to be quiet, and then said sternly, don't talk for now, watch carefully. On the high platform, Jiyu Xuanqen suddenly opened his eyes and a golden light shot out from them. With a wave of his hand, Jiyu Xuanqen opened the lid of the alchemy furnace and a pile of gleaming pills flew out. These pills were like pearls, dancing with the spiritual energy, each pill emitting a small flame. Seeing the shape and color of the pills, Qi Zian and Xiao Yu cried out in surprise. 4 pattern spirit pills, can so many really be refined at once? Qi Zian's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered something. She pulled Xiao Yu's hand and knelt down. Qi Zian bowed respectfully and said, this junior Qi Zian was blind and failed to recognize a senior. I have offended you, senior. Please forgive me. Pulled to her knees by her mistress, Xiao Yu looked at Zian in a daze, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, Qi Zian was drenched in sweat, thinking nervously. An ancestor of the Qi family once refined a single 4-pattern spirit pill and was subsequently recognized as one of the top alchemists in Wangu continent, yet young master Jiyu can refine over 100 4-pattern spirit pills at once. Jiyu Xuanqen walked over to the kneeling Qi Zian and Xiao Yu. He stretched out his hand and 2 pills appeared before them. Jiyu Xuanqen said softly, take these first. Qi Zian and Xiao Yu nodded, acknowledged, then took the pills and put them in their mouths. Just as they swallowed them, Jiyu Xuanqen struck them heavily on their backs from behind. A stream of air rushed into their bodies. Their faces flushed red as they screamed. Xiao Yu's whole body felt hot and she said, Miss, I'm so hot. Qi Zian also felt her body burning up. Her cheeks felt like they were on fire and she nodded with a grunt. Qi Zian said, panting, Xiao Yu, hold on, young master Jiyu is protecting us. Jiyu Xuanqen looked at the two of them and said softly, the cultivation technique you practice is flawed. If you continue to cultivate it, it will damage your foundation. I am repairing your meridians. Jiyu Xuanqen sighed inwardly. There's no other way. A master must pay for his disciples' debts. Jiyu Xuanqen continued. From now on, just continue your cultivation using the technique I've optimized. The two nodded in reply, okay. A moment later, the alchemy room suddenly lit up and a blue spiritual energy completely enveloped it. Qi Zian excitedly stretched out her hand and said, I've broken through to the late stage of the weak void realm. Beside her, Xiao Yu also said happily, Miss, I've broken through too. Jiyu Xuanqen took out a pill bottle and handed it to Qi Zian, saying, take this bottle of static meridian pills and give them to your clansmen who have cultivated the Tianging art. Then continue to practice with the moves I just taught you, and you will be safe. That evening, after hearing what Qi Zian and Xiao Yu had to say, Qi Hongguo silently stroked his chin and asked doubtfully, is what you two said true? Xiao Yu said happily, yes, young master Jiyu is truly divine. Qi Zian chimed in, "Father, young Master Gu is definitely a great master." I did as he said, and not only did the pain in my body lessen but the power of my moves also increased. Qi Hongguo was starting to believe Qi Xian's words. He marveled in his heart. "It seems young Master Gu is truly extraordinary." Immediately, as if he had made a decision, Qi Hongguo stood up straight and ordered with a wave of his hand, "Pass on my orders. Everyone in the Qi family is to immediately refine these pills and then cultivate diligently." His subordinate quickly took the order and distributed the pills. Qi Hongguo walked over to Qi Xian with a beaming face. He placed a hand on her shoulder and praised her. "Xian, you've done a great service for the Qi family this time." Then Qi Hongguo asked softly, "Let me ask you, how did you meet this young Master Gu?" Qi Xian's expression stiffened. She avoided her father's gaze and stammered, "Father, actually." After hearing Xian's words, Qi Hongguo shouted in panic, "What? You said you asked young Master Gu to put on an act?" Qi Xian knew she was wrong and could only say in a low voice, "I didn't expect him to be so deeply skilled either." Qi Hongguo turned around, sighed and said, "Forbid it. Since he wants to act, let's not spoil his fun, regardless of whether young Master Gu and Gu Tianhua are father and son. Since he mentioned me, he will surely find a way to get brother Gu out." Qi Xian still asked with some doubt, "But our marriage was never real in the first place." Qi Hongguo glanced at Xian and smiled meaningfully. "Shen'er, don't you want to pursue the path of alchemy? That young Master Gu can help our Qi family gain a firm foothold in Wangu continent with just one furnace of pills. If you can truly marry him and have his guidance, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing?" Qi Xian, her secret wish exposed by her father, blushed crimson and dared not say anything more. 5 days later it was the appointed day for the rematch between Ji Yuxuanchen and Han Mo. At the Qi residence, Qi Hongguo walked out of the gate and said with a smile, "Ah, long time no see, Master Han." The visitor was none other than the head of the Han family, Han Ding. Behind him were Han Mo and the disciples of the Han family. Han Mo stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Qi Hongguo. "Nephew greets Uncle Qi." Seeing this, Han Ding loudly reprimanded him. "Oh, we're about to become one family. Why haven't you started calling him father-in-law yet?" This sentence was also meant for Qi Hongguo to hear. Qi Hongguo stood up with a worried look on his face and said, "No, since you and young Master Jiyu have a prior agreement, it's not too late to change how you address me after the duel is over, to avoid being laughed at." Han Mo, on the surface, smiled and agreed repeatedly. But inside he was about to go mad. He looked at Qi Hongguo, cursing this old stick in the mud, thinking, "Just wait until I win the duel. We'll see if you still dare to put on airs." Han Ding seemed to notice something different about Qi Hongguo and turned his head curiously to ask the Qi family head, "I just sensed your aura. Have you already broken through to the void returning realm?" Qi Hongguo waved his hand, pretending nothing was wrong, and smiled. "It was just a stroke of luck." Han Ding wouldn't let it go and continued to praise. To step into the void returning realm at such a young age. Family head Qi has a boundless future. Though his words were complimentary, Han Ding couldn't help but feel a little displeased inside, thinking with a cold snort, "HMPH, it seems it will be difficult to bully the Qi family from now on." Qi Hongguo didn't want to waste any more time outside either. He made a gesture of invitation and said, "Elder Han, please come in." Just then a group of people approached with an imposing aura. The leader instructed those behind him, "Today the Qi family has invited our Long family to watch the excitement. Mind your words and actions later and don't cause any more trouble." The disciples behind him responded in unison, "Yes." The visitor was none other than the head of the Long family, Long Yangyi. Soon the group entered the Qi residence. Not far away a middle-aged man was persuading, "Fourth mistress, stop looking. It's probably just someone with the same name." The woman called Fourth mistress lowered her eyes and said sorrowfully, "Then why would the head of the Qi family specifically ask Chang to go there? What if it's really our Chenner who has come to find us?" Jiyu Tianhua placed his hand on Fourth mistress's shoulder and gently comforted her. "I know Chenner's temperament best. He wouldn't do something so ostentatious, and besides, his martial arts are not outstanding." Just then, the figure of a young man appeared before the two. He sneered mockingly, "That's right, your useless son doesn't even have the right to die on this martial stage." Fourth mistress's face darkened, and she shouted angrily, "Longbin, do not be rude to your fourth uncle-in-law." Longbin, with his hands behind his back, scoffed, "Fourth, and if it weren't for your pleading, the clansman would have barely spared his life." Longbin walked crazily towards Jiyu Tianhua and his wife, saying, "A piece of trash. What right does he have to be my uncle-in-law?" Fourth mistress said angrily, "You." But fourth mistress couldn't do anything about Longbin either. Seeing fourth mistress at a loss for words, Longbin became even more arrogant. He made a face, sticking out his tongue and jeering. If the Qi family head wasn't an old acquaintance of his, he'd probably still be locked in the dungeon like a dog. At that moment, with a boom, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the clear sky. The lightning struck Longbin directly and he screamed in pain. After that strike, Longbin's whole body was charred black, and he fell heavily to the ground like a piece of charcoal. Just as Longbin fell, the person behind him also appeared. Ji Yuxuanchen extended a hand crackling with lightning and appeared before Jiyu Tianhua and his wife. Ji Yuxuanchen's face was cold, a murderous aura emanating from his eyes. Jiyu Tianhua and fourth mistress saw the person before them clearly, their faces showing expressions of disbelief as they said, Chenner." Jiyu Tianhua excitedly ran to Ji Yuxuanchen's side. Jiyu Tianhua grabbed Xuanchen's hand and said happily, "Why is it you? Did you escape from the Luo family?" Warmth appeared in Ji Yuxuanchen's eyes as he said, The Luo family matter has been settled. Realizing he almost slipped up, Ji Yuxuanchen quickly corrected himself. Ahem, I've come to take you back. Just then a trembling voice said, Chenner, is it really you? Fourth mistress was moved to tears of joy and said, is it really you? Chenner, let mother have a good look at you. You've grown up so much mother almost didn't recognize you. Just as fourth mistress's hand was about to touch Xuanchen subconsciously raised a hand and coldly blocked her. Pushed away by her son, fourth mistress had an expression of disbelief on her face. Only then did Ji Yuxuanchen come back to his senses. He was still not used to the role of a son. Ji Yuxuanchen thought to himself, oh no, I blocked her unconsciously again. On his way in, the head of the Long family noticed Ji Yuxuanchen's group. Long Yangyi couldn't help but humph in confusion. Over there, fourth mistress had a sad look on her face, blaming herself. Chenner, are you still angry at mother for leaving without a word back then? Fourth mistress's heart couldn't help but ache. This child looked at her as if she were a stranger. Ji Tianhua quickly walked over to fourth mistress, put his hand on her shoulder to comfort her, and then explained to Ji Yuxuanchen, Chenner, you've misunderstood your mother back then. The Long family found our Ji family. They used your life to threaten her and force her to go back. Ji Tianhua recalled the scene back then. Long Yangyi pointed his sword at fourth mistress and threatened, as the foremost formation genius of the Long family, how can you marry a mere mortal? Come back with me quickly, or I will kill this little bastard. Ji Tianhua then continued slowly, all these years your mother has endured humiliation to protect you. It was only when I found her that she negotiated terms with the Long family. If she could break through to become a level 5 formation master within a year, the Long family would send someone to rescue you from the Luo family. For your sake she has been cultivating desperately. Hearing her husband's words, fourth mistress could no longer control her emotions, and large tears streamed down her face. Fourth mistress clenched her scarred hands, her whole body trembling as she said, don't say any more, Tianhua. Ji Yuxuanchen looked at fourth mistress. Thinking to himself, it seems she has truly suffered a great deal. Ji Yuxuanchen spoke up, father, mother, let the past be the past. I've come to take you back home. Yuan has missed you very much. Suddenly, Long Yangyi charged over, madly roaring in anger. Who dares to harm my binner? At this moment, Ji Yuxuanchen immediately sensed an attack from behind. Ji Yuxuanchen drew his sword and with a gentle swing backward, a flash of golden spiritual energy blocked Long Yangyi's attack. Ji Yuxuanchen turned around, a clawed hand thrusting straight at Long Yangyi's abdomen. Another dazzling golden light shot out, sending Long Yangyi flying several meters. Injured, Long Yangyi stood up like a walking corpse. His face was grim, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Ji Yuxuanchen. He roared, do you know who you're fighting? At this moment, a resolute voice rang out. Second brother, fourth mistress stood in front of Ji Yuxuanchen, pleading, please show mercy, he is my son Ji Yuxuanchen and also a member of the Long family. Long Yangyi was dismissive and said angrily, get out of the way, he dared to lay a hand on Binner, I must kill him today. Since you are still useful to the Long family, I will spare your life. How could a mother watch her own son die? Fourth mistress said coldly. No, I won't let second brother lay a single hair on him. Just then a voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. Wait. Qi Hongguo descended from the sky and said calmly, young master Ji Yu, the duel is about to start. Xian is still waiting for you. Qi Hongguo's face was tense, sweat dripping down his back. He prayed in his heart, if young master Ji Yu insists on making a scene now, Wangu continent will be thrown into chaos. Qi Hongguo walked over to Long Yangyi and said with a smile, family head Long, you can't harm this young master Ji Yu. Give me Qi some face and let's call a truce, shall we? Learning the truth, Long Yangyi laughed maniacally. So that reckless brat who provoked the Han family was him. Ji Yuxuanchen closed his eyes to rest, a faint smile on his face as he said, reckless. Then Ji Yuxuanchen snorted coldly, HMPH, a frog in a well. Hearing Ji Yuxuanchen's taunt, Long Yangyi went berserk with anger, the veins on his face popping out as he ground his teeth and said, you. At this moment Long Bin, lying on the ground covered in injuries, groaned in pain. Long Yangyi rushed over and asked with concern, Binner, how are you? Long Yangyi glared angrily at Ji Yuxuanchen and said, HMPH, for the sake of family head Qi, I'll deal with you after your duel. I hope you're still alive then, brat. At this time on the dueling stage a crowd had already gathered, everyone enthusiastically discussing today's duel. One person said, the Xiao Yao sect is truly insane. They just wiped out the Leo cult and now they dare to provoke the Han family? This isn't just provoking the Han family, it's clearly looking down on the powers of our Wangu continent. Let's see how he dies today. Over there, Qi Hongguo and Qi Xian stood to the side observing the situation. Qi Xian said worriedly, young master Ji Yu. On the other side, Ji Yuxuanchen and Han Mo had already entered the ring. The referee stood in the middle and announced loudly, the duel begins. Han Mo drew his sword and looked at Ji Yuxuanchen with a crazed expression saying, you actually dared to come up here. You have guts, but today I will let you know the consequences of offending me. With that he held his sword and charged straight at Ji Yuxuanchen. Ji Yuxuanchen said coldly, so much nonsense. Then he drew the sword from his waist and with a clean and decisive slash cut Han Mo in two. Ji Yuxuanchen said, sorry, I'm in a hurry. Before the crowd could react, Ji Yuxuanchen stomped hard on the ground, then leapt off the stage. Long Bin, wrapped in bandages, pointed crazily at Ji Yuxuanchen and said, you fool, daring to jump off the stage trying to run. According to the rules of our Wangu continent, anyone who dares to flee after signing a death pact must die. Han Mo was seen cut in two lying on the ground in the stands. Han Ding and Long Yangyi shouted in panic, what? Mower, Han Ding rushed to Han Mo's side calling out loudly, "Mower?" He helped Han Mo up. Han Mo looked at Han Ding and said with a faint breath, Father, Han Ding quickly shouted, "Mower, don't talk." Han Ding's heart was filled with terror. He couldn't believe this fact. How is this possible? I didn't even see how he attacked just now. Over there, Ji Yuxuanchen said coldly. I told you I'm in a hurry. Now it's your turn. Then Ji Yuxuanchen looked at Long Yangyi with murderous eyes and said, "Next one, right?" Long Yangyi was so frightened by Ji Yuxuanchen's gaze that he shivered, his whole body stiff and unable to move. After being terrified by Ji Yuxuanchen's cold gaze, Long Yangyi trembled and thought, "This kid, is he a monster?" Just then, fourth mistress Ji Yuxuanchen's mother and his father, Ji Tianhua, immediately ran over to inquire. Fourth mistress worriedly asked Ji Yuxuanchen, "Channer, are you all right? Are you injured?" Ji Yuxuanchen calmly reassured his mother, "I'm fine." The family of three was having a reunion when suddenly a loud laugh rang out. It was Long Yangyi. The three turned to look fourth mistress and Ji Tianhua with worried faces, not knowing what trouble he would bring their son Ji Yuxuanchen. Ji Yuxuanchen, however, remained unfazed. Long Yangyi, with a hide thicker than a bull's and a face that changed faster than a flipping book, put on an air of bestowing a favor upon Ji Yuxuanchen, speaking in a tone that sounded full of schemes. "Truly worthy of someone with my Long family's bloodline. Seeing your performance today, I have decided to make an exception and let you become a member of my Long family." Fourth mistress was very happy to hear this. "Second brother, is it true?" She turned to Ji Yuxuanchen and urged, "Channer, quickly thank your second uncle." Meanwhile, Long Yangyi thought insidiously, "This boy has outstanding talent. Instead of clashing with him, it would be better to recruit him for my own use and help the Long family grow stronger, wouldn't it?" After hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen just curled his lip contemptuously and smiled faintly. "HMPH, when did I ever say I wanted to be part of the Long family? What nonsense! That old fellow really speaks without thinking." Long Yangyi and the members of the Long family all felt they had lost face. This was a direct slight to the Long family. Long Bin then pretended to be sensible and said, "You brat, don't be ungrateful. It's your good fortune that my father values you, you know." Long Yangyi also echoed his son. "It's natural for a young man with outstanding talent to be a little proud, but if he doesn't recognize the situation, I'm afraid he won't live long." At this moment, Ji Yuxuanchen and fourth mistress finally noticed. He turned towards the Han family and saw everyone walking towards him with murderous intent, as if they wanted to swallow him whole right away, especially the head of the Han family. Han Ding roared, "You, surnamed Jiyu, how dare you kill my son?" Then he crushed the walking stick in his hand, revealing a sharp sword. He then raised the sword to the sky and roared in fury, "This old man will make you pay with your blood, you brat." In this situation, Long Yangyi gloated and took the opportunity to say to Ji Yuxuanchen, "It's not too late to kneel and acknowledge your ancestors. Be a good nephew, or you'll suffer later." Ji Yuxuanchen found this laughable and retorted to Long Yangyi in a contemptuous tone, "Just with these few people, they're not even enough to scratch an itch for me." Seeing Ji Yuxuanchen say this, fearing he was being rash due to his youth, Ji Tianhua and fourth mistress ran over worriedly to persuade him. Ji Tianhua gently comforted his son, saying, "Channer, don't be impulsive. Listen to your second uncle." Fourth mistress also gently soothed, "Yes, your second uncle's temper is just like that. He's not actually a bad person." However, Ji Yuxuanchen still waved his hands at his parents and said, "You two step back first, lest you get caught in the crossfire." At this moment, the Qi family head also ran over, reaching out to the Han family head to persuade him. "Family head Han, wait. Family head Han. Han Mo and young Master Ji Yu had already made a death pact. What you're doing is against the rules." Han Ding was consumed by rage and couldn't listen. He said angrily, "Family head Qi, what, you want to interfere in this matter?" The Qi family head said sternly, "According to the agreement, young Master Ji Yu is my Qi family's son-in-law, so how can I not get involved in his affairs?" Then he stomped his foot fiercely, and the ground immediately sank into a pit. The resolute attitude of the Qi family head stunned everyone. Qi Zian, worried, said as if to stop her father, "Dad." Long Yangyi also thought in disbelief, "This Xuanchen does have talent, but is it worth it for the Qi family to fall out with the Han family over him?" Han Ding was also very firm with the Qi family head. "He hasn't married Zian yet, so he can't be considered a member of your Qi family." Then he gnashed his teeth angrily and threatened, "If the Qi family wants to interfere, then don't blame my Han family for fighting to the death." Members of the Qi clan were also unafraid, each one charging forward determined, "Then let's fight to the death, for young Master Ji Yu, our Qi family is not afraid." But Long Yangyi was now extremely horrified, thinking, what's going on? In just a few short days, the Qi clansmen have all broken through to the late stage of the Void Realm. The Qi family's strength is now formidable. At that time, Han Ding shouted again, ordering the Han family to charge forward. "Don't be afraid. Hail Ji Yuxuanchen, and I will reward you handsomely." The members of the Han family charged forward with murderous intent, ready for battle. They shouted kill as they ran. No one had expected that the two major families of Wangu continent would turn from friends to foes in less than half a day. And all because of a newly arrived young man. Suddenly several figures appeared in the sky, their voices filled with threat. "Who dares to touch our young Sect master?" While everyone was still stunned, Hu Haikuan had already landed. His figure was extraordinary, and his moves were as fast as the wind, sending the charging members of the Han family tumbling. The blow was so heavy that they screamed in pain. "Ah!" The Xiao Yao Sect's formation surrounded Ji Yuxuanchen in a protective stance. The Long family head Long Yangyi said in astonishment, The disciples of the Xiao Yao sect are here. How are they all experts at the myriad dharmas realm? Ji Yuxuanchen, however, was very calm, as if no conflict had occurred, and said, "What took you so long?" recalling the scene 5 days ago in the restaurant, where Xiao Yu was clinging to Xuanchen's leg and crying. Hu Haikuan and Mo Tianyan's group were already lying in ambush here. Mo Tianyan drew her sword, ready to rush out and rescue Ji Yuxuanchen, who was being pestered by Xiao Yu. However, Hu Haikuan stopped her, saying, "Tianyan, don't be impulsive." Mo Tianyan turned back to Hu Haikuan in confusion and asked, "Sect Master, these past few days we have been cultivating diligently according to the techniques taught by Master. In a short while everyone has entered the myriad dharmas realm. Are we still afraid of a woman from Wangu continent?" Hu Haikuan affirmed solemnly. "Master told us to meet him in Wangu continent after dealing with the Liu cult, but he didn't say what to do specifically. Master's martial arts are profound. If he doesn't want to, no one in Wangu continent can force him." At this time, Xiao Yu was still in the tavern, clinging to Ji Yuxuanchen's leg and crying. After hearing Hu Haikuan's words, Mo Tianyan was still hesitant, but Xiao Yao Martial Emperor also chimed in there. "That's right, junior sister, don't worry about Master." As Xiao Yao Martial Emperor spoke, he placed a hand on Mo Tianyan's shoulder, startling her and causing her to exclaim, "Ah?" Xiao Yao Martial Emperor smiled, feigning a sly look, and continued to Mo Tianyan, "No matter how high Master's cultivation is, he's still a man. Maybe he's enjoying himself this time." Mo Tianyan still watched unhappily as Ji Yuxuanchen left the tavern with the 2 girls. Hu Haikuan, on the other hand, stroked his chin in thought, as he didn't know what Ji Yuxuanchen's plans were next. In the past few days they had learned that their master had taken on the identity of the young sect master of the Xiao Yao sect and was about to marry the eldest daughter of the Qi family. Although they didn't know his intentions, they all came to offer protection. Walking up to Ji Yuxuanchen, Hu Haikuan said respectfully, "Young sect master, we are late in our protection. Please forgive us." After speaking, Hu Haikuan thought to himself, "Of course we wouldn't dare to reveal Master's true identity." After hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen waved his hand and said sternly, "You've arrived just in time. Take care of these small fries for me." Hu Haikuan respectfully replied, "Yes." Ji Yuxuanchen continued, "Make it clean and quick. Don't dirty the Qi family's courtyard." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect responded in unison. The disciples of the Xiao Yao sect were all ecstatic, as they hadn't had a good fight in a long time. Mo Tianyan drew her sword and declared her target, "That old man is mine. No one is to fight me for him." Han Kong was just as excited as his junior sister. Having just mastered the new technique, he was itching for a place to practice. Hu Haikuan also drew his sword and charged toward the Han family members. Han Ding only now felt fear, backing away with his sword in hand. Faced with the powerful offensive of the Xiao Yao sect, Han Ding was terrified and drenched in sweat. None of the Han family members dared to charge forward again. Following that, only the miserable screams of the Han family could be heard. Then the members of the Han family were seen lying on the ground, scattered and lifeless. Han Ding was lying on the ground, covered in wounds. With his last breath, he let out a cry, "Ah," and then breathed his last, just like that of the dozens of arrogant and domineering Han family members from before. Not a single one made it back alive. Mo Tianyan walked past the corpse of the old man, Han Ding, sword in hand, and approached Hong Kong, chiding, "So, senior brother, you were hiding an ace up your sleeve. How secretive." Hong Kong flexed his arm and smiled proudly. Of course, he couldn't let others see his trump card. Hearing this, Mo Tianyan let out a coquettish snort. HMPH. Meanwhile, Long Yangyi and his men, who had been arrogant and domineering before, were now cowering, their faces pale as death. It was unbelievable. A small Xiao Yao sect had wiped out the #1 clan of Wangu continent, a Han family, without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, Ji Yuxuanchen, standing there, shouted at the Long family members, "Have you seen enough?" Then Ji Yuxuanchen drew his sword and, with a face full of murderous intent, walked towards the Long family, ready for a fight to the death. Just as Ji Yuxuanchen and Long Yangyi were about to fight, fourth mistress, Ji Yuxuanchen's mother, ran over and hurriedly tried to stop them. "Chenner, don't." Ji Yuxuanchen, both surprised and angry, asked his mother, "After how he treated you, do you still want to plead for him?" With tears in her eyes, fourth mistress said softly, "I'm not pleading for him. Mother is doing this for you." Fourth mistress lowered her head, her face full of worry and heartache, and said to Ji Yuxuanchen in a low voice, "It doesn't matter what happens to me. It's fine if I'm not a member of the Long family, but he is your second uncle after all. I don't want you, Chenner, to bear the crime of killing a relative and be judged by others for the rest of your life." As soon as fourth mistress finished speaking, Ji Yuxuanchen turned his head to look at the group of strangers. They were constantly gossiping, cursing Ji Yuxuanchen, saying that killing the Han family wasn't enough for him, and now he wanted to kill his own second uncle. What a cold-blooded monster. People outside were gathering in small groups, speaking ill of Ji Yuxuanchen. There were also those who, fearing Ji Yuxuanchen would not let them off if he heard unpleasant words, wisely persuaded others, "Keep your voice down lest you bring trouble upon yourself." Those few people also knew fear and quickly shut their mouths. Fourth mistress continued to persuade Ji Yuxuanchen to let Long Yangyi go. "Son, stop. Don't let people gossip." Ji Yuxuanchen didn't pay any mind to that group of small fries, so their words weren't worth his concern. "I don't deign to bother with them," but fourth mistress's words, filled with love and concern, seemed to touch Ji Yuxuanchen's heartstrings. Because Ji Yuxuanchen had never experienced such a sacred emotion, the feeling of being protected by a loved one softened Ji Yuxuanchen's heart. He gave up the fight with Long Yangyi, then looked at him with cold eyes and said, "For my mother's sake, I will let you go today." Ji Yuxuanchen kept thinking about and feeling those words filled with love. The mother's care, this is the first time I've felt it. Ji Yuxuanchen remembered every word his mother said to him. Therefore Ji Yuxuanchen understood fourth mistress's meaning and said to Long Yangyi, "But my mother just said that she no longer wants to be a member of the Long family." Hearing this, Long Yangyi gritted his teeth in anger, speechless. Ji Yuxuanchen used a spell to snatch Long Yangyi's sword, then warned threateningly, "So if your Long family dares to harass her again in the future, HMPH, Ji Yuxuanchen waved his hand lightly and said, "Then you will all end up like this sword." After speaking, Ji Yuxuanchen made the sword break in two and fly past Long Yangyi's face, frightening him so much that he stood there stunned, drenched in a cold sweat, his hands and feet trembling. The subordinate beside Long Yangyi couldn't help but scream in fear. Long Yangyi's face turned ashen and he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. After the matter was settled, Ji Yuxuanchen left with his mother and the disciples. "Let's go." Fourth mistress's eyes glistened with tears as she looked back at the Long family with a heavy heart. Long Yangyi's son watched Ji Yuxuanchen and his group leave so easily, seemingly unwilling to accept it. He hurriedly turned to Long Yangyi and said, "Father, are we just going to let them go like this?" Long Yangyi was also unwilling to accept such a great humiliation and immediately ordered, "Summon the old master." The scene shifts to a side hall in the Qi residence. The head of the Qi family, Qi Hongguo, was having tea with Ji Yuxuanchen's family. Ji Yuxuanchen's father bowed his head in gratitude to Qi Hongguo. "Many thanks to family head Qi for your righteous assistance. If it weren't for your and Chenner's joint planning, who knows when our family of three would have been reunited." Qi Hongguo quickly stepped forward and took Ji Yuxuanchen's father's hand. "Brother Ji Yu, you're too kind. We're all one family, why be so formal?" Qi Hongguo looked at Ji Yuxuanchen and said, "By the way, young master Ji Yu, I've already had Xian prepare. You can hold the wedding immediately." Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen was astonished, unable to believe this marriage was decided so hastily. "So soon?" Qi Hongguo stroked his beard and smiled. "It's not soon at all," then he explained. "Wangu continent has always been open-minded, without too many cumbersome rituals. Young master Ji Yu only needs to put on the wedding attire. We must hurry and secure this powerful connection." Ji Yuxuanchen's father also beamed with joy and agreed. Yes. Then he urged Ji Yuxuanchen to hurry and comply. "Quickly put on the ceremonial robes, otherwise we'll miss the auspicious time, and Miss Xian will be unhappy." Ji Yuxuanchen was helpless with nothing to say, and could only comply silently. In a moment the entire Qi residence was immersed in the red of a wedding. A large Qi double happiness character was pasted in the center of the main hall. The elders of both sides were already seated. Qi Xian and her handmaiden were also standing in the hall, waiting only for Ji Yuxuanchen to arrive for the wedding ceremony. On this joyous day, the bride seemed not very happy. Xiao Yao beside her knew nothing and thought Qi Xian was nervous and expectant, not forgetting to comfort her. "Miss, don't worry, young master Ji Yu will be here soon." Qi Xian simply remained silent. Qi Hongguo deeply trusted and thought highly of this future son-in-law. He encouraged his beloved daughter, "Young master Ji Yu is a man of integrity. If you can turn this act into a real marriage and consummate it, he will surely take responsibility." Qi Xian still couldn't suppress the humiliation in her heart, and tears streamed down her face. "Do I really have to marry young master Ji Yu for the sake of the path of alchemy?" It wasn't long before Ji Yuxuanchen also arrived. "The groom has arrived, dressed in red ceremonial robes." Ji Yuxuanchen was handsome and dashing, causing everyone to turn their heads. Hearing everyone say that Ji Yuxuanchen had arrived, Qi Xian's heart beat faster. She placed her hand on her chest, trying to remain calm. "What is happening? It feels like my heart is about to explode." Xiao Yao ran up to Ji Yuxuanchen and handed him the wedding silk ribbon. "Master-in-law has finally arrived." Ji Yuxuanchen looked at Xiao Yao, simply took the silk and said nothing. Everything was ready. Ji Yuxuanchen and Qi Xian approached each other. The two elders both nodded in satisfaction. Fourth mistress, Han Kang, the Mo Tianyun siblings and all the others came to offer their congratulations. Everyone was happy about this marriage, and offered their blessings. Seeing that the bride did not object, Ji Yuxuanchen asked Qi Xian in a low voice, "Do you really want to get married?" Faced with Ji Yuxuanchen's serious expression, Qi Xian thought for a moment, then frankly told the truth without any concealment. "I just want to pursue the path of alchemy. I have to find someone to tarnish my reputation anyway." Qi Xian also knew that Ji Yuxuanchen was being forced into this marriage, so she did not hesitate to ask him, "Please, since we're acting, please see it through to the end." Ji Yuxuanchen immediately agreed to Xian's proposal. Xiao Yao happily held the wooden fish, striking it while loudly announcing, "The auspicious time has arrived. The auspicious time has arrived. The bride and groom will bow to heaven and earth." Ji Yuxuanchen and Qi Xian began the ceremony. The two knelt down together. Xiao Yao shouted loudly, "First bow to heaven and earth." The bride and groom knelt facing the door. Second bow to the elders. Ji Yuxuanchen and Qi Xian knelt and bowed before the two elders. The two fathers couldn't hide their joy. Qi Hongguo stroked his beard and praised, "Good. Bow to each other." The two faced each other. Finally Xiao Yao said happily, "Escort them to the bridal chamber." This was perhaps the moment everyone had been waiting for. Elder Chuo Hu Haikuan Hong Kong and the others were excited, urging Ji Yuxuanchen, "Master, hurry up, don't delay the wedding night." The bride and groom were speechless upon hearing this. The two entered the room together and sat on the bed. Ji Yuxuanchen sat with his eyes closed, motionless. Meanwhile, Qi Zian kept her head down, not knowing what to do. What should I do next? Qi Zian suddenly remembered what Xiao Yu had taught her before. "Miss, tonight you must do this, then that, and I guarantee you'll conquer the master-in-law." So Qi Zian decided to go all out and do as Xiao Yu had taught her. She tremblingly took off her outer robe, encouraging herself as she did. "Qi Zian, you can do it, just be a little more proactive." Suddenly, Ji Yuxuanchen's hand was on Zian's soft shoulder. They looked at each other deeply without blinking. At this moment, however, Qi Zian's mind recalled Ji Yuxuanchen's improper behavior. Being stared at by him, her heart was in turmoil, thinking Ji Yuxuanchen had improper thoughts about her. Has he changed his mind? She was so nervous she broke out in a sweat. Qi Zian gently lay down on the bed, revealing her long, fair legs. She whispered to Ji Yuxuanchen, "Young Master Ji Yu, be gentle." Her heart set on going all out. Qi Zian closed her eyes tightly, full of expectation. But Ji Yuxuanchen remained seated, his hand cupping his chin as if deep in thought. He murmured to himself, "I wasn't mistaken." From her eyes, he saw that she had grown much haggard. He spoke to Qi Zian, but seeing no response, Ji Yuxuanchen turned his head and was surprised to find Zian already lying on the bed. He said to her, "Strange, what are you lying down for?" Qi Zian looked bewildered, not knowing how to explain. So ashamed she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Ji Yuxuanchen had looked at her with such deep emotion because he noticed her haggardness, but it made Qi Zian mistakenly think he wanted to do something to her. Ji Yuxuanchen looked again into Zian's watery eyes. Someone lost sleep worrying about the day of the duel. Qi Zian understood nothing and was too shy to speak. Without a word, Ji Yuxuanchen reached out and pulled Qi Zian up with a spell. Ji Yuxuanchen's sudden action caught Zian off guard. Ji Yuxuanchen looked at his hand and lectured Zian, "I passed on a cultivation technique to you, not for you to use up all your family's resources to cultivate. Haste makes waste. A solid foundation is the key." After speaking, he slapped Qi Zian on the back, teaching her the technique. Zian cried out, "Ah!" Qi Zian still didn't understand what was happening. "What's going on? Is this man a martial arts fanatic? Bear with it, I will temper you tonight." Hearing this, Qi Zian understood and complied with peace of mind. While Ji Yuxuanchen was teaching Qi Zian the cultivation technique, Zian's miserable cries reached the outside. "Ah, young master, please be gentle." Xiao Yu was eavesdropping outside the bridal chamber and heard Ji Yuxuanchen say, "I haven't even used my full strength, it's you who is too weak." Hearing this, Xiao Yu exclaimed happily in admiration. As expected of Miss, she conquered the master-in-law so quickly. After the wedding night the next day, the sun was shining brightly and had already risen high in the sky when Ji Yuxuanchen pushed open the door with his hand and walked out of the room with Qi Zian. The two had already changed out of their wedding attire and were wearing clean, smart clothes. Ji Yuxuanchen walked with a cold expression while Qi Zian's gaze constantly followed him. Elder Chuo Hu Haikuan Hong Kong and the Mo Tianyun siblings had been waiting for a long time, each with an expectant look on their face. One of them was quick to speak and greeted them. "Good morning, young Sect master, young madam." Hearing this, Qi Zian blushed beet red and stammered, unable to speak. I, then she found an excuse and slipped away. "I'm going to serve tea to my parents." Elder Chuo also bid a polite farewell. "Take care, young madam." Seeing Zian's shy demeanor, Elder Chuo thought to himself, seeing the young madam blush like that, master must have used dual cultivation to help her practice last night. No wonder they slept until noon, tisk tisk. But Ji Yuxuanchen didn't understand Zian's behavior just now. What's wrong with her? The scene shifts again to Fourth Mistress's room. In the room, Fourth Mistress and her son Ji Yuxuanchen were enjoying tea. Ji Yuxuanchen asked his mother, "Mother, why did you call me here?" Fourth Mistress gently patted Ji Yuxuanchen's shoulder and chided him. "You rascal, what's wrong with you? Don't you know how to be gentle on your wedding night? You only just decided to get out of bed." Then Fourth Mistress cleverly expressed her intentions. "Yes, your father and I want to hold a grandchild, but we also have to care for the girl's well-being." Ji Yuxuanchen didn't understand Fourth Mistress's meaning and thought his mother was scolding him for teaching Qi Zian the cultivation technique. I was clearly protecting her Dharma. Who knew Zian's body was so weak? He recalled Qi Zian's panting appearance. "I can't go on, I'm too tired." Little Ju was much sturdier than this before. Ji Yuxuanchen indicated that he had accepted his mother's teaching and promised to change. "I know, I'll be mindful of the frequency tonight." Hearing this, Fourth Mistress sternly admonished her son, "Control the frequency. No, you're not allowed to share a room for the next few days. You have to let her rest and recover." Not wanting his mother to say more, Ji Yuxuanchen deliberately changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this. Mother, I've always been curious. Why did the Long family force you to cultivate to a level 5 formation master before they would let you go?" At the mention of the Long family, Fourth Mistress's expression changed again, becoming sorrowful. "It's a long story." Fourth Mistress's voice grew low as she told Ji Yuxuanchen everything. "I am the child of my father and a maidservant. I had no status in the Long family at all. If it weren't for my talent in formation arts, I would have been driven out long ago. I reached level 4 formation master at the age of 75. I unintentionally comprehended the Long family's treasure map, which caused the restriction to react. And only then did they start to value me." Ji Yuxuanchen was surprised. Treasure map, fourth mistress explained. The ancestors of the Long family came across a treasure map by chance. It is said to contain many divine weapons and countless rare treasures that aid in cultivation. So many people wanted to break the restriction. The Long family members guessed that perhaps only a formation master of level 5 or above could open the restriction, which is why they have been using your father to threaten me all this time. Hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen seemed to have become interested in the treasure map and had a plan. So he thought to himself while holding his teacup, it seems I'll have to pay a visit to the Long family. The scene shifts again to the Long family's secret chamber. Long Yangyi and a group of subordinates knelt below, while Long Qingyun seemed to be trying to break the restriction above. After exerting his magical powers to no avail, Long Qingyun had to stop. Phew. Then he shook his head at Long Yangyi with a troubled expression. It's no use, Long Yangyi said angrily. The old master clearly received guidance from an expert and entered the realm of a level 5 advanced formation master. Why is he still unable to lift the restriction? It seems only fourth mistress can unlock this secret. So Long Yangyi immediately sent someone to capture fourth mistress. You, come with me to the Qi residence to retrieve her. The subordinates complied with the order. Yes, family head. Long Yangyi was ambitious and determined to break the restriction at all costs, not even taking Jiyu Xuanchen seriously. With the old master here, no matter how powerful that brat surnamed Jiyu is, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Before Long Yangyi could leave the secret chamber, a subordinate covered in blood ran in frantically to report, "Family head, it's bad. Jiyu Xuanchen, he broke our Long family's protective grand formation and forced his way in." Hearing the news, Long Yangyi clenched his fists, his eyes glaring with rage. What? After him, before them, were the household servants who had died by Jiyu Xuanchen's sword. A servant struggled and said, "Family head, save me." Xuanchen asked, "Is this the formation the Long family of Wangu continent is so proud of? It's so fragile." The Long family head rushed forward in a rage. "You madman, you've gone too far. Die." He struck at Xuanchen with his palm but couldn't break through his protective barrier. This guy was terrified. Xuanchen remained calm and with just a look sent the Long family head flying 10 zhong away. He stopped, bound by Xuanchen's formation. This guy knelt on the ground. "My legs won't obey me." The young master cried out for his father in panic. Xuanchen spoke. "When I speak, you must listen on your knees." Long Qingyun's voice rang out. "Who dares to run wild in my Long family?" He snapped his eyes open and stepped back in surprise. The Long family head ordered, "Old family head, avenge me. I am the head of the Long family, yet he dares to force me to kneel in public. What a humiliation." Long Qingyun cupped his hands and knelt. Disciple Long Qingyun requests an audience with the great master. Xuanchen was high above holding the formation, observing the Long family head as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "What, great master, old master? Is he the great master who gave you guidance?" Long Qingyun waved his hand gently. "Don't speak, don't anger the great master," Xuanchen asked. "Are you from the Long family?" "Yes," said the old man. "You left behind the foundation of the formation and departed." After some comprehension, "I have broken through to a level 5 advanced formation master," the Long family head said angrily. "He is fourth sister's son." Long Qingyun was surprised. "Ah, you are my fourth daughter's son, my grandson?" Old Long Qingyun wanted to step forward and embrace him, but Xuanchen avoided him. "I am indeed my mother's son, but I am not your grandson. I'm sure I don't need to explain why." They all understood. Qingyun said, "I have been lax in my discipline. I hope the great master will forget the past and forgive us." Xuanchen looked at his subservient appearance and said, "Forget it. I don't want to make things difficult for you either. If you want to settle this matter, present the treasure map to my mother." The Long family head shouted, "The treasure map is a secret of my Long family. How can we?" Long Qingyun cursed. "Shut up." Then he pointed the way. "Great master, this way please." They entered the Long family's secret chamber. Xuanchen just waved his hand and ordered, "Break." The restriction formation exploded with a loud bang, leaving everyone in awe. The restriction is really gone. The restriction that took generations of the Long family, hundreds of years and countless efforts to create, was broken so easily by him. Who on earth is he? Xuanchen picked up the treasure map and walked down the steps. He suddenly looked into the distance. "Father, everyone look, could that light be?" Dao Hai said in surprise. "That's a saint manifesting in the night sky, and there are also the ruins of an ancient saint." Qi Zian said, "A saint, that's a powerhouse second only to the Emperor realm. Not to mention in the southern wasteland, even in the entire Qingyun continent, he would be an influential figure. Legend has it that some ancient saints, before they die, pass away or ascend, leave their lives learning in ruins for those who are fated to find them." Xuanchen was surprised. "I thought it was some treasure, but it turns out to be the ruins of an ancient saint? If I remember correctly, this aura belongs to Xiaoshan. It must be the ruins left by Xiaoshan before he attained the Tao and ascended, but I stumbled upon it by chance." Xuanchen immediately ordered, "All disciples of the Xiao Yao sect, listen to my command." The disciples of the Xiao Yao sect responded. "Subordinates are here," he said. "This ruin is located at the southern Sky River with abundant spiritual energy, making it the best choice for the Xiao Yao sect to migrate." Arriving at the Tianhe territory, Xuanchen walked side by side with his subordinates. Mo Tianyan asked, "Sect master, are we really leaving the Xiao Yao sect for the Tianhe territory?" he recalled Xuanqin's instructions. The reason I summoned you to Wangu continent this time was to find a more suitable place for you to cultivate. This ancient saint's ruin is most suitable. Xiao, you will escort my parents back to reunite with our family first. The rest of you will act with me. Yes, Hu Haikuan became excited. We shouldn't discuss what Master wants to do, let's act quickly. Mo Tianyan thought to herself, Master is going on a long journey right after getting married, won't Miss Xian be angry? At this time in the Qi family, Xian thought, he just left like that. Xian, I have matters to attend to and must go out. If anything comes up, just tell Uncle Qi that I am in seclusion for cultivation. We were only pretending to be married. I will leave my name here. If you need it in the future, you can just write a divorce letter and end this marriage. Senior Gu is so thoughtful, leaving the decision entirely to Miss. Now you can concentrate on the path of alchemy. This person, Xian, was moved and thought, Thank you, Mr. Xuanqin. Master Xuanqin and his disciples have landed in the Tianhe territory. Hu Haikuan asked, Master, this is, another person said in surprise. How did this happen? It seems the phantom of an ancient saint appeared before, so the location of the treasure was exposed. Xuanqin said, Faced with the temptation of ascending in a single step, all the major forces have forgotten the terror of the spiritual beasts on the mountain. They were in a hurry to get to the Tianhe territory first. Xuanqin teleported below, and with a stomp of his foot the ground cracked. The three brothers exclaimed in amazement, The entrance to the profound gate has opened. Xuanqin ordered, Follow me. The master and disciples walked in. Mo Tianyan exclaimed, Master, look there. Before them was a huge stone tablet, ancient Saint Ling Tian's treasure. Great Master, it's a real treasure. So many treasures. Suddenly a strange voice rang out. The ruins of an ancient saint, are they something you barbarians from the southern wasteland can touch? Hu Haikuan noticed someone launching a sneak attack. He leapt forward to block the attack. Master, be careful. His eyes were filled with vigilance. The stranger said, Either scram or die. Hu Haikuan was stunned. They're all golden body realm experts. He stood up, pointed his spear forward, and asked Hu Haikuan, Are you their leader? I advise you to be sensible and scram quickly, or you won't even know how you died. Hu Haikuan cursed, Just you're not worthy to fight our master. The man waved his hand lightly, and Hu Haikuan was caught off guard, sent flying backward and spat out blood. Sect Master, he laughed maniacally. With just these moves you're from the Xiao Yao sect? A trash sect dares to come here and snatch treasure? Mo Tianyan and Hong Kong were furious upon hearing this and charged forward. Take this, the bald man behind them threw a hidden weapon. Little brat, the two couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground. What's wrong? Scared stiff after seeing us make a move? They said, looking at Xuanqin. He stepped forward. With disciples so weak, your master must be nothing more than a stray dog, Xuanqin asked coldly. Weak? Hu Haikuan flew behind him. It seems you have no idea what true power is. With that he punched him in the face, killing him instantly. The subordinates behind were horrified, but Hong Kong won't let them wait. Anyone who insults my master must die. The heavenly Tao harmonized sound and everyone in the formation died. The bald man was terrified. How is this possible? Mo Tianyan flew over and said, There's still a lot you don't know. The illusory heaven annihilation / You truly overestimate yourself. We have already comprehended the true meaning of the Emperor's book, and will defend our master to the death. Xuanqin responded, Well done. It seems you have all remembered my daily teachings. The man, with only a breath of life left, asked, What's going on? They actually comprehended the true meaning of the Emperor's book. Even with an imperial sect's heritage, it's extremely rare for one or two people in the same era to grasp the meaning of the Emperor's book. How could they, so young, comprehend its true meaning? Mo Tianyan said. Master, I have brought shame upon you. My senior brother and the sect master both defeated their enemies in a single move, but I used two. You call that bringing shame upon yourself? It's a blatant slap in the face to the warriors of Tianhe. Isn't defeating a higher-level opponent in just 2 moves enough? He shouted loudly, Miss Qin, they have comprehended the true meaning of the Emperor's book. We are no match for them. Please lend us your aid. Afterward, the Qin family can take 60% of the ancient saint's ruins. How about it? 3 siblings turned to look at the descendant of the Qin family, Qin Wan. She replied, No problem, but I want 90%. The man was taken aback. Fine, 90% it is, Qin Wan said decisively. Straightforward enough. She then drew her sword and pointed it at Xuanqin and his disciples. She raised her sword, igniting a raging fire formation, and said, Come at me together. This is the Emperor's sword. Mo Tianyan asked, What's an Emperor's sword? Hu Haikuan answered, An Emperor's sword is an extremely powerful weapon. The sword itself is an extraordinary object nourished by the lifeblood of a martial emperor who carried it for years. The power it contains is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Hong Kong said, I'll go snatch that sword. No, the Emperor's sword is different from the Emperor's book. The book can be understood by anyone with talent, but the Emperor's sword is nourished by a martial emperor's lifeblood. It won't easily acknowledge anyone, not even a descendant of the martial emperor. One wrong move and you could be struck by the sword's backlash. Qin Wan said, Since you know how formidable I am, you should scram while you're still alive. Xuanqin asked, You are a descendant of Qin Tian? Qin Wan replied, You're quite knowledgeable, but daring to speak my ancestor's name directly is a crime of great disrespect. You shall be executed. She swung her sword, unleashing a deadly wave of sword energy, not to kill, but to intimidate. The sword energy cut through space. Qin Wan smiled. Scared out of your wits? Just as she jumped down, Xuanqin gave an order. Little Jin returned. The sword flew out, leaving Qinhuan utterly astonished. It flew past her, grazed the faces of the 3 disciples, and landed steadily in Xuanqin's hand. The sword hummed in his hand as a wave of sword energy tore through space as if it were a long-awaited reunion. What's going on? He stole Miss Qin's Emperor's sword? Qinhuan forced out her blood essence. By my blood, I recall the Emperor's sword. Qin Jian waved his hand lightly, and the drops of blood were repelled. Qinhuan was thrown back by the recoil, spat out blood, and collapsed unconscious. The Emperor's sword actually refused to recognize its master. It couldn't even be recalled with blood. Xuanqin leapt forward and caught Qinhuan in his arms. This guy is not to be trifled with. Run. After placing her against a wall, he pulled down the garment on her shoulder as if confirming something. It really is Xiaoxin's descendant. The 3 disciples were puzzled. Master, you must have discovered some secret about her and are now preparing to interrogate her. Junior sister, let's go. Let's check out the ancient saint's treasures over there. Just then, Qinhuan woke up, noticed her clothes had been tampered with, and screamed, "What are you trying to do to me? Kill me if you must, but don't think you can have your way with me." Xuanqin replied, "Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm an old acquaintance of the Qin family. If you don't believe me, watch this." He swung the sword and released a fierce fire spirit. Qinhuan said, "The Qingtian sword art, how do you know it?" Suddenly she was suppressed by a surge of force, leaving her clothes in tatters. "Wait, my clothes?" Xuanqin lost face for a moment. The 3 disciples ran over worriedly. "Master," the catacomb suddenly shook. "Are you all right?" Then the 3 froze, staring at Qinhuan's disheveled state. So the ancestral master was interrogating the girl. "It looks like she's about to break. We should go comprehend the ancient saint's legacy first." Mo Tianyan thought to herself, "Master's methods are so crude." Xuanqin took out a spare set of clothes and draped them over Qinhuan. "Put this on for now." She nodded lightly and asked, "Why do you know our Qin family's Qingtian sword art?" He replied, "As I said, I'm an old acquaintance of the Qin family. I mean you no harm." He handed the sword over, and Qinhuan was both delighted and surprised. "Really?" But the Emperor's sword knocked her down again, once more igniting with fierce sword energy. Xuanqin said, "Little Jin, from now on she is your new master. You must follow her well." The Emperor's sword was still struggling. Qinhuan was confused. "Will the Emperor's sword no longer recognize me as its master?" Xuanqin said in a low voice. "Little Jin, are you going to disobey even my words?" It spun wildly, then materialized a soul. Qinhuan exclaimed, You awakened the sword spirit." It walked forward. "Xiaojin pays respects to Master. Rise." Qinhuan was astonished. "I've nourished the Emperor's sword with my soul for all these years. But the sword never responded to me." "How could he summon the sword spirit so easily?" the sword spirit asked. "Has Master already broken the seal on your dantian?" Xuanqin replied. "I've been reincarnated, so the seal is already broken." It asked, "So Master still doesn't know the origin of the seal?" "The Qingtian Sword Emperor left me in this world precisely to remind you. Back then I was supposed to follow the Sword Emperor into the Saint Domain, but upon entering the spatial passage to the Saint Domain, the Sword Emperor discovered that the passage was filled with restrictions targeting you. It's very likely that the one who sealed you back then is related to someone in the Saint Domain." The Saint Domain, images of those demon lords from the past flashed before his eyes again. The Sword Spirit replied, "The Sword Emperor took the liberty of investigating and found that among the hundreds of thousands of lesser worlds under the Saint Domain's jurisdiction, the passage to every single world had such restrictions. At that time, before the Sword Emperor could investigate carefully, he was pulled into the Saint Domain by the power of the law. The Sword Emperor believed that Master was not dead, so at the last moment he used his great divine power to send me back to the Qingyun continent. Although the seal is broken in this life, I still have many questions. Where did the seal from my past life come from? It certainly doesn't seem like a technique from this Qingyun continent." The Sword Spirit continued. "Also, the Sword Emperor asked me to remind you that perhaps the 7 great ancient sects will have clues about this seal." Xuanqin was surprised. "The 7 great ancient sects?" "Yes. The 7 great ancient sects are mysterious and special entities passed down from ancient times. Over thousands of years people have tried to uncover the secrets of the ancient sects, but those people either died or went missing." Xuanqin understood. "Perhaps the 7 great ancient sects are a mystery to the world, but I know that one of them, the Heavenly Sword Sect, is in the Myriad Beast Forest near Ruihai City." "What, Master, you know?" Xuanqin passed the divine technique to the Sword Spirit. "Master, this is the complete Qingtian sword art," Xuanqin said. "Qin Wen's talent is too poor and I don't have time to guide her slowly. From now on you stay by her side and teach her slowly in my stead." "Yes." Xuanqin said. "Interesting. It seems my enemies are about to appear." Qinhuan shouted from behind, Wait, where are you going? What's your name?" "That's how it is. The spiritual energy in the Tianhe territory is very abundant. The 3 of you will return to the sect first, then lead the remaining disciples to leave the sect and come here immediately. I still have some private matters to attend to and will return to the sect another day." "Yes." Arriving at the Myriad Beast Forest, Xuanqin rode the wind and the spiritual energy became more refined. The Heavenly Sword Sect must be just ahead. Xuanqin suddenly sensed an anomaly. HMPH, an ambush formation shot out from the forest. Xuanqin drew his sword to block and not a single hidden weapon could touch him. He rose on his toes, spun around with his sword, and the entire formation was subdued. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Xuanqin's figure appeared in the floating light mirror, a magical artifact. Elder Wenchen said, "This kid's swordsmanship is not bad, he's an expert." Another said, "The formation has only just been activated." Elder Tianeng said, "Senior brother, let's continue to observe." The great ambush formation adapt. Xuanchen was intrigued. "Then I shall play with you." He drew his sword. "Come on." Xuanchen set up a formation and moved as if through an empty realm. Elders Wenchen and Tianeng were greatly alarmed. "This is a 6-layered sword intent." Xuanchen stood on high ground observing the formation and discovered its weakness. He drove his sword intent to attack the formation, landed lightly, and the ambush formation was completely broken. The 2 senior brothers of the Heavenly Sword Sect were extremely anxious. "Senior brother, what should we do? Are we just going to let him attack his way up?" "No, this person's power is unfathomable, and he dares to barge into the Heavenly Sword Sect alone. We cannot confront him head-on. Senior brother has a plan. For now it's better to turn the enemy into a friend and first investigate the situation." As Xuanchen delved deeper, the Heavenly Sword Sect decided, "Whoever breaks my bamboo forest formation may enter my Heavenly Sword Sect." "I wonder what your venerable self thinks," Xuanchen thought to himself. "I didn't expect to stumble into this. The matter of the Saint Domain is too strange. Before I figure out the truth, it's better to blend into the Heavenly Sword Sect as a disciple, to avoid alerting the enemy and exposing my presence." He spoke. "I had just that intention." The gate opened. "In that case, please enter, as you wish." Entering the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Wenchen asked, "Who goes there? State your name." He walked forward and said, "Xiao Yao Sect, Gu Xuanchen." The 2 elders sized him up. "This kid is so young, only at the Void Return realm of cultivation, yet he can use a 6-layered sword intent. He is a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. Senior brother's move to turn an enemy into a friend has really let us find a treasure." Wenchen spoke. "Since you sincerely wish to join the Heavenly Sword Sect, you shall start as a menial disciple," Xuanchen asked. "A menial disciple," Tianeng said. "A menial disciple? Senior brother, do you take him for a fool? To be able to comprehend sword intent in the Void Return realm, even a fool would know he has exceptional talent." He replied, "The world does not know the inner workings of our Heavenly Sword Sect. We just need to tell him that with his talent he's only fit to be a menial disciple in the Heavenly Sword Sect. Besides, if the other peaks find out about his talent, they will surely break the rules to snatch him. We can't let others find out." Tianeng had a sudden realization. "Senior brother is right." Wenchen gave the order. "From now on, you are responsible for the daily maintenance of the puppets. You may use the Dao crystals here as you wish. 1 Dao crystal is equal to 100 spirit stones." Xuanchen replied, "Oh, I can use the Dao crystals as I wish. The spiritual quality of Dao crystals is far superior to spirit stones. Cultivating this way will be twice as effective." Wenchen continued, "The puppets of my Heavenly Sword Sect are no ordinary items. They are humanoid spiritual artifacts refined by formation masters and require a large number of Dao crystals to activate. A disciple without comprehension could use up thousands of Dao crystals and still be unable to control them. Considering your exceptional talent, why don't you try with the Dao crystals?" Xuanchen replied, "No need." With a light wave of his hand, the Dao crystals flew up. He stared, and the Dao crystals automatically drilled into their correct positions. After absorbing the Dao crystals, the puppets were immediately activated. It let out a roar, making the disciples unable to believe their eyes. Wenchen and Tianeng were aghast. Xuanchen asked again, "Can I really use all the remaining Dao crystals as I please?" Wenchen stammered. "Why yes, each puppet was successfully activated with just 1 Dao crystal," Tianeng suspected. "Senior brother, have we let a wolf into our own den?" At night in the scripture pavilion, a disciple yawned. "Ah, so sleepy." Xuanchen had been waiting for a long time. "This is the place." He instantly teleported to the front of the hall and pushed the door open. He observed his surroundings slowly and took out a book, The Annals of the 7 Great Ancient Sects, Heavenly Sword Sect, Tianhe Sect, Ice Rain Sect, Qingshan Sect, Hushan Sect, Taishan Sect, and 9 Saint Sect, Forbidden Land, the Heavenly Sword Terrace. The map of the 7 great ancient sects fell into Xuanchen's hands. In the bamboo forest of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Qin Wan followed Xuanchen's trail. "Little Jin, it's been 3 days, can you still sense his aura? Is he really here? Master's last aura was right here. Also, Xiaojin is Master's exclusive nickname for me. You should call me Senior." Qin Wan replied shyly, "I don't care. If you don't help me find Jiyu Xuanchen today, I'll melt this broken sword of yours," Xiaojin said. "You are not allowed to speak my master's name directly." Qin Wan turned her head and said, "Who's there?" The next morning in the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect. "Are you sure you saw that correctly?" Wenchen asked. "The puppets under Jiyu Xuanchen's command are all cultivating," the disciple replied. "I just returned from the puppet hall. Jiyu Xuanchen is not there, but those puppets are standing guard in place as if they are cultivating," Tianeng asked. "Senior brother, this puppets can cultivate too," Wenchen replied. "This is the spirit bestowal curse. Only a highly powerful sorcerer can achieve this. This young master Jiyu is not only unfathomably profound in the sword domain but also so powerful in formation arts. This person's power is likely stronger than anyone present." In the puppet hall, Xuanchen thought, "I've spent nearly 10 days searching most areas of the 7 great ancient sects but still haven't found any clues about the Saint Domain. Perhaps I should just break into the Heavenly Sword Terrace and see." A commotion arose from below. Don't push, let me see." Are they the newly recruited disciples, the rumored twin jades of Heavenly Sword? It's been a long time since I've seen beauties in the Heavenly Sword sect. Let me take a look too, Xuanchen thought. Qin Wan and Qi Zian, why are they here? Qi Zian immediately recognized Xuanchen and exclaimed, Senior Jiyu, you're really here? The two beauties' hearts leapt with joy. Xuanchen sensed something was wrong. He jumped down, immediately grabbed both beauties' hands and urged them as he pulled them along. Don't say anything, come with me. Once they reached the puppet hall, he finally asked, Why are you two here? Qin Wan replied. To chase after you, of course. That day you left me all alone without a word. I still have many things I want to ask you, he said. What do you want to ask? Qin Wan replied, I've always wanted to meet my legendary ancestor, the mighty Sword Emperor. I appeared at the ancient saint's ruins because I was following clues there. Since you know my ancestor, do you know where he is in the saint domain? Can you take me to find him? Xuanchen replied, 100 years ago I was injured while undergoing a tribulation. My disciples also scattered, and I have long since lost contact. I'm afraid I can't help you. Qin Wan was puzzled. Even you don't know? All right, I promise you, if I find any clues about him, I will inform you immediately. Really? Xuanchen replied, I never go back on my word. Never mind. It can't be helped that Xiaoshan entered my saint domain. Xuanchen asked Zian, What about you? Why are you here? And how do you two know each other? Zian stammered. Ah, Qin Wan spoke for her. Of course, Sister Zian is also here to find you. That day I was looking for you in the bamboo forest when Sister Zian came over and asked me, Excuse me, do you know Senior Jiyu Xuanchen? I happened to run into Sister Zian, so we traveled together and by a stroke of luck broke the Heavenly Sword Sect's bamboo forest maze. Xuanchen asked. So you two have also become disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Qin Wan replied. Thanks to the sword spirit, my Qingtian sword art has improved by leaps and bounds. Zian replied. My power has greatly increased thanks to Senior's guidance. I came this time to thank you in person, Xuanchen said. Since it has come to this, you two will follow me for now. Right now, everyone in the Heavenly Sword Sect is focused on you two. You must act with caution and remember not to expose my identity. The two beauties nodded. Yes, we know, Zian said. Senior Jiyu, then we should also do our best to help you stand out in the Seven Sects Martial Meet in June, right? The Seven Sects Martial Meet, you don't know? The Seven Sects Martial Meet is a tradition passed down by the seven great ancient sects held once every 100 years. All the disciples of the sects are talking about it. The ranking of each martial meet is directly related to the resource allocation of the seven sects. So every sect takes it very seriously and goes all out to win first place. Xuanchen nodded. I see. A lone wolf doesn't like to interact with other disciples, Zian continued. But I also heard that this year's Seven Sects Martial Meet is being held in the Forbidden Land, the Heavenly Sword Terrace. You mean the Forbidden Land will be opened? Xuanchen pressed Zian for more information. Yes, Senior Jiyu, is there anything we can do to help? Xuanchen replied, Indeed there is. The two of you prepare to cultivate together with me as three. The three of us together, the two girls asked in surprise. Arriving at the hot spring, I spent several days searching all the major sects to obtain these spiritual herbs. Soaking and cultivating in this medicinal water will rapidly increase your power. In the future, I won't be able to watch over you all the time, so you need to enhance your ability to protect yourselves. The two beauties had a sudden realization. So that's what you meant, the two hesitated. But do we really have to go in? Qin Wan looked in astonishment at Zian, who had already taken off her outer robe. Senior Jiyu and I are husband and wife. Cultivating like this is a common occurrence. Qin Wan was a little flustered. It's just cultivation, right? It's not like it's something shameful. I'm not afraid. She also took off her clothes. Jiyu Xuanchen, what are you waiting for? Get down here. Xuanchen was silent. I didn't ask you to take off your clothes. I was just about to teach you the water warding technique. A spread of Dao crystals was laid out in a formation by Xuanchen. Let's begin, he indicated. The two beauties were also ready. Xuanchen activated the formation, and spiritual energy instantly covered the ground and water surrounding them. Qin Wan and Zian both felt filled with spiritual energy. He shouted, Cultivate your heart. The two beauties' power erupted, their meridians feeling as if they were on fire. This is incredible. The two beauties rose from the water, Qin Wan suppressing her excitement. I've broken through again. Spiritual energy swirled out. Xuanchen covered his eyes. Put your clothes on first. Qin Wan realized her gaffe and quickly submerged herself in the water to hide her embarrassment. Xuanchen thought to himself, over 100,000 Dao crystals, and I only broke through to the early stage of the Dharma form realm. It's hard to imagine how many Dao crystals will be needed for future breakthroughs. The two of you will concentrate on cultivating this way. Do not act rashly without my command, but you should have more than enough power to deal with the people from the seven great ancient sects, he thought. A month later, at the Heavenly Sword Terrace, the day of the Seven Sects Martial Meet finally arrived. The once-in-a-century Seven Sects Martial Meet. This time, I will definitely make a name for myself. The champion's title belongs to my Ice Rain sect. I heard that the winning team in this competition will get an ancient artifact. If that's true, this must be the most generous one in hundreds of years. The sound of a horn echoed. Look, the elders are coming out. Elder Chengzong of the Ice Rain sect, he spoke. Everyone, the once-in-a-century Seven Sects Martial Meet is about to begin. This year's competition will select disciples with outstanding talent. The winner will receive a high-grade artifact, a set of advanced martial arts, and 600,000 Dao crystals. However, because too many talents were lost in the last martial meet, we have made some changes this time. The content of the competition will no longer be duels between disciples, but rather entering the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud Scroll, passed down by the 7 sects to find the Dao Heart Tree. After 3 days, the ranking will be determined by the total number obtained by each party. Xuanchen sensed that the power of the law contained within the painting was different from that of the Qingyun continent. According to Xiao Xuan and Xiao Jin, my previous life seal is related to the Saint Domain. Could this Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud Scroll be from the Saint Domain? Elder Changzong gestured. Disciples, the 7 sects martial meet is about to begin. Now prove yourselves with your strength. Yes, the elder turned and ordered. Let us begin. The elders obeyed the command and activated the formation simultaneously. All the participants scrambled to rush over. Get in quickly. I'm going in first. Me first. Xuanchen also jumped in, brushing past Elder Changzong. He seemed to sense something on Xuanchen. After the last participant entered, he spoke. Now, suddenly, the elders closed the scroll and added a restrictive spell. The disciples were confused. What's going on? Why aren't they letting anyone else in? A loud voice rang out. Look, what is that? You have done well. From now on, guard the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud Scroll. We will soon open the passage between the Saint Domain and the Qingyun continent. Qingkong and the elders knelt. We pay our respects to the ancestral master, the person said. I have finally found the one I must kill. At this time, inside the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud Scroll, Xuanchen was puzzled. There's no one around. Was I transported elsewhere? A butterfly flew over and landed on his hand. Xuanchen sensed something unusual. No, something is not right. This is the law of time, and its power surpasses the laws of the Qingyun continent, a voice called out. Chenner, he became vigilant. My child, I've finally found you. A woman appeared. Xuanchen asked, Who are you? She replied, Silly child, I am your mother. Come here quickly. Xuanchen smiled. My mother is not like you. Xuanchen used the heavenly god's eye. Opening his eyes, he released a formation at her. Silly child, Long Xiniang is only your mother on the Qingyun continent, but I am your mother from the Saint Domain. She gave you your physical body, but I am the one who gave you your soul. Xuanchen asked, Is what you're saying true? I just used the heavenly god's eye, which can see through all illusions in the world, but there are no flaws on her. Could what she said be true? The woman said. You are the child of me and the Holy Lord, born in the Saint Domain, the 9th prince of the Saint Domain. Back then, the demon race invaded and we were unfortunately separated from you. For all these years, the Holy Lord and I have searched across all heavens and myriad worlds. I never thought we would finally find you today. Xuanchen asked. The 9th prince, that's right. You carry the bloodline of the Holy Lord, which is why you are so exceptionally talented. Mother has left countless imprints like the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud scroll across the heavens and myriad worlds to sense you. And today I have finally met you. Xuanchen was again puzzled. The Holy Lord's bloodline. Back then, the Holy Lord infused all the true meanings of the heavenly Tao's laws along with his bloodline power into your divine soul. Otherwise, how could you be proficient in so many powers of the heavenly Tao that surpass the Qingyun continent? And how could you sense the law of time with just one look? Xuanchen asked. Then what about the seal on my body? She's right. I was born with the ability to sense the laws of the heavenly Tao. This has been one of my long-standing puzzles. The mother recalled, in that year of disaster to protect you, the Holy Lord sealed your aura. Come here quickly. I can protect you now, so you no longer have to worry about the demon race finding you. Mother will undo the seal for you, and you will no longer be trapped in the Qi refining realm. Xuanchen hesitated. She continued to call out, Come here, all right. He walked over. Outside the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud scroll, the crowd was encountering strange events. Qingkong gestured. All disciples, listen to my command. The 7 sects martial meet is temporarily suspended. Stand by where you are for now. The disciples were puzzled. What's happening? The masters are acting so strangely. What about the senior brothers who just went in? Qingkong remained silent. A month ago, what did you say? That kid named Jiyu Xuanchen has such unfathomable power, yet he was willing to be a menial disciple in the Heavenly Sword sect, Wenchen said. Senior brother, this matter is too peculiar. Do you think we could use this 7 sects martial meet to go with the flow and test him? You go instruct the disciples to keep an eye on his every move within the sect. Qingkong thought to himself, luckily I was clever. Otherwise, how could the ancestral master have found the person he had been searching for? Ancestral master, this is your reward. Keep an eye on him. This is your mission. He then released an astonishing spiritual power that enveloped all the elders. Thank you, ancestral master, for your reward. All the elders broke through. Xuanchen walked toward his mother. Come quickly, mother is about to undo the seal for you. Her hand gradually reached for Xuanchen's dantian. He suddenly sensed something was wrong and threw a punch at this person. She was greatly shocked and asked, You? At this point, Xuanchen was certain she was a fake. With a palm strike, he sent her flying and demonic energy began to leak out. The demon revealed its true form. As expected, you have some skill to be able to see through my illusion. Xuanchen pointed his sword at him and asked, Who are you? The demon replied, Who am I? You'll find out soon enough. Suddenly, a spiritual shadow flashed. Save me, I've finally found him. He's here. Go die. Xuanchen went deeper into the forest. This power of law not only slows down time but can also suppress the spiritual power of the Qingyun continent. He spoke out. the Saint Domain. In 2 lifetimes this is the closest I have ever been to the secrets of my past life and the seal. You want to seal me in here, in your dreams, he shouted. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability. Xuanchen sensed something abnormal. A black force shot out from a distance, piercing through his body. Xuanchen cried out, "Ugh!" A powerful spiritual force was suddenly released. The ancestral master's power is filled with profound laws. This brief moment is worth more than our several hundred years of bitter cultivation, Qinkang replied. That's right, next we just have to wait for the holy light to descend. When the ancestral master descends to the lower realm and kills that kid Jiyu Xuanchen, we will surely be handsomely rewarded. No matter how unfathomable that brat Jiyu Xuanchen is, he can't escape the ancestral master's grasp, Qinkang suddenly shouted. What spiritual energy is surging out of the scroll, senior brother? Be careful. Qinkang threw the scroll away in terror, but the spiritual energy grew increasingly violent, bursting through the heavens and carrying Xuanchen out with it. He snatched the scroll and Qinkang said in astonishment, "How is this possible? You actually broke the seal of the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud scroll?" Xuanchen walked forward and said, "It's all thanks to you. The spiritual energy in the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud scroll helped me bypass the golden body stage and break through directly to the yin-yang realm." The elders were at a loss. "Senior brother, what do we do now? He seems to have absorbed the power of the law of time. I'm afraid we're no longer a match for him." Qinkang ordered, "Bring them up." Luckily I came prepared. They brought out the bound Qinwan and Xian. "Get away, don't touch me, shut up." Xuanchen hadn't expected these bastards to stoop to such despicable and lowly methods. He was enraged. "Let me go. Senior, there are too many of them. The 2 of us couldn't fight them. We've implicated you, please just go." Qinkang pressed the tip of his blade against the beauty's neck and threatened, "Now that it has come to this, I advise you to surrender without a fight. Otherwise you'll know what it means to be smashed to pieces." Qinwan glared defiantly. Xuanchen replied, "What big talk? I'd rather let you know the consequences of offending me." Xuanchen summoned a formation and threw out the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud scroll. The scroll instantly unfurled, sucking in the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Qinkang was horrified. How is this possible? Not only did he break the seal, but he also activated the formation art of the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud scroll. One after another, they were all sucked in. Qinkang begged for mercy. "Jiyu Xuanchen, we were wrong, please spare us." All the elders along with Qinkang were sucked in, leaving none behind. At this moment, only Qinwan, Xian and Xuanchen were left in the hall. Qinwan was utterly astonished. He could actually seal all the people from the 7 great ancient sects. Xuanchen retrieved the scroll. At an altar in the Saint Domain, several ancestral masters were in discussion. Indeed, he is the Holy Son who inherited the Holy Lord's bloodline back then. The Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud scroll is now out of control and the passage to the lower realm has been destroyed. What should we do? HMPH. He might have stopped this passage, but can he stop the next one? Don't let this matter get out. It'll be troublesome if those old geezers find out. 6th brother, I told you to activate our sleeper agents in the other worlds. Have you done it? 3rd brother, rest assured. Right now, those old geezers are desperately searching for the Holy Sun in other worlds. By the time they realize they've been tricked, the real Holy Sun will have long fallen into our hands. The ancestral master ordered the altar to be repaired to open the next passage, determined to capture the Holy Sun before anyone else. The demon masters all acknowledged the command. Back at the Heavenly Sword Sect, Qinwan was shocked. So many powerful experts had vanished in an instant. Has the Heavenly Sword Sect, with its millennia of heritage, been wiped out just like that? Suddenly, Qinwan and Xian were also sucked into the scroll. Qinwan exclaimed in surprise. "Jiyu Xuanchen, why are you even Senior Jiyu?" Xuanchen replied, "You 2 listen carefully. My enemies are in the Saint Domain. Their current strength is unknown and they have already found me. From now on, anyone associated with me will be hunted down by the powerful experts of the Saint Domain." Qinwan and Xian exclaimed, "What? I will send you into the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud scroll first. Cultivating inside will yield twice the results with half the effort, and you'll also be well protected." Xuanchen retrieved the scroll and headed to the Tianhe territory alone. At the Xiao Yao sect, Master has been gone for over a month. Why isn't he back yet? Sect Master, don't worry. With Master's power, he'll be fine. Hu Haikuan replied, "I hope so." Suddenly, someone arrived, startling everyone. "Who's there?" It was Xuanchen returned. "I've been away these days. Has everyone's cultivation progressed?" The disciples knelt. "We pay our respects to Master," Mo Tianyan replied. "Master, we have followed your orders, left the sect and come to Ruohai City. The sect's reputation is now soaring. The Tianhe territory is indeed a rare treasure land for cultivation and our strength has greatly improved," Xuanchen said. "The Tianhe territory is nothing to me anymore. I'll take you to a better place." The disciples' eyes lit up. Looking at the scroll, they were instantly sucked into the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud scroll. Mo Tianyan opened her eyes and asked, "Where is this Sect Master?" Xiaoman ran over and hugged her. "Sister Tianyan, I've missed you so much." "Xiaoman," Tianyan said in surprise. "Wuhan and Miss Xian, why are you all here?" Wuhan explained. "Brother brought us in. He said the spiritual energy here is abundant, far surpassing any place in the Qingyun continent, not just the Xiao Yao sect. He also brought the Qi and Jiyu families in." Xuanchen spoke. "This is a special space where I control everything. You just need to cultivate here in peace." Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. "Jiyu Xuanchen, please let us out." The disciples ran over and saw the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect tied up. Xuanchen asked, "What's in it for me if I let you out?" Qing Kong replied. I can tell you that the next passage to the Saint Domain is at Mount Penglai in the Tianzang Ridge. Please spare our lives, Xuanchen was surprised. Mount Penglai in the Tianzang Ridge. Xuanchen quickly arrived at Mount Penglai in the Tianzang Ridge. Sensing a commotion inside the scroll, he opened it to see Qing Kong shouting loudly. Ji Yu Xuanchen, you went back on your word. A disciple punched him. Shut up, Hu Haikuan said. Master, rest assured we will keep a close eye on these people and not let them disturb you. Qing Kong shouted desperately. Ji Yu Xuanchen, didn't you promise to let me out? I already told you all the locations of the Holy Light's transmission points, how could you? Xuanchen replied coldly. When did I ever promise you that? Mo Tianyan ran over and gagged him with a cloth. Shut up, master, leave this to us. Xuanchen nodded and continued onward. Although he hadn't seen the holy light yet, he could already feel that the spiritual energy here was several times more concentrated than elsewhere. It seems it has been leaking out even before the Saint Domain passage opens. Xuanchen suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy ahead was much richer than in Ruahai City. If he could cultivate there, he would surely break through. I'll go take a look, a young lady spoke. Young master, are you also going to Ruahai City? Lady Baihan said. The Tianzang Ridge is one of the 9 most dangerous places on Mount Penglai. It's fraught with danger. Why don't we travel together? Xuanchen simply replied flatly. No need. Hey wait, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Baihan said dejectedly. Sai rejected again. Where am I going to find enough people to perform the 7 Absolutes Joint Strike Art? Hearing this, Xuanchen turned back. The 7 Absolutes Joint Strike Art? Baihan finally brought Xuanchen back to the group and said, I found him. I finally found someone who can cooperate with us. The young man asked Baihan, this person you found seems to only be in the early stage of the yin-yang realm. Baihan replied. You've been looking for a long time and haven't found anyone either, have you? What powerful person would be willing to travel with us? The man interrupted. The strongest among us is only at the early stage of the Saint Entry realm. Anyway, we just want to broaden our horizons. As long as he's familiar with formations and can assist with regulating qi, that's enough. What's the danger? All right then. He walked forward and instructed. But you must swear an oath to us. After you see the formation, you are not to pass it on to others in the future, understand? This is the true meaning of the 7 Absolutes Joint Strike Art. Take a look. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. Xuanchen took it. It was indeed it. He remembered this was the formation he taught Zhaofeng when he took him as a disciple. Xuanchen replied, got it. Sai, I wonder where that kid Zhaofeng has been these past few hundred years. This Han Bing must be his descendant. I still don't know who my enemies in the Saint Domain are, so it's not the right time to reveal our connection. The Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud Scroll can't hold any more people either. Your cultivation level is still low. Just stay out of sight later and behave yourself. If you can't handle it, let us know in advance to avoid getting hurt, understand? Baihan thought. From which corner did this fool come from? Does he know nothing about formations? Senior brother Han, get into formation quickly. We'll be late if we dawdle any longer. This person walked over and shouted, wait for me. He looked at Xuanchen and thought, did this kid learn my family's ancestral secret art just by looking at it once? The leader signaled them to stop. What's wrong? He said. Did you feel that? The spiritual energy up ahead is too strong. A huge surge of spiritual power is rushing up from a distance. Baihan was surprised. This feeling, are hundreds of people breaking through at the same time? We can get such benefits from this far away. If we reach Ruahai City, wouldn't we be able to shatter the void and ascend? But if we clash with those martial artists, our chances of survival are slim. What should we do? Should we continue? Xuanchen rushed forward. Since we're already here, why hesitate? Wait, stop right there. This guy was furious. This presumptuous kid, I'll definitely teach him a lesson after this journey. An incense stick's time later, about 50 minutes, the brothers were all panting. Who is this guy? He's walked for so long, yet he's completely unscathed. A woman's voice rang out. Who are you people to dare come here? You must be quite skilled. I, Xie, have a soft spot for talented young people. I am the leader of the Chinkin Alliance, Xie Sanyu. These people bowed. We pay our respects to the seniors, to the Chinkin Alliance. Xuanchen glanced over. The Chinkin Alliance, Baihan said. The Chinkin Alliance is a new power that has risen in the last 100 years. They have already become one of the 3 major sects on Mount Penglai. Xie Sanyu said, to meet his fate, you should follow us. We are familiar with the terrain of the Tianzang Ridge. This will save you from encountering any dangers and losing your lives. These people became excited. In that case, we thank you, Alliance leader. Traveling with the Chinkin Alliance will save us a lot of trouble. Xuanchen remained silent, observing. Xie Sanyu led the way, their legion driving away ferocious beasts during the night. The next day, as they were traveling, Xie Sanyu ordered them to halt. The group was horrified. This was a field of corpses of powerful experts reeking of decay. Why were there so many dead people in the jungle? Xuanchen observed. The technique was clean, a single fatal blow. The victims didn't even have time to react. It seems the killer is at least a late-stage Saint Realm expert or higher. Xie Sanyu said, little brothers, we've traveled together this far. We should share both fortune and misfortune, right? The man asked. What do you mean, Alliance leader Xie? Ah, he replied. On our way here we encountered so many spiritual beasts and our Chinkin Alliance dealt with all of them. Now isn't it time for you to contribute a little? How about this? You send someone to scout ahead. How about it? These people were horrified. Is this the real reason they wanted us to travel with them? To use us as cannon fodder? But we're just a temporary group. Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for others? Xuanchen spoke up. How long are you going to dilly-dally? They watched as Xuanchen calmly walked forward. He actually stood up at a time like this, Xuanchen replied. What else? Just stand here, don't waste time, it's almost dark, Xie Sanyu flattered. Truly a young hero. In that case please, young Master Jiyu. The young men followed behind Xuanchen, looking at the corpses by the roadside, trembling with fear. Bai Han asked, what's going on? I haven't seen anyone else besides the corpses. Keep your voice down, I don't want to die here. Xuanchen walked to a strange barrier and the man shouted. Look, we've finally reached Ruohai. The people of the Chincan Alliance also shouted. Let me see. Xie Sanyu's eyes lit up. Indeed, it's a natural treasure. The spiritual energy here can cleanse one's marrow and purify one's meridians, increasing cultivation speed faster than usual. Alliance leader, this is great. Another person has arrived. Xie Sanyu said. The Hall Master of the Fierce Wind Hall and the Sect Master of the Heavenly Star Sect have also brought their disciples. How should we divide this Ruohai? It's the people from the Fierce Wind Hall and the Heavenly Star Sect, although the Chincan Alliance is also one of the 3 major sects of Mount Penglai. In terms of seniority, the Fierce Wind Hall and the Heavenly Star Sect are hundreds of times stronger. If a conflict breaks out now, even a major power like the Chincan Alliance would not be able to handle it. The people from the Fierce Wind Hall asked Alliance leader Xie, is this what you call dividing? Ah, he replied. How would I dare? Xuanchen suddenly interrupted. Divide what? This Ruohai is a sign of the Holy Light's descent. We, the Chincan Alliance, will take it all. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. The two were furious. What did you say? Xie Sanyu also shouted. Shut up, Xuanchen said. You see, our alliance leader Xie told you to shut up. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. With a single sword strike, Xuanchen split the ground in 2, scaring the 2 leaders out of their wits. The heavens and earth trembled, and the entire forest was destroyed. The leader braced himself and replied, if the Chincan Alliance wants to take it all for themselves, then we'll have to see if you have the ability. Destroy the Chincan Alliance? Xie Sanyu waved her hand and said, a misunderstanding everyone, this is all a misunderstanding, my subordinate is incompetent, damn it. I can only fight. Jiyu. Xuanchen flicked his fingers a few times. Go, go, go. He swept up Zhao Feng's grand disciples and flew high into the sky, arriving at a teleportation point, and in an instant they fell into another space. Aha, cough, cough, what's going on? Xuanchen looked into the distance. Dogs biting dogs, how interesting. There are still sounds of fighting in the distance. Go to hell. The young man was astonished. The moment he drew his sword, the sharpness contained within its intent was definitely not something a person in the yin-yang realm could achieve. In the forest, the 2 sides were still fighting. Xie Sanyu was already exhausted by now. Damn it, a person from the Heavenly Star Sect walked up. Xie Sanyu, this day next year will be. Suddenly the heavens and earth shook. What's happening? Xuanchen smiled faintly. Bai Han pointed at the sky. Look, the light is gathering. A pillar of fire descended from the sky, and holy light bathed the land, passing through the crowd and heading straight for Xuanchen. By the time Xuanchen realized it, it was too late. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the holy light's spiritual power was too terrifying. Xuanchen struggled to tear apart this violent spiritual force, but it suddenly dispersed and merged into his chest. What's going on? The holy light automatically entered young Master Gu's body. There's no aggressive feeling from the holy light. Could it be the fighting crowds all swarmed toward the holy light? Xuanchen thought to himself, as expected, are they trying to make me a public enemy of the Qingyun continent first? Xie Sanyu ordered. Kill them, then force the holy light out of his body. Alliance leader Xie is right. The holy light must not be monopolized by one person, the young man hurriedly explained. Wait, I've never known him. I also, the man said. Bai Han, you're not leaving. You want to stand up for a boy you barely know. This is your chance to escape. But the Sect Master of the Heavenly Star Sect laughed. Hee hee, you brat. Now you're all alone. If you know what's good for you, hand over the holy light or don't blame us for being impolite. Who said he's alone? The young man spoke from behind Xuanchen. Xuanchen asked, aren't you afraid of death? He replied. Of course I am, but for Ruohai to seek you out, you must be exceptionally talented. I want to take a gamble. If we can get through this in consideration of me betting my life, taking me as a disciple and teaching me formation arts shouldn't be a problem, right? Xuanchen replied. I can teach you formation arts, but forget about taking you as a disciple. You're an honest fellow, but if I take you as a disciple it would mess up the seniority. The leader shouted. Just 2 brats in the yin-yang realm and you dare to be so arrogant. Open your eyes and look clearly. Everyone here is at least in the Saint realm. Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Xuanchen remained calm and composed. Xie Sanyu taunted. Young Master Jiyu, don't put on a brave face and say we're ganging up on you. Ha ha, Xuanchen replied. Not at all. In a moment when you're in hell, don't go crying to King Yama that I ganged up on you. Xuanchen released a formation and the group stared dumbfounded. What? How is this possible? All the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect appeared instantly from the scroll. Hu Haikuan said, Master, we have followed your teachings and cultivated in the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud scroll. Most of us have already broken through to the Saint realm. Xuanchen replied, this time I definitely won't hold you back. The young man was horrified. Master, all these Emperor realm experts are his disciples, Xuanchen said. Then I shall see the results of your cultivation. The entire Xiao Yao sect headquarters charged forward. Ah, stop them. Help. Xie Sanyu trembled. Don't. Ah, a single sword strike finished her. Hu Haikuan sheathed his sword and reported, Master, it's all taken care of. Xuanchen praised. Well done, Xian said. Senior Gu, since the holy light has disappeared, does that mean your enemies won't come to trouble you anymore? Xuanchen replied, you're right, but they went to great lengths to descend to the Qingyun continent to kill me, yet they overlooked one thing. I'm not the type to hide. I will go deal with them personally. Xuanchen sent a palm strike toward the sky. The power was astonishing and the disciples quickly dodged. Miss Xian was also startled. Xuanchen shouted, break! A portal appeared at the top of the sky. Mo Tianyun asked, is this the passage to the Saint Domain? Xuanchen replied, it's all thanks to my opponents. This holy light is essentially a spiritual substance that condenses pure spiritual energy. With it, I can capture the aura of the Saint Domain space. Quickly return to the Green Mountain and Rosy Cloud Scroll and come with me to investigate the Saint Domain. Yes. Only then did the young man speak up. Wait, Senior Gu Xuanchen, what about me? Xuanchen replied. As for you, I have other arrangements. He was thrown into another space. Is this the connection point of the passage? Something in the void condensed into a serpentine form and a giant demonic snake appeared. Xuanchen cursed. Still want to devour me? He slashed the demonic snake with one sword strike and immediately, a vortex with an extremely strong suction appeared. This familiar aura Xuanchen was sucked in without any resistance. 10 days later at the altar in the Saint Domain. Damn it, what's going on? This holy light still can't open the passage connecting to the Qingyun continent. Right now, at least 1,000 holy lights from the Saint Domain have appeared in the passage connecting the two realms on the Qingyun continent, but during this time, no matter where the holy lights were placed, they would be destroyed by others. What on earth is happening? Rather than being destroyed, it's more like they were rapidly refined. But when did so many powerful martial artists appear on the Qingyun continent at the same time? Do you think that kid Gu Xuanchen is behind this? This is strange. Someone must be helping him in secret. Let's get the information from the Qingyun continent and look it over. We must find Gu Xuanchen no matter what. Xuanchen walked out of the strange space and was suddenly surprised. This is a stone chamber. The laws of power are rejected everywhere here. This must be the Saint Domain, a skeleton. This person has likely been dead for 1,000 years, the cause of death being cultivation deviation. Xuanchen reached out to examine him, but he no longer had that familiar aura. It seems it's not him. The person who saved me in the passage before was probably a madman. I wonder where he is now. Has he also ascended to the Saint Domain? Your ancestor and I are fated. I will now pass on the art of formations to you. This technique can absorb holy light and enhance your cultivation. If any more holy light appears on the Qingyun continent, your Han family may dispose of it as you see fit. Thank you, Senior Gu. Luckily I made arrangements before entering the passage. With Han Xin around, the people of the Saint Domain will probably think I'm still on the Qingyun continent. I can lie in wait here, uncover the true identity of my enemies and catch them off guard. Xuanchen discovered a token. Gu Santong respectfully welcomes Martial Uncle's exit from seclusion. With a loud bang, Xuanchen asked, Martial Uncle, is this guy their Martial Uncle? Zhao Guofeng of the Heavenly Martial Hall said, Martial Uncle, the masters have already passed on. We hope for your exit from seclusion to take charge of our Heavenly Martial Hall. Zhou Chang said, Senior brother, Martial Uncle hasn't moved. Could he already be? Although legend says Martial Uncle Gu is the #1 genius of our Heavenly Martial Hall, he went into seclusion 1,000 years ago and has not yet emerged. Back then his senior brother, who was our master, has already passed on. Could he also? Zhao Guofeng replied, in that case we will do as master instructed, he ordered. All disciples hear my command. Assume the 7-star formation and break the array. Yes, 49 people formed the array, but suddenly the stone door opened with a gust of wind. Xuanchen slowly walked out, and the group was utterly astonished. After Zhao Guofeng observed carefully, everyone knelt in greeting. We pay our respects to Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle, this disciple was unaware that you were still alive and unintentionally activated the formation-breaking art. I hope you can forgive me, Xuanchen thought to himself. It seems they've mistaken me for that corpse, but this is a perfect opportunity to use a false identity to probe the Saint Domain's secrets. He asked, What's your name? Why are you in such a hurry to call me out of seclusion? This disciple's name is Zhao Guofeng. Before Master passed, he instructed us disciples to ask you to come out of seclusion and take charge. Who is your master? Guofeng replied. My master's name was Shangqing. Xuanchen said, Senior brother Shangqing has passed away. Why didn't he wait for me? Martial Uncle, my master was your senior sister. Guofeng's reply stunned Xuanchen. This situation is too awkward. Gu Xuanchen quickly coughed a few times and then hurriedly explained, You wouldn't understand back then. Senior brother Shangqing and I were as close as brothers. In my heart, I always considered him a senior brother, not a senior sister. After hearing Gu Xuanchen's words, Zhao Guofeng's face went blank. He just stared with wide eyes, scratching his head in confusion. Gu Xuanchen was also sweating profusely, thinking to himself, Why would a girl have a man's name? Zhao Guofeng asked with a look of astonishment. Martial Uncle always thought of Master as a brother, but you two were clearly engaged. Gu Xuanchen's face darkened, his eyes narrowed, and he feigned displeasure, shouting, Is it your place to discuss the affairs of your elders? Zhao Guofeng replied sorrowfully, Yes, this disciple knows his mistake. Gu Xuanchen strode forward proudly, saying as he walked, All right, take me to pay respects to senior brother Shangqing first. I've been in seclusion for a long time. Tell me in detail what has happened over these thousands of years. Gu Xuanchen was now comfortably seated on the throne of power in the Heavenly Martial Hall office with rows of disciples lined up before him. He opened a secret manual of true skills and traced the instructions with his finger. Jiyu Xuanchen thought to himself. The 100 Battles Hall, a little-known sect in the Saint Domain, is further divided into the Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow Martial Halls. The Heavenly Martial Hall was originally the head of the 4 halls, but after years of war its powerful experts fell one by one, and now it ranks last, according to the rules of the 100 Battles Hall. If there is no elder to preside over the situation, the Heavenly Martial Hall will be disbanded, and its disciples will be distributed among the other 3 halls. This is why they appeared at Jiyu Santong's place to take charge. Zhou Chang observed every move. He seemed to notice something unusual about the spiritual energy of the martial uncle who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years and was now sitting in the chair. He hurriedly whispered behind Zhao Guofeng's ear, "Senior brother Zhao, something's not right. Why do I feel that martial uncle's aura is very weak, seemingly even weaker than ours?" Luo Ming was also stunned upon hearing this, turned his head to look and agreed. "Yeah, I feel like martial uncle's aura is like someone in the early stage of the myriad form realm." Zhao Guofeng put 2 fingers to his lips and shushed, then said gently, "You really don't understand this martial uncle. He is the #1 martial arts genius of our Heavenly Martial Hall, single-mindedly pursuing the supreme great Tao, which is why he has been in focused seclusion for so many years." Zhao Guofeng gently patted Luo Ming's head and chided, "This is a realm we cannot reach." Zhou Chang covered his mouth and watched, also convinced by Zhao Guofeng's words. He nodded and said, "Senior brother Zhao has a point." Suddenly, Jiyu Xuanchen called out, "Zhou Chang." Zhou Chang jumped, stood bolt upright, and replied loudly, "Disciple is here." Jiyu Xuanchen continued, "Let me ask you, how much do you know about the Haoshan Holy King of the Saint Domain?" Jiyu Xuanchen's question caught Zhou Chang off guard. He stammered, unable to utter a single word. I Luo Ming hastily turned to remind Zhou Chang, "Get a grip, speak up, martial uncle must be testing your knowledge of the Saint Domain's history. Remember to perform well." Zhou Chang clasped his hands, bowed his head respectfully and said, "The Haoshan Holy King with his supreme methods ruled the Saint Domain for many years. In that era the Saint Domain flourished immensely, with all races paying tribute, but 10,000 years ago a sword of heavenly fate of unknown origin appeared in the Saint Domain. Legend has it that whoever obtains the sword of heavenly fate can control destiny and break the world's shackles. For 10,000 years no one has reached the God realm. The Haoshan Holy King with his supreme divine power obtained the sword of heavenly fate, but before he could comprehend it, he was besieged by powerful experts from other regions. It said he was gravely injured. The Holy King sealed the secrets of the Sword of Heavenly Fate and his lifelong learnings within the bodies of 9 holy sons, simultaneously risking his life to hide them in various corners of the Saint Domain. At this point Zhou Chang paused. Jiyu Xuanchen placed his hand on his chin and said coldly, "Continue." He thought to himself. 9 holy sons, Zhou Chang continued. "Some say the Holy King sealed the secrets in the most talented holy son, but others say he sealed a portion in each holy son and that gathering all 9 is necessary to uncover the secret of that era. There is no evidence for any of these legends and the whereabouts of the 9 holy sons are unknown." Hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen thought, "It seems I am one of those 9 holy sons, which is why that shadowy figure from before tried so hard to capture me. Because of the Holy King's bloodline I have always been proficient in the great Tao and extremely sensitive to the outside world. And I have a seal to assist me. Perhaps it was also the Holy King's way of protecting his aura from being discovered by others. Although this 100 Battles Hall is of average strength, Jiyu Santong's identity is suitable for me to gather information, but the only trouble now is probably teaching them." His expression turned grim as he stroked his chin in thought. Jiyu Xuanchen glanced down at the disciples standing below, pondering. Although they are just junior disciples, each one possesses strength close to the martial emperor realm of the Qingyun continent. Zhao Guofeng stared at Jiyu Xuanchen, wondering inwardly, why is martial Uncle Gu's expression growing more and more grim? Jiyu Xuanchen stepped down from the chair and loudly commanded everyone to gather at the training grounds. Upon hearing Jiyu Xuanchen's command, Zhou Chang's face turned pale and he looked miserable. Luo Ming hurriedly patted his shoulder and asked, "Zhou Chang, did you say something wrong just now? It seems martial uncle is planning to teach you a lesson." Zhao Guofeng frowned, looking weary. At this moment in the training grounds the disciples were lined up in neat rows standing straight, awaiting Jiyu Xuanchen's orders. Jiyu Xuanchen clasped his hands behind his back, deep in thought. The cultivation methods of the Saint Domain and the Qingyun continent are different. The Saint Domain primarily cultivates the power of laws and the levels directly and crudely divide the realms. The myriad form realm is the lowest, followed by the divine bridge, profound passage, nirvana, extremity, primeval, heavenly sun, earthly sun and heavenly origin realms. The highest is the Holy King, who can comprehend the heavens and earth and ascend to the God realm. Jiyu Xuanchen spoke. "I need to fully understand your strengths. Now, each of you choose an opponent of similar strength and have a match." The crowd roared in unison. "Yes." Zhou Chang wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing a sigh of relief. "Great, I thought martial uncle was going to beat me." Jiyu Xuanchen reminded the disciples to hold back during the matches and to remember not to injure others. The opening match was between Zhao Guofeng and Luo Ming. Zhao Guofeng clasped his hands in a salute and said loudly, Disciple Zhao Guofeng challenges junior brother Luo Ming. After speaking, he rejoiced inwardly. This martial uncle Ji is a legendary genius, and now he is guiding our cultivation. I must seize this opportunity, Ji Xuanchen said. Begin. Zhao Guofeng channeled his energy, turned and leapt into the air. The two drew their swords and charged at each other, creating a clanging sound as dust flew. Luo Ming gripped his sword hilt tightly, struggling to block Zhao Guofeng's attacks. His brow was furrowed and he seemed on the verge of collapsing, letting out muffled groans. After a desperate struggle, Luo Ming's foot slipped and the sword flew from his hand. Zhao Guofeng seized the opportunity and struck Luo Ming's chest with his palm. Luo Ming let out a painful groan, spat, then supported himself with his sword, knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Ji Xuanchen said, "All right." Zhao Guofeng and Luo Ming stood opposite each other, clasped their hands and bowed their heads in a salute. Luo Ming spoke, "Thank you, senior brother, for holding back." Zhao Guofeng replied politely, "You let me win, junior brother Luo." Ji Xuanchen said, "Next group, continue." Yan Jing and Chao Yun clasped their hands and bowed their heads in a salute. Yan Jing said loudly, "Disciple Yan Jing, please guide me." Senior brother Chao Yun. After speaking, the two rushed towards each other, exchanging blows. Ji Xuanchen stood with his hands behind his back, observing their every move. He thought to himself, these martial artists from the Saint domain, whether it's their mastery of the power of laws or their application of martial techniques, are far inferior to the martial artists of the Qingyun continent. If the main cultivation of the Qingyun continent is spiritual energy, then the main cultivation of the Saint domain is the more domineering power of laws. But because the 100 Battles Hall is so sparsely populated, are there no strong individuals to teach these disciples? They are far from unleashing the full power of their techniques. Yan Jing curled up, gritting her teeth and enduring Chao Yun's palm strike, letting out a muffled groan. Ji Xuanchen frowned and said, "First, channel your energy through the odd meridians, then through the coccyx acupoint." Yan Jing's spirits lifted, her eyes sharp. As she struck, her entire body emitted a golden spiritual energy and a fierce roar escaped her lips. Yan Jing landed a heavy punch on Chao Yun's face. Just as Yan Jing was fully engaged in the fight, Ji Xuanchen loudly ordered the match to stop. Yan Jing opened her hands and looked at them, her eyes wide in disbelief. She asked blankly, "I won?" On the other side, Chao Yun was crying his eyes out. "Moving on," Ji Xuanchen said loudly, standing with his hands on his hips. "Next group." Zhao Guofeng looked up at Ji Xuanchen in surprise, thinking martial uncle. But before he could formulate his thoughts, Zhou Chang hurriedly whispered in his ear, "Senior brother Zhao, the technique martial uncle just taught senior brother Yan doesn't match the records in the classics, but why does it feel like it's closer to the heavenly Tao?" Ji Xuanchen continued, "Condense your sword intent, channel your energy with your left hand." Zhao Guofeng looked at Ji Xuanchen with deep emotion, a brilliant smile on his face. He thought to himself, Master was right, martial uncle Ji is truly a one-in-a-million genius. A savior has finally come to our heavenly martial hall. Ji Xuanchen stroked his chin and thought, the Holy Lord's bloodline is indeed useful. As long as I comprehend the power of laws and the heavenly Tao, guiding these disciples is not a problem. Ji Xuanchen stood on a high platform and said loudly to the disciples below, "That's about enough. Everyone, stop now." The disciples let out a surprised, "Ha!" Ji Xuanchen descended the steps one by one, saying as he walked, "Everyone, practice in place according to your usual training intensity. I will guide you in your cultivation techniques." A commotion started among the people below, and they began to murmur. One person asked loudly, "Guide everyone's cultivation at the same time." Ji Xuanchen sneered in response. "Don't believe me, how about this?" He twirled two fingers together, and a stream of azure water vapor emanated. Ji Xuanchen asked again, "Can you believe me now?" A series of images of Ji Xuanchen practicing techniques instantly appeared in everyone's minds, imparting skills through thought. Zhao Guofeng said in astonishment, "How is this possible? Whether it's circulating cultivation methods or demonstrating martial techniques, everything became instantly clear." The people on the other side were all dumbfounded, looking at each other, scratching their heads in confusion. One said blankly, "I just saw martial uncle Ji demonstrating the most exquisite sword moves in my mind," a fellow chimed in. "Me too." Ji Xuanchen approached them and reminded, "Now that you know, hurry up and practice." Each disciple was full of vigor and spirit, waving their arms and legs as they replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a disciple rushed in from the gate saying urgently, "Reporting to martial uncle Ji, the head disciple of the Profound Martial Hall, Chen Hongfeng has arrived with his fellow disciples from the Profound Martial Hall. They say they wish to pay their respects to you, martial uncle, and are currently waiting outside the hall." Everyone's attention was focused on him. The scene of the Profound Martial Hall appeared. A not-so-grand building. The weather today looks perfect for afternoon tea and a wine party. In the holy hall, a table laden with a sumptuous feast was already set, ready to entertain distinguished guests. One could count several specialties such as a whole chicken, steak, salt-baked lobster, pan-fried salmon and more. A fat man was voraciously devouring an oversized bun. He was Luo Heng, a branch master of the 100 Battles Hall. A group of disciples from the Profound Martial Hall was kneeling before him, crying, their faces swollen. Chen Hongfeng, the head disciple of the Profound Martial Hall, clutched his face with a pained expression but still managed to say to Luo Heng, "Hallmaster, you must seek justice for us this time." Luo Heng picked up a cup of water, took a sip and then asked coldly, "Speak. What trouble did you stir up this time?" Chen Hongfeng said with a mournful face. We heard that Martial Uncle Gu of the Heavenly Martial Hall, who was in seclusion for 1,000 years, has come out. We originally wanted to visit him, but we were unexpectedly humiliated by his people and then driven out. Luo Heng asked back with a look of utter bewilderment. Visit? Then he wiped his mouth with a napkin. He scolded his disciples. I see you deliberately went to provoke them, only to be taught a lesson yourselves, am I right? The disciples were speechless upon hearing this. Chen Hongfeng stammered. Hall master, a disciple with his hands on his hips asked. But you weren't beaten by Martial Uncle Gu but were injured by the weak disciples of the Heavenly Martial Hall, right? Hearing this, Luo Heng frowned, closed his eyes and said, Tell me in detail. Chen Hongfeng's face darkened as he recounted the events. Hallmaster, you may not know, those people from the Heavenly Martial Hall. We junior disciples, Chen Hongfeng and others, heard that Martial Uncle Gu had come out of seclusion and specifically went to ask for his guidance. He relayed the words of the profound Martial Hall disciples. You think you're worthy of having our martial uncle make a move? If you want guidance, we'll be happy to oblige. Chen Hongfeng with his sword on his shoulder replied, Senior Brother Zhao, I remember you're only at the late stage of the Divine Bridge Realm, right? You should step back now to avoid accidental injury. As he spoke, Chen Hongfeng's eyes grew sharp, his face filled with disdain for his opponent. Suddenly something grazed past Chen Hongfeng's right ear. He quickly touched it. It was blood. Chen Hongfeng stared at the sword in Zhao Guofeng's hand. Zhao Guofeng sheathed his sword and then taunted, Junior Brother, you'd better take your men and leave quickly, lest I accidentally injure you. Chen Hongfeng's eyes widened, his teeth clenched in anger. He drew his sword and said loudly, When did you all break through? What happened? They're at least at the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge Realm. The young men behind him turned pale with fear, sweat dripping down their faces. One whispered a reminder, Senior Brother, this is not good. At that moment Jiyu Xuanchen revealed a cunning smile and said, Guofeng, seeing as the profound Martial Hall has sincerely come for guidance, you may have a few bouts with him. However, remember to be heavy-handed lest they say our Heavenly Martial Hall is inhospitable. As he spoke, he flexed his wrists. Zhao Guofeng and the other disciples replied in unison, We will follow Martial Uncle's teachings. Suddenly, several tall, dark figures appeared above Chen Hongfeng and the others. Their faces turned pale and they were all panicked and terrified. Then the entire space was filled with agonizing screams and desperate cries for help. Senior Brother, save me, accompanied by rolling clouds of dust. Zhao Hongfeng had already reported everything to Luo Heng. He continued solemnly, Hallmaster, those people from the Heavenly Martial Hall have all suddenly broken through at least 3 realms. The disciples couldn't hold them back, which is why we came to ask you to uphold justice. He prostrated himself on the ground and said sternly, The news of the Heavenly Martial Hall disciples' rapid advancement in strength reaches the other Hallmasters. The 4 halls will be re-ranked. This will inevitably threaten the resources allocated to our profound Martial Hall. Luo Heng stepped forward and sneered, A bit interesting. Then let me go and see. As he spoke, Luo Heng exuded a murderous aura. Back at the Heavenly Martial Hall, the disciples were joyfully showing off their achievements. My martial arts have reached perfection, see. I just broke through to the peak of the Divine Bridge Realm. Martial Uncle Gu is too terrifying. A casual pointer from him is better than 10 years of our arduous cultivation. Jiyu Xuanchen flipped through a book with one hand and pressed his forehead with the other, seemingly comprehending the techniques, while the people below chattered endlessly. Jiyu Xuanchen thought to himself, so noisy, now that the disciples' strength has improved I should find a quiet place to cultivate. Just then, tears welled up in the disciples' eyes. They were extremely emotional, thinking, why did Martial Uncle Gu just send people to revise all our cultivation manuals? Is he going into seclusion to cultivate? I was hoping he would guide me again. Jiyu Xuanchen propped up his chin and sighed, I need to find a way to avoid them. Just then, Luo Heng swaggered into the Heavenly Martial Hall's office. With a beaming face he said loudly, Senior Brother Jiyu, your Heavenly Martial Hall is truly grand. I heard you came out of seclusion, so I kindly had my disciples follow the rules to visit you, Senior Brother, and also ask for some guidance. Yet you had the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Hall injure their fellow sect members. Care to explain? Zhao Guofeng stood behind Jiyu Xuanchen and whispered, Martial Uncle, this is Hallmaster Luo Heng of the Profound Martial Hall. Jiyu Xuanchen sat upright and spoke, I had no intention of harming fellow sect members. I just didn't expect the disciples of the Profound Martial Hall, the head of the 4 halls and supposedly the most powerful, to be all talk and no substance. If you don't believe me, you can ask. After one move, did any of our people continue to attack? Luo Heng's disciples began to get angry, shouting loudly, Despicable, is he saying that our Profound Martial Hall's people were taken down in one move? Luo Heng looked at Jiyu Xuanchen with a grim face. Jiyu Xuanchen continued solemnly, That being said, it is true. Zhao Guofeng, hurry up and apologize to them. Following Jiyu Xuanchen's words, Zhao Guofeng stepped forward and said, Zhao Guofeng is here to apologize to you all. I really didn't know you were so weak before. The disciples behind Luo Heng began to clamor loudly again. Hallmaster, don't be polite with them. We'll just fight back. You hit people and then humiliate them. This is too much. Luo Heng's face turned icy, his eyes filled with sinister intent. He said sternly, Since the disciples have already sparred, then let us two elders have a friendly exchange as well. Let's use this opportunity to prove which of our two halls is stronger. After hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen could only cover his face and sigh, so Jiyu Xuanchen and Luo Heng went to the main courtyard, preparing to begin their martial arts exchange. Jiyu Xuanchen politely asked Luo Heng, "What would you like to compete in?" Luo Heng crossed his arms, smiled, and said humbly, "I also know that in terms of martial arts I am certainly no match for you, senior brother. The profound martial hall excels in the art of formations. Does senior brother dare to compete with me in a match?" Hearing this, Zhao Guofeng was somewhat worried for Jiyu Xuanchen and said loudly, "Martial uncle, no, martial uncle Luo is the foremost expert in formation arts in our 100 Battles Hall." Jiyu Xuanchen replied with an interested look, "Formation arts, junior brother Luo is truly in high spirits. Let's have a match then." Luo Heng replied, "Then let's use the fairest method, a formation plate competition. Each of us will use an empty formation plate, carve our own formation on it, and then trap the other. In the end, whoever emerges from the other's formation first wins. How about it?" Jiyu Xuanchen said with a smile. "No problem." Then he thought to himself, "This is a good opportunity to see the difference between the formation arts of the Saint Domain and the Qingyun continent." Luo Heng quickly conjured a formation plate. A green spiritual energy emanated from his hands and entire body. He said smugly, "Senior brother Jiyu, bring out your formation plate." Jiyu Xuanchen replied calmly, "Guofeng, have you prepared a formation plate? I have been in seclusion for many years and never carried one." Suddenly, Zhao Guofeng pulled out a formation plate from his person. He scratched his head, looking bewildered, and said, "I have one, but the Heavenly Martial Hall has never been allocated any good treasures. The formation plates we use are very ordinary." Jiyu Xuanchen replied coldly, "It's fine." Then he used his magic to reel the plate into his hand. Chen Hongfeng watched with his arms crossed, a look of contempt on his face. He said, "Let's not even talk about our hall master who hasn't met an opponent in 100 years. The formation plate in his hand, even without activating a formation, is a magical weapon of boundless spiritual power." The purple-haired man approached Chen Hongfeng with a worried expression and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, according to you, the hall master is probably already a major figure in the Saint Domain. How is that possible?" Chen Hongfeng replied coldly, "How could he be a deputy hall master in a small 100 Battles Hall? You don't know, although the hall master is outstanding in formations, his personality is not one to start fights or cause trouble. He doesn't go to fights and in competitions. We've already won first place among the 4 halls. The resources we've won are enough for us to feast for 100 years. I don't want to get involved in this mess." Jiyu Xuanchen held the plate and said proudly, "The only thing that can make him get serious is something that interferes with his enjoyment." Chen Hongfeng lit a fuse, turned, and threw the explosive high into the air. A splendid red firework appeared in the sky, particularly dazzling in the daytime. Chen Hongfeng did this to attract everyone's attention. Zhao Guofeng frowned and shouted, "Junior brother Chen, there's no need to be so excessive, is there?" Chen Hongfeng glanced at Zhao Guofeng, then sneered, "Am I being excessive? Since you're so confident, why be afraid of the entire sect coming to watch?" he thought to himself. "Only by blowing this up will Hallmaster Luo go all out." Sure enough, crowds of people swarmed over. 2 well-dressed handsome young men. The one in red was Dongfang Hai, the hall master of the Hong Martial Hall, and the one in blue was Lu Bin, the hall master of the Earth Martial Hall, were both stunned and at a loss. Dongfang Hai asked, "What's going on?" So they followed the crowd to the profound martial hall. Chen Hongfeng respectfully greeted Dongfang Hai and Lu Bin. He said with a beaming smile, "It's perfect that you two martial uncles have come. Our hall master and martial uncle Jiyu, who has just come out of seclusion, are going to compete in formation arts. Come and be a witness." Dongfang Hai and Lu Bin sat together in front of the house, drinking tea and leisurely acting as referees. Dongfang Hai said with a puzzled look, "Martial uncle Jiyu, the legendary senior who hadn't emerged from seclusion for 1,000 years?" "He came out of seclusion," Lu Bin replied. "This is a good chance to see his strength," Luo Heng said confidently. "All right, let's start quickly. The crowd is getting bigger," a referee announced loudly. "The formation arts competition begins now." Luo Heng and Jiyu Xuanchen channeled their energy, their true chi flowing as they spun the plates before them, their expressions cold and decisive. Luo Heng's plate emitted a dazzling golden light, while Jiyu Xuanchen's plate emitted a mysterious blue light. With a loud bang like a bomb exploding, earth and stones flew everywhere, and a fierce wind howled. Jiyu Xuanchen's eyes became vacant as if he feared something. Jiyu Xuanchen floated amidst a blazing fire. He lifted his hands and looked at them, sighing, "The formation is truly powerful. It can attack both the soul and the body simultaneously. Is this the formation art of the Saint Domain? This formation could probably kill anyone below the Emperor realm of the Qingyun continent directly. Even for a late-stage Emperor realm expert to break this formation, it would be difficult to hold out until they find the formation's eye. It's been a long time since I've been this serious." As he spoke, he drew his sword. The flames reflected on the blade, making it exceptionally dazzling. Jiyu Xuanchen flew forward and continued coldly, "This Saint Domain is truly interesting." His eyes became sharp, filled with deep meaning. He roamed freely alone in the vast sea of fire. Suddenly the plate on Jiyu Xuanchen's chest glowed. He drew a larger blade from his body. It had a noble jade-green color. Then he drew a basic arc, his entire body emitting a green spiritual energy. Jiyu Xuanchen's attire changed. He wore a majestic set of clothes and then said coldly, "It seems I must completely block the erosion of the formation." The flames grew more intense. Ji Yuxuanchen stood there and thought. He frowned and said loudly, "This flame has already integrated Luo Heng's power of law. Has it gained sentience?" The image of a fire dragon appeared in the flames. It bared its teeth and brandished its claws, roaring fearsomely. Ji Yuxuanchen had to admit it was a bit tricky to handle. Suddenly a stone shot up from the ground. The disciples cried out in alarm. "Look, Marshal Uncle Gu's warning stone is lit." Zhao Guofeng was sweating profusely, his expression tense as he said, "This is bad. The formation's difficulty has increased again. If Marshal Uncle Jiyu can't break the formation within half an incense stick's time, his life could be in danger." On the stands only 2 shimmering clusters of blue and red light remained. Chen Hangfeng and the others also stared with their mouths agape at the blue stone. He thought to himself, "All Master Luo's warning stone hasn't changed yet. It seems this competition is already meaningless." Suddenly the blue stone on Luo Heng's side exploded. Shards flew onto the disciples, sending them flying for several li. Chen Hongfeng shouted in alarm. It's not that Hall Master Luo's warning stone didn't light up, it exploded directly. Luo Heng was also in a panic inside. He shouted, "What on earth is going on?" He stepped on a pile of debris and then spread his arms saying, "Let's go again." Luo Heng was drenched in sweat looking up. Back to our male lead. The power of the fire dragon was incredibly terrifying and fearsome. It took Ji Yuxuanchen a great deal of effort to deal with it. Ji Yuxuanchen tightly gripped its swinging tail, then he brandished his precious blade and struck the middle of its tail with his palm. It roared in pain. The fire dragon's tail was cut into several pieces by Ji Yuxuanchen. The fire dragon opened its mouth, revealing its fangs, and spewed a raging fire. Ji Yuxuanchen leapt into the air, dodging the flames spewing from its mouth. He sneered, "Ignorance is truly a bliss." Ji Yuxuanchen continued to strike several times with his blade, accompanied by a dazzling blue-white water vapor. Once again he severed its tail, standing majestically on the fire dragon with a blade in each hand. The fire dragon was furious, its whiskers and horns all standing on end as it roared. Seeing the situation was dire, it turned to flee. Suddenly some liquid stuck to Ji Yuxuanchen's back. He looked behind him and asked himself, "What is this?" Suddenly the fire dragon appeared from behind, opening its massive mouth to spew a jet of flame. Ji Yuxuanchen frowned, his face determined, and charged straight at it with his blade. Blue-white water vapor enveloped the fire dragon's entire body, paralyzing it. Ji Yuxuanchen drew a straight line on the fire dragon's back where the skin cracked and scales fell off. He raised his palm and looked at it, thinking, "What was that black energy on me just now?" Ji Yuxuanchen frowned deep in thought. This power, this feeling from the power of laws is very similar. "What on earth is going on?" Dongfang Hai slammed the table and said, "What on earth is going on? Is senior brother Luo in danger?" Hearing this, Lu Bin stood up directly, his face filled with anxiety. Suddenly a yellow sphere of light appeared, floating above the ground, accompanied by a stream of yellow water vapor that illuminated the entire space. Luo Heng collapsed onto the ground, lowering his head in pain, letting out weak groans. Dongfang Hai and Lu Bin both ran out in a panic, shouting, "Hall Master Luo!" Luo Heng was crestfallen, and Dongfang Hai and Lu Bin had to carry him away, with all their attention focused on him. Zhou Cheng asked Zhao Guofeng with a worried look, "Hall Master Luo is out. Why hasn't Martial Uncle Jiyu come out yet?" Zhao Guofeng replied, "Trust Martial Uncle, he'll be fine." Suddenly a formation plate flew out, accompanied by a dazzling blue light, heading straight for Zhao Guofeng. He retreated in panic. Ji Yuxuanchen stood proudly, brandishing the formation plate in his hand. The disciples gathered around, chattering and asking, "Martial Uncle Jiyu, are you all right?" Ji Yuxuanchen replied calmly with a smug look, "What could happen to me?" He glanced at Luo Heng's disheveled and soulless appearance, then sneered, "Not bad, you got out faster than I expected." Dongfang Hai carefully observed Luo Heng's every move, then thought to himself, how is the aura of the power of laws on him stronger than before he went in? Could it be? Ji Yuxuanchen's deep gaze looked into the distance, and he had to admit one thing in his heart. Junior brother Luo's formation is indeed powerful. My actual combat has broken through again. I can use Luo Heng's formation to cultivate the classics I found in the Heavenly Martial Hall to avoid arousing the disciples' suspicion. Chen Hongfeng frowned and shouted, "Even if Martial Uncle Jiyu broke through according to the rules. Our Hall Master came out first, so of course our profound Martial Hall won this competition." Suddenly, Luo Heng interrupted Chen Hangfeng's words. "Wait, profound Martial Hall, I admit defeat." This sentence left Chen Hangfeng speechless, stunned on the spot. Chen Hangfeng asked with a worried face, "Hall Master, you've clearly broken his formation, why?" Luo Heng was furious, walked up to Chen Hangfeng and shouted, "Shut up if you don't want to lose face." He thought to himself, I couldn't break his formation at all. I practically fled with my legs turning to jelly. His formation techniques are truly terrifying, and they even seem a bit malevolent. Luo Heng clasped his hands, bowed his head respectfully and politely, and said, "Today I've learned from Senior Brother Gu's guidance that there are always heavens beyond heavens and mountains beyond mountains. From now on the profound Martial Hall will not stir up trouble again. I will strictly discipline the disciples." Chen Hangfeng still stubbornly shouted, "Hall Master." Luo Heng quickly turned and kicked him in the face, then shouted, "Shut up." Chen Hangfeng obediently listened and responded loudly. Luo Heng hurriedly stepped forward and continued, "It would not be an exaggeration for you senior brothers to take the position of Hall Master. All disciples follow me back and don't cause any more trouble." At this time Zhou Chang was still shaken and couldn't believe it. He asked blankly. We beat the profound martial hall? Ji Yuxuanqin's disciples shouted in unison, their voices thundering. We beat the profound martial hall. Dongfang Hai looked at Ji Yuxuanqin with eyes full of surprise. Lu Bin clasped his hands and said politely, We pay our respects to senior brother Ji Yu and ask you to take the position of the new General Hall Master of the 100 Battles Hall. Seeing this, Dongfang Hai also clasped his hands in respect and said, Senior brother, you may not know, after the old Hallmaster passed away 100 years ago, we have been without a leader. After you came out of seclusion, you first guided the disciples of the Heavenly Martial Hall, greatly increasing their strength. This is enough to prove your extraordinary martial Dao. When competing in formation arts with senior brother Luo, your formation skills are even more extraordinary. Since you have such divine abilities, why not become the General Hall Master, revive the 100 Battles Hall, and lead the disciples to rejuvenate the sect? Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanqin's disciples were all extremely excited, their eyes shining brightly. Ji Yuxuanqin stroked his chin, pondering, I saw in the classics that if I become the General Hall Master, I can allocate the sect's resources and also enter the 100 Battles Hall's treasury and secret caves. If I can browse the classics inside, I can 1. Learn more about the Saint domain, 2. Use the resources to cultivate and rapidly increase my power, and 3. Perhaps find out what this black energy in my body is. After careful consideration, Ji Yuxuanqin's lips curled up and he accepted the proposal. All right, then everyone present knelt down to pay their respects, shouting in unison, Greetings, General Hallmaster. 1 month later, on the square of the Heavenly Martial Hall, the disciples were practicing martial arts together. Zhao Guofeng patrolled back and forth, organizing the people around him. As Zhao Guofeng walked, he thought to himself, since martial uncle Ji Yu, the new General Hallmaster, has been teaching, the disciples' martial skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Martial uncle Ji Yu is truly a blessing to our 100 Battles Hall. Ji Yuxuanqin sighed, thinking in boredom, strange, even after I've gone through the most core secrets of the 100 Battles Hall, I still can't find any records about the black energy. On the contrary, I've harvested quite a few saint stones for cultivation, which helped me break through to the profound passage realm. The disciples stood straight, lined up neatly, and said loudly in unison, General Hallmaster. Lu Bin stepped forward to report the situation. It's almost time to pay tribute to the Heavenly Array Sect. We asked the General Hallmaster for instructions on the number of tributes for this year. Ji Yuxuanqin sat on the throne with his legs crossed, asking with a serious expression, Heavenly Array Sect tribute. Lu Bin continued, General Hallmaster, you've been in seclusion for too long and may not know. The Heavenly Array Sect is the strongest sect in the Northern Saint domain, with more than a dozen powers like our 100 Battles Hall under it. It is because of the Heavenly Array Sect's protection that the 100 Battles Hall, although it has not declined, can barely sustain itself as long as the tributes are sufficient. Luo Ming rushed in from somewhere, hurriedly kowtowing to Ji Yuxuanqin to report the situation. It's not good, General Hallmaster. Elder Qin of the Heavenly Array Sect has brought people and broken in. At this time in the main hall of the General Hall, the elders, high-ranking officials and disciples of various sects were already seated in chairs. A gloomy-faced old man holding a wine cup glanced at Ji Yuxuanqin. Lu Bin stood behind and introduced his background to Ji Yuxuanqin, an elder of the Heavenly Array Sect. The rest are the heads of the various factions under the Heavenly Array Sect. Ji Yuxuanqin strode in and all eyes were on him. Sitting in the chair looking nervous was none other than Qin Changming. Heavenly Array Sect. Ji Yuxuanqin clasped his hands and said respectfully, Ji Yu Santong pays his respects to everyone. Qin Changming had a sinister look on his face, swirling the wine cup in his hand, and said unhappily, I heard that the 100 Battles Hall has a new Hallmaster, so we came specially to congratulate you. I didn't expect that Hallmaster Ji Yu, having just become the General Hallmaster of the 100 Battles Hall, would completely disregard our Heavenly Array Sect, even forgetting the etiquette of kneeling. Dongfang Hai was furious upon hearing this. He frowned and shouted, Damn it, this is not a congratulation. This is clearly an attempt to intimidate our new Hallmaster. Qin Changming continued coldly, If Hallmaster Ji Yu has such great ability, it's not impossible for them to pay tribute to the 100 Battles Hall in the future. Ji Yuxuanqin replied with sharp eyes, Since Elder Qin wants it this way, then I, Ji Yu, will respectfully comply. Hearing this, Dongfang Hai shouted to stop Ji Yuxuanqin. General Hallmaster, wait. Ji Yuxuanqin strode to his seat. After he was seated, he spoke. From now on, for the tribute to the 100 Battles Hall, please double the amount, everyone. Upon hearing this, Qin Changming shouted angrily, What did you say? Ji Yuxuanqin sneered. Can't you hear clearly? Then you should have yielded your position to a more capable person sooner. The people from the Heavenly Array Sect could no longer sit still. They stood up and Qin Changming waved his hand to channel his energy. Their entire bodies emitted a red spiritual energy. He said sternly, Brat, before you offend our Heavenly Array Sect, you'd better consider whether you can bear the consequences. Then he ordered his disciples, Get him for me. They clasped their hands together and flew towards Ji Yuxuanqin in unison. Our male lead was still very calm at this moment. He was observing and analyzing the situation. Suddenly his eyes widened and stared straight ahead as if something was about to approach him. Qin Changming smiled smugly. His eyes filled with cunning and deceit, he threatened loudly. The 100 Battles Hall dares to challenge the Heavenly Array Sect. Death is what you deserve. We will execute you on the spot to set an example. Ji Yuxuanchen immediately grabbed Qin Changming by the neck with his hand and lifted him high into the air, catching him off guard. When Qin Changming's disciples saw this, their faces turned pale and they broke out in a cold sweat. Ji Yuxuanchen said with sharp eyes, "This 4 symbols combined assault formation. Where did you learn it?" Qin Changming's face was contorted, he was having difficulty breathing, and he tightly gripped Ji Yuxuanchen's hand, trembling as he said, how did you break it?" Ji Yuxuanchen, enraged, squeezed harder and shouted, "Speak!" Qin Changming spat out blood, his body stiffened, his eyes rolled back, his face pale, and he stammered, I'll talk. This is the ancestral grand formation of our Heavenly Array Sect." After hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen thought to himself, "This 4 symbols combined assault formation was something I taught that fellow back then. Could he be in the Heavenly Array Sect?" So Ji Yuxuanchen walked to the front of the formation, thinking as he went, 700 years ago, a disciple who ascended from the Qingyun continent appeared out of nowhere, established himself with formations, and led the Heavenly Array Sect to become the #1 power in the Northern Saint domain. The name of formation ancestor Han Tiangfeng. I never thought I would accidentally find a clue to that immortal palace. I can ask him for some information about the Saint domain. This might be a formation he upgraded after comprehending it upon entering the Saint domain. It's truly exquisite. At this moment Chen Guxuan was standing at the front of the formation platform observing. He began to channel his energy in his hands, which radiated with light. He said loudly, "Disperse," then charged towards the formation, wanting to break it. Ji Yuxuanchen thought, but no matter how brilliant he is, his understanding of the basics of formations was taught by me. With just a few simple moves the formation was broken, and Ji Yuxuanchen walked forward step by step silently. As he walked he thought, this is the place with the densest spiritual energy of that fellow. A formation secret chamber appeared before Ji Yuxuanchen, and he used all his strength to destroy it. Ji Yuxuanchen approached the magic sphere and thought, "You're not here. This kid has probably gone to the lower realm to find me." A beam of light shone on the ground accompanied by scattered leaves and rubble. Ji Yuxuanchen stood proudly, watching what was about to happen. He once again infused spiritual energy into the magic sphere. Suddenly a foot appeared silently. Perhaps Ji Yuxuanchen's power had disturbed everything here. A tall, sturdy man wearing a suit of iron armor, holding an oversized machete in his left hand and a shield in his right, looked majestic. He was the main formation master, Qi Guolong. He shouted loudly, "Which fellow dares to come and seize control of the formation?" Ji Yuxuanchen spoke. "I am here to find your sect, Master Han. I have no ill intentions toward you. I hope you will cooperate." Qi Guolong was furious. He picked up his sword and a dazzling blue light emitted from it. He sternly ordered his subordinates, "Everyone, we must not let him succeed." The subordinates obeyed and replied, "Yes, sir." A fierce battle erupted between Ji Yuxuanchen and Qi Longguo for control of the formation. Ji Yuxuanchen's entire body was covered in golden water vapor. He issued a warning to Qi Longguo, "If you don't want anything to happen to your sect master, give up control immediately." Qi Longguo's will was as strong as steel. He also threatened Ji Yuxuanchen, "Brat, if you know what's good for you, stop now. Even if you seize control, you won't be able to leave the Heavenly Array Sect." As he spoke, he loudly reminded his subordinates to fight to the death to prevent him from breaking the formation. Ji Yuxuanchen's steps were steady, and the water vapor on his body spread out in all directions, forming a magic circle that pushed Qi Longguo and his subordinates away. After being shot several li away, a scene of a young man sitting cross-legged, detached from the situation, suddenly appeared. Ji Yuxuanchen shouted upon seeing this, "Little Fengzi." Qi Longguo hurriedly knelt down and said respectfully, "Is it the sect master? How did the sect master get injured?" The subordinates were stunned and shouted in panic, "Protect the sect master." Ji Yuxuanchen flew forward to help Han Tiangfeng up. He might be seriously injured with blood on his mouth. The subordinate plunged his sword into the ground and just stared at Ji Yuxuanchen's every move. At this moment in Ji Yuxuanchen's hand was a dazzling ball of red water vapor formed into a circle. Then Ji Yuxuanchen forcefully pressed the ball of water vapor onto Han Tianfeng's back. The subordinates saw this and shouted in panic, "He wants to kill the sect master." "HMPH," Ji Yuxuanchen shouted, offering blood to the heavens. A beam of red water vapor light erupted, filling the entire space. Han Tianfeng's hands and feet began to twitch. Then Han Tianfeng suddenly roared loudly. His eyes rolled back. Qi Longguo said, "This is the burning blood sacrificial heaven Dao, burning one's essence blood in exchange for a short-term surge in strength." The subordinates were stunned, drenched in sweat. One subordinate asked blankly, "Who is he to save our sect master at such a cost?" After a strenuous treatment, Huang Tianfeng also woke up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, then looked at Ji Yuxuanchen with suspicious eyes and asked, "Who are you?" A subordinate hurried forward to ask Han Tianfeng, "Sect master, are you okay?" Suddenly Han Tianfeng fell to his knees, his head bowed. He sobbed, tears streaming down like a spring, and stammered, "Disciple, disciple." Han Tianfeng kowtows to master, "Thank you, master, for saving my life." The subordinates were shocked upon hearing this, their eyes wide open, and they asked each other in confusion, "He is the Sect Master's master?" Ji Yuxuanchen smiled happily and said, "Stand up first." Then several of them entered the main hall of the Heavenly Array Sect together to chat and also discuss matters of state. On the ground, Qi Longguo and several subordinates were bowing their heads because they had offended Ji Yuxuanchen just now. Han Tianfeng pointed at them and said, "Master, these disciples were disrespectful to you." Han Tianfeng's face was full of anger, and holding a large sword he shouted, "I will kill them, then cripple my own martial arts to atone for my sin to you." The leader Qi Guolong trembled and said, Sect Master, spare our lives. It was just a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Ji Yuxuanchen spoke up for these people. "There is no crime for the unknowing, let them go. The situation was urgent and I didn't have time to explain. Besides, they are loyal to you. If you kill them, how will the Heavenly Array Sect obey you?" Then he sighed and thought to himself, "He's still as crazy as before." Han Tianfeng listened and let it go, no longer pursuing their crimes. He waved his hand and said, "You all may leave, I still want to talk to my master." Qi Guolong's men finally breathed a sigh of relief. They responded loudly in unison, "Yes, sir." As soon as they left the room, they secretly rejoiced, "We finally saved our lives." Only Ji Yuxuanchen and Han Tianfeng remained in the office. Ji Yuxuanchen asked with concern, "Little Fengzi, how did you get injured? Where are the others?" Han Tianfeng clasped his hands and respectfully recounted the course of events. "Master, since you encountered the lightning tribulation 700 years ago and your whereabouts became unknown, the disciples decided to go to various domains to find you. But the Saint domain is too large and I have never seen my senior brothers and sisters again," Ji Yuxuanchen replied seriously. "They must have gone to other domains to find me. Never mind. As long as we are fated, we will meet eventually." Han Tianfeng continued to narrate, "After I ascended to the Saint domain, I discovered that the heavenly Tao truths you taught us before are also top tier in the Saint domain. Therefore I boldly guessed that you might be related to the legendary Holy Sun." Ji Yuxuanchen propped up his chin and asked with a smile, "So you set up a protective formation at the entrance of the lower realms passage, trying to protect me in secret? You were sure I wasn't dead?" Han Tianfeng's eyes were sharp, filled with confidence as he looked at Ji Yuxuanchen and said, "Master's magical power is boundless. You definitely wouldn't have any accidents. It's just that I was incompetent. Although I discovered Master's aura, I still couldn't determine your whereabouts, causing you to come here personally." Han Tianfeng's eyes were filled with self-blame as he said, "This injury was also because I consumed too much of the power of laws, so I lost consciousness." Ji Yuxuanchen suddenly propped up his chin and asked, "How many protective formations did you set up?" Han Tianfeng was suddenly asked this and scratched his head, saying embarrassedly, "I didn't count carefully. Probably about 1,000. As long as I detect someone activating the passage, I will place a spirit detecting pearl at the crack. As long as it senses Master's aura, it will explode immediately." Ji Yuxuanchen's gaze froze, staring intently at Han Tianfeng. Ji Yuxuanchen remained silent, but his heart was filled with worry. Forcibly probing someone else's formation was a very dangerous matter. At best, one would suffer a backlash. At worst, one would lose their life. Looking at Han Tianfeng before him, Ji Yuxuanchen couldn't help but sigh. Too risky. He actually disregarded himself to find me. How could Ji Yuxuanchen betray Han Tianfeng's feelings? He took out a bottle of pills from his body and threw it to Han Tianfeng. Han Tianfeng took the pills Ji Yuxuanchen gave him and asked doubtfully, "Master, what is this?" Ji Yuxuanchen said softly, "Heal your injuries first. If you act recklessly again in the future, you will be severely punished." Han Tianfeng poured out the medicine in the bottle, and 2 dazzling blue pills appeared before his eyes. Han Tianfeng exclaimed in surprise, "This is a 9-pattern spirit pill." Han Tianfeng frantically held his head, laughing crazily and saying, "100 years, I've finally heard Master's teachings." Seeing Han Tianfeng's state, Ji Yuxuanchen could only cover his eyes helplessly. As if he remembered something, Ji Yuxuanchen asked, "By the way, little Fengzi, do you know which power in the Saint domain the Azure Cloud Mountains and Rivers map is a magic treasure of?" Han Tianfeng respectfully clasped his hands and reported, "Disciple does not know and has never heard of this treasure." Ji Yuxuanchen held his chin, lost in thought. "Has the clue been broken? The Saint domain is so vast it seems it will be difficult to find that man in black." Han Tianfeng then excitedly suggested, "Master, the Heavenly Sea Jade Tower is about to open. I wonder if you are interested in visiting?" Ji Yuxuanchen looked over and asked doubtfully, "Heavenly Sea Jade Tower?" This was the first time Ji Yuxuanchen had heard this name. Seeing that Ji Yuxuanchen didn't know, Han Tianfeng explained, "I heard that the Heavenly Sea Jade Tower is the ruin of the Heavenly Sea Venerable. It is famous in the Saint domain and only opens once every 100 years. The Heavenly Sea Venerable left this ruin to find a successor and pass on his life's inheritance to that person. But even if you don't get that inheritance, many martial artists who enter will encounter different opportunities, and their realms will also improve in a short period of time. In order to obtain this opportunity, all major forces are eyeing it like tigers. Why don't you go and have a look, Master? Maybe you can find the force you are looking for." Ji Yuxuanchen was also interested after hearing this, and nodded in agreement. "It's worth a try." Ji Yuxuanchen thought to himself, "If the enemy is in the dark, it's better to improve my own strength first." Early the next morning at the east gate of the 4 cities of the heavenly sea, Jiyu Xuanchen appeared early. In front of the east gate a group of soldiers stood guard. To pass, one must have a pass and identification. Jiyu Xuanchen handed over the document from the heavenly array sect. The officer took the document, checked it for a while, and then nodded, saying, "People from the heavenly array sect, let them pass." After leaving the city gate, a group of people appeared in front of Jiyu Xuanchen. They were all cultivators who came for the heavenly sea jade tower. In front, a group of people were enthusiastically forming teams and making friends. One person shouted loudly, team up to find a late-stage myriad form realm teammate, share blessings and endure hardships together." Someone else took the opportunity to do business. "Profound jade pill, a holy grade healing medicine. Buy one of my profound jade pills and it's like having an extra life in the heavenly sea ruins." Walking through the noisy crowd, Jiyu Xuanchen sighed. The east city of the heavenly sea is indeed lively. Walking on the road, Jiyu Xuanchen's gaze was suddenly attracted by a pill on the roadside. Looking at the green pill in front of him, Jiyu Xuanchen's face showed a surprised expression. "Spirit pill. I once saw an introduction in the 100 Battles Hall about the Spirit Mother, which gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, contains rich spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy circulates and regenerates. On the surface it is the same as an ordinary spirit stone, and it is difficult to find. Isn't this the cultivation weapon I need?" Seeing Jiyu Xuanchen's gaze fixed on the pill, the stall owner excitedly introduced, "Good day, sir. The goods here are all of good quality and low price. Just say what you like." Jiyu Xuanchen held the spirit pill and pondered, asking the stall owner, "How much for this spirit stone?" Seeing that Jiyu Xuanchen had chosen another useless stone, the stall owner waved his hand and quoted an exorbitant price. "I don't know the origin of this stone. You can just pay 1,000 saint stones." The stall owner couldn't help but curse in his heart. "So it's a poor ghost who doesn't know the goods. I'll just get 900 saint stones from you." Jiyu Xuanchen couldn't be bothered to waste more words. He took out a large bag of money and threw it into the owner's arms. "Take it." Seeing the pile of gold that appeared before him, the stall owner was stunned and hurriedly said, "Thank you, distinguished guest." Just as Jiyu Xuanchen was about to leave with the spirit pill, a sharp female voice sounded, "Wait." The person who came was Li Chinner, followed by 2 young men with their arms crossed. Li Chinner said arrogantly, "I want the stone in your hand." The young man behind her then said to the stall owner, "Boss, Miss Chinner likes that stone of yours. Name a price." The stall owner had already taken Jiyu Xuanchen's money and of course didn't want to get into trouble, so he said. The boss pointed at Jiyu Xuanchen and said, "I'm sorry, I just sold the stone to this gentleman. Can you look at something else?" The other young man stood up for the woman and said, "This gentleman, whatever you paid for this stone, I'll pay double." With the item in hand, Jiyu Xuanchen would be a fool to sell it. He said coldly, "I'm sorry, I don't want to sell it." The young man thought Jiyu Xuanchen was asking for too little money and bid 10 times the price, but all he got in return was Jiyu Xuanchen's cold gaze. "I said I'm not selling." Li Chinner then stepped forward and said mysteriously, "Do you know its origin? Name a price. As long as it's not excessive, I'll accept it." But the stall owner thought doubtfully, "What origin? Isn't it just an ordinary stone?" Jiyu Xuanchen didn't want to say any more and turned to leave. Jiyu Xuanchen waved his hand and said firmly, "Not for any price." The young man, seeing that he couldn't get the item, wanted to use force to solve it. He drew his sword, placed it on Jiyu Xuanchen's shoulder and shouted, "Wait." Jiyu Xuanchen glanced at it, his face turning cold, his eyes filled with a shivering chill. Seeing the situation was a bit tense, the stall owner rushed out and stood in front of Jiyu Xuanchen. The boss said loudly, "Everyone, before the heavenly sea jade tower opens, fighting is prohibited in the 4 cities of the heavenly sea. Everyone, don't provoke this rule. If someone dies, how will I do business?" The 2 of them, of course, knew this rule. They had originally just wanted to scare Jiyu Xuanchen, but they didn't expect him to be so stubborn. The 2 quickly sheathed their swords, snorted coldly, and said, "HMPH, you're lucky. Fighting is not allowed in the 4 cities of the heavenly sea, but you can be killed after entering the heavenly sea jade tower." Jiyu Xuanchen ignored them and said provocatively, "I'll keep you company." The 2 men were looked down upon by Jiyu Xuanchen. The 2 men's faces turned ashen. They stared resentfully at Jiyu Xuanchen's back, then said fawningly to Li Chinner, "Chinner, let me get you something else." Seeing the beloved item snatched away, Li Chinner's face darkened. She said, "Go, find out everything you can about him." A bell chimed and a massive purple ring of light appeared in the sky, with lightning constantly striking down from it. The people on the ground looked up one after another, saying, "Look, the heavenly sea jade tower is open. After waiting for 100 years, I must obtain the Venerable's inheritance this time. Dream on. The inheritance is mine." They quickly flew into the barrier of the heavenly sea jade tower. Jiyu Xuanchen looked at the entrance to the barrier with a cold expression, then his figure flickered and he too entered the barrier. After a moment, the scene before Jiyu Xuanchen's eyes changed. He was surrounded by lush green trees. Jiyu Xuanchen scanned his surroundings and commented, "The power of laws is so strong. No wonder one's strength can be greatly improved each time they enter. The power of laws in this space is much stronger than outside." A sharp glint flashed in Jiyu Xuanchen's eyes. "No, there's something wrong with the power of laws here. Although it can indeed help one with their comprehension, there's a hard-to-detect power within it. It's the black energy that suddenly appeared in my body." Jiyu Xuanchen raised his palm, which was filled with black energy, and pondered. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Brother, would you say we are fated to meet again on this narrow road?" Li Qin'er and her two companions appeared before Ji Yuxuanchen. The two men looked at Ji Yuxuanchen arrogantly and said, "Hand over the spirit pill and I'll spare your life." Ji Yuxuanchen drew his sword, his entire presence sharp and imposing, and said coldly, "Cut the crap. Let's do this." The man, still oblivious to the danger he was in, charged forward recklessly, thrusting his sword at Ji Yuxuanchen. He laughed maniacally. "You're only at the late stage of the divine bridge realm, one realm lower than me, yet you dare to fight forth, young master. For Qin'er's sake, how about I give you a one-hand advantage?" But before he could utter another arrogant word, a gust of wind blew past and the space fell silent. Looking at the man on the ground, Ji Yuxuanchen turned his head and said disdainfully, "Now you have indeed given me a one-hand advantage." The man, having had one of his hands crippled by Ji Yuxuanchen, was unwilling to accept defeat. He struggled to his feet, gripping his sword with his other hand, and roared angrily, "Damn you!" But when he rushed in front of Ji Yuxuanchen, he was sent flying by a single palm strike. Seeing that the situation was dire, the other man, holding his heavily injured body, shouted, "Qin'er, the two of us are no match for him. You go first." But strangely, Li Qin'er had disappeared at some point, leaving without even a word. Only then did the two men realize they had been used and abandoned. They cursed angrily. "Damn it, our brothers risked our lives for her, but she disregarded our safety and ran off on her own." Having taught them a lesson, Ji Yuxuanchen had no intention of killing them. Ji Yuxuanchen dusted off his clothes and reminded them, "You should go. The spiritual energy in this ruin is abundant. If you reattach the severed arm within half an hour, you won't be crippled. It's not worth it for a venomous woman like her." Having been spared by Ji Yuxuanchen and even receiving his sympathy, the two were very moved. They took out a scroll from their robes and handed it to Ji Yuxuanchen, saying, "Thank you for sparing our lives, young master. This is a map to the profound gate entrance of the Heavenly Sea Jade Tower passed down from my ancestors. It records the fastest path to the Jade Tower. The two of us never had any high hopes for this tower anyway. Thanks to you today, we've seen that woman's true colors. We hope you can obtain the opportunity, young master." Ji Yuxuanchen held the map in his hand, and the other two men supported each other as they left. Suddenly a large amount of black energy appeared before Ji Yuxuanchen as if to envelop him. Ji Yuxuanchen would naturally not let the black energy consume him. Ji Yuxuanchen raised his hand and a golden spiritual energy appeared in his palm, growing larger and larger. With a sweep of his divine sense, Ji Yuxuanchen slapped his palm on the ground and the golden spiritual energy spread from his palm into the earth. The golden ring of spiritual energy completely covered Ji Yuxuanchen's body, blasting away the surrounding black energy. The black energy, as if it had met its natural enemy, fled rapidly. Watching the direction the black energy fled, a thought flashed through Ji Yuxuanchen's mind. The place where the black energy is gathering is to the east. Suddenly Ji Yuxuanchen felt a chill around him, as if some dark creature was watching him. Ji Yuxuanchen immediately looked around vigilantly, but there was no movement. Ji Yuxuanchen quickly ran forward and left the place, but the feeling lingered. Ji Yuxuanchen thought to himself, "What's going on? It felt like I was being watched just now. What secret is this Heavenly Sea Jade Tower hiding?" At this moment in the Heavenly Sea Jade Tower, the profound gate had opened, and the light radiating from it was dazzling. Ji Yuxuanchen looked down from the cliff and whispered his assessment. "According to the map's instructions, this is the profound gate. Entering the profound gate, there might be an even denser power of laws." Suddenly, the profound gate underwent a strange transformation. The gate of the profound gate was rotating. Someone quickly noticed this change and pointed, shouting loudly, "What's happening? Look!" The profound gate suddenly appeared before them and a strange eye formed in the middle. It was the first time the crowd had seen such a phenomenon, and they all shouted, "How did the profound gate change?" Someone who knew what it was turned pale with fright and said fearfully, "It's the demon eye. Could it be that someone from the demon race got in first? What's going on? How did the profound gate turn into a demon eye?" At this moment, Ji Yuxuanchen's expression also became grim. Looking at the chaotic scene below, he thought, "The demon race's demon eye is growing larger within the profound gate like a black hole, absorbing everyone's spiritual power." Seeing their power weakening by the day, someone cried out in pain, "Why do I feel my power disappearing?" Someone else realized the reason. "No, the demon eye is absorbing our power." Soon, everyone's spiritual power was drained dry. Some with weaker cultivation were even reduced to nothing but withered bones. Sensing this situation, Ji Yuxuanchen flew down, gently drawing his sword, its power immense. Just then, a huge tower suddenly appeared in the air. The people in the hall all shouted in surprise, "Look, it's the Jade Tower." People rushed into the Jade Tower like madmen, no longer caring if their spiritual power was being drained. This was the opportunity of the ruin. "We finally waited for the inheritance of the Heavenly Sea, Venerable. Quick, to the palace, maybe it can block the demon eye's attack." Ji Yuxuanchen also leapt down from the cliff. He didn't rush in like the others, but carefully observed the Jade Tower before him. The Jade Tower was enveloped in a thin layer of blue spiritual energy, confirming that this was the Jade Tower and the place he wanted to go. Ji Yuxuanchen walked in. Soon everyone had entered the Jade Tower, and the spiritual energy in their bodies slowly recovered, no longer being absorbed by the demon eye. The people inside all breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "We're safe." Ji Yuxuanchen looked around and a thought flashed through his mind. "I can no longer sense the aura of the martial artists outside. It seems this place is completely isolated from the outside world. Only then did Ji Yuxuanchen notice the scene inside the Jade Tower. Flanking the entrance were bizarrely shaped statues, enormous in size, and they were emitting black energy. The surrounding air was icy as if they were in a cellar. Some people shivered in fear after entering, and some couldn't even stand steadily, needing others to support them as they walked. They cried out for their parents in fear. "Strange, why is it so gloomy here?" a person next to them cursed. "Fool, how could the inheritance be so easy to obtain? This test of courage must also be something the Heavenly Sea Venerable wanted to test us on." Ji Yuxuanchen, walking at the back of the crowd, did not think so. A thoughtful expression appeared on Ji Yuxuanchen's face. "If that's the case, this Jade Tower is too coincidental, as if it's intentionally luring these people in. Besides, the black energy here is even denser than outside." The further they went, the more their hair stood on end, and the air grew colder. Someone seemed to sense something was wrong, stopped, and guessed fearfully, "Could there be demons hiding here?" Ji Yuxuanchen thought to himself. "I once read in the ancient texts of the Heavenly Martial Hall that the demon race is a race that opposes the righteous path. They are bloodthirsty and love to provoke others in the Saint domain. Could the seal from my previous life be related to them?" Just as Ji Yuxuanchen was engrossed in his thoughts, an excited voice rang out, "Great, I've broken through." Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen's eyes widened and he looked in the direction of the voice. A cultivator stretched out his hands and said, "I was just planning to cultivate a bit. I didn't expect to break through 2 levels soon." The people around heard this and buried themselves in cultivation. People said one after another, "I broke through too. This place is truly a treasure land." Seeing this, Ji Yuxuanchen also closed his eyes, waved his hands and began to practice. After practicing for a while, Ji Yuxuanchen's heart fell silent again. Just by cultivating for a short while he had broken through to the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Cultivating here was indeed twice as effective. It's just that this is no longer purely the power of laws. The black energy has been cleverly mixed into it. At this moment the crowd had no more doubts about the Jade Tower and buried themselves in cultivation. "Let's cultivate. Such a good cultivation environment would be a waste not to use. Cultivating here for an hour is equivalent to a month outside. Didn't we come in to find opportunities? I must cultivate diligently, obtain the ruins inheritance and make a name for myself in the Saint domain." But at this moment, while no one was paying attention, a stream of black energy was gradually surrounding the cultivators. One person's eyes suddenly rolled back, his veins bunged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing his senior brother suddenly like this, the junior brother hurriedly went forward to stop him. "Senior brother, stop quickly, don't cultivate anymore." But that senior brother shouted maniacally like a madman, "This is the opportunity the Venerable has given us. Get lost, don't disturb my cultivation." Ji Yuxuanchen looked at the man before him. The black energy was constantly invading his body, making him go insane. Ji Yuxuanchen thought, in this way it seems more like a selection of those who can't withstand the black energy. Suddenly the stone gate of the tower slowly opened. Everyone looked over at the same time and saw a plume of white smoke appear around the stone gate. 3 people in black robes slowly walked over. The leader looked at the crowd expressionlessly and said, "Let this old man see which sect's disciples have entered the tower." Someone saw the newcomers, and their mouth fell open in surprise. "Elder Zhao, Elder Qin, you're still alive?" The crowd saw that the black-robed men were elders from their own sects and said in a panic, "That's our Azure Sword sect's Elder Zhao and Elder Qin, and the former sect master of the Cloud Mountain sect. How is that possible? You didn't return 100 years ago. We thought you had died inside." Elder Zhao stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "We didn't die. We came here 100 years ago, but unfortunately, our opportunities were insufficient, and we failed to obtain the true inheritance, so we have remained here ever since. Your ability to come here now shows that your talent has been recognized by the Heavenly Sea Venerable. Now we will take you up to see who is fated to receive the Heavenly Sea Venerable's inheritance." Elder Zhao's hand shot out a beam of green light, opening a path of white light. The white light grew larger and larger, attracting everyone's attention. They were all fired up at this moment, each hoping to be the one to receive the inheritance. Elder Zhao stroked his beard and said to the crowd, "Come, we will take you to the 2nd floor." Hearing this, the crowd swarmed forward, pushing and shoving until their heads were bleeding, all wanting to be the first to enter. "Wait, let me go first, don't push." One by one, Ji Yuxuanchen stood motionless, watching the group of men in black. From the very beginning, Ji Yuxuanchen had noticed a stream of green energy circling the black-robed men. They were not human either, just some soulless puppets. What controlled them was the living corpse puppetry technique. A golden light flickered in Ji Yuxuanchen's eyes. Ji Yuxuanchen frowned. It seems these elders died long ago. Someone is using their corpses to lure people upstairs. Soon the cultivators arrived at the 2nd floor of the Jade Tower. Seeing the scene before them, their faces all changed, and they exclaimed in shock, What kind of creature is this?" In front of the cultivators was a huge monster with the wings of a bat and the head of a wild boar. The monster roared, blowing away a large number of cultivators. Looking at the monster before him, Ji Yuxuanchen narrowed his eyes and sized it up. The cultivators here were also frightened and said, "Hey, this thing doesn't look easy to deal with." Elder Zhao, dressed in a black robe, stepped forward and said to the cultivators, "Everyone, do not be afraid. This is a test given to you by the Venerable. Within 1 hour, whoever can subdue this demonic beast will be able to pass to the 3rd floor." A cultivator, his face covered in sweat, asked nervously, "What if we can't subdue it?" But before Elder Zhao could answer, a tall and mighty man stepped forward. The man was dressed in full armor, and a powerful spiritual energy emanated from his body. He said proudly, "A bunch of fools, since this is a test left by the Heavenly Sea Venerable, it naturally includes a test of courage. You're scared like this by a little danger. What right do you have to receive the Heavenly Sea Venerable's inheritance?" The man held his weapon and shouted at the monster, "Beast, kneel." The words had barely left his mouth when the monster tore the armor in front of him to shreds. Before the cultivator's horrified eyes, the monster's single head transformed into many heads. Their eyes were blood red, and they opened their mouths wide at him, ready to swallow him whole at any moment. The cultivators behind him prepared to charge, but seeing how powerful the monster was, they shrank back in fear. Is this for real? Just as the monster was about to devour the cultivator before it, a cultivator in a long robe stepped out and stood in front of the monster. He placed his hand on the ground, releasing a powerful spiritual energy. A net of spiritual energy appeared around the monster, completely enveloping it. 3-layer seal, the spiritual energy net continuously shrank, trapping the monster in a confined space. With a bang, the monster in the net could no longer move and collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. That cultivator shouted happily, "I succeeded." Elder Zhao in the black robe nodded and said, "Pass. You may go to the 3rd floor." Soon many cultivators had subdued the demonic beasts and earned the chance to ascend to the 3rd floor of the Jade Tower. Cultivators bravely went up to subdue the beasts. Yes, just like that. Voices rose and fell. "Kneel obediently. Retract the spirit net. As long as we subdue the demonic beast, we can go to the 3rd floor." It was Jiyu Xuanqin's turn. Facing the fierce demonic beast, Jiyu Xuanqin gently drew his sword and pointed it straight at the beast. Jiyu Xuanqin said confidently, "Come on," but unexpectedly, the once ferocious demonic beast now acted like a cat, kneeling before Jiyu Xuanqin in submission. This was the first time Jiyu Xuanqin had seen such a scene, and he stared with wide eyes. The people next to him couldn't believe it either. Such a powerful monster had actually submitted to Jiyu Xuanqin. They discussed among themselves, submission, what on earth is going on? That man hasn't even made a move, and the demonic beast just submitted, how strange. Just then, a tiny drop of blood appeared before Jiyu Xuanqin. Looking at the drop of blood, the corners of Jiyu Xuanqin's mouth turned up. That is a beast contract. After signing the contract, no matter how powerful the demonic beast, its life and death could be decided by a single thought from its master. They wouldn't give me a bitter sea realm demonic beast for no reason. Jiyu Xuanqin observed it and quickly discovered something special. There's clearly a hard-to-detect restriction hidden within this blood essence. Jiyu Xuanqin's finger moved slightly, and a barely perceptible spiritual energy emerged. Jiyu Xuanqin murmured to himself, "Secret art." A vast space appeared in Jiyu Xuanqin's mind at this moment. It was his memory. Once the contract is signed, the restriction will capture the aura in my mind through spiritual power. Jiyu Xuanqin was currently using a secret art to reshape his memories, allowing the person using the restriction to see these reshaped memories. Jiyu Xuanqin then used the secret art to reshape his thoughts into a new memory, and in the memory reshaped by Jiyu Xuanqin's secret art there was no memory of the Azure Cloud continent. Then Jiyu Xuanqin formed the contract with the demonic beast, and immediately something invaded his body. In the darkness, the caster of the beast contract, wearing a mask, was observing Jiyu Xuanqin's memories through a magic mirror. The subordinate in purple behind him asked, "Master, is it him?" After listening, the leader said, "This kid indeed hasn't been corrupted by the laws of the demonic Tao from beginning to end, but just now, through the beast contract, I read his memories. He is indeed not the holy son of the Haotian Saint King from back then." The masked subordinate behind him said, "Master, actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. We could just capture him and interrogate him, couldn't we?" The mastermind wearing a mask turned around and shouted angrily, "Fool, what do you know? If the Saint King's restriction on him is triggered, we will get nothing." The subordinate knelt on the ground in fear, his head bowed, and said trembling, "This subordinate was foolish." Then the masked leader gave an order, "Since he is from the Heavenly Array Sect, go and check if there are any disciples from the Heavenly Array Sect inside or outside the Jade Tower, or if there is anyone who knows him, and bring them here." The subordinate bowed his head and accepted the order. "Yes." The masked man sat in his chair and muttered to himself in confusion. Could it be that he knew my intentions, and that's why he fabricated a memory? If that's the case, this kid is not simple. The scene switched to the 3rd floor of the Jade Tower. A group of people had already entered the 3rd floor. When they saw a huge beast statue, they were all dumbfounded. They shouted in panic, "Is this the 3rd floor?" Jiyu Xuanqin stood there, still investigating, when the beast suddenly spoke. "To be able to come here means you are fated with me. Are you willing to accept my inheritance?" The crowd below was extremely excited except for Jiyu Xuanqin. One person said happily, "Could this be the inheritance of the Heavenly Sea Venerable?" Another person hurriedly expressed, I am willing, I am willing." Immediately after, the beast ordered the excited crowd, "Sit down and calm your minds to receive the inheritance." At the same time, it raised its hand and shot out a jet black stream of energy straight towards the people below, causing them to clutch their faces and scream in pain. Seeing the black energy coming towards him, Jiyu Xuanqin thought, "Is this black energy trying to use its body to corrupt people and thus control their divine souls?" Jiyu Xuanqin then circulated his power, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips, forming a seal to cast a formation, thinking, "My guess was correct. The black energy and this power of laws have similarities." Ji Yuxuanchen then condensed spiritual energy at his fingertips, and a thought flashed. "If I don't want to be controlled, I must refine it into my own power." Then, while casting the formation, Ji Yuxuanchen thought, "I must extract the corrupted black energy from the power of laws, then refine it and place it in a hidden corner of my dantian." No sooner said than done. Ji Yuxuanchen quickly circulated his energy, absorbing all the black energy into his body. The subordinate in the purple mask was observing Ji Yuxuanchen through a magic mirror. Seeing this, he turned back to report to the leader. "Your Eminence, if he is the Holy Sun, he would surely reject the natural laws of the demonic Tao. But now these demonic Tao laws are continuously entering his body. It's truly strange." After observing, the masked mastermind also found it perplexing. "Could it be that I was overthinking it?" Suddenly the voice of a subordinate came from outside. "Master, we have captured the disciples of the Heavenly Array Sect." The disciples of the Heavenly Array Sect were brought in, each bound by iron chains, and said angrily, "What do you want?" Then the leader placed his hands on the heads of 2 Heavenly Array Sect disciples, casting the soul-searching technique, causing them to scream in agony. At the same time, countless memories about Ji Yuxuanchen emerged. Looking at that memory, the masked leader thought, "This person is indeed from the Heavenly Array Sect. But just to be safe, I still need to investigate further." And the disciples of the Heavenly Array Sect, under the torture of the soul-searching technique, could only howl in pain before their souls returned to the western heavens. The scene switched to the 4th floor of the Jade Tower. After passing the 3rd floor, only a few people were left to reach the 4th floor. Li Chinner looked up and screamed, "Look!" Li Chinner also looked up and said happily, "Have we passed the trial?" The crowd walked forward and saw a person sitting there. There was a person sleeping there, seemingly heavily injured. Ji Yuxuanchen looked at the man sitting in the chair with his head down, his hands and feet locked in sturdy iron chains, his body covered in wounds, yet he felt extremely familiar. "Strange, although I've never seen this person, I feel an unprecedented sense of closeness to him." At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded, "Final check, let's see which of you can heal my wounds." Seeing this, Li Chinner said with some doubt, "Save him? Is this intended to test our skills in the Pill Dao? Although my martial Dao talent is extraordinary, I'm not very proficient in the Pill Dao." Ji Yuxuanchen walked closer to the injured man to examine him. Ji Yuxuanchen reached out his hand to check his pulse, and the injured man immediately opened his eyes wide in reaction. Ji Yuxuanchen was equally surprised. The masked mastermind was still observing Ji Yuxuanchen's every move through the magic mirror. Seeing Ji Yuxuanchen check his pulse and the injured man awaken, he found it very strange. His body actually reacted to this kid. He then cast some kind of mysterious spell. Immediately, the 2 people following Ji Yuxuanchen were mind-controlled, their eyes turning evil as they said, "Kill him." The 2 charged forward, lunging at Ji Yuxuanchen with murderous intent. Ji Yuxuanchen turned around and shouted in surprise, "What is the meaning of this?" The 2 people who had been following Ji Yuxuanchen, their minds now bewildered, lunged at Ji Yuxuanchen with all their might crazily. At that moment, Ji Yuxuanchen suddenly thought, "It seems this is the real test." Watching the 2 madmen strike at him with their palms, Ji Yuxuanchen discovered that their attacks were mixed with a trace of black energy. "If my counterattack doesn't have black energy, it will be broken in an instant." Having found an effective method of control, Ji Yuxuanchen was not afraid. Instead, he thought with satisfaction, "Interesting. Then bring it on." A thick layer of energy emanated from around Ji Yuxuanchen. "Let's see if you are worthy of being my opponents." Somewhere, the black-robed mastermind carefully observed Ji Yuxuanchen's every move. He saw Ji Yuxuanchen release a stream of black energy and was greatly surprised. "Is this the demon god art?" The 2 controlled madmen were still charging forward crazily. Ji Yuxuanchen gathered his strength, leaped into the air, and struck them with a stream of black energy as powerful as a tsunami. That palm strike from Ji Yuxuanchen heavily injured the 2 madmen, causing them to drop their weapons and somersault backward. The scene was utterly gruesome. Ji Yuxuanchen immediately raised his hand and used his spiritual energy to draw all the demonic energy out of their bodies. The masked leader watched all this through the magic mirror, muttering to himself in horror. He absorbed all the power of the demonic Tao. Just as the masked leader was stunned, Ji Yuxuanchen appeared behind him, pressing a sharp sword against his neck and demanding angrily, "You were the one who lured me here, weren't you?" The masked leader's soul nearly left his body, but he quickly acted, knocking Ji Yuxuanchen's sword away and striking at him with his palm. But how could his attack possibly harm Xuanchen? With his extraordinary skills, Xuanchen easily dodged, completely unscathed. The masked leader changed his tune faster than one could flip a book. One second he was launching a sneak attack on Ji Yuxuanchen. The next he was kneeling before him in reverence. He said, "Tian Hai pays his respects to the demon god's emissary." Xuanchen, still holding his sword, asked him in great surprise, "Demon god's emissary?" At this, the masked leader finally raised his head to report, "You have obtained the demon god's inheritance, the demon god art. You are the emissary sent by the demon god." At this moment, something seemed to click in Xuanchen's mind. He turned and asked, "You said your name is Tian Hai. Could you be the Tian Hai venerable from back then?" Although Xuanchen asked this, his heart was filled with doubt. He thought to himself in confusion, "I only relied on my own power to comprehend and try to refine the laws of the demonic Tao. how could I be mistaken for the demon god's emissary? Just then, Tianhai slowly removed his mask, revealing a face covered in scars looking quite grotesque. He said, "That's right, I am the Tianhai Venerable the world speaks of." Ji Yuxuanchen continued to question him. "What was your purpose in luring me here?" Tianhai, likely realizing his disfigured appearance, put his mask back on and began to explain to Ji Yuxuanchen. Back then, the demon god learned that the Hao Tian Saint King had passed his inheritance to the Holy Sun. But we didn't know if it was one or several, so I set up this trap. I cultivated the heavenly Tao to enter the world of spiritual cultivators, and after gaining a reputation, I left behind this ruin. Then Tianhai continued. But because the heavenly Tao rules in my body clashed with the laws of the demonic Tao, I ended up in this state. I laid in ambush here searching for the Holy Sun precisely to fulfill the demon god's command. I never expected to find you, the demon god's emissary. Since you have comprehended the demon god art, you must be the one chosen by the demon god, able to help our demon race achieve the great cause of unification. After hearing the Tianhai Venerable's words, Ji Yuxuanchen asked him in return, "Are you saying that I am now considered a member of the demon race?" The Tianhai Venerable suddenly burst into laughter. "What is righteous and what is demonic? We are born human, just with different paths of cultivation. What is wrong with using some extreme methods in the pursuit of power?" Then he cast a spell, and a cage appeared. He pointed at the cage and said, "Those so-called righteous people, they cultivate the laws of the heavenly Tao, but the darkness in their hearts is no less than ours, if not more. Are they not demons?" The Tianhai Venerable showed Xuanchen the demonic nature of those who claim to be righteous. Immediately, a father pinned his son down, strangling him while gritting his teeth. The Tianhai Venerable said, "Only one person can leave this cage." The son cried out in pain, "Father, how could you do this to me?" Then the Tianhai Venerable raised his hand to retract the spell, and the cage vanished with it. He then said to Ji Yuxuanchen, "No matter what technique one cultivates, as long as one's heart is good, it is the righteous path. If one's heart is wicked, one will fall into the demonic path. So what if it's the heavenly Tao? So what if it's the demonic Tao? To stay true to one's heart, one must have sufficient power, otherwise it's all empty talk. And demonic arts are the fastest way to gain power." Hearing these words, Xuanchen was filled with rage. He angrily reached out, grabbing the Tianhai Venerable by the neck and saying, "When did it become your place to lecture me?" Suddenly a purple round bead flew out from Xuanchen's dantian. Seeing it, Tianhai exclaimed in alarm, "This is the seed of the demonic Tao." He hurriedly knelt before Ji Yuxuanchen. It was this subordinate who was overly suspicious. "I implore the Lord Emissary to return to the Demon Palace with me and take charge of the overall situation," Ji Yuxuanchen said. "If you dare to test my identity again, I will not be lenient." Ji Yuxuanchen picked up the purple bead and held it to his chest, but his heart was in turmoil. This fox tried to bewitch me again, almost causing me to fall into the demonic path, unable to extricate myself. It seems this demon palace is related to my origins. I have no choice but to go. Afterward, Tianhai led Xuanchen to the 5th floor of the Heavenly Sea Jade Tower, an extremely dark place. Tianhai said, "Emissary, these people were all lured into the 3rd floor using the Heavenly Sea Jade Tower as bait. You can directly absorb their cultivation." The 5th floor of the Jade Tower had many sturdy cages crowded with people, each bound by chains, looking very pitiful. Seeing Ji Yuxuanchen and the Venerable, they all pleaded, "Save me, I beg you to let me out, save me." Seeing this, Ji Yuxuanchen waved his hand and ordered Tianhai, "Release them all." Tianhai asked in return, "Release them," Xuanchen said, "these people are too lowly. Absorbing them will only affect my foundation." After hearing this, Tianhai replied, "I was indeed not thoughtful enough. When we arrive in the demon domain, I will surely offer high-level demon slaves for the emissary's enjoyment." Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen asked, "When do we depart for the demon domain?" The Tianhai Venerable, upon hearing this, raised his hand and pointed forward, stating with certainty, "No rush. Although we didn't capture the Holy Sun this time, we did have an unexpected gain." Where he pointed, a cell opened, and a woman was lying inside. He turned to Ji Yuxuanchen and said, "We have captured the Holy Maiden." The woman's hands and feet were bound by iron chains, and she lay motionless on the cold stone slab. Ji Yuxuanchen looked at the woman and asked Tianhai, "You say she is the Holy Maiden, the daughter of the Hao Tian Saint King?" Tianhai walked over to the woman, grabbed her by the collar, and lifted her up, his eyes showing a fierce glint as he said, "That's right, she is naturally repulsed by the laws of the demonic Tao. She must be the Holy Maiden." He then pried open the woman's mouth and continued, "If we can learn the secret left by the Saint King before his death from the mouths of the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, we will possess the power to rule the Saint Domain. At that time it won't be as simple as being the #1 person in the Saint Domain. Perhaps we can reach a higher level, a cultivation level known as God." After speaking, Tianhai roughly let go, pushing the woman to the ground, and continued, "It's just a pity that this woman, while claiming to be the Holy Maiden, refuses to say anything, so she can only be punished." Suddenly, a masked subordinate ran in and reported urgently to Tianhai, "Your Eminence, something is wrong. Something has happened to the Holy Sun." That Holy Sun was the very man sitting in the chair whom Ji Yuxuanchen felt an immense familiarity with when he checked his pulse earlier. At this moment he was generating a powerful fiery energy, requiring several of the Tian Hai Venerable's men to hold him down. "Quick, suppress him." Ji Yuxuanchen walked over to the bound man, who was blazing with fire, and thought, "So he is the Holy Sun. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon meeting him." Just then, Tian Hai took out a purple pill, preparing to give it to the Holy Sun, and said, "It seems we went a bit too far torturing him for a confession earlier, and it has produced some side effects." Seeing this, Ji Yuxuanchen reached out and stopped Tian Hai. "His current condition is not suitable for taking a demon pill." Tian Hai was puzzled. Ji Yuxuanchen patiently explained, "Although your demon pill can temporarily control the injuries in his body, it will also damage his foundation. In the end, even if we can save his life, he probably won't be able to speak." "Then what's the difference between that and being dead to us?" Tian Hai found this reasonable and asked Ji Yuxuanchen, "In the emissary's opinion, what should be done?" Ji Yuxuanchen didn't answer immediately, but instead cast a barrier. A golden beam of light shot straight at the neck of the Holy Sun, who was bound by chains. The Holy Sun's body was immediately enveloped in a layer of golden light. Tian Hai was still puzzled by Ji Yuxuanchen's actions. Ji Yuxuanchen explained, "He must rely on the laws of the heavenly Tao. He cultivates the laws of the heavenly Tao, so naturally we must use them to save him." Xuanchen raised his hand to his lips, a look of difficulty and regret on his face. "It's just a pity that I have been cultivating the demon god art recently, and most of the power of laws has been assimilated. It seems I cannot completely cure him." Tian Hai, being psychologically manipulated, was thoroughly convinced. "If we want to know the Saint King's secret, it seems we can only trouble the demon god's emissary to temporarily stop cultivating the demon god art and first cultivate the power of laws to awaken him. Then in the future, convert the power of the heavenly Tao into the power of the demonic Tao. What does the emissary think?" Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen feigned understanding and said seriously, "Since you are so sincere in your request, I will reluctantly agree." Seeing Xuanchen agree, Tian Hai immediately ordered his subordinates, "Men, bring out all the saint stones accumulated in the Jade Tower over the past 1,000 years for the emissary's use." Ji Yuxuanchen was overjoyed, thinking, "In that case, it would be rude of me to refuse." Afterward, Xuanchen was taken to a secret chamber alone with the Holy Sun. Ji Yuxuanchen cast a formation, setting up a soundproof barrier. Then he sat down next to the injured Holy Sun and said, "Speak. I've added 2 restrictions no one can hear." The Holy Sun opened his eyes upon hearing this. "I didn't expect to meet you this way, my brother." Xuanchen looked at the Holy Sun and asked frankly, "I want to know the whole truth." The Holy Sun said sorrowfully, "What I know is actually not much more than you. The world knows that Father passed his secrets to us before he died, but that is not actually the case." The Holy Sun continued, "The only thing I know is that back then, what Father instilled in our divine souls, apart from the purest profundity of the heavenly Tao, was the power of our bloodline, which is the most crucial." Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen thought of the bloodline power. This was indeed the same as what the black-robed man had said before. The Holy Sun continued to explain, "The profundities of the heavenly Tao laws can be stolen, but the bloodline power exists with the soul, so it is impossible to contend for. With the power of our bloodline, not only can we brothers sense each other, but more importantly, possessing this bloodline power, regardless of whether we cultivate the heavenly Tao, the demonic Tao, or even demonic cultivation techniques, we can ultimately transform them into our own power." Xuanchen still felt confused, while the Holy Sun struggled to turn over and continue explaining, "If I hadn't been so reckless in my youth, I wouldn't have been tortured by the demon race. Now I can no longer reach the peak of the heavenly Tao. If you don't mind, I will now pass my portion of the heavenly Tao laws to you, as thanks for saving me from the demon race." Xuanchen asked in surprise, "Your portion of the heavenly Tao laws?" The Holy Sun endured the pain, propped himself up with his hands, and said to Ji Yuxuanchen, "When you were healing me just now, I could sense that the heavenly Tao laws you comprehended were different from mine. After being dispersed, perhaps Father had already instilled them into our bodies." Ji Yuxuanchen still asked with some doubt, "Since my birth there has been a seal in my dantian preventing me from cultivating. Have you experienced this as well?" The Holy Sun showed a surprised expression. "A seal? I've never had any seal on me." Ji Yuxuanchen was now stroking his chin and thought, "He has no reason to lie to me. It seems there's another hidden story behind the seal, and I need to continue investigating." The Holy Sun seemed to remember something and said, "Oh right, if possible, you should rescue that girl. Perhaps she can be considered your niece." Xuanchen asked in surprise. "Li Qin'er is our niece," the Holy Sun then explained to Xuanchen. "I can sense a faint bloodline resonance from her, which means she possesses the same bloodline as me. You couldn't sense it because her bloodline power is too weak, which also proves she is of our generation. I suspect that her father was very likely also a Holy Sun. He passed down this part of the bloodline power. So if possible, help her out for the sake of family." Ji Yuxuanchen walked to the door of the room, turned back, and said, "I understand. I will handle it." Xuanchen now recalled and realized that it was no wonder Li Qin'er could sense the existence of the Spirit Sea back then, and was also able to protect herself from the influence of the demonic Tao power after entering the Heavenly Sea Jade Tower. As soon as he stepped out, Ji Yuxuanchen saw Tian Hai waiting there. Upon seeing Xuanchen, Tianhai said, "Actually, there's no need for the emissary to rush to cultivate the power of the demonic Tao. For now it's best to save his life." But in just 15 minutes he actually broke through to the mid-stage of the heaven-piercing realm, Xuanchen replied calmly. "I only need to ensure my cultivation can heal his heavenly Tao power. For anything else, cultivating the power of the demonic Tao is more effective." Xuanchen thought of the Holy Sun's words and realized it was just as he had said. The bloodline power can completely transform the laws of the demonic Tao into one's own power. If that's the case, it will be convenient for me to investigate and act within the demon race. After hearing Xuanchen's words, Tianhai sighed. That makes sense. There's nothing in the world that can increase one's strength faster than cultivating the demonic Tao, but he thought to himself, it seems even the demon god's emissary can't resist the temptation of a shortcut. So he turned to Jiyu Xuanchen and said, "Follow me, some people can't wait to see you." Hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen, though curious, followed him. The place Tianhai led Xuanchen to was the demon god's great hall. The atmosphere here was incredibly gloomy, filled with black energy. At the highest point sat a bizarrely shaped person, while many demon venerables stood in attendance on slightly lower positions to the left and right. The Tianhai venerable looked up and respectfully reported, "My lords, I have brought the person." Xuanchen remained focused, observing the situation. The bizarrely shaped person sitting on the high throne said loudly, "Tianhai venerable, don't just find some random person and say he has received the inheritance of our demon god." Another demon venerable, with a ferocious face like a ghost yaksha and many skulls on his feet, was the one-horned demon venerable. He also threatened, "If you dare to deceive us, you know the consequences." The 100-eyed demon venerable next to him immediately chimed in, "One-horned demon venerable, I think you should stop wasting your breath. Let's just test him ourselves to see if he's received the demon god's inheritance, and we'll know." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of white sticky liquid shot out from his mouth, coiling towards Jiyu Xuanchen like a long snake. Jiyu Xuanchen closed his eyes, slightly displeased. Another stream of black energy emanated, wrapping around Xuanchen and repelling the 100-eyed demon venerable's rope. That demon venerable was greatly shocked. "What?" Jiyu Xuanchen's eyes were filled with contempt. He shot out a tube-shaped stream of black energy, tightly squeezing the 100-eyed demon venerable. In the blink of an eye he had fallen into Xuanchen's grasp, screaming in agony. Jiyu Xuanchen's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he berated, "So much nonsense." The other demon venerables sat there dumbfounded, their souls scattered, utterly terrified, because they recognized that this was the demon god art. Jiyu Xuanchen then threw the 100-eyed demon venerable into the distance, leaving him unconscious on the ground. At this point, Jiyu Xuanchen turned to the other demon venerables and asked arrogantly, "Regarding my status as the demon god's emissary, do any of you have any further questions?" At the same time, a stream of black energy circulated in his hand, his gaze icy cold. In the demon god's great hall, after Jiyu Xuanchen proved he was the inheritor of the demon god, all the demon venerables were filled with fear. They dared not test or disrespect him any further, and hurriedly bowed respectfully to Jiyu Xuanchen. "We dare not doubt, Lord Emissary." One demon venerable secretly observed Jiyu Xuanchen, thinking, although this person's aura is weak, the purity of his demonic Tao is unmatched by anyone present. Seeing that all the demon venerables had been verified and no longer had any doubts about the demon god's emissary he had brought back, Tianhai immediately took credit. "Since I was the one who found the demon god's emissary, according to the demon race's agreement, the emissary can teach me the demon god art. Does anyone have any objections?" The other demon venerables remained silent, not daring to violate the previous agreement. Although they were extremely unwilling and furious in their hearts, he had beaten them to it. Jiyu Xuanchen was very surprised to hear this, as he had been completely unaware before. He turned his head and rebuked, "HMPH Tianhai, you never mentioned this agreement to me." Jiyu Xuanchen also thought to himself, "Tianhai is trying to use me to gain benefits for himself. From the looks of it, Tianhai intends to use me to control the other demon venerables." Tianhai hurriedly lowered his head and explained to Jiyu Xuanchen to avoid any misunderstanding, "Calm your anger, emissary. This is a rule set by the demon god himself. On one hand, it rewards those who have rendered meritorious service, and on the other hand, it strengthens the power of the demon venerables. I hope the emissary will not be stingy with his teachings. Tianhai will definitely not fail the demon god's trust and will work with the emissary to restore the prestige of our demon race." After hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen did not want to follow the demon god's previous rules but instead made an unexpected decision. "If we want to strengthen the demon race, then I will teach the demon god art to everyone present so we can all cultivate it together." The demon venerables were greatly shocked to hear this. "What, you want to teach us the demon god art?" Tianhai, on the other hand, disagreed with Jiyu Xuanchen's decision, and spoke up to remind him, "Wait, emissary, this is against the rules." Jiyu Xuanchen gave a reason that was impossible to refute. "The demon race is weak now. If we want to increase our strength in a short period of time, this is the fastest way to make the demon race prosper." Then he turned to look at Tianhai's attitude. "What? Does the Tianhai Venerable not wish to see the demon race rise again and dominate the Saint domain once more?" Tianhai knelt, not daring to have any objections. Tianhai would not dare. I will follow all of the emissary's arrangements. Hearing this, Ji Xuanchen no longer rebuked or reprimanded him. It's good that you know, with no one else having any objections, all the demon venerables sat down in their positions for Ji Xuanchen to teach them the demon god art. Ji Xuanchen held a scroll, seemingly teaching the demon god art, but in reality it was not so. Ji Xuanchen would naturally not speak the cultivation method directly. Instead, based on his own two-part understanding of the heavenly Tao and the Saint King's inheritance, he rewrote the demonic art. Even so, its subtleties were far beyond the demon venerable's understanding of the demon god art. He used the pretense of teaching the cultivation method to control the 10 great demon venerables, and many in the demon race in order to comprehend the true essence sooner could only obey. From then on, Ji Xuanchen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the 3rd stage of the Bitter Sea realm, moving through the demon domain as if it were an uninhabited land. In the distance, Ji Xuanchen was talking with Li Qin'er. I will send someone to take care of your accommodations. If you don't want to die, don't act rashly. Li Qin'er agreed to Ji Xuanchen's arrangements. I understand. In another scene, in a hazy space as his realm improved, Ji Xuanchen's perception of the power of the demonic Tao grew stronger. Ji Xuanchen was staring at the fiery red mountain peak in the distance. The air was gloomy and the clouds were dark and gray. Ji Xuanchen asked curiously, "What mountain is that?" The subordinate beside him bowed his head and replied, "Reporting to Lord Demon Emissary, that is Northwatch Mountain, the border between the demon race and the human race." Ji Xuanchen was greatly surprised, and many thoughts flooded his mind. The border between the demon race and the human race. Isn't it that the deeper one goes into the demon domain, the stronger and denser the power of the demonic Tao should be? Why is the power of the demonic Tao stronger in the area closer to the human race? The scene switched to the border town of Northwatch Mountain. The space was dim, the trees withered, devoid of life. The bodies of people killed by swords lay under the trees, some even reduced to white bones crawling with insects, a truly horrifying sight. Suddenly someone dared to set foot in this ghostly place. It was none other than Ji Xuanchen. So this is the border town of Northwatch Mountain. While Ji Xuanchen was carefully observing, a voice suddenly came. "Brother Demon, are you also planning to go to Northwatch Mountain to strike it rich?" Ji Xuanchen turned to look at Mo Jia, a young demon followed by a group of subordinates walking towards him. As soon as they met, Mo Jia proposed a deal with Ji Xuanchen. "How about we go together? We can save some on the toll." Ji Xuanchen didn't understand Mo Jia's meaning and said toll. Hearing Ji Xuanchen's tone, Mo Jia smiled and without hesitation revealed the secret of Northwatch Mountain to him. "Is this your first time at Northwatch Mountain, Brother Demon?" Northwatch Mountain hides a large amount of treasures for cultivation. But the journey is extremely dangerous. If you search for it alone in the forest, you basically won't come back. But Northwatch Mountain has a secret safe passage. Each section of the road will open a demon formation. As long as you inlay enough demon crystals, you can take a shortcut into Northwatch Mountain and make a fortune. After hearing Mo Jia's words, Ji Xuanchen also understood what he meant by toll. "I see, then you lead the way." But it seemed the male subordinate who had been following Tian Hai was worried Ji Xuanchen would be a burden to them. Several of them whispered, all right, this old brother can't even condense a demon horn. Will he be a drag on us later?" The female subordinate reprimanded. "Do you think geniuses with innate bloodlines are everywhere, like Big Brother Mo Jia? We're just looking for someone to make up the toll, don't be so picky." So Ji Xuanchen and Mo Jia's group set off together. Ji Xuanchen's speed was such that Mo Jia and his subordinates could barely keep up. "Yushui, wait!" Mo Jia, dripping with sweat, chased after Ji Xuanchen and said, "Brother Demon, I didn't expect that even though you're only at the Bitter Sea realm, your movement technique is so impressive." Ji Xuanchen ignored Mo Jia's words, only caring about what he needed to do. After walking for a while, Ji Xuanchen saw a mysterious door. "Is this the safe passage you were talking about?" Ji Xuanchen and Mo Jia's group stood before the mysterious door. Ji Xuanchen broke the door and led the group deep inside. The air was gloomy, desolate, with birds and crows flying everywhere. Mo Jia explained to Ji Xuanchen, "The so-called safe passage separates us from the demonic beasts outside, allowing us to reach our destination faster." The female demon beside them was also surprised. "It's true, the demonic beasts can't see us." They walked leisurely past a huge monster and nothing happened. Ji Xuanchen and Mo Jia's group stopped in front of a cave entrance. Mo Jia stepped forward and touched the demon crystal, the currency of the demon realm. The cave entrance immediately lit up. Mo Jia urged everyone, "Let's go, the next gate is open too." They walked inside together, and the scene was just as terrifying. The trees were bare, a scene of desolation. Upon reaching this point, Mo Jia pointed the way for everyone and was already planning to turn back. "We'll go out from here. Over there is the entrance to the central part. It would be very dangerous for us to go in with our current strength." Ji Xuanchen heard this, understood the meaning, and asked, "Mo Jia, are you planning to leave?" It seemed Ji Xuanchen wanted to search and explore deeper. "This place is still some distance from where I want to go." From Ji Xuanchen's attitude, Mo Jia seemed to sense his intentions and hurriedly used threatening words to stop him. "What's wrong? You still want to go deeper? Are you tired of living from here on? You will face many groups of high-level demonic beasts." Ji Xuanchen still didn't give up on what he wanted to do, ignoring Mo Jia's attempts to dissuade him. Consider these 2 demon crystals as my share. We'll part ways here." Hearing this, Mojia's subordinates were all stunned. This guy's crystals are top grade. Mojia, still unaware of Ji Yuxuanqian's identity, kept trying to stop him. "Brother demon, listen to me. If you go in with your current level, you're just courting death." Ji Yuxuanqian flickered lightly, a brilliant light dazzling them. In an instant, Ji Yuxuanqian had changed into a different set of attire. Mojia and his group stared, their expressions filled with utter shock. "What? He can conjure demon armor." Ji Yuxuanqian stepped forward, reaching out to touch and activate the demon crystals, the currency of the demon realm. The door opened, and Ji Yuxuanqian flew in under the astonished gazes of Mojia and the others. Mojia's subordinate asked frantically, "Brother Jia, what do we do now?" Observing Ji Yuxuanqian's terrifying power, Mojia decided to use him to make a fortune. "That man's strength is extraordinary. Maybe he can lead us to riches. Let's follow him and see." So Mojia's group also ventured in after Ji Yuxuanqian. Inside, precious treasures glinted with an irresistible allure. Ji Yuxuanqian introduced them. "Look, these are demon featherstones and demon cloud ores." Seeing this, Mojia and his group's eyes sparkled, and they ran to hug the precious treasures. "And this is a demon convergence flower. We've struck it rich." While the others were immersed in the treasure, Ji Yuxuanqian felt a sense of foreboding. The demonic energy is getting thicker. Sure enough, not long after, a pack of beasts swarmed in from all directions, terrifying everyone. Mojia hastily shouted, "This is bad. The pack of demonic beasts is here." Ji Yuxuanqian glanced over as everyone gathered together, surrounded by the demonic beasts. There was no other way but to join forces and defeat them. The demonic beasts opened their cavernous mouths, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged at Ji Yuxuanqian and Mojia's group. Ji Yuxuanqian was fearless, using his spiritual power to annihilate the beasts one after another. Even so, the beast did not stop, which enraged Ji Yuxuanqian. "Still not stopping, are you?" Another demonic beast, unafraid of Ji Yuxuanqian's threat, pounced and roared, its eyes filled with a ferocious red light. Immediately after, the other beast charged fiercely at Ji Yuxuanqian. Ji Yuxuanqian and Mojia stood still, watching them with worry. "HMPH!" Then Mojia suddenly pointed forward and shouted, "Look, there's a demon master sucking out a beast core with its gaping mouth." Mojia continued to shout, "The demon master is snatching the demon wolf's beast core again." The demon master finally swallowed the beast core, while the demon wolf collapsed to the ground, its mouth full of blood. After obtaining the beast core, the demon master, now holding it in its mouth, lowered its head and came before Ji Yuxuanqian, its gaze seemingly wanting to offer this beast core to him. Ji Yuxuanqian watched it quietly. Seeing the demon master's attitude, Mojia and the others began to discuss. Are these demon masters trying to curry favor with him using the beast core? At this moment, Mojia thought to himself, this beast core is a great supplement for demonic beasts. In fact, demonic beasts often killed each other to fight for another's beast core. But seeing Ji Yuxuanqian's back and the respectful attitude of the demon masters, another doubt arose in Mojia's heart. Why would this group of demon masters risk their lives to snatch a beast core just to show submission to that man? Just then, Ji Yuxuanqian took out some spiritual items like pills from his hand. He spoke to the demon masters. HMPH, so you know my identity, but news of my presence here must not be mentioned to anyone. Understand? The demon master indicated its agreement. Only then did Ji Yuxuanqian pat its head. Subsequently, the group of demon masters let out a series of howls as if showing reverence to their master, Ji Yuxuanqian. Afterward, Ji Yuxuanqian instructed the pack of demon masters, as for those few people over there, you will guard them for now. Let them go after a month. After speaking, Ji Yuxuanqian turned and left the place. Mojia called out in astonishment, wait, but Ji Yuxuanqian had already flown far away. Mojia could only sigh in regret. This senior, after flying for some distance, Ji Yuxuanqian turned back to look at Mojia and the others. He thought to himself, after all, these are people who escaped from the hidden demon race. If they find out, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. It's better to have this pack of demonic beasts watch them for now. Soon, Ji Yuxuanqian arrived at a desolate, gloomy and deathly silent place. This was the summit of Northwatch Mountain. Ji Yuxuanqian leapt down from the top of a withered tree. His feet landed on the ground, which was marked with red, fiery patterns. Ji Yuxuanqian quietly observed everything around him. The formation Ji Yuxuanqian was admiring made him exclaim, it's been tens of thousands of years since I've seen such a profound top-tier formation. Subsequently, Xuanqian's vigilant eyes noticed something. HMPH, he began to execute a move to break this formation. He shouted, ah! After breaking the formation, he stood up and silently watched it, unsure if it had been completely broken. Just then, a vortex of lightning began to swirl and appear above Ji Yuxuanqian's head. Soon the vortex grew larger, forming a funnel that shot straight towards the ground where Ji Yuxuanqian stood. Ji Yuxuanqian was caught in this vortex of lightning. From his expression, he seemed very uncomfortable and had yet to find a solution. The vortex grew stronger. It continuously wrapped around Ji Yuxuanqian's body. Ji Yuxuanqian began to walk step by step, then flew swiftly to another place to evade the vortex. Taking off the demon cult's attire, Ji Yuxuanqian dusted himself off, thinking, this formation can even knock off my demon armor. Just then, a voice rang out. I never thought that after all these years, the first one to arrive here would be a human. Ji Yuxuanchen immediately became alert, his eyes wide as he looked around trying to see who it was. Ji Yuxuanchen asked loudly, "Who is it?" The mysterious person slid down and said, "What a surprise." Ji Yuxuanchen looked at her, very surprised. He thought to himself, "Is she from the demon race? Strange, why can't I feel a single trace of demonic Tao power from her? Nor can I sense any power of the heavenly Tao," he said loudly in anger. "Stop playing tricks, show yourself now," the female ghost then shouted loudly. "Jor," this call stunned Ji Yuxuanchen. He didn't understand what the person meant. The female ghost continued to ask Ji Yuxuanchen, "Are you Jor?" Ji Yuxuanchen was standing under a huge cage. The woman was desperately trying to break free from the chains on the cage. This woman reached out her hand, roaring, "Let me out. I want to see him." Ji Yuxuanchen was very vigilant. He asked in return, "Who are you?" The woman then shed 2 streams of tears and answered softly, "Silly child, I am your mother." Ji Yuxuanchen was stunned. "My mother," she then gently explained. "I am the birth mother who gave you your soul, the one the world calls the demon god of unknown whereabouts." Ji Yuxuanchen was stunned, frowning in thought, perhaps because the information came too suddenly to be believed. He blurted out, "Demon god." Through his mother's narrative he recalled fragmented memories of his past life. Legend has it that the Saint King obtained the Sword of Heavenly Fate to achieve his extraordinary accomplishments. But that's not actually the case. Your father and I were originally both from the demon race. By a stroke of luck we obtained a yin-yang heavenly scripture from the supreme god realm. He cultivated the yang scripture and I cultivated the yin scripture. As we cultivated, the demonic energy on your father gradually disappeared, and he became more and more like a human. To completely rule the saint domain he entered the human race and with his extraordinary strength became the Saint King of the world. And because I cultivated the yin scripture, my demonic energy flourished, and thus I became the demon god. Ji Yuxuanchen's mother continued to explain the story of the Sword of Heavenly Fate. The Sword of Heavenly Fate was a story the Saint King and I fabricated to prevent outsiders from fighting over the yin-yang heavenly scripture. Ji Yuxuanchen asked doubtfully, "But the human and demon races have been opposing forces since ancient times. So you too," his mother explained sorrowfully. "So to prevent opposition between the demon and human races, we never revealed our true identities. 1. Your father appeared in the demon race as the demon god, and 2. I appeared in the human race as the Saint Empress." At this point, another layer of resentment was added to Ji Yuxuanchen's mother's eyes. She continued, "Until one day the owner of the yin-yang heavenly scripture appeared and intended to take it back." Recalling the tragic memories of that year, her heart ached even more. "That was a powerhouse from a plane stronger than the Saint Domain. We fought him for 3 months, day and night without rest, but in the end we were no match for him. After the powerhouse took the yin-yang heavenly scripture, he also took both our lives just to prevent us from leaking any information related to him. And to protect the peace of these 2 realms, we could only obey the powerhouse's command. But many human powerhouses saw that your father was seriously injured and grew restless. They wanted to kill the Saint King and frame me for it, so they could unify the humans and demons of the 2 realms. While evading the enemy's pursuit, your father and I were powerless to protect you and your 8 older brothers. In desperation we could only pass on the cultivation methods we had comprehended to your brothers. And because you are Jor, with the highest integration of heavenly Tao power among your brothers, to ensure your safety, we hid a complete part of the cultivation art in your body. And so we sealed your dantian, allowing you to break free from the seal only after you reincarnated." Ji Yuxuanchen listened quietly to his mother's story, and only now did he ask her, "So am I also a member of the demon race?" His mother began to speak again. "Back then your father cultivated the yang scripture of the heavenly scripture and the demonic energy in his body had long been cleansed. So in essence you belong to the human race," she continued. "But in this world it doesn't really matter whether you are human, demon, or fiend. If your heart is good, you are righteous. If your heart is wicked, you are evil." Then, seeing his mother imprisoned, Ji Yuxuanchen asked her, "Then mother, what should I do to save you?" His mother remained seated, answering in a slow tone, "Back then, after I sent you to the lower realm at the risk of my own life, my life was in peril. Your father could only burn his remaining lifespan to set up a time restriction here, sealing me in this place." She looked up at the sky and continued painfully, "Time inside the restriction is almost at a standstill, which is how I've managed to hang on until today. If I forcibly leave this place, I will die in less than a year." Ji Yuxuanchen was anxious to save his mother. He asked her helplessly, "Is there no other way?" At this point she proposed another method. "Unless you can combine the yin and yang of the heavenly scripture and cultivate it to the highest realm. The yin-yang heavenly scripture contains the profundities of the 3 cultivation paths of humans and fiends. If you can comprehend it to its peak, you will surely be able to break your father's seal." Ji Yuxuanchen's mother continued, "Back then your father and I had already passed the yin-yang heavenly scripture to you. It's just that considering the demon race's reputation, we sealed the yin scripture even deeper. It will only appear to protect you when you are in danger." After hearing his mother's words, Ji Yuxuanchen's mind was filled with thoughts. HMPH, so that's how it is. The demon art is the demon god art and the black energy is demonic energy. Subsequently his mother looked at him seriously, having already made her decision. she said to him, "Now Mother will help you completely unseal the Yin scripture. You will then be able to remember all the cultivation arts." Streams of powerful purple spiritual energy surged into Ji Yuxuanqian's body, and he closed his eyes to cooperate with his mother. After a while, his mother asked Ji Yuxuanqian, "Do you feel it? This is the complete yin-yang heavenly scripture." Ji Yuxuanqian remained seated, sensing the transformation. His mother watched, finding it strange. Suddenly she shouted, "Jor, be careful." Ji Yuxuanqian suddenly saw something strange happen. He asked his mother, "What is that?" His mother explained, "That is the bloodline tracking art. It uses one's own lifespan as a price to find someone through the power of their bloodline. It is a dangerous, forbidden art," she continued. "It's just that within this art, besides the power of bloodline, there is also a devouring, killing intent." Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanqian thought, "It seems the spatial rift in the azure cloud mountains and rivers diagram opened before. That's how I was able to hear those voices through the power of my bloodline. By this reasoning, that black-robed man is probably one of my brothers." Thinking of this, Ji Yuxuanqian thought again, "So my brother has already come looking for me, making such a big scene he wants to kill me. This is getting interesting." 10 days later, the human race assembled an army of 300,000 and marched north, stationing themselves near the Demon Heaven River at the border between the human and demon races, issuing an ultimatum to the demon race. The Holy Sun was not handed over. A full-scale attack would be launched against the demon race. War was imminent, and the demon race, not to be outdone, launched a preemptive surprise attack under the cover of night, crossing the Demon Heaven River to attack the human race, officially kicking off the war between the two races. The 100-eyed demon Venerable shouted, "Where has the Lord Emissary gone?" The demon he held by the neck struggled painfully, saying, "Spare me, Lord Demon Venerable, this subordinate truly does not know." The one-horned demon Venerable stood aside, gritting his teeth and saying, "I told you there was something wrong with that kid, but as soon as you heard you could cultivate the demon god art, none of you would listen. Now the humans are stationed at the border, and at this critical moment he's nowhere to be found. It's too strange, he might be a spy." The bright dragon demon Venerable also added, "If there's really something wrong with this emissary, it's Tianhai Venerable's problem." Then he turned to Tianhai and said sarcastically, "You brought him from the human realm, didn't you? Why would he know how to cultivate the demon god art? Only you would know," Tianhai retorted. "Now you want to push the blame onto me? When he was teaching the demon god art, weren't you all sitting there prim and proper, looking all serious?" Another demon Venerable among the demons finally spoke up to stop the argument and explained the current situation. "Stop arguing. The most important thing right now is for us to think about how to deal with this attack from the humans. Since the humans have discovered our secret of imprisoning the Holy Sun, they certainly won't let this go. We can only fight this battle, we cannot retreat." The other demon gods also agreed, saying, "That's right, at this point we can only fight them to the death." Not only that, but the bald demon god also added, "In addition, move the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden to the Demon Spirit Tower. If we lose, we will kill them immediately. We must not let them fall into human hands." His subordinates heard and responded in unison. "Yes." Meanwhile, on Ji Yuxuanqian's side, the conversation between mother and son continued. His mother asked, "Jor, can you promise me one thing?" Ji Yuxuanqian replied, "Mother, please speak." Hearing her son say this, she didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "If you can find the perpetrator who did this just now, no matter who he is, can you not take his life? After all, you are all my children, and I don't want to see you kill each other." Ji Yuxuanqian sighed and replied, "I promise you, mother, that I won't take their lives, but if they remain stubborn, I will not be lenient." With Ji Yuxuanqian's words, his mother felt much more at ease. She took out an item and said, "Good child, come here, mother has something for you." It was a purple pill. She explained its effect. "This is a spiritual pill that combines my blood and your father's. You can use this to temporarily block the power of your bloodline, so the other holy sons will absolutely not be able to find you through their bloodline. But you will also be temporarily unable to sense them. You have just arrived in the Saint domain, so you should first focus on cultivating and consolidating your foundation, not on fighting." Ji Yuxuanqian took the pill, saying it was just what he wanted. He clenched his hand holding the pill and smiled. "Since mother has passed the cultivation art to me, I also want to give mother a gift." After arranging everything, Ji Yuxuanqian left. When he reached the edge of the forest and saw the corpses strewn everywhere, he stopped, puzzled. Strange, why are there so many corpses by the roadside?" A group of people appeared behind him. "Brother Demon, please wait." Ji Yuxuanqian heard the voice, turned around, frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The man in the mask bowed, not forgetting to raise a token and say, "It's like this, the battle between the humans and demons ahead is urgent. We have been ordered by the 10 great demon venerables to go to the demon god's hall on business. Please, brother demon, give us some guidance." Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanqian fell into thought. The humans and demons are at war again. Behind him, the group of people had already drawn their swords and surrounded him. Ji Yuxuanqian looked at the group with a calm face, then judged, to have such a gloomy power of the heavenly Tao under the demonic energy, these people are all humans disguised as demons. In the end, he decided to take them with him. Ji Yuxuanqian turned to the man in the mask and said, "Follow me." His purpose in doing so was to see what they were really trying to do by infiltrating the demon race. He led the group of people to the great hall of the demon race. At the entrance, a guard stretched out his hand to stop them, shouting, "Halt, what place is this ahead?" The group of people following Jiyu Xuanchen became immediately vigilant upon seeing the demons preparing to attack. The demon continued to question them. I'm asking you, the 10 great demon venerables have all rushed to the front lines. Which demon venerable do you serve under? Why are you here? 2 members of the group exchanged glances, signaling to attack, and then rushed forward, pouncing on the demon venerables. The demon venerables were caught off guard and only had time to shout intruders before a series of blood-curdling screams followed. The fake demon also rushed over at this moment, wanting to finish off Jiyu Xuanchen. You die too, but Jiyu Xuanchen just calmly dodged the fatal blow. He let out a cold snort, and before the man could react, Jiyu Xuanchen waved his hand, dislocating his jaw. The man was greatly shocked. What? This is the power of laws. He took a hit and flew a great distance, sitting up in a sorry state and asking, Are you also human? Jiyu Xuanchen remained coldly silent. He raised his hand and chanted an incantation, then shouted, Come. Immediately, a huge palm force descended, smashing the position to pieces and stunning the mob. The fake demon, witnessing such a tragic scene, was also stunned, his face ashen. He trembled and said, This is the power of the demon god statue, which requires the combined strength of the great demon venerables to activate. Who on earth are you? Only then did Jiyu Xuanchen speak. You don't need to know who I am. Go tell your leader to end this pointless war. After hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded, their expressions dazed. At this moment, Jiyu Xuanchen erupted with a fierce aura and continued, Otherwise I will sooner or later level both realms. The few people were stunned. Ah, what? Back to that scene. It seems my previous threat with the demon god statue worked. The 10 great demon venerables are already preparing to return, and the human side doesn't dare to act rashly either. They've all retreated. I'll take your brother to the place where mother is sealed first, Jiyu Xuanchen continued. The flow of time there is slow, which is perfect for nursing your brother's injuries. She will surely be very happy to see her brother. The Holy Son replied sorrowfully. Really? He looked up at the sky and said, Can I really see mother again? Suddenly a person descended from the sky. She rushed over and hugged Jiyu Xuanchen tightly, pleading earnestly, I don't want to be locked up here anymore. Take me with you or I'll announce the Holy Son's true identity to the world. Suddenly, thunder and lightning raged. Jiyu Xuanchen sensed it. Not good, there's a problem with the teleportation array. He struck the woman's neck sharply with his palm and she fainted. Jiyu Xuanchen looked into the distance, his expression worried. There's no time. Suddenly his eyes widened, and in an instant he was transported to another space. He was sinking into the water, thinking to himself, I've been teleported into the water. It seems the space was in chaos. It sent me here. He immediately covered his mouth and pushed himself upwards. I have to find a way to get out of here first. Jiyu Xuanchen finally swam out of the water. Just as he opened his eyes to see his surroundings, he saw a beautiful woman in a red dress sitting right in front of him. Seeing him, the woman shyly covered her chest and shouted, Pervert! Immediately the water gathered into a water dragon wrapping around the woman. After tidying her clothes, she drew her sword, leapt up and flew towards Jiyu Xuanchen, shouting, I must kill you, you pervert. Just as the sword was about to strike where he stood, Jiyu Xuanchen quickly jumped up, dodging the blade. The woman did not stop. She continued to charge and attack. Pervert, where do you think you're running? At this point, Jiyu Xuanchen no longer dodged. He directly caught the sword's blade with 2 fingers and then tried to explain. Miss, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were here before. The woman didn't listen to him and continued to scold. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding brings you suddenly into the sacred river forbidden land of our Kanglan sect? Then she continued her attack, creating a ball of spiritual energy to launch at him. But before she could strike Jiyu Xuanchen, the woman suddenly stopped and then fainted. Jiyu Xuanchen hurriedly caught her to prevent her from falling, shouting, Miss? Seeing that she wouldn't wake up, he then checked her pulse and thought, was she using the river water to cultivate and break through, but was interrupted by my energy, causing a backlash? Forget it, I'll help you regulate your breathing. After an unknown amount of time in the main hall of the Kanglan sect, the sect master of Kanglan sect, Niu Tianmen, stroked his beard and asked, So young Master Jiyu was teleported to the Kanglan sect by a restriction in some secret hall? Jiyu Xuanchen replied, Exactly. Niu Tianmen continued to ask, Wanyu, you just said that this young Master Jiyu Santong helped you break through. Wanyu was the woman from before. When asked, she confirmed, Yes, father. She blushed as she recalled waking up from her faint to find Jiyu Xuanchen healing her. He said, with his daughter confirming it, Niu Tianmen couldn't help but ponder. Although his realm was not high, this young man had single-handedly broken the restriction of the sacred river and even helped Wanyu achieve a breakthrough. Since its founding, the Kanglan sect had never seen such a genius. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity for the sect. If he could be recruited, it would surely be of great benefit. Thinking this, he proposed, Young Master Jiyu, although the demon and human races have ceased their hostilities, the situation is still unclear. If you are a rogue cultivator and have this connection with our sect, why not join us? Jiyu Xuanchen received the invitation and stroked his chin in thought, murmuring, The Kanglan sect, you say? Wanyu beside him explained. Young Master Jiyu may not know, but our Kanglan sect has guarded the sacred river for generations. We are independent of both the human and demon races and have never participated in any wars. It is very safe here. Hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen thought no more of it. A smile touched his lips as he agreed. That works, yet in his mind he was constantly thinking, my brother has probably been successfully teleported to the border of Northwatch Mountain. This yin-yang heavenly scripture was incredibly profound. It was a good idea to find an undisturbed place to cultivate. Seeing his agreement, Niu Tianmin tossed him a token and instructed, this is the Elder's token of the Kanglin Sect. With your extraordinary strength, young Master Jiyu, you may reside on White Spirit Peak. Jiyu Xuanchen accepted the token and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Just then a loud bang echoed, the powerful force sending someone from a distance flying into the main hall. Niu Tianmin was startled and jumped up, asking what happened. From the dust, a hoarse cough was heard. Elder Juqing, looking disheveled with his eyes red and swollen from the smoke, struggled to report. Sect Master, the Myriad Arts Cauldron in our artifact refining room has exploded again. In the artifact refining room, the Myriad Arts Cauldron had shattered, its fragments scattered across the floor. Cracks covered its body. Elder Juqing held up 3 fingers as he reported to Niu Tianmin. This cauldron has never been repaired since the heavenly Tao fire was extinguished 500 years ago. This is the 3rd time it has exploded this month. Hearing this, Niu Tianmin couldn't help but sigh. This cauldron was a gift from the Lord of the Sacred River to our founding master 10,000 years ago. It can refine thousands of magical artifacts. If it cannot be repaired, we will have truly failed our ancestors. After speaking, he ordered more men to be sent to find a way to repair it. The man heard the order and replied, yes. Suddenly, Jiyu Xuanchen spoke up, wait a moment. After examining the cracks on the Myriad Arts Cauldron, he said, the great Tao is simple. High-grade magical artifacts are a manifestation of the Tao and the will of the law. This cauldron contains the purest Taoist arts. Forcibly repairing it will only damage its essence. I can see more than 10 different types of power patterns in this cauldron. It seems like a repair, but it's actually interfering with its recovery. You mustn't act rashly. Elder Juqing was unconvinced and retorted, such big words, according to you. What the predecessors of the Kanglin Sect did was actually destroying the magical artifact? Jiyu Xuanchen nodded in confirmation. That's right. Niu Tianmin spoke up, asking, Santong, do you have the ability to repair this cauldron? If you can do it, all the resources of the sect will be at your disposal. Jiyu Xuanchen didn't try to decline. Stroking his chin, he listed the required materials. Prepare cinnabar, ore, mica, sweet earth, molten iron, and realgar. The Kanglin Sect Master immediately ordered, Juqing, go and get it done at once. Elder Juqing did not dare to disobey. He lowered his head and accepted the order. Yes, Sect Master. Even so, doubt still lingered in Elder Juqing's heart. He didn't ask for high-grade materials but for these common items. Does this kid really know how to repair magical artifacts? After gathering the necessary materials for the repair, Jiyu Xuanchen walked to the table, raised his hand and chanted an incantation, condense the origin, transform the qi, let the myriad treasures return to one. Under his control, the materials flew into the cauldron one by one. Flames suddenly ignited, engulfing the cauldron, combining with the various materials and beginning to refine them. A wave of heat filled the room, making everyone present hastily cover their faces and exclaim, this cauldron can actually generate its own flames. Niu Tianmin looked at the flames, astonished. This fire was no ordinary fire. Jiyu Xuanchen stood before the cauldron, repairing it while explaining, within this cauldron lies the power of the heavenly Tao laws forged by the Lord of the Sacred River. A moment later he continued to chant the next spell. Yin and Yang, the heavenly Tao, the great righteousness becomes itself. As soon as his voice fell, the cracks on the cauldron seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force healing on their own. Elder Juqing couldn't help but exclaim, this cauldron is actually generating its own spiritual energy to nourish its essence and replenish its body. He was actually right. Finally, Jiyu Xuanchen also said, it's done. At this moment the cauldron had been completely restored to its original state without a single crack, as if it had just been newly forged. Wangu's face was flushed with a hint of red as she exclaimed with joy, it's fixed, even the power of the heavenly Tao has been restored. Jiyu Xuanchen couldn't help but laugh to himself. The yin-yang heavenly scripture is the representation of the highest heavenly Tao. I just needed to guide out the power of the laws attached to my own magical artifact. Sect Master Niu Tianmin laughed heartily, completely satisfied. I was not mistaken about you, Elder Juqing then suggested. Sect Master, since Elder Jiyu is proficient in the heavenly Tao and can see through mysteries at a glance, why not let him go for this sacred river trial? Hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen immediately seized on the question and asked in return, Sacred River Trial? Niu Tianmin explained, the sacred river is a river that appeared in the Saint Domain 10,000 years ago for no reason. The heavenly Tao laws it contains can help ordinary martial artists cultivate at 10 times the efficiency. Our Kanglin Sect relies on the resource advantage of this sacred river to become a third-party force independent of both the human and demon races. Most of the sacred river flows through the territory of the Kanglin Sect, but not entirely within it. The further upstream you go, the denser its law power becomes. But strangely to this day, no one knows where its source is. Therefore, every 30 years the Kanglin Sect sends people into the sacred river for a trial, hoping to find its source. After listening, Jiyu Xuanchen asked, "So where are those disciples who went for the trial now?" Niu Tianmen's expression turned grim as he replied, "To be honest with you, none of them ever returned." Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen couldn't help but be a little surprised. Ji Yuxuanchen quickly moved to the sacred river area. As he walked, he could feel it. It was indeed a good place for cultivation. No wonder the source couldn't be found. It seems someone has set up a barrier. Ji Yuxuanchen's eyes suddenly widened and a huge formation barrier immediately appeared before him. He looked at it and couldn't help but sigh. To be able to set up such a powerful and domineering barrier, the caster's skill is truly astonishing. With that thought, he struck the barrier fiercely, but the force was quickly repelled. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately dodged from where he stood. Ji Yuxuanchen said, "The backlash force is really strong." But he immediately executed a move, saying, "If a frontal attack doesn't work, what about using gentleness to overcome strength?" The spiritual light emitted by Ji Yuxuanchen then moved to every pattern around the barrier. After a contest, the barrier was finally shattered, and its fragments fell one after another. Ji Yuxuanchen smiled with satisfaction. "I should be able to enter now, right? The enveloping power of the laws resonates, and it can be shattered with a single blow." After quickly breaking the barrier, he flashed inside. After passing through the barrier, a strange building appeared before his eyes. After surveying the surroundings, Ji Yuxuanchen secretly concluded that the sacred river was actually separated by a barrier. It formed a closed loop. No wonder no one could find its source. Suddenly, in midair, a hoe flew from an unknown direction, but Ji Yuxuanchen quickly dodged it by turning sideways. An old man appeared and questioned, "Why did the people of the Kanglan sect let someone in 10 years early and even break my formation? You've got some nerve." Ji Yuxuanchen looked at the newly appeared person, secretly sizing him up. Although there was no fluctuation of the power of laws from this old man, the strike just now was incredibly profound. "His strength is far above my own. I absolutely cannot underestimate him." With that thought, he clasped his hands in a salute. "Ji Yu Santang of the Kanglan sect pays his respects to senior." The old man turned and glanced at Ji Yuxuanchen, saying, "Considering you have some skill, I won't hold it against you. Follow me." Ji Yuxuanchen followed the old man to a water curtain cave. The old man spoke as he walked. "Although you are 10 years early, my rules will not change. You have 1 year here to comprehend the heavenly Tao of the water path. If you can comprehend it to the 9th level, you can break through and you will be able to open the restriction and leave on your own." At this point, the old man's face suddenly darkened, and he warned dangerously, "If you can't do it, then you can only be like your predecessors, your entire cultivation turning into the power of the laws of this place, nourishing the source of the sacred river." Hearing this, Ji Yuxuanchen couldn't help but frown, but he still said nothing. After speaking, the old man flicked his finger and said, "Rise." Instantly, a giant stick of incense behind him shot up from the ground hundreds of meters high. The old man explained, "This incense can burn for 1 year. After it burns out, if you still haven't comprehended it, I will come to take your life and your cultivation." After finishing everything, the old man disappeared. At this moment, only Ji Yuxuanchen was left standing in front of the giant incense stick, thinking to himself, "The restriction here is probably condensed by the strength of a supreme powerhouse. Even my body's formation technique cannot easily pass through it. I originally just wanted to explore what the source of the sacred river is. I didn't expect it to turn into a life or death gamble. Well, since I'm here, I'll make the best of it." With that thought, he sat down and began to cultivate. The surrounding space was filled only with the sound of the waterfall. Ji Yuxuanchen was enveloped in a ball of spiritual energy. He began to feel that water is gentle and yin, but the flow of the waterfall carries a very strong yang energy. It is a combination of hardness and softness and the union of yin and yang. Isn't this exactly what the yin-yang heavenly scripture corresponds to? In another place, the old man from before was leisurely playing Go. Next to him was a wall with countless observation mirrors. He placed a white stone, then another black stone. In the observation mirrors next to him, countless people were reflected, sitting cross-legged and comprehending the heavenly Tao of the water path. They all looked very focused. Among them, suddenly, one person stood up abruptly, his whole body emitting a blood-red light, and roared loudly. Something drilled out from that person's observation mirror and entered the old man's hand. He sighed with regret. What a pity. The Grand Elder of the ancient hall could have stepped into a higher level. Why did he have to come to the sacred river? The old man clenched his hand and the thing in it immediately dissipated. He just couldn't bear it after comprehending only the 3rd level. His body and soul were destroyed. It seems it was his fate. He could only become nourishment for my sacred river. Suddenly, a force brushed past the old man's hand. He turned to Ji Yuxuanchen's observation mirror and was surprised to find, "This kid can already sense the 1st level so quickly?" Then the old man turned back to continue the game. "But it's still too early. I can only say he is very talented." But suddenly a strange sound caught his attention. Ji Yuxuanchen's observation mirror kept shaking. The old man was shocked again. This kid can actually advance 3 levels in a short time." He held the mirror, his mouth wide open. This kid, could it be that? On Ji Yuxuanchen's side, he was still closing his eyes and continuing to comprehend. The old man stroked the mirror to stabilize it, thinking, he has no intention of stopping. Is he trying to press his advantage? Then I'd like to see how capable you really are, but there's no turning back once you start. At this point he placed a piece on the board and with his other hand stroking his beard he secretly concluded, "Kid, this is all your good fortune." Jiyu Xuanqin's Dharma eye illusion began to appear. A group of walking corpses surrounded him, cursing, "Jiyu Xuanqin, you caused my soul to scatter. This feud is irreconcilable. Give me back my life," Jiyu Xuanqin replied. "Just a bunch of defeated opponents. You dare to become my inner demon on the path of cultivation. It's just as well I'm here." "So what if I kill you all again?" the old man praised. "Beautiful, it's already the 4th level." Jiyu Xuanqin then stepped into another enchanting space. The old man explained, "Tisk tisk, looks like it's time for the beauty trap." A group of beauties appeared, mesmerized. "Be with us, you'll never be lonely again." Jiyu Xuanqin used fire magic to burn this group of filthy beauties to ashes. He said, "A true powerhouse is not afraid of loneliness, only of stagnation and the inability to surpass oneself." The old man praised, 5th level, his concentration is not bad either." Jiyu Xuanqin turned to look at the ashes of the fire and the figure of the ancestral demon master appeared, calling out loudly. "Xuanqin," he sneered contemptuously. "Long time no see." Xuanqin rushed forward angrily. "It's you." The two drew their swords and faced each other. The entire space seemed to shatter from this terrifying force. He summoned demonic arts with his hand. Xuanqin was stunned. "What?" The ancestral demon master sneered contemptuously, struck Jiyu Xuanqin's abdomen with one palm and with another palm struck Jiyu Xuanqin heavily to the ground, which instantly shattered. Jiyu Xuanqin lay there silently, a forbidden curse clearly imprinted on his abdomen. The ancestral demon master said, "Jiyu Xuanqin, how does it feel to lose your spiritual energy again?" Xuanqin sat up, leaning on his sword, and replied, "You seem to like talking nonsense, don't you?" Spiritual energy circulated in Xuanqin's eyes. He rushed forward as fast as lightning and punched the ancestral demon master in return. He slammed heavily into the giant tower with Xuanqin standing by. This guy leaned out and smiled smugly. "Ha ha ha, you do have some strength. Without your spiritual energy, you're just trash, and trash shouldn't exist." He charged fiercely. Xuanqin barely blocked his sword path. He leapt back. "Let you taste defeat." A sword pierced into Xuanqin's back, running through his body. Xuanqin cried out in pain. He forced his power, shattering the ancestral demon master's sword, and turned to deliver a decisive killing blow. The ancestral demon master was split in two. He was surprised. "Is it over?" The ancestral demon master spoke again loudly. "Over? How could it be?" Xuanqin's eyes widened. The spiritual shadow of the ancestral demon master appeared before him with absolute strength. "Your struggles are truly laughable. Jiyu Xuanqin, accept your fate. Even if you are reborn, struggling hard, your final destiny cannot be changed. The highest realm and level you could reach in your previous life were nothing but emptiness. In this life you can only repeat the same mistakes and die again." Xuanqin was at the most difficult stage of his cultivation. The old man thought to himself, "Can he not overcome his inner demons? Tisk tisk, it seems I overestimated you." Xuanqin struggled painfully in the realm of cultivation, sweating profusely, as the spiritual shadows appeared one after another. "Master, we swear to follow you to the death, brother. Thank you for changing Wuhan's destiny. Chenner, no matter what happens, we are your backing. Chenner, have no regrets. Go and do what you must." Xuanqin erupted wildly, roaring in anger. "Ah!" The spiritual energy shot out of the tower straight into the clouds. The old man craned his neck to look but couldn't see anything. He was stunned. He's comprehended the 6th layer again. Does he intend to comprehend all 9 levels of the heavenly Tao of the water path in one day? Xuanqin said, "Destiny," he shouted. "In this life I, Jiyu Xuanqin, will defy the heavens." A storm swept through. "If the heavens follow my will, the divine power erupting from my body shall be called life. If the heavens oppose my will, it shall be called death. No one shall control my destiny." Xuanqin raised his head. "I am the heavens." The figure of the ancestral demon master had now vanished without a trace. Xuanqin retracted his spiritual energy, and the divine formation laws were also absorbed into his body. At this point, all the myriad laws of space could no longer resist. The mirror of space shattered with a loud bang. The old man exclaimed, "He's still absorbing all the power of the laws. Ah, 7th level, 8th level. He has comprehended all 9 levels of the sacred river's laws in just 3 days." Xuanqin felt the flow within his body, standing proudly alone in the space. "The power of the laws of this realm is indeed magical. To some extent it can assist me in cultivating the yin-yang true void. This continuous stream of law power converges in my spiritual consciousness. My whole body is filled with power." The old man appeared at this moment, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, congratulations. I have been in the sacred river for tens of thousands of years, and I have never seen anyone with such powerful martial arts cultivation and mental strength." The old man replied, "You have comprehended the heavenly Tao of the water path to the 9th level of perfection. From now on, you can take charge of the sacred river and become the next lord of the sacred river. Are you willing?" Xuanqin asked. "Let me take charge of the sacred river?" The old man replied. "I will explain the details to you later. This sacred river was originally the origin of the heavenly domain, possessing countless laws. But as the heavenly domain continued to develop, the strength of the human, demon, and demon races as well as many other forces continued to increase. The consumption of the heavenly Tao laws also grew larger, and the sacred river gradually weakened. So I set a rule here. If you want to enter the source of the sacred river to cultivate, you must pay a price and enter this place for 1 year. If you cannot pass the sacred river's trial, you must pay with your life. Return your lifelong cultivation to the sacred river to maintain its power, Xuanchen asked. In all these years has no martial artist comprehended the 9th level, the old man replied. No, you are the second person in all these years to comprehend the heavenly Tao of the water path to the 9th level. However, that person took half a year longer, Xuanchen asked. Then how did he take charge of the sacred river? The old man said. He had his own ambitions, so he later became the Saint King of the Saint Domain. Xuanchen was surprised. Ah, the last person to comprehend was the Saint King, my father again. That's right. Back then I told him the same thing I'm telling you now. He could choose to take charge of the sacred river, or he could refuse. After all, this is not a gamble but a reward, Xuanchen asked. What are the benefits of taking charge of the sacred river? The old man replied. If you become the lord of the sacred river, you can appear anywhere in the sacred river basin with just a thought, and you can also negotiate terms with all the people cultivating in it. For example, become your slave to save their lives without having to return them to the sacred river. In fact, over these tens of thousands of years there have been quite a few people with extraordinary status in the Saint Domain. Once you take charge of the sacred river, they will all directly become your slaves. That's not bad, right? Xuanchen asked. If there are so many benefits, why push it onto others? As you can see, I am old after all. Now I just want to find someone to take over the sacred river, to unload the burden on my shoulders and go see a place stronger than the Saint Domain. Xuanchen was shocked. You mean another plane? Mother once said that there are indeed planes stronger than the Saint Domain, and the yin-yang heavenly scripture also came from there, the old man said. You have some insight. No wonder you could comprehend so quickly. How about it, are you willing to do this old man a favor? Xuanchen replied. In that case I respectfully accept. The old man presented a token. Drip a drop of your blood essence on it. Xuanchen flicked his finger and the blood essence seeped into the token. This way you can sense all the cultivators in the sacred river. Now that you and the sacred river are connected in mind, you can not only sense the people currently cultivating in the sacred river. The old man said, anyone who signs a contract with the sacred river and becomes a slave of the sacred river does so at the cost of their life. You can sense the power generated by the golden order of the sacred river, like a jade spirit which can make them serve you. HMPH, doesn't that mean I have a team of absolutely loyal death warriors? The old man replied. That being said, I still want to remind you that once the slaves enter the center of the sacred river and successfully comprehend the 9th level, they will break free from your shackles. Xuanchen was surprised. The old man continued, also you must find the next successor to completely leave the sacred river, otherwise the backlash from the golden order of the sacred river will also make your life a living hell. Xuanchen shouted, wait, make things clear first. The old man glanced at Xuanchen. Xuanchen grabbed him, but the old man had already turned into a phantom. The old man laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I'm off, he said. He tricked me again, what an old fox, he thought to himself. But I gained a lot this time. Not only did it help me break through to the late stage of the Nirvana realm, but my comprehension of the yin-yang heavenly scripture has also reached a new level. At the foot of the Kanglan Sect mountain, 10 days later, Sect Master Niu Tianmen said, the human and demon races have already ceased their hostilities. Why do you repeatedly come here to harass us? Besides, my Kanglan sect has always stayed out of the affairs between the demon and human races. You people from the Heaven-Mending sect and the Three Peaks Gate are going too far. That ascetic Wu, I replied. Niu Tianmen, don't try to argue. We have reliable information that you are hiding the Holy Sun. Do you dare to open the formation and let us search? Niu Tianmen said angrily. How can you just search the sacred grounds of my Kanglan sect whatever you please? Attack, Wu, I replied. HMPH, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kill them. The two sides charged and fought, clashing left and right. Just as the two elders were about to clash, an anomaly appeared in the distance. They turned and asked, who are you? A stranger stood between them, pushing the two elders apart. The subordinates were puzzled. What is this? Spiritual energy snaked towards them. Xuanchen replied, you're so loud from so far away it's hurting my ears. Niu Tianmen was overjoyed. Santong, you passed the sacred river's trial and broke through again. That's right, old Wu, I shouted. Where did you come from, you brat? Take this. Xuanchen caught the tip of his sword with his bare hands. The man was horrified. He gently flicked it and the old man's sword flew out of his hand. The disciples shouted, Brother Wuyai, this kid is so arrogant, we'll help you. Xuanchen replied just in time. The sword's edge came at him. Xuanchen leapt up. The man swung his whip. Take this. Xuanchen gently caught it, swung the man around a few times and a cloud-dispelling palm struck him squarely in the chest, a fatal blow. The man flew out limply. His junior brother watched angrily, the man's body still rolling on the ground. The remaining few roared. How dare you harm my junior brother, you brat? Let's get him together and kill him. Xuanchen asked. HMPH, since you're looking for death, he drew his sword, and I'll grant your wish. The divine thunder formation descended with a crash. Thunder rumbled as the few Wuyai sect members screamed and scattered. Niu Tianmen was dumbfounded. The scene Xuanchen had just created was truly terrifying. Xuanchen stepped on Wuyai, summoning spiritual energy in his hand. He grabbed the old man, squeezing his head tightly so he couldn't move. The three Wuyai brothers were terrified. We were instantly brought into the Holy Lord's space. What's going on? You've been living too comfortably for too long. Have you forgotten your place? Xuanchen said. Sitting high on the Saint King's throne, "Know your place, you bunch of fools," the three were stunned. "The Golden Order of the Sacred River and the Sacred River's restriction." The three brothers hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. "Greetings, Master. We wanted to take this opportunity to investigate the center of the Sacred River to escape the restriction, but we didn't expect the Sacred River to have a new master. This new master before us is unpredictable, even harder to deal with than the previous one. This is not good." They were terrified. "We were unaware of Master's identity and have offended you. Please punish us," Xuanchen replied. "I have been in seclusion for many days and am unaware of the news outside. What is the current situation between the human and demon factions? Why do you think the Holy Sun is hidden in the Kanglan sect?" Wei replied. "Reporting to Master, the great war between the human and demon races had been going on for more than 2 months, with both sides suffering heavy losses and no clear winner. But half a month ago, for some unknown reason, the leaders of both sides agreed to a truce and stopped fighting," Xuanchen thought to himself. "They're not that stupid after all. It seems my threat that day worked." The old man continued, "As for the Holy Sun, the entire Saint domain has been searching for his aura for 10,000 years. Not long ago we received reliable information that the Holy Sun's last aura appeared on Northwatch Mountain and then disappeared. Northwatch Mountain borders the Kanglan sect and is hidden by a barrier. That's why we dared to be so bold as to offend you." Jiyu Xuanchen asked, "And where did you hear this reliable news?" Wei stammered. "Well," Jiyu Xuanchen feigned displeasure. The three men's faces instantly turned pale with fright and they hurriedly said, "Master, I'll talk. It was Elder Yunshan of the Nine Heavens Gate who told us." Jiyu Xuanchen was somewhat surprised. The Nine Heavens Gate, in the eastern part of the Saint Domain, Sky River City. A tavern in the city was bustling with voices and excitement. The shouts of customers and the responses of the waiters rose and fell in succession. "Waiter, more wine, coming." In a corner of the tavern, a customer with a beaming face raised his wine bowl and downed it in one satisfying gulp. The wine of Sky River City is still as fragrant and mellow as it was 10 years ago. At the next table, 2 customers were deep in a heated conversation. "Hey, the war between the human and demon races has just ended, and the Nine Heavens Gate, the leader of the 7 great saint sects of the Saint Domain, is recruiting new disciples again. A lot of people have poured into Sky River City recently." The person at the same table also said, "The Nine Heavens Gate only openly recruits disciples once every 10 years. Countless people would kill for a spot. Moreover, if a disciple shows outstanding performance or exceptional talent, they might even become a true disciple of an elder. Of course, everyone is rushing to get here." Jiyu Xuanchen sat in the tavern sipping fine wine while listening to the discussions of the surrounding customers. After having his fill of food and drink, Jiyu Xuanchen prepared to leave the tavern. He called out, "Waiter, the bill." Suddenly, a young man nearby who was also drinking and fanning himself with a folding fan ran over and stopped him, asking, "Brother, are you also planning to go to the Nine Heavens Gate for the disciple trial? Would you like to take a shortcut?" This young man with the folding fan was none other than Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu led Jiyu Xuanchen to the Heavenly Joy Tower where countless people had already gathered. Jiyu Xuanchen asked Yi Tianyu, "This is the shortcut you mentioned?" Yi Tianyu answered frankly, "Brother Jiyu, you may not know this, but the Heavenly Joy Tower is the most popular restaurant in Sky River City. Many martial artists come here before heading to the Nine Heavens Gate. However, the spots in the Heavenly Joy Tower are limited, and many martial artists fight fiercely to secure a place. Although this isn't the official disciple trial, according to the elders of the Nine Heavens Gate, they also use this opportunity to observe and select outstanding disciples. In the past, 10 disciples were selected for the Nine Heavens Gate this way." After hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen asked with some displeasure, "So you chose to travel with me from the beginning because you wanted to use me as bait?" Yi Tianyu replied slyly, "Brother, don't put it like that. You're alone anyway. Isn't it better for us to travel together than for you to venture out on your own? Even if the elders of the Nine Heavens Gate don't choose us this time, the delicacies of this Heavenly Joy Tower will surely be unforgettable." Jiyu Xuanchen continued to press Yi Tianyu, "Let me ask you for this disciple recruitment. Will Elder Yunshan be coming?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyu laughed loudly and replied, "You've even heard of Elder Yunshan. He is considered a top-tier master in the Nine Heavens Gate, elusive as a dragon. He hasn't taken any new disciples for many years. This time I heard that the recruitment is being handled by Elders Tianmo and Tianfeng, both of whom are disciples of Elder Yunshan." Looking like he knew it all, Yi Tianyu talked on and on. "For us, being noticed by Elder Yunshan's disciples would be a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Don't be too greedy, kid." Hearing this, Jiyu Xuanchen secretly speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, even if Elder Yunshan isn't that man in black, he must be related to the matter of hunting my 7 brothers. Otherwise, why would he release my whereabouts and try so hard to find me? It seems I must first find a way to enter the Nine Heavens Gate." Just then, a man and a woman came over to provoke them, believing Jiyu Xuanchen and Yi Tianyu were not qualified to enter the Heavenly Joy Tower. When did the standards of the Heavenly Joy Tower get so low that even someone in the Nirvana realm can enter? This man and woman were Zhang Wangshen and Luo Xing. Zhang Wangshen's eyebrows shot up as he said with a ferocious look, "This kid at the mid-extreme realm is a bit interesting. He's mine." Luo Xing beside him retorted dismissively to Zhang Wangshen, On what grounds are you really going to lower yourself to fight a guy in the Nirvana realm? Seeing Zhang Wangshen's hostile attitude, Yi Tianyu secretly thought things were not looking good. It's over. I was hoping to find a martial artist of comparable strength as a helper to spar a bit and try my luck, but I didn't expect to run into such powerful opponents. The more Yi Tianyu thought, the more he worried for Jiyu Xuanchen. This brother Jiyu looks so honest, and his realm is so low. If he dies here, it will truly be my fault. Subsequently, Yi Tianyu faced Zhang Wangshen and Luo Sheng and drew his sword. He began to use his glib tongue to test his opponents. There's no need for you two to argue. My friend here says your skills are too low and you're not worthy of his attention, so I'll take care of you both myself. That way you can save yourselves the trouble of fighting over it. Seeing this, Zhang Wangshen did not show any weakness. His eyes wide with anger, he pointed his holy sword at Yi Tianyu and shouted, "You want to fight 1 against 2? This is the first time I, Zhang Wangshen, have been held in such high regard." Luo Sheng also drew her sword and echoed with a murderous aura. "And when have I, Luo Sheng, ever been treated this way?" Hearing this, Yi Tianyu questioned the two provocateurs to confirm his guess. "Sheng Wangshen, could you be the twin jades of Tianchen?" At this moment, someone in the crowd at Heavenly Joy Tower cried out in alarm. "Sheng Wangshen, the twin jades of Tianchen, I heard that those two broke through to the late extreme realm in just half a year. They are renowned martial arts prodigies in the Azure Iron River area." At the same time, Zhang Wangshen, filled with killing intent, charged at Yi Tianyu and Jiyu Xuanchen with his sword. "Get lost if you know what's good for you. Don't waste our time, we want to eat." Jiyu Xuanchen casually waved his hand and Zhang Wangshen cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. He lay there stiffly in front of Jiyu Xuanchen. Seeing this, the crowd at Heavenly Joy Tower was dumbfounded, exclaiming aloud, "When did he even move?" Jiyu Xuanchen squatted beside Zhang Wangshen and taunted with a calm expression, "Seeing as I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you a choice. Scram on your own or wait for me to break your arms and legs before you scram." The nearby onlookers were stunned and blurted out, "So ruthless." Before Luo Sheng could finish her sentence, Jiyu Xuanchen had already appeared before her, his expression extremely provocative. "Still not making a move? Then let me." Seeing this, Luo Sheng was greatly alarmed and blurted out, "So fast?" She quickly retreated, waving her hand to launch a full power attack at Jiyu Xuanchen. Jiyu Xuanchen stood as steady as a rock, watching Luo Sheng coldly. Then, without another word, he immediately channeled his power. A powerful cyan light surged like a wave, rushing straight toward Luo Sheng. Seeing the powerful attack coming at her, Luo Sheng was greatly shocked. She also did her best to resist, but her heart was filled with terror as she muttered to herself, "What's going on? Such strong power." Yi Tianyu, watching from the side, thought to himself, "This brother Jiyu may have a low realm, but the solidity of his law power is on par with mine. Looks like this is going to be a good show." Meanwhile, Zhang Wangshen, who had woken up at some point, charged over, unleashing a violent purple energy at Jiyu Xuanchen and shouting, "Junior sister, senior brother is here to help you." Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Jiyu Xuanchen's eyes as he declared, "Since you're both so eager, I'll play along." Meanwhile, on the second floor, two men were watching the fight. Seeing Jiyu Xuanchen fighting two opponents alone, especially the twin jades of Tianchen, the black-haired man immediately praised the white-haired man beside him. "To be able to fight 2-on-1 so easily with a Nirvana realm cultivation, this is the first time I've ever seen it." Hearing this, the white-haired man asked, "Tianmo, don't you find that Nirvana realm kid's law power a bit familiar?" The black-haired man replied, "This law power, it does seem somewhat similar to Master's techniques. If this kid hadn't joined our 9 Heavens Gate yet, I'd almost suspect he had received pointers from Master before." The white-haired man continued, "Wangshen and Sheng were both candidates we intended to recruit. To have recruited 4 geniuses in such a short time, it seems our harvest from this year's disciple assessment will be quite bountiful." The black-haired man asked, puzzled, "4 geniuses? Who is the other one?" Hearing this, the white-haired man explained, "Junior brother, the silver moonbone saber. The water wave dark patterns, haven't you figured it out yet?" The black-haired man asked in return, "Senior brother, you mean?" That senior brother looked towards Yi Tianyu, who was holding a folding fan and watching the fight intently in the crowd, and continued, "He is the undefeated Yi Tianyu, is he not?" Downstairs, the battle between Jiyu Xuanchen and the Tianchen duo was still raging. Xuanchen felt he had gotten a good measure of his opponent's strength and decided to end the fight. "The show is over. It ends here." With that thought, he suddenly struck out with a palm, its power immense, forming a dazzling halo of light. Then Jiyu Xuanchen raised his hand and with his full power pushed the mighty fire energy towards the Tianchen siblings. When Zhang Wangshen and Luo Sheng saw the 2 streams of fire energy rushing towards them like 2 fire dragons, their faces turned pale with shock, and they knew things were bad. The 2 forces, like a red whirlwind, shot straight at the siblings, catching them completely off guard. It's too late. Unable to dodge, the 2 could only muster all their strength and join forces to block the powerful fire energy that was like a tidal wave. Combined, the 2 streams of fire energy instantly merged into a massive fireball, violently flinging Luo Sheng and Zhang Wangshen away. They were immediately dizzy and cried out in pain. Jiyu Xuanchen watched with a frosty expression as they were sent flying several yards away. The crowd at Heavenly Joy Tower witnessed this scene, all stunned into speechless silence. Jiyu Xuanchen was exceptionally pleased, a red flame still burning in his hand as he said, "It seems you 2 quite like this way of rolling out." Then Jiyu Xuanchen turned to Yi Tianyu and urged, "Let's go, the nuisances have been cleared out." Seeing Yi Tianyu still standing there in a daze, he asked, "Aren't you going in?" Only then did Yi Tianyu snap out of the shock of watching Ji Yuxuanchen defeat the Tianqian duo. He fanned himself and said with a smile, "Of course, why not?" In truth, Yi Tianyu's heart had not yet calmed down. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, "Who on earth is this brother Ji Yu? Why is he so terrifyingly strong? I've never heard of him before." Before they could enter, someone ran up to them and said, "Elders Tianfeng and Tianmo have been waiting for you in the private room for some time now." The surrounding people were stunned to hear this. One person said, "Does this mean they don't have to be assessed?" Another person next to him immediately pretended to be knowledgeable and explained, "What's there to assess? They just defeated the twin jades of Tianqian. If you're not convinced, go out there and defeat Wang Shen and Xing yourself. I guarantee the two elders will invite you in too." Yi Tianyu and Ji Yuxuanchen walked into the room and were greeted by elders Tianfeng and Tianmo of the Nine Heavens Gate. These two had previously watched the fight between Ji Yuxuanchen and the Tianqian duo from the second floor. The four of them sat down together. Elder Tianfeng looked at the two handsome young men before him and said gently, "We saw your performance just now, so we won't waste any more words. According to the rules of the Nine Heavens Gate, you two may choose one of us to be your master." Ji Yuxuanchen asked in return, "No assessment is needed?" Elder Tianfeng calmly raised a hand to stroke his silver beard and said, "The assessment is for those with insufficient talent. You two, as well as Wang Shen and Xing whom you defeated, do not need it. Ji Yu Santong, I see your strength is extraordinary. Are you willing to become my Tianfeng's disciple?" Ji Yuxuanchen lowered his head and replied, "That is precisely my wish." Seeing that the man named Ji Yu Santong had agreed to become his disciple, Elder Tianfeng happily took out a green jade stone and presented it to Xuanchen, saying, "This is a top-grade heavenly dew pill. Consider it a meeting gift from your master. After you consume and refine it, you can reach the early extreme realm." Seeing this, Xuanchen gratefully said, "In that case, many thanks." Elder Tianmo, on the other hand, took out a piece of soft armor and explained its function to Yi Tianyu. "Yi Tianyu, this soft armor is impervious to blades and spears. It can save you from physical suffering." Yi Tianyu was overjoyed to receive such a valuable initiation gift. He couldn't stop smiling as he said repeatedly, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." The two elders then said, "However, don't get too happy just yet. We can only let you pass the entrance assessment without a test." Elder Tianfeng once again calmly raised his hand to stroke his beard and said with a smile, "3 days from now, to enter our Nine Heavens Gate, there is still a true sect assessment, which you will participate in alongside all the other disciples. The results of the assessment will affect your future status in the Nine Heavens Gate, as well as the allocation of cultivation resources you can enjoy each month. Do you understand?" Xuanchen replied after hearing this. This disciple understands. Although he said so, Ji Yuxuanchen was inwardly scornful of the sect assessment that Elder Tianfeng so highly praised. "HMPH, it's just a minor trial. I don't give it a second thought. My purpose is to find the person with ulterior motives within the Nine Heavens Gate." 3 days later, on the Grand Plaza of the Nine Heavens Gate, numerous disciples had gathered in formation, preparing to enter the sect assessment. The two elders said, "The sect assessment will now begin." Elder Tianfeng stood on a high platform announcing majestically to the disciples, "This will determine your future status in the Nine Heavens Gate. Everyone must give it their all. Whoever can take first place in this ranking will have the opportunity to meet the sect master and receive the best cultivation resources of the Nine Heavens Gate." Hearing this, Yi Tianyu remarked, "As expected of one of the 7 great saint sects, even the entrance assessment is so troublesome." Then, Elder Tianfeng continued, "If it were a basic assessment, you would certainly have to wait until 10 years later, at which time the disciples present would be re-evaluated." After listening, a disciple from below asked in return, "Elder Tianfeng, do you mean that the people we are facing in this assessment are the senior brothers who entered the sect 10 years ago?" Elder Tianfeng confirmed. "That's right," another disciple said unhappily. "Those who can enter the sect are already masters of martial arts, and they've been cultivating in the Nine Heavens Gate for 10 years. This is clearly bullying us newcomers." Another disciple also complained, "It's destined that we'll be at the bottom this time. We won't get any good cultivation resources." Ji Yuxuanchen, however, was unfazed. "HMPH, I'd like to see if this Nine Heavens Gate can produce anything stronger than the Yin-Yang Heavenly Scripture." Just then, the two elders of the Nine Heavens Gate channeled their power and shot a powerful stream of blue energy at the disciples below, forming a spiral-shaped teleportation array. Then they said to the disciples, "All right, you may now enter this teleportation array." Afterwards, the two elders pointed at the teleportation array and announced the rules of the competition to the disciples. "Whoever can withstand the attacks of the senior brothers and pass through the teleportation array in this forest will be the winner. There are no limits on the methods used, but there is one rule: you must not inflict fatal injuries during the fight." The disciples below replied in unison, "Yes." Subsequently, the disciples rushed into the teleportation array one after another. "I'll go first." Yi Tianyu was also very excited. He flew up behind Ji Yuxuanchen and said with a smile, "Brother Ji Yu, wait for me. With a companion, I promise I won't slow you down." A moment later, Ji Yuxuanchen and Yi Tianyu had both arrived in the forest within the teleportation array. Ji Yuxuanchen landed lightly, with Yi Tianyu following closely behind. As he was walking, Ji Yuxuanchen suddenly stopped, leaving Yi Tianyu puzzled. He raised a hand to touch a tree and closed his eyes, seeming to concentrate on sensing something. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, a sharp light flashing within them as if he had discovered something. That's right, Ji Yuxuanchen was using his heavenly eye, which he had cultivated for many years. The heavenly eye helped him discover his enemies. 5 li away 4 people are fighting, and another 3 are ambushing us. Then his heavenly eye turned to a path with no danger. His eyes focused, his gaze firm, as if he had already decided to take that path. So Ji Yuxuanchen turned and called to Yi Tianyu, "Follow me." Yi Tianyu immediately agreed, okay. The two of them sped through the path. Tianyu was filled with admiration for Ji Yuxuanchen's judgment. "Brother Ji Yu, you are truly brilliant. Every path you choose is empty. Could it be that you have already opened your heavenly eye?" Behind them, the siblings Zhang Wangshen and Luo Sheng were following closely. Luo Sheng, thinking herself clever, said smugly, "Senior brother, your plan is truly brilliant. As long as we follow these two, they'll be in front to deal with any trouble." Zhang Wangshen also chimed in happily. "Be careful, don't let them discover our clever plan." Meanwhile, the various sect masters and elders of the Nine Heavens Gate were sitting in the main hall watching the progress of Ji Yuxuanchen and Yi Tianyu. One sect master asked, "Who are those two disciples? They seem to be able to sense the ambush ahead." Another sect master began to laugh heartily. He replied, Interesting. To prevent this situation, we specifically set up arrays in the forest to block perception. This is the first time we've encountered someone unaffected by the arrays." Another elder also agreed. "Indeed, if they managed to avoid it once or twice, it could be understood as a coincidence, but to be able to avoid it every time in advance is something even an elder would find difficult to do." Elder Tianmo then added, "Their strength is even greater than that of Wang Shen and Xing." Elder Tiangfeng, on the other hand, boasted with delight, "Haha, one is named Ji Yu Santong and the other is Yi Tianyu. They are the disciples I just recruited." He continued to watch Yi Tianyu and Ji Yuxuanchen, then mused, "Yi Tianyu has some fame, so it's no wonder he can avoid all the ambushes, but this Ji Yu Santong, I've never heard of such a rising star in the Saint domain." This sect master smiled, preparing to use a secret art to test Ji Yuxuanchen's talent. He laughed loudly and said, "It's been a long time since such a promising disciple has appeared. Let's take this opportunity to see who is stronger, him or the old disciples of the Nine Heavens Gate." With that, he threw out a talisman and ignited it. Get them, the disciples within the teleportation array, who were this sect master's protégés, all received the order that had just been transmitted. They informed each other, "Master has sent a message." On the other side, Ji Yuxuanchen was walking with Yi Dianyu in the forest when suddenly both of them stopped. He sensed that something was wrong. Ji Yuxuanchen scanned the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. HMPH. Suddenly, he shot forward at high speed. This speed made Yi Tianyu struggle to keep up, shouting, "Brother Ji Yu, why the sudden acceleration? Wait for me, brother, I can't keep up." Seeing Ji Yuxuanchen's sudden change in action, the various sect masters at the Nine Heavens Gate also became excited, preparing to watch a good show. One sect master said, "Although they can sense ambushes, if the senior disciples actively seek them out, they won't be able to avoid it." Inside the teleportation array, Ji Yuxuanchen continued to move at high speed. He closed his eyes, sensing who was coming and from which direction they would attack. He used his demonic eye to search for the enemy. Swoosh swoosh, there are a few over here, and I see a few on the other side as well. Having seen through everything, Ji Yuxuanchen was not afraid. He chuckled lightly and thought to himself, "Gathering from all directions like mosquitoes again, are you specifically coming for me?" Thus Ji Yuxuanchen calmly landed in a clearing. Yi Dianyu also caught up, panting as he said, "Brother Ji Yu, don't leave me alone in this desolate place." The people sent to attack Ji Yuxuanchen had already appeared, shouting loudly, "Quick, he's over there." Then they said to each other, "Let's get him." They surrounded Yi Tianyu and Ji Yuxuanchen. Yi Tianyu felt a little nervous and said a few words to stall for time. "Honorable future senior brothers, there are only 2 of us. There's no need for such a grand formation, is there?" As he spoke, he silently blamed Ji Yuxuanchen. "Brother Ji Yu, oh brother Ji Yu, why did you choose this path this time?" 2 senior disciples stepped forward, cracking their knuckles and giving Ji Yuxuanchen a disdainful, swaggering look, saying, "Cut the crap, kid. Our mission is to beat up any new disciples we see. If you know what's good for you, just stand still and let us give you a beating. It'll save us some effort and time." The senior brother beside him smugly added, "Senior brother, the more new disciples we defeat, the higher our ranking will be. We must make a name for ourselves this time." Yi Tianyu whispered, "There's such a rule." On the other side, another senior brother from the Nine Heavens Gate spoke up, saying loudly, "You brat, I'm not as shameless as them." He thrust his greatsword forward, pointing it at Ji Yuxuanchen, and continued, "I, your senior brother, am willing to give you a chance to draw your weapon and struggle." Then he shouted, "Make your move." Ji Yuxuanchen remained standing calmly, his expression steady and unshaken. Just then, another team of 9 Heavens Gate disciples flew down from the sky. They responded loudly to the previous disciples, "Don't you dream about it." After successfully landing, this group postured towards the previous 9 Heavens Gate disciples. They jutted out their chins and said, "These guys, HMPH, let's see who's skilled enough to claim them." Hearing the 9 Heaven's Gate disciples posturing over him, Ji Yuxuanchen let out a disdainful sneer, then his expression shifted, becoming alert yet full of confidence. He responded to the crowd, "You're all finally here." Ji Yuxuanchen used his familiar lightning-fast footwork, approaching and attacking them one by one. This made the senior disciple from the 9 Heaven's Gate cry out in panic, "What?" Soon, Ji Yuxuanchen had his throat in a one-handed grip, and the man let out a piercing scream. The other disciples, affected by this move and the scream of their throttled comrade, were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, not daring to advance. The remaining 9 Heaven's Gate disciples were also hit by Ji Yuxuanchen's earlier move. They fell into chaos, trampling over one another. Everyone cried out in agony. Yi Tianyu was also somewhat affected, so he felt a bit of apprehension. The various sect masters and elders of the 9 Heaven's Gate witnessed this scene, stunned speechless. They exclaimed, "Why is this law power so strong?" Back in the teleportation array, Ji Yuxuanchen was still ferociously attacking the disciples of the 9 Heaven's Gate. He said in a deep voice, "What I enjoy most is getting rid of scum like this." An older disciple of the 9 Heaven's Gate struggled to his feet within Ji Yuxuanchen's formation. He still put on a superior air, cursing Ji Yuxuanchen. This arrogant brat's eyes were wide with anger, and he gritted his teeth, continuing, "You're only in the early extreme realm, yet you dare to anger so many senior brothers." With that, he overconfidently charged forward, wanting to attack Ji Yuxuanchen again, shouting loudly, "Even if you pass the assessment today, don't think you'll have a peaceful time in the sect." His attack was about to reach Ji Yuxuanchen's body, but Ji Yuxuanchen stood motionless, without a trace of fear. Ji Yuxuanchen looked at the person attacking him and just curled his lip disdainfully. The man threw a punch at Ji Yuxuanchen's neck, but Ji Yuxuanchen was faster and dodged it with ease. As a result, his luck ran out completely. Ji Yuxuanchen sent him flying with a single kick. This kick not only sent the disciple who bullied his peers flying far away, but also scared the other 9 Heaven's Gate disciples present into scattering. The trees in the forest were snapped in half at the waist, crashing down onto the older 9 Heaven's Gate disciples. These disciples let out shrill screams. Ji Yuxuanchen calmly retorted, "Do you really think a high realm means everything? It seems your martial arts training has all gone to the dogs." Seeing Ji Yuxuanchen turn to leave, preparing to be the first to exit the trial, the defeated disciples lay on the ground on the verge of death and shouted anxiously, "Stop him, don't let him go." Ji Yuxuanchen continued to leave calmly, but he didn't forget to leave a warning. "I will say this only once." His voice was even firmer, steadier. "Whoever dares to block my path will die." This statement and his tone terrified the group of disciples. One disciple didn't dare to step forward, but still wanted to get rid of Ji Yuxuanchen. He asked his senior brother, "Senior brother, what should we do? Are we just going to watch him take first place in this assessment?" Another disciple reminded him, "The elders are watching. If we let a new disciple slip through our grasp, we'll have to wait another 10 years. The leader gritted his teeth in anger but was helpless. Meanwhile, Zhang Wangshan and Luo Sheng, the siblings hiding behind the crowd, looked at each other and smiled, thinking they had gotten an advantage. These two, with their meager strength, rushed out and said smugly, "Sorry, but this first place is ours." Luo Sheng didn't forget to turn back and thank Ji Yuxuanchen, thinking she could easily take advantage of him. "Coveting a small gain in front of you, forgetting the great disaster behind, I must thank brother Ji Yu for this great gift." Yi Tianyu was greatly alarmed. Tianyu shouted to Ji Yuxuanchen, "This is bad," or trying to take advantage of the situation again. Of course, Ji Yuxuanchen wouldn't let those who reaped without sowing succeed. He was seen preparing to make a move to grab the two. As expected, just as Zhang Wangshan and Luo Sheng were about to exit the teleportation array, Ji Yuxuanchen bound them tightly with a single move. The two screamed loudly, both from the pain of being tied up and the anger of missing out on victory. No matter how loudly they screamed, it couldn't change Ji Yuxuanchen's mind or persuade him to spare them. He viciously slammed the Zhang Wangshan siblings to the ground, causing them to cry out in pain. After teaching Luo Sheng and Zhang Wangshan a lesson, Ji Yuxuanchen paid them no more mind. "I'll leave the trash that's been following me to you senior brothers." Ji Yuxuanchen didn't forget to remind them, "If you don't want to be last, you should know what to do." Then he left with complete composure, leaving a group of people dumbfounded and at a loss. Not only were Zhang Wangshan and Luo Sheng beaten black and blue by Ji Yuxuanchen, but they were also berated by the other disciples. "Got the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? You dared to treat us like insects just now. Are you tired of living?" The disciples cursed incessantly, causing the Zhang Wangshan siblings to cry and beg for mercy. "Senior brother, let's talk this out." The shrill cries of Zhang Wangshan and Luo Sheng echoed through the mountain forest, shocking the leaves from the trees and sending birds fleeing from their nests. The elders sitting in the main hall were still observing the disciples' every move. Everyone was stunned by Ji Yuxuanchen's power, their jaws dropping. One of them couldn't help but immediately ask Elder Tianfeng, "Senior brother Tianfeng, what is this Ji Yu Santong's capability? How can he be so strong?" Even Elder Tianfeng had never seen Ji Yuxuanchen's true strength. "I don't know either. I only knew this kid had extraordinary talent, but I never expected his combat skills to be so powerful," another elder also noticed. "And I feel that his attacks seem to contain an aura similar to Elder Yunshan's. Could he be from the center of the Saint River?" The elder next to him heard this and said in surprise, "What, is that true?" After hearing these words, Elder Tianfeng also felt it made sense. If that's the case, then it's his own opportunity. Then he secretly calculated, Since he insists on hiding it, we shouldn't ask too many questions. Let's wait for the sect master to come out of seclusion before making arrangements. Before Elder Tianfeng could finish speaking, the other elders had already stood up to welcome Ji Xuanchen. When Elder Tianfeng looked back, only Elder Tianmo and himself were left in the room. Elder Tianfeng asked, puzzled, "I haven't finished speaking, where did they all go?" Elder Tianmo rested his forehead in his hand and said helplessly, "Senior brother, haven't you realized yet? They've of course gone to the exit to wait for disciple Ji to come out, preparing to snatch him up." Upon hearing this, Elder Tianfeng's mouth dropped open, unable to believe the other elders were so quick. What? Then without hesitation he followed them. The scene switched to the exit, where the elders were excitedly waiting for Ji Xuanchen. Soon, at the exit of the assessment, Ji Xuanchen arrived first, followed closely by Yi Tianyu. A person holding a red flag raised it high, welcoming the first two to return. After the assessment, the flag bearer announced loudly, "Sect assessment results: first place, Ji Santong; second place, Yi Tianyu." Yi Tianyu, having accompanied Ji Xuanchen, was also a victor, and couldn't hide his joy. He laughed while constantly praising, "That was great, it was all thanks to brother Ji this time. You're first, I'm second. And the other disciples haven't even managed to pass, they must be furious." Ji Xuanchen and Yi Tianyu had just stood at the exit exchanging a few words when the elders all rushed towards Ji Xuanchen. The two looked bewildered, frozen in place, not knowing what was happening. The elders surrounded Ji Xuanchen, vying to flatter and praise him. "Good kid, you're the first in 10,000 years of the Nine Heavens Gate to defeat old disciples all the way to the finish line." One elder was even willing to go to any lengths to recruit Ji Xuanchen as his disciple. "Although you've already accepted senior brother Tianfeng as your master outside, it hasn't been officially registered in the sect, so you can still choose another master now. How about you become my disciple instead? Whatever benefits he gives you, I'll double them." Other sect masters made even higher bids. "Be my disciple and I'll offer 5 times. Ji Xuanchen found it noisy and annoying and didn't want to be with them. "Stay away from me." But the elders didn't seem to have any intention of giving up, continuing to offer tempting conditions to please Ji Xuanchen. "I'll offer 10 times, 20 times. Ji Xuanchen was warmly welcomed and flattered. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyu, standing to the side, was ignored by the elders, standing all alone. "Why isn't anyone looking at me?" Just as everyone was clamoring to win over Ji Xuanchen, Elder Tianfeng, who had been following behind, arrived. He sternly rebuked the other elders. "Have you all had enough? Do you have any semblance of elders?" Seeing Elder Tianfeng's stern attitude, everyone else shut their mouths. "Resume a serious demeanor." Elder Tianfeng lowered his voice, harumphed twice, walked over to Ji Xuanchen and said seriously, "Santong, don't listen to your martial uncle's nonsense." Then his attitude did a 180, and he also began to sweet-talk Ji Xuanchen. "From now on, whatever you need, be it cultivation resources, martial arts techniques, or cultivation methods, I can give them to you at any time. If you have any questions during your cultivation, you can also ask me anytime." After hearing these words, Ji Xuanchen was also left speechless with helplessness. The other elders, seeing this, were furious, frowning and cursing Elder Tianfeng. "How is this any different from how we were just now?" But Elder Tianfeng didn't care. To keep Ji Xuanchen, he was willing to do whatever it took. Having finally accepted such a peerless genius as a disciple, he absolutely couldn't let them snatch him away. Seeing this, Ji Xuanchen said some nice words to put his master at ease. "Rest assured, since I have already taken you as my master, I will naturally not change my mind." He said this. But in reality, Ji Xuanchen just wanted peace and quiet and didn't want to get into any trouble. It didn't matter who he took as a master, and it would just be more troublesome. Hearing Ji Xuanchen's words, Elder Tianfeng was overjoyed. He hugged Ji Xuanchen and continued his flattery. "His talent is high and his character is so loyal and kind. Where can one find such a good disciple?" "Good, good, good." The other elders stood there, burning with anger. After securely keeping Ji Xuanchen as his disciple, Elder Tianfeng happily commanded, "Once all the assessed disciples have gathered, I will take you to a good place." The disciples followed the order and headed to the place Elder Tianfeng mentioned, which required walking up a towering cliff. The weather was cold and one disciple looked very tired, asking curiously, "We've been walking for half an hour. Where on earth are the elders taking us?" The other disciples could no longer hold back their complaints. "Never mind that. Do you feel it getting colder and colder?" Ignoring the others, Ji Xuanchen continued to walk forward calmly. On the steep cliff, snowflakes fell continuously. Although Ji Xuanchen showed no sign of being cold, he also felt that his junior brother had a point. It was indeed getting colder the further they went. As the disciples continued forward, the chill of this place became more and more bone-piercing. Even Ji Xuanchen had to use his law power to resist it. "At my current cultivation level, I can still feel the cold and even need to circulate my power to resist it when getting closer. This is enough to prove that this place is extraordinary." As they walked, Elder Tianfeng suddenly signaled for them to stop. "We've arrived." Before them was a bottomless black cave. Everyone was curious, not knowing what it was. Elder Tianfeng didn't let the disciples wonder for long and immediately explained, "This is our Nine Heavens Gates cold jade cave." Then he told the disciples everything in order. Back then, the ancestral master discovered a 10,000-year-old cold ice jade marrow hidden in the mountain. which contained an extremely powerful law force. He used his supreme methods to excavate this cave and assisted it with formations. When a martial artist enters, not only can they train their spiritual power while resisting the cold qi, but in the process, they might also gain more than one enlightenment of the heavenly Tao. Hearing Elder Tianfang's words, every disciple's face lit up with excitement. That's great, it sounds like a good place for cultivation. Another disciple also exclaimed, I didn't expect to receive such a big reward for passing the assessment. What a great deal. Elder Tianmo solemnly instructed the disciples. The power of this jade marrow is mysterious and profound. The closer you get, the stronger the power. You can absorb it with your own abilities to aid your cultivation. However, you must not force things. If you cannot withstand the cold qi in the cold jade cave, you must come out as soon as possible, or you might die on the spot. Remember that. The disciples who were just joyful a moment ago all turned pale with fright after hearing Elder Tianmo's words. They trembled and supported each other, their faces turning blue as they replied, Yes, this disciple remembers. Elder Tianmo continued to remind them, this is not only a reward for the previous round but also a test of your spiritual power. The longer each of you stays in the cold jade cave, the higher your score will be. This score, combined with your score from the previous round, will be your initial ranking for this batch of disciples. Yi Dianyu enthusiastically proposed to Jiyu Xuanchen, Brother Jiyu, let's go big this time too. Elder Tianmo wasted no more time and used his law power to open the passage for the disciples. The formation was immediately broken and rocks flew everywhere. All right, the formation is open. While maintaining the formation, Elder Tianmo called out loudly for the disciples to enter. Everyone go in. Seeing the formation was open, Jiyu Xuanchen and the other disciples quickly went deep inside. But as soon as they stepped in, everyone was terrified. All the disciples were unprepared and fell into the cave one after another. They screamed in terror. There were many stalagmites at the bottom of the cave and some people fell to the ground in agony. Jiyu Xuanchen and a few others landed safely. Everyone carefully observed their surroundings, venturing deeper into the cave. The passage was illuminated by rows of pillars burning with raging fires. Seeing a very dark corner inside, a disciple curiously said to everyone, Let's go take a look. As they walked, someone's foot accidentally stepped on something strange. The person looked back in surprise and suddenly a formation appeared under everyone's feet, but they didn't know what it was. This is. Clever Yi Tianyu immediately noticed something was wrong. Not good, this is a spatial formation specifically used for restraint. Before they could react, their feet felt as if they were stuck to ice. A person shouted in fear, My feet, no matter what method they used, it seemed impossible to break the ice under their feet. Damn it, I can't move. What on earth is going on? Everyone was very worried and scared, and the ice was increasing. At the same time, Jiyu Xuanchen was stroking his chin, seeming to be thinking about something. HMPH? The disciples were panicked, dumbfounded, and their faces turned blue. Some ice spikes even suddenly shot out, sending some disciples who couldn't react in time flying into the air, letting out miserable screams. Jiyu Xuanchen and Yi Tianyu stood there observing the scene, becoming even more tense and dangerous than before. Jiyu Xuanchen's expression was calm and exceptionally composed. Suddenly he used his law power to fly into the air, breaking free from the ice's restraint. Someone saw Jiyu Xuanchen escape but didn't save everyone, so he cursed loudly. Brother Jiyu, you're such a petty person. Others chimed in. Yeah, we'll all be fellow disciples from now on. There's no need to stand by and watch us die, right? Jiyu Xuanchen stood high above, arms crossed, looking down at them and said disdainfully, Do you still need me to make a move? But Jiyu Xuanchen didn't ignore them. He immediately made a move to help. Jiyu Xuanchen held a saber in each hand and shouted, Crescent Moon Ice Sabers. Jiyu Xuanchen gripped the dual sabers tightly, swung them rapidly and cast a spell, rushing downwards. Ice Thorn Star. He raised both arms high and then the ice shattered, rescuing everyone. I'm free. Someone couldn't bear it and cried out in pain. With Jiyu Xuanchen's help, everyone was now safe. After escaping, Yi Dianyu breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, so close. Jiyu Xuanchen just stood there, neither complaining nor taking credit, but he seemed to have noticed something unusual about Yi Tianyu, thinking to himself, This move is truly amazing. Is this the undefeated Yi Tianyu? Suddenly, someone looked up, noticed a strange phenomenon and hurriedly shouted, Look, the formation is broken. This is the power of the jade marrow. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Jiyu Xuanchen slowly walked towards them. Yi Tianyu saw Jiyu Xuanchen and smiled happily at him, saying, Hey brother Jiyu, you're too cunning. Why did you force me to make a move? Jiyu Xuanchen didn't pay much attention to Yi Tianyu's words and urged everyone to continue forward. Let's go, let's go. On the surface, Yi Tianyu was joking with Jiyu Xuanchen, but at this moment he was angry inside because Jiyu Xuanchen had discovered his secret. I was trying to hide my strength and continue playing dumb, but I didn't expect him to see through me so clearly, because they had just experienced something terrifying. Someone was already sweating profusely and had the idea of retreating. What should I do? It's so dangerous just entering the cave. I don't want to go any deeper. Hearing this, a senior brother came forward to comfort him. It's fate. Let's just cultivate here. Deep in the cave, Jiyu Xuanchen and the others were continuing onward. The atmosphere grew increasingly gloomy and cold. Jiyu Xuanchen continued to walk calmly. Yi Tianyu beside him was shivering from the cold and complained to Jiyu Xuanchen, Brother Jiyu, don't you think it's getting colder the further we go? Jiyu Xuanchen ignored Yi Tianyu's words because he heard a strange sound. Sure enough, not long after, some sharp objects flew towards them like arrows. Jiyu Xuanchen quickly cast a spell, blocking the path of the ice arrows. Yi Tianyu also fought hard to resist, sensing that this formation was quite powerful. Brother Jiyu, this is bad. This formation is not on the same level as the previous one. Jiyu Xuanchen's eyes were sharp as he pondered. He used his law power to control the formation, but it didn't seem to be very effective. An ice spike shot straight at Jiyu Xuanchen's face, surprising him, but luckily he managed to shatter it in time. Jiyu Xuanchen closed his eyes and stood still, his whole body emitting a golden light. Yi Tianyu, while fending off attacks, greeted Jiyu Xuanchen. Brother Jiyu, are you alright? Seeing Yi Tianyu's concern, Jiyu Xuanchen not only didn't thank her but instead asked contemptuously, "You do have some skills." From somewhere a huge ice block formation appeared. Jiyu Xuanchen and Yi Tianyu were both surprised to see it. That ice block was no ordinary one, it was pointed straight at them from below. Yi Tianyu broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, "This is not good." The ice block rushed towards them at high speed, showing no signs of stopping. Jiyu Xuanchen smiled wickedly. "Besides this trick, don't you have anything new?" Then he used his law power to fly high into the air, leaving Yi Tianyu alone on the ground. Jiyu Xuanchen shot up like a rocket, pouring all his power into his precious sword. He waved his hand and cut the huge ice block, shattering it into 100 pieces which scattered everywhere. Thinking he had succeeded, Jiyu Xuanchen smiled smugly, but before he could be happy for long, he was surprised to find an even bigger ice block behind it. He frowned at the larger ice spike, then immediately shouted a warning to Yi Tianyu. "Get back!" Yi Tianyu's eyes widened and she stared dumbfounded as the ice spike approached her. The power of the ice spike was far beyond Yi Tianyu's ability to withstand, causing her to scream involuntarily. Yi Tianyu struggled to block the ice spike. Damn it, as expected, Yi Tianyu was injured by the ice block, at first just bleeding slightly. But as time went on, Yi Tianyu's strength grew weaker and weaker. Finally, she couldn't resist and was struck by the ice spike, sent flying far away. She screamed and fainted. Seeing Yi Tianyu in a bad situation, Jiyu Xuanchen immediately flew over to support her. Jiyu Xuanchen supported Yi Tianyu. He looked at her with sympathy and encouraged her. "Hang in there." Jiyu Xuanchen picked up Yi Tianyu, but he held her by the chest. Holding Yi Tianyu, he felt that this brother was a bit off. This feeling, he immediately discovered Yi Tianyu's astonishing secret. She was a woman disguised as a man. He removed Yi Tianyu's mask and a fair, delicate face was gradually revealed. Jiyu Xuanchen carried her, taking her elsewhere to avoid the ice spikes. He held her, flying from one place to another. Then Jiyu Xuanchen stopped and gently placed Yi Tianyu in a safe place. Jiyu Xuanchen took out a heart-protecting pill and slowly fed it into Yi Tianyu's mouth. After settling Yi Tianyu, Jiyu Xuanchen prepared to take action. The troublesome one is settled. Now I can let loose. Jiyu Xuanchen immediately took action, flying down with his law power. Jiyu Xuanchen skillfully dodged the continuous attacks of the ice spikes. Jiyu Xuanchen seemed to be very interested in this formation. "The situation is quite good. I like them this stubborn." Then Jiyu Xuanchen began to battle the ice spikes. He used his law power to create many huge rings of fire, forming a massive flame formation. Jiyu Xuanchen clasped his hands together, preparing to deliver a decisive blow, but he hesitated, wanting to play with it and test the strength of the ice spikes. But Jiyu Xuanchen created a giant flame sword to deal with the ice spikes. He was thrilled, his face full of challenge. "Let's see if you have what it takes to handle this." The ice spikes and Jiyu Xuanchen's giant flame sword were gradually approaching each other. Jiyu Xuanchen flew around the flame sword, charging straight at the ice spikes. Jiyu Xuanchen controlled the flame sword and the two sides officially clashed. He flew high into the air using his law power to command the flame sword, shattering the ice spikes one by one. Jiyu Xuanchen's entire body emitted flames, and in a moment the huge ice spikes gradually shattered. After his initial success, Jiyu Xuanchen was pleased and proud, his eyes flashing with a sharp light and a wicked smile playing on his lips. HMPH, Jiyu Xuanchen continued to fight until the ice spikes were shattered into thousands of pieces. While he was fighting, the ice spike suddenly vanished without a trace, surprising Jiyu Xuanchen. It disappeared, then it laid down an even more terrifying ice formation. Jiyu Xuanchen quickly regained his composure and focused on continuing the fight. He did not back down easily. The more powerful his opponent's formation, the more interested he became. Trying to switch from offense to defense, it's not that easy. Jiyu Xuanchen concentrated his power on the giant flame sword and shattered the opponent's defensive formation with a single move. But this time, Jiyu Xuanchen's opponent seemed quite tenacious. Despite losing the previous round, it continued to set up even stronger formations. Huge defensive formations were erected one after another. Despite this, Jiyu Xuanchen didn't pause for a moment. He charged straight at the formation, frowning and looking at it angrily. "You think 7 shield gates can stop me?" He gave a disdainful smile. How naive. Finally, he controlled the flame sword, spinning it around a giant fiery vortex and delivered a decisive blow that completely destroyed the formation. In an instant, under Ji Yuxuanqian's power, the formation was reduced to ashes. Ji Yuxuanqian crossed his arms, proudly looking at his work. After Ji Yuxuanqian broke the formation, the cold ice jade marrow appeared in the distance. Ji Yuxuanqian reached out to grab it. "Come to me." Ji Yuxuanqian held his prize in his hand, thinking with satisfaction. The law power contained in the cold ice jade marrow is extremely cold. It corresponds perfectly with the yin formula of the Book of Yin and Yang. If I use it to evolve my techniques, I will surely break through to an unprecedented height. After dealing with the formation, Ji Yuxuanqian immediately returned to Yi Tianyu's side. He looked at her with a pained heart. After being attacked by the ice spikes, Yi Tianyu's body was weak and covered in injuries. She couldn't help but groan in exhausted pain. Seeing the pained Yi Tianyu, Ji Yuxuanqian was very worried about her. He thought to himself, although the heart-protecting pill has temporarily saved her heart meridian, her foundation has still been injured by the power of the jade marrow. Afterwards, although Ji Yuxuanqian was a bit embarrassed, he still approached, untied Yi Tianyu's clothes and began to treat her wounds. As he untied them, he thought, to save her life as quickly as possible, this is my only option. After a while, Yi Tianyu slowly woke up. She let out a pained cry, then saw Ji Yuxuanqian sitting in front of her. She asked weakly, "This is..." Seeing Yi Tianyu wake up, Ji Yuxuanqian asked her with concern, "You're awake?" Then he gently helped her bandage her wounds. Yi Tianyu said blankly, Ji Yuxuanqian continued, speaking considerately, "It's good that you're awake. Let this venerable one help you personally." After bandaging her, he reminded her, "Detoxify yourself, this venerable one has already cleaned up the area below for you." At this, Yi Tianyu became extremely shy. She hurriedly covered her body and shouted loudly. She pushed Ji Yuxuanqian's hand away in a panic. "Let go, where are your hands touching?" Ji Yuxuanqian ignored Yi Tianyu's pushing and continued to inform her with concern about the severity of her condition. "Your internal injuries are too severe. If the wound isn't treated in time, you might not even be able to lift a sword. This venerable one is saving you." Yi Tianyu abruptly stood up, struggling to refuse. "I don't need you to save me." She stood for less than 3 seconds before her whole body hurt even more than before. She cried out in pain again. Tianyu couldn't stand steadily. Yi Tianyu fell into Ji Yuxuanqian's arms and he quickly supported her. He reminded her worriedly, "The more you struggle, the harder it will be for your wounds to recover. If you want to leave here sooner, just listen to this venerable one." While supporting Tianyu, Ji Yuxuanqian also took the opportunity to heal the wound on her thigh. She leaned shyly on Ji Yuxuanqian's shoulder and answered demurely, "I know." Then Tianyu reached out to cover Ji Yuxuanqian's eyes, her face flushed red with fear that Ji Yuxuanqian would see her body. "You told him, but can you close your eyes?" Ji Yuxuanqian thought to himself, "What is this?" He remained silent. Then she began to take off her clothes and detoxify herself. Ji Yuxuanqian's eyes were already covered by her, but she was still not at ease and turned her head to threaten him. "Ji Yusantong, I'm warning you, don't you dare open your eyes and look, and don't touch me inappropriately. Otherwise, even if you saved me, I will never let you off." Ji Yuxuanqian replied very calmly. "This venerable one has never deigned to do such things." Then he secretly found it amusing. "This venerable one has cultivated the heavenly-eyed divine power for many years." Looking at Tianyu's smooth back, Ji Yuxuanqian again found it secretly amusing. "Even with my eyes closed, I can see as clearly as day. Of course, I don't need to do something as redundant as peeking." An incense stick's worth of time passed. Yi Tianyu finally finished detoxifying. She dressed herself and shyly thanked him. "Brother Jiyu, thank you." After it was done, as Tianyu was changing back into her male attire, Ji Yuxuanqian asked her curiously, "Why do you disguise yourself as a man?" Tianyu hesitated for a moment, then explained the reason to him. "The world is too prejudiced against women. Disguising myself as a man reduces a lot of trouble and allows me to achieve something." Then she sadly recounted her family situation. "My Yi family is just a minor sect. My parents have always favored boys over girls, giving any benefits to my brothers." Tianyu continued sorrowfully, "If I don't give up my identity as a woman and venture into the world as a man, when will I ever find a way out?" Ji Yuxuanqian didn't quite agree with this view. He said to her, "This venerable one, on the contrary, believes that heroes are not judged by their origins, and it has even less to do with being male or female. If you are strong enough, everyone will have to make way for you." Tianyu said blankly, "Heroes are not judged by gender." Ji Yuxuanqian continued, "The trial isn't over yet. Why don't you cultivate with this venerable one to pass the time? What do you think?" So the two of them stayed in the cave to cultivate together. Outside the cave entrance, Elder Tianmo saw someone emerge from the cave. "Look, another disciple has come out." That disciple and several others hurried out to show off their achievements. "Master, this disciple has already broken through to the late extreme realm." Another disciple knelt down and apologized to his master. "Master, I have brought shame upon you. The new disciples have only been inside for 5 days and already couldn't bear it." That disciple's master comforted him tolerantly. "It's all right. Being able to endure for 5 days is already a great opportunity." At the same time, Elder Tianmo turned his head to Elder Tianfeng and said, "Senior brother, how long do you think that Jiyu Santang and Yi Tianyu can last?" Elder Tianfeng thought quietly for a moment, then answered Elder Tianmo, "Although his combat power is strong, in the end his cultivation is only at the extreme realm. In the history of our Nine Heavens Gate, the highest record for an extreme realm martial artist entering the cold jade cave is 12 days. And you must know, the one who lasted 12 days is our current Sect master, right? A few people from the Nine Heavens Gate were still waiting at the cave entrance. They all thought that even if Jiyu Santong or Jiyu Xuanchen were exceptionally talented, they could at most last for 10 days, so everyone waited at the cave entrance from afternoon to night, and from night to early morning. Soon, it was the morning of the 10th day. Everyone had been waiting for a long time when two disciples came out of the cave supporting each other. These two disciples dragged their bodies out. They apologized to their masters. "Master, we have done our best." Their masters also went up to welcome them happily. "It's fine as long as you returned safely." On the 10th day, an elder saw that Yi Tianyu and Jiyu Xuanchen had not yet come out. He hurriedly said to Elder Tianfeng with some worry, "It's already the 10th day. Besides Yi Tianyu and Jiyu Santong, there are no other disciples left in the cave." Elder Tianfeng advised everyone not to be anxious and to wait a little longer. Soon the 11th day passed. Elder Tianfeng's subordinate hurriedly said to him, "It's the 11th day. This is already close to the Sect Master's record. Why haven't they come out yet?" Elder Tianmo was also very worried. He said anxiously, "Senior brother, could something have happened to them in the cave?" Elder Tianfeng was also worried after hearing this. He said to everyone, "Come with me and let's go inside to see if anything has happened." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Tianfeng and several other Sect Masters hurriedly flew into the Jade Cave to help Jiyu Xuanchen, especially Elder Tianfeng, who was more worried than anyone. These two were rare talents, the kind one sees once in 100 years. If they died in the cave, it would be a great pity. After a while, Elder Tianfeng and the others were all stunned. What? Dressed as a woman, Yi Tianyu looked as if she had just woken up, rubbing her eyes and saying, "It's me," she continued shyly. "Master, martial uncles, long time no see." Elder Tianfeng asked blankly, "Tianyu, why are you a woman?" Elder Tianmo also asked in confusion, "What on earth is going on?" Tianyu replied playfully, "Well, neither master nor martial uncles asked if I was a man or a woman." Then she continued, blushing slightly, "Now I can live with everyone as my true self. Don't we have female disciples in the Nine Heavens Gate?" Elder Tianfeng did not object or blame her. He also wanted to help her. There is no such rule. Since things are already like this, I will report to the Sect Master later." Elder Tianfeng temporarily set the matter aside and continued to ask, "Let's not talk about this. Why did you come out alone? Where did Santong go?" Tianyu replied blankly, "Him? He told me that if I couldn't take it, I should come out first. He himself had to stay and cultivate." Elder Tianfeng said in a panic, What?" he hurriedly thought. Could this Jiyu Xuanchen be even stronger than the Sect Master was back then? Good heavens. In the blink of an eye, it was the 29th day. Elder Tianmo was pacing around anxiously. "Senior brother, it's already the 29th day, Elder Tianmo continued pessimistically. "No matter how powerful Jiyu Xuanchen is, how could he possibly stay inside alone for 29 days? I'm afraid he's already dried up and died in there." Elder Tianfeng also lost his patience. He ordered, "We can't wait any longer. Hurry and come with me to see what's going on." Just as they were about to enter, they felt the ground beneath their feet tremble. Everyone panicked. "What's going on?" everyone hesitantly guessed. Could it be an earthquake? Then a Sect Master loudly announced to everyone, "Everyone look at the cave entrance." From the cave, a huge blue vortex rushed out. Everyone was in a panic. Where did this formation come from? Elder Tianmo didn't understand and hurriedly asked Elder Tianfeng, "Senior brother, what happened?" Elder Tianfeng replied loudly, "This is bad. A jade cave has collapsed." The other Sect Masters were all panicked. Collapsed? Elder Tianfeng was extremely anxious at this point. He told everyone an important piece of information. It was recorded in the Sect's classics that if one day the cave entrance was sealed by ice, it meant that the power of the cold ice jade marrow had been exhausted. From then on, the cold jade cave could no longer be used, but we just checked. Before the disciples entered the cave for the trial, the power of the cold ice jade marrow could last for at least another 1,000 years. Having said this, Elder Tianfeng hurriedly commanded everyone, "Everyone, quickly circulate your power to protect your bodies." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Just as they were preparing to rush in to rescue Jiyu Xuanchen, they were blocked by a force. They all cried out loudly, "Ah!" At this moment, smoke billowed from the cave entrance. But there was no further movement. Everyone informed each other again. It stopped. Just as everyone was puzzled, Jiyu Xuanchen's figure slowly walked out. As he walked out, he said leisurely. This time was much more comfortable. What he held in his hand was the jade marrow of power. Seeing Jiyu Xuanchen walk out healthy, handsome, and flawless, Elder Tianfeng was panicked and couldn't believe it. "Is that Jiyu Santong? Did he absorb all the jade marrow of power in the cold jade cave?" Jiyu Xuanchen walked out calmly, feeling extremely comfortable in his heart, and thought to himself, "I underestimated the top forces of the Saint Domain before. To think they had such a foundation, helping me comprehend a deeper level of the Book of Yin and Yang." The elders and Sect Masters surrounded Jiyu Xuanchen to inquire about his condition. "Santong, are you all right? You haven't gone mad from cultivation, have you?" Jiyu Xuanchen just replied calmly, "I'm fine." Just then, a Sect Master noticed something and shouted in panic, Senior brother, look at his hand, this sect master continued. Could it be that not only did he absorb all the power of the jade marrow in the cold jade cave, but he also refined it? Everyone was shocked. Isn't this about to defy the heavens? Seeing this, Elder Tianfeng ordered Elder Tianmo, you all quickly report this matter to the sect master. So everyone returned to the Nine Heavens Gate. Back at the Nine Heavens Gate, Elder Tianfeng said, our Nine Heavens Gate has a total of 28 mountain peaks, 4 main peaks, 6 sub-peaks and 18 small peaks. The main peaks are the best training grounds for you. In this trial, Santong is first, and Tianyu is second. If there are no objections, I will take you two to practice elsewhere. Tianyu skipped along behind Jiyu Xuanchen. She looked around lively and said, the Nine Heavens Gate really lives up to its reputation. Jiyu Xuanchen was listening when he suddenly noticed something. Elder Tianfeng, Elder Tianmo, Jiyu Xuanchen and Tianyu all turned their gazes to the huge surging waterfall. Elder Tianmo said to the two, isn't it majestic? This is the Crimson Emperor Peak, the residence of Master Elder Yunshan. He once entered the center of the Saint River to cultivate. This main peak naturally has an extraordinary aura, Jiyu Xuanchen was thinking at this moment. Elder Yunshan also entered the center of the Saint River, he proposed to Elder Tianmo. Then can I meet this Grand Master and ask him some questions? Elder Tianfeng replied with a smile. You want to see him? Elder Tianfeng continued with a smile. After Master returned from a long journey some time ago, he has already begun to cultivate in seclusion. Whether you can see him depends on your opportunity. As they were walking, a voice shouted, Elders, please wait. 2 disciples kowtowed and reported. The sect master has ordered that the elder bring the disciple Jiyu Santong to the main hall for an audience. Jiyu Xuanchen followed behind, couldn't help but wonder. The sect master. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Inside the main hall, the sect master was sitting high above, looking down with his legs crossed. The sect master spoke. Have you brought the person? Jiyu Xuanchen stared at him, thinking, what a strong aura. At this time, the 2 elders introduced Jiyu Xuanchen to the sect master. This person is Jiyu Santong, the first place in the entrance assessment. The sect master asked with a smile, so you are Jiyu Santong, who defeated the old disciples in the first trial and refined the cold ice jade marrow in the second? Jiyu Xuanchen respectfully paid his respects. Disciple Jiyu Santong pays his respects to the sect master. The sect master didn't answer. He flew up and made a move, probably wanting to test Jiyu Xuanchen's ability. Just as he stretched his hand towards Jiyu Xuanchen's forehead, Jiyu Xuanchen had already reacted and pushed the sect master's hand away. The sect master continued to strike back with a smile. Jiyu Xuanchen also seriously dodged and counterattacked. The sect master struck his head and Jiyu Xuanchen blocked it with his hand above his head. The sect master attacked his front and abdomen, and he blocked them all with his hands. The 2 elders were extremely worried and shouted, Sect Master. Finally, Jiyu Xuanchen and the sect master's hands were pressed together again. Xuanchen and the sect master exchanged a palm strike, and the sect master suddenly stopped and returned to his seat. He and Xuanchen both observed cautiously. Both were quite pleased with each other's strength. The sect master suddenly burst into laughter. Not bad, not bad. Xuanchen was puzzled. The elder asked the sect master, what are you doing? The sect master replied, it was just a whim to test him a bit. This time's first place is indeed well deserved. Back then I cultivated in the cold jade cave for 12 days and was hailed as a genius, while you were able to gain the recognition of the cold ice jade marrow after a month inside. This is heaven's will to help our Nine Heavens Gate. Xuanchen kowtowed in gratitude. Sect master, you flatter me, he thought to himself. So this was just a test. I thought the sect master wanted to kill Santong with that move just now. The Nine Heavens sect master said, since you have entered the Nine Heavens Gate, you are now a recognized disciple of the Nine Heavens Gate. According to the rules of the Nine Heavens Gate, if you are first in the trial, you will be allocated the best cultivation resources. 3 days later, you should also go to the Saint Martial Assembly to broaden your horizons. Xuanchen was surprised. The Saint Martial Assembly, Flame City. 3 days later, the sect master brought all the elites of the Nine Heavens Gate. The common people were astonished. Tianyu said, Brother Jiyu, you've been silent on the road. Could it be that you've never seen such a scene and got scared? Can't blame you. In the current saint domain, apart from the transcendent 5 great families, the 7 great saint sects are the strongest in the saint domain, so their prestige is naturally greater. Xuanchen asked, what's the origin of this Saint Martial Assembly? Tianyu explained, Brother Jiyu probably doesn't know, right? Our saint domain has the Divine Flame sect in the north, the Heavenly Sword sect in the south, the Light Martial Alliance in the west, and only our Nine Heavens Gate in the east. The other 3 sects, Pilgod Hall, Dusk King Pavilion, and Unparalleled Pavilion, are all distributed in the southeast region and are also quite powerful. For sects to develop, they naturally need a large amount of cultivation resources. If everyone were allowed to compete freely, it would inevitably lead to major casualties. The so-called Saint Martial Assembly is actually a competition between sects to delineate the resources of various regions for the next 10 years. It can be said to be very important in the Saint domain. I remember Brother Jiyu is from the 100 Battles Hall, which belongs to the Heavenly Formation sect. The Heavenly Formation sect can be considered the strongest force in the north of the Saint domain, but in terms of strength it is still a notch below the 7 great saint sects of the Saint domain. Xuanchen nodded. So that's how it is. It seems this trip is an opportunity to get a comprehensive understanding of the current top forces in the Saint domain. He asked, you just said that besides the 7 great Saint sects there are 5 other major forces in the Saint domain. Which ones are they? Tianyu replied, it's a long story. The elder turned back and said, Tianyu, don't talk too much, keep up with the team lest the sect master punish you. Yes, master, she continued. Why did even the sect master personally come to this Saint Martial Assembly? Xuanchen asked. So the sect master didn't participate before? She replied. The rules of the Saint Martial Assembly have always stipulated that the competition is completed only by disciples. We who have just entered can only participate in the next competition 10 years later. To put it bluntly, our visit this time is a special exception granted by the sect master. I just don't know why the sect master is leading the team personally this time. It's really strange, Xuanchen thought to himself. When this Hu Qingyang first met this venerable one, he was filled with killing intent. His moves were swift and deadly. Not at all like how one should test a disciple. This feeling reminds this venerable one of a certain person. Xuanchen understood. Very well, then this venerable one will play with you. Hu Qingyang told everyone to stop. The martial assembly is right ahead. Let's rest here first and set off for the martial arts stage in 3 days, as you command, sect master. Only Xuanchen still had many questions. Watching everyone walk on the street, Tianyu and a few sisters were eating snacks over there. Xuanchen thought to himself, this venerable one clearly came here for quiet cultivation. How did it turn into this? Junior brother, junior sister, we haven't been down the mountain for a long time. You've just entered the sect not long ago and have some understanding of the secular world. Could you take us to have a look? Tianyu replied. Just leave it to the 2 of us. Suddenly, Tianyu looked up and asked curiously, Immortal's abode? I heard from my senior brothers that they have always said during past martial assemblies that the chef at Immortal's abode is the best in the world, and that you'll never forget it for a lifetime after eating there. Is that true? Why don't we go in and try it? That's not a good idea. I heard it's very expensive over there. We don't mind, but I don't know if junior sister Yi and junior brother Jiyu can afford it. He walked forward and said, Junior brother Jiyu, it's not that we senior brothers are stingy, but this Immortal's abode is really expensive. You 2 have just entered the sect and probably don't have a Saint Crystal salary. Why don't you wait for us downstairs? We promise we'll finish quickly. Xuanchen replied, it's fine. It just so happens that this venerable one wants to go cultivate a bit. The senior sister suddenly interjected, it's fine, we'll cover junior brother Gu's share as well. Yeah, senior sister, I'm short on everything but money. The group of people snickered. Damn it, senior sister hasn't treated me in 10 years of being in the sect. It seems a pretty face really can get you a free meal. The shameless few slipped away, walking into the Immortal's abode. The waiter came forward. Everyone please come in, take a seat anywhere. A voice came. Aren't these disciples from the 9 Heavens Gate? Xuanchen glanced at him. It was Zhao Wucheng, the chief disciple of the Pill God Hall. I heard your 9 Heavens Gate hasn't been doing so well these years. Can you afford to spend money at the Immortal's abode? The senior sister asked. Are you all disciples of the Pill God Hall? Xuanchen thought to himself. The Pill God Hall was founded on alchemy, cultivating both the way of pills and the way of martial arts. It stands in the southeast of the Saint domain. Because they are good at selling medicinal pills and pill formulas, they are very wealthy, and at the same time they are one of the 7 great Saint sects of the Saint domain. The junior brother stepped forward and said, what's wrong? If you from the Pill God Hall can come to the Immortal's abode, can't we from the 9 Heavens Gate come? Puyang Qing said, Senior brother Zhao, mind your words. The people from the 9 Heavens Gate have finally come to Flame City. They have to come to the Immortal's abode to broaden their horizons. Even if they just drink a few buckets of dishwater, they can still go back and boast to their fellow disciples that they've been to the Immortal's abode. Haha, well said, the junior brother said angrily. Damn it, they're going too far. Junior brother, don't be impulsive. Zhao Wucheng continued. You can't blame them. You have to blame the Immortal's abode for having such a low threshold. Haha, 2 chopsticks flew towards Puyang Qing, pinning him in place. A long bloody gash appeared on Puyang Qing's face. After they noticed, they turned back and were horrified to see the chopsticks deeply embedded in the wall. Xuanchen spoke, so much nonsense, waiter, serve the food. Zhao Wucheng and his fellow disciples angrily wanted to rush forward. The senior sister looked at Xuanchen with concern. The waiter replied, all right, customer, please wait a moment, I'll bring the dishes right away. Sob, why is it so hard to be a waiter in this shop? Zhao Wucheng stared blankly at Xuanchen. Xuanchen said, if you don't like the look of each other, you can go outside and fight. The waiter brought the menu, a serving of 100 birds worshipping the phoenix soup, and a serving of mid-zan yuan. The waiter also invited Zhao Wucheng and his group to sit down. Customers, please have a seat, see what you'd like to order. That guy replied magnanimously. No need to look. Whatever they order at that table, we'll order 2 of everything. If we can't finish it, we'll just throw it away, he continued. But I see the 2 dishes this little brother ordered are both signature dishes of the Immortal's abode. One dish costs 200,000 Saint crystals. I just don't know if he can afford it. This Pill God Hall is going against the 9 Heavens Gate. As expected of the Pill God Hall, being rich is just so willful. 2 junior sisters whispered, let's eat our own food, don't get involved with them. The group from Pill God Hall was making a ruckus. Let's change places before the food arrives. With the little Saint crystals we have, there's no need to compete with the Pill God Hall in terms of money. Do you few still dare to continue ordering? We are still waiting for you to serve the dishes. The little sister gritted her teeth in anger. If he wants to order, then let him order. The senior sister looked at Ji Yuxuanchen and said, Junior brother Ji Yu, when you're out and about you have to fight for your pride. You go on and order. After this is over, you stay here at Immortal's abode and we'll go back and ask the Sect Master to figure out a way to get the Saint Crystals to bail you out. For the honor of our 9 Heavens Gate you'll just have to make a sacrifice, Ji Yuxuanchen replied faintly. No need. Bring me one of everything on the menu. Since we've come to Immortal's abode, of course we have to try everything at once. The waiter's mouth dropped open as he asked, Sir, are you saying you want every dish? The senior sister and brothers gathered around. Junior brother Ji Yu, are you trying to eat the 9 Heavens Gate into bankruptcy? Ordering every dish at Immortal's abode will cost at least 1.5 million Saint Crystals. Sister, at this rate, even if all the elders came, we wouldn't have enough Saint Crystals to pay the bill. Puyangqing panicked. Senior brother Zhao, we don't have many Saint Crystals on us either. Are we really going to order 2 of everything on this kid's menu? Zhao Wucheng replied, Don't worry. As far as I know, not even the elders of the 9 Heavens Gate have that kind of wealth, let alone a few ordinary disciples. They're just trying to talk big. In the end, they'll definitely cancel the dishes on the sly. Waiter, just go ahead and prepare them. If anyone dares to dine and dash at Immortal's abode today, we from the Pill God Hall will see that justice is served for you, Ji Yuxuanchen said leisurely. I think you'd better worry about yourselves. All the dishes were placed on the table to the mesmerized gazes of the 9 Heavens Gate disciples. Ji Yuxuanchen slowly savored the food, as did Tianyu. As expected of Immortal's abode, the taste was indeed excellent. Junior sister Yi, why aren't you worried at all? She blinked and said, Because I trust junior brother Ji Yu. If it's him, there will definitely be no problem. Senior brothers and sisters, just eat with your minds at ease. The senior sister was speechless. These 2 kids really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After a feast, that kid collapsed on the floor. I'm so full, as expected of Immortal's abode. The senior sister was still worried. Junior brother Ji Yu, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you to stay here for today. We'll go find the Sect Master and scrape together some Saint Crystals, Ji Yuxuanchen replied. A trivial matter of 1 million Saint Crystals isn't worth bothering the Sect Master. He called the waiter over to settle the bill. That kid ran over and said, Are you crazy? The people from the Pill God Hall are still staring over there. Are you planning to dine and dash in broad daylight? The female manager walked over and said, Greetings, young masters. The total bill is 1,518,000 Saint Crystals. Let's just make it an even 1,500,000. Ah, I suppose this is the first time we've had a customer who ordered every dish. I'll just round it down for him. Ji Yuxuanchen tossed over a package and the female manager was puzzled. This is, Zhao Wucheng came forward to cause trouble. Seeing how arrogant you were just now, I thought you had some impressive trick up your sleeve, so you're playing this game? It looks like you've given them an empty bag, preparing to dine and dash, are you? Puyangqing hurriedly snatched the bag. Senior brother Zhao, let's pour out the Saint Crystals and help them count how many there are. As soon as the bag was opened, Saint Crystals and countless gold coins poured out like a flood. The manager and the fellow disciples were all dumbfounded. Puyangqing said in terror, How is this possible? The Saint Crystals crushed the table and buried Puyangqing. He gasped for his senior brother. Junior brothers, come save me or I'm going to suffocate. Ji Yuxuanchen spoke. Can you shut up now? The senior sister couldn't believe her eyes. Junior brother Ji Yu, where did you get so many Saint Crystals? You don't need to worry about that, senior sister. After mastering the Saint River, I discovered that the personal belongings of those who lost bets in the Saint River were all collected in the Saint River token. Let alone 1 million Saint Crystals, even 10 million would be nothing. Ji Yuxuanchen asked, Now it's your turn to pay, right? You ordered double portions, 3 million spirit stones. Hand them over. Zhao Wucheng's face turned livid with anger. This, the senior sister mocked, a mere 3 million Saint Crystals. The Great Pill God Hall, surely you don't intend to dine and dash? The man surnamed Zhao ordered. Everyone pull your money together. They said with long faces, This is the money I saved for half a year. Don't say it. This is all the Saint Crystals I've had since I entered the sect. They brought it to his mouth. The man surnamed Pu said, Senior brother Zhao, what should we do? We seem to be short by 200,000 Saint Crystals. Zhao Wucheng knocked Puyangqing unconscious and then said, Boss, we'll leave our man here. We'll come back to redeem him after we've gathered enough money, the manager replied. I suppose that's the only way. The waiter came over after counting and said, This is 1,500,000 for young master Ji Yu, the female manager added. Sir, there's also a broken table. How about Ji Yuxuanchen replied, Here are 200,000 Saint Crystals, a reward for you. The female manager couldn't believe her ears. You don't need to give so much. A table is only worth 1 Saint Crystal. Ji Yuxuanchen glanced at her. You'll have use for it. Let's go. The people from the Pill God Hall were still following behind. Senior brother Zhao, are we just going to let them go? How could we? That arrogant brat who doesn't know his place dared to make our Pill God Hall lose face. It's not my style to not avenge a wrong, a few disciples said smugly, as expected of senior brother. Once we find a less crowded place, we'll teach them a good lesson. That's right. You few wait on the left. When they enter the alley, give them a few explosive pills to taste. Understood. Zhao Wucheng's eyes suddenly widened. The rest of you, follow me with your weapons and catch him off guard. Wait, return to the inn immediately. Zhao Wuchang ordered. His subordinate asked in confusion, "Senior brother Zhao, what's wrong?" The man surnamed Zhao replied dejected, "We can't afford to provoke this person." "Senior brother Zhao, what are you saying? There are only a few of them, and the one with the highest cultivation is only at the mid-initial realm. With our skills," Zhao Wuchang pointed at the hole. "Look." Only then did these few people look up at the spot where he had thrown the chopsticks at senior brother Puyang Cheng. The man surnamed Zhao said, with just a gentle flick of his chopsticks he could create such a powerful impact. His internal energy is so profound, we absolutely must not act rashly. The man surnamed Zhao shouted, "We'll return to the inn immediately and report today's events to the hallmaster." Yes, back with Ji Yuxuanchen and his group. Several senior sisters and junior sister Yi was right. "You're truly unbelievable. I never thought junior brother Ji Yu was so rich. You really can't tell. They're getting too close." The kid following behind had his illusion shattered. "Damn it, handsome and rich, life is so unfair," Tianyu said. "There's a Saint artifact shop here, let's go in and have a look," the senior sister said. "Junior sister Yi, let's forget it. This is the property of the Formation King Pavilion. It's not appropriate for us to go in now," Ji Yuxuanchen thought to himself. Formation King Pavilion. The Formation King Pavilion is also one of the 7 great Saint sects of the Saint domain. Did it start with artifact refining and formations? Ji Yuxuanchen walked over. "And I must go in and see." "Junior brother, wait for us." Ji Yuxuanchen walked in and the senior sisters said, "We'll go look around over there." "Then we'll go over there." A young lady came forward. "Sir, what do you need?" "No need." Ji Yuxuanchen looked at a treasure. "I would like to see this. This is the ancient dragon claw, forged from myriad antiquity fine iron. It is impervious to blades and spears and invulnerable to water and fire. This heavenly net umbrella can block a full-powered attack from a late-stage Dao realm martial artist. Our artifacts are all very good." Ji Yuxuanchen seemed very curious. Looking at a peculiar treasure, he asked, "Is this a spirit artifact?" The girl nodded. "You have a good eye, sir. This box is made of Qinchong fire essence and can block all forms of detection. It's the best kind of casket." He asked what's inside, she replied. "To be honest, even we don't know what's inside, because the manager said this item cannot be looked at. If a customer wants to buy it, they must buy the box. The item inside will be included as a gift." Ji Yuxuanchen asked how much this box cost. The girl replied, 5 million Saint crystals. That boy's jaw dropped. "What, a box with an unknown item inside costs 5 million Saint crystals? Isn't this a scam? What kind of fool with too much money to burn would fall for this?" Ji Yuxuanchen didn't say much, just tossed over a money pouch. "Wrap it up for me." That boy fell silent. "I'll pretend I didn't say anything. There really is one." After they left, "Take care, sir." A moment later, in a secret room, a stranger asked, "Who was it that bought the casket just now?" The girl replied. Reporting to the pavilion master, it was a young gentleman. He didn't leave any information. This person is very generous and seems to care a lot about what's inside the box. He bought it without hesitation, he ordered. "All right, you may leave." "Yes, to be able to buy this casket without hesitation. Are you my brother, or is it just a coincidence?" Formation King Pavilion Master Zhang Zhenchen. Ji Yuxuanchen asked, "You're all done shopping so quickly?" That kid asked curiously. "Wait, you bought that casket too?" he replied. "You know about this box too?" the person replied. "Who doesn't know about this thing? The Treasure Gathering Tower's Saint Artifact Shop has been selling it for 100 years. It's not just the Saint Artifact Shop, even the Pill God Hall's Pill Hall, the Unparalleled Pavilion Shop, and even our 9 Heavens Gate shops all have one." Ji Yuxuanchen asked. "You mean there's a box like this in every one of the 7 great Saint sects territories?" he replied. "Of course. To put it bluntly, this thing is a scam, deliberately priced high to trick those fools with too much money to burn," Ji Yuxuanchen thought to himself. "Back in the 7 great ancient sects, the Azure Cloud Mountains and Rivers painting was a trap set for me by that shadowy figure. Now the spiritual energy in this box feels very similar to that time." Ji Yuxuanchen blinked. "Who is it?" He circulated his internal energy, formed a hand seal and struck the wall, leaving a large hole. No one was there. Ji Yuxuanchen sensed it. "Did they run? I definitely felt it just now. Someone was watching this venerable one." Soon, Ji Yuxuanchen was no longer surprised, a corner of his mouth curling into an interested smile. Ji Yuxuanchen thought to himself, one by one the rats are showing themselves. This Saint domain is really getting more and more interesting. A senior brother looked at the box in Ji Yuxuanchen's hand and asked curiously, "Junior brother Ji Yu, can you open this box and let everyone have a look?" Sen Shui crossed her arms and said worriedly, "Even if you want to look, wait until we get back. There are so many people here. What if it's really some treasure and someone sees it and snatches it away?" Of course, Ji Yuxuanchen didn't care if someone snatched his things. They wouldn't be able to even if they tried. Ji Yuxuanchen gently opened the box and a golden light shot out from inside. Ji Yuxuanchen said in a flat tone, "Something that every family has, how can it be considered a treasure? I only bought it for fun." The crowd outside craned their necks to see, anticipating what kind of item could be worth such a heavenly price. Seeing what was inside, all the disciples of the 9 Heavens Gate were stunned. They exclaimed, "What is this?" Inside the ornate-looking box was a white stone, looking very ordinary and not at all precious. When Yi Tianyu saw the stone in the box, she was completely stunned and said with a bitter smile, "A common stone with not a trace of spiritual energy." Senior sister Yu Zhao held her head and said dejectedly, I told you it was a scam. Ji Yuxuanchen, however, did not think so. Looking closely at the stone, Ji Yuxuanchen recognized, no, this is not an ordinary stone at all. When I opened this box, the yin-yang heavenly book technique in my body automatically started circulating intensely, as if it wanted to absorb the power of this stone. This must be the supreme divine stone mentioned in the yin-yang heavenly book. The supreme divine stone is a cultivation item from another plane, essentially equivalent to the saint crystals of the saint domain, and can assist cultivators to the greatest extent. To those who cannot absorb the divine stone, this thing is worthless, but to this venerable one, it is comparable to thousands of saint crystals. To think they would blatantly place this thing in the major saint sects as bait, it's indeed aimed at this venerable one. That night at the Nine Heavens Gate, moonlight illuminated the entire garden, and fish swam in the emerald green water. Hu Qingyang, the sect master of the Nine Heavens Gate, was strolling leisurely in the garden, admiring the moon and enjoying the fresh air. A gust of wind blew and leaves danced in the air. Hu Qingyang gently raised his hand and as fast as lightning caught a hidden weapon between his fingers. This was no ordinary hidden weapon. It was one wrapped in spiritual power, yet Hu Qingyang blocked it with just 2 fingers. Hu Qingyang looked in the direction the hidden weapon came from and said angrily, instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you come out looking to die. Just then, from a dark corner, a person in armor with a covered face rushed out. He held a long spear which emanated the same spiritual energy as the hidden weapon. Hu Qingyang blocked the hidden weapon with one hand and retreated, dodging the masked man's attack. A flash of surprise appeared in Hu Qingyang's eyes. Seeing the green spear flying towards his face, Hu Qingyang gently caught the tip of the spear between 2 fingers, holding it so tightly that the man in black could not move. Then Hu Qingyang's 2 fingers twisted slightly, and the spear tip was instantly crushed into countless fragments. The man in black watched his weapon break and cried out in surprise, "What?" Then the man in black did a few somersaults to distance himself from Hu Qingyang. The man in black's whole body glowed with golden light as he said, "It's been a few months, and it seems your cultivation hasn't slacked for a moment." As expected of the Nine Heavens Gate sect master, at this moment several more men in black appeared from the darkness, all of them with extremely high cultivation levels. Hu Qingyang looked at the group of men in black and said displeased, "Didn't I say there's no need to meet unless necessary?" The men in black stepped forward and said, "Hallmaster Hu, don't you know, only by defeating you at this time can one sit in the top seat among us." Another man in black continued, "Since we've been through so much, everyone knows each other's identities, why bother hiding?" He turned to the person beside him and said, "Don't you agree, third brother?" Seeing them banter back and forth, Hu Qingyang's expression turned ugly. He said, "Cut the crap and get to the point." At this, the men in black no longer hid themselves, throwing their black cloaks into the sky and revealing their true faces. The first was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Wu Tianzong. Wu Tianzong raised his spear and said with dissatisfaction, "Another one of my spears lost, damn it." Next, Zhang Zhenshan, the pavilion master of the Formation King Pavilion, spoke up, "Always brandishing swords and spears every time we meet. I'd advise you to save your strength." The sect master of the Divine Flame Sect, Nanman Yi, scratched his chin and said, "How will we know if we can kill him if we don't try?" The pavilion master of the Unparalleled Pavilion, Lin Zhanshan, just said coldly, "Boring." Niu Ben, the hall master of the Pill God Hall, said, "You'd best not make any commotion and let others know the secret of us 7 great saint sect masters." The leader of the Light Martial Alliance, however, shivered in fear and said, "Did something happen again? I don't want to kill anyone." Hu Qingyang glanced at the people behind him and said coldly, "Follow me." The masters of the 7 great sects all said excitedly, "Yes." Then they followed Hu Qingyang. Soon the masters of the 7 great sects were seated around a round table. Wu Tianzong spoke first. "It's been several months since Ji Yuxuanchen escaped from the Azure Cloud continent, and we haven't found any trace of him. Where on earth did he go?" Nanman Yi winked at Hu Qingyang with a smile. "You'll have to ask third brother." "Did he hide the person away privately?" Hu Qingyang crossed his arms and said unhappily. "What do you mean?" Nanman Yi seemed to recall something and said, "I heard that the Nine Heavens Gate recently accepted a new disciple named Ji Yu Santong. Not only is he wealthy, but his martial arts are also astonishing. Today he even bought the Supreme Divine Stone from the Formation King Pavilion without hesitation. Even Brother Zhenshin used the blood pupil technique today to investigate, but was almost discovered by him. From his methods, moves, and appearance, it's hard for me not to suspect that he is Ji Yuxuanchen." But as soon as Nanman Yi finished speaking, his neck was seized by Hu Qingyang's hand. Nanman Yi's pupils constricted in fear as he struggled to breathe. Hu Qingyang lifted Nanman Yi up and said angrily, "Sixth brother, I've never liked smart Alex. Did you feel the same bloodline connection from him as we do?" Nanman Yi struggled in discomfort, groaning. The Light Martial Alliance leader stood up in fear and tried to persuade him. "Third brother, let go quickly, you're going to kill him." Hu Qingyang looked over with killing intent in his eyes. But in the end his reason returned. Hu Qingyang released his hand and threw Nanman Yi away. Nanman Yi fell to the ground, breathing with difficulty and coughing non-stop. But at this moment doubt had already ignited in Hu Qingyang's heart. "When I first saw Ji Yu Santong, I also suspected his identity, but I have already investigated his entire background. He is indeed from the 100 Battles Hall." "That's correct," Hu Qingyang said decisively. "But most importantly, this person indeed has no bloodline connection." Zhang Zhenshen crossed his arms and voiced his thoughts. Back then in the Azure Cloud Mountains and Rivers painting we only had a brief encounter with Jiyu Xuanchen. Although this Jiyu Santong resembles Jiyu Xuanchen, there are thousands of people with similar appearances in the world. Only the Saint Lord's bloodline is the most direct and useful evidence. Wu Tianzong recalled the past and snorted coldly in anger. HMPH, we can only blame our father and mother for being selfish back then, passing the entire Yin-Yang Heavenly Book to him alone. While we could only come to the Saint Domain with fragmented pages, fortunately thanks to the induction of our bloodline power, we were finally able to gather here. But if we can't find Jiyu Xuanchen soon and get our hands on the complete Yin-Yang Heavenly Book, those old folks in the Saint Domain will definitely recommend him as the new Saint Lord. Hu Qingying stood up and said, "All right, I know your concerns. I will handle this Jiyu Santong. As for you, continue to keep an eye on the matter of the lower realm passage. There must be no mistakes. Also from now on you are not to gather privately without my orders." Hu Qingying's entire body exuded a sense of pressure as he said sternly, "Is that clear?" Then Hu Qingying said, "HMPH, you can all disperse." With that he turned and left. Nan Minyi's face twisted as he stared angrily at his own hand, thinking resentfully, "HMPH, just because you're strong you order us around. Once I find Jiyu Xuanchen's whereabouts, the first one I'll get rid of is you." On that same night at the Nine Heavens Gate, Yu Zhao and Sen Shui were chatting and laughing. Sen Shui said excitedly, "Tomorrow is the Saint Martial Assembly. This time I will definitely win the championship for the Nine Heavens Gate." Yu Zhao also smiled and echoed, "Me too." Suddenly, a cloud of smoke drifted through the air, invisible to the naked eye. Yu Zhao seemed to sense something was wrong and said, "How strange, why is there a fragrance?" But before she could finish, a headache struck. Yu Zhao fell to the ground and said in pain, "My head hurts so much." Sen Shui then followed Yu Zhao and fell. "Me too." Then both Yu Zhao and Sen Shui fell to the ground unconscious. The next morning the Saint Martial Assembly convened. A large crowd had already gathered to cheer for the contestants from the 7 great sects. The referees stood on the stage and said to everyone, "Welcome geniuses of the Saint Domain to our Flame City for this session of the Saint Martial Assembly. The rules of the competition are the same as before. Each team will send 8 members to participate. 2 will be paired up for a duel and the content of the duel will be divided into martial arts, alchemy and formations. The specific content will be decided by a draw." The person who just introduced the rules was the Lord of Flame City, the host of the Martial Assembly. The Lord of Flame City continued to introduce the rules of the competition. The teams participating in this competition are the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Divine Flame Sect, the Light Martial Alliance, the Unparalleled Pavilion, the Pill God Hall, the Formation King Pavilion and the Nine Heavens Gate. The Lord of Flame City extended his hand and invited the sect masters of the 7 great sects. "Masters, please proceed to the viewing area." Immediately, 7 rainbow-like lights appeared in the sky and flew towards the central stand. After confirming that all the distinguished guests were seated, the Lord of Flame City extended his hand and announced loudly, "I now declare the competition officially begins. First match, Nine Heavens Gate versus Pill God Hall disciples. Please have both sides send their disciples to the stage." A foot slowly stepped out. The one who came was Zhao Wucheng, a disciple of the Pill God Hall, the same person Jiyu Xuanchen had met at the restaurant. Zhao Wucheng looked at the opposite side and said confidently, "I was severely scolded by my master for the Immortal's abode incident these past 2 days and I'm feeling quite displeased. I'd better draw the martial arts competition and find some unlucky fellow to beat up and vent my anger." He looked up at the stage and said arrogantly, "Let me see which unlucky fellow is going to get beaten up by this young master." On the other side, the person who came out from the Nine Heavens Gate was none other than Jiyu Xuanchen. Jiyu Xuanchen stood there leisurely with his arms crossed, watching Zhao Wucheng's proud expression and snorted. When Zhao Wucheng saw Jiyu Xuanchen, he was instantly scared out of his wits. He widened his eyes and said in terror, "Wait, how is it you?" Zhao Wucheng asked stiffly, "Aren't you a newly entered disciple? How are you here participating in the competition?" Jiyu Xuanchen stroked his chin, pretending to think, and said, "Well, about that," Jiyu Xuanchen recalled last night. At that time, Jiyu Xuanchen went to report to Hu Qingying, "Sect Master, something happened to Yu Zhao and Sen Shui. They were poisoned and fainted in the courtyard. What should we do now?" Hu Qingying had no other choice but to say, "The situation is urgent. Santong and Tianyu will represent them in the competition." Recalling the reason why he was standing here today, Jiyu Xuanchen couldn't help but snort coldly and thought, "Are you trying to test this venerable one's skills through the competition? I don't mind playing along with you." Hu Qingying watched the stage below with great interest from the high platform. Then he said to the various sect masters behind him, "Listen, let's take this opportunity to sense him again carefully. If he's pushed to a desperate situation, he might reveal some flaws." The sect masters behind him nodded and replied, "Yes." At this moment, below the stage, Zhao Wucheng's face turned pale. He thought nervously, "This is not good. If I fight him here, won't I fail to even reach the finals?" On the other side, the Lord of Flame City put his hand into the draw box and said with a smile, "Everyone, the content of this competition is," watching the Lord of Flame City's hand in the sign cylinder, Zhao Wucheng prayed silently, absolutely not to draw martial arts. Zhao Wucheng had to resort to a trick. He put his hand behind his back and used his spiritual power to switch the positions. With a snap, the Lord of Flame City drew a sign and said, "Alchemy. This duel is alchemy." Hearing that it was alchemy, Zhao Wucheng's mouth split into a grin from ear to ear. He thought smugly. Jiyu Santong, you're dead meat. Zhao Wucheng no longer had any scruples and pointed at Jiyu Xuanqin's face provocatively. As the chief disciple of the Pill God Hall, I will definitely let you witness the prowess of my alchemy this time. Are you prepared? Jiyu Xuanqin paid no heed to his words and still carried his sword on his shoulder with a composed expression, saying, "That's a question this venerable one should be asking you." Jiyu Xuanqin's face became crazed as he said, "This venerable one's massacre feast is about to begin. Are you ready to die?" Having been so gravely insulted, Zhao Wucheng could not accept it. He stomped his foot in anger and said, "This kid is too arrogant. I swear on the reputation of my Pill God Hall I will make you crawl off this stage crying today." On the viewing platform, Hu Qingying's gaze grew sharper. "Jiyu Santong, let me see your true strength." The Lord of Flame City then announced the requirements for this alchemy competition. The medicinal herbs needed for alchemy are on both sides of the stage. The time limit for the alchemy competition is 1 hour. When the time is up, the furnace must be opened, regardless of whether the pill has been refined or not. If one party finishes refining, the other must also stop. The grade of the pill will ultimately be judged by the 7 Sect masters. The competition now begins. As soon as the words fell, the token was thrown to the ground, signaling the start of the first match. The moment the start command was given, Zhao Wucheng buried his head in alchemy. With a shout of "Ha!" a flame appeared in his hand which he gently condensed. He directed the flame towards the pill furnace, and the entire furnace was enveloped in flames. Seeing Zhao Wucheng's alchemy technique, the cultivators in the stands all exclaimed in surprise, "Heavens, that's a heaven-grade high-quality fire seed." Beside them, Yi Tianyu asked, puzzled, "What's a heaven-grade high-quality fire seed?" A senior brother next to her explained, "Junior sister, you may not know, but to refine a good furnace of pills, besides the quality requirements for the cauldron and medicinal herbs, fire seed is also extremely important. Fire seeds are graded from high to low as heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, and within each grade they are further divided into high and low quality. This heaven-grade high-quality fire seed is the top configuration for an alchemist. Even in the saint domain, only a few geniuses can control it, truly worthy of being the head disciple of the Pill God Hall." After hearing this, Yi Tianyu looked down at the arena with concern. "What is that senior brother Jiyu using?" Jiyu Xuanqin just lightly flicked his finger. "Come." A purple flame appeared beneath Jiyu Xuanqin's pill furnace. Seeing Jiyu Xuanqin's flame, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Gate became nervous. Is junior brother Jiyu only using an earth-grade high-quality earth fire? On the other side, when Zhao Wucheng saw the purple flame, he was certain he had already won. He sneered, "You talked so arrogantly before the match, but in the end, is this all you've got? This is hilarious." But on the other side, Jiyu Xuanqin just curled his lips slightly. This smile was full of mystery. The earth-grade, high-quality flame suddenly burned fiercely, its flames reaching several meters high. At this moment, under the power and heat of Jiyu Xuanqin's flame, the entire arena and even the stands became unbearably hot, as if they were in a furnace. In the stands, facing this heat wave, the disciples couldn't bear it and cried out in distress, so hot, so hot." On the other side, Zhao Wucheng couldn't withstand this flame either. He took a few steps back and said in terror, "Are you crazy? With such a high temperature, are you planning to burn all the medicinal herbs to ashes? Kid, do you even know how to do alchemy?" On the other side, Jiyu Xuanqin calmly controlled the flame. The flame erupted fiercely again, like a fire dragon coiling around the pill furnace. With a boom, the flame in the furnace erupted again, spreading outwards. The other disciples in the stands screamed in terror when they saw this strange sight. They hurriedly covered their eyes with their hands, afraid of being burned, and some were so scared they ran far away. What's happening? On the stage, the lid of Jiyu Xuanqin's pill furnace was suddenly blown off, and the flames seized the opportunity to surge out, spreading more and more fiercely. The cultivators shouted, "This is bad, a temperature is too high, quickly use your spiritual energy to resist." On the other side, Zhao Wucheng's whole body was tense. He was constantly urging his flames to stabilize his pill furnace under Jiyu Xuanqin's fire. He roared angrily, "Jiyu Santong, we're doing alchemy, not artifact refining here." Jiyu Xuanqin shouted, "Open!" The furnace lid flew out and all the flames were released. The entire arena was now completely enveloped in Jiyu Xuanqin's flames. The pressure and power of the flames sent Zhao Wucheng flying far away, and he could only scream in pain. Jiyu Xuanqin showed a smile on his face and said, "The pill is complete." Following Jiyu Xuanqin's gaze, a glistening golden pill appeared in his hand. Seeing Jiyu Xuanqin's pill, the disciples all exclaimed in surprise, "The pill's inscriptions are actually floating. This is a 10 inscription spirit pill. How is this possible?" On the other side, Zhao Wucheng's face was livid. Lying on the ground, he shouted in disbelief, "You were clearly using earth fire. Its grade is obviously so much lower than mine. How is this possible?" Jiyu Xuanqin walked over to Zhao Wucheng with the pill and said softly, "In this world there are thousands upon thousands of treasures and weapons, but when this venerable one fights, I never rely on weapons, but on my own strength." Jiyu Xuanqin's eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Wucheng. "To defeat you, earth fire is more than enough." Zhao Wucheng couldn't accept it. He slammed his fist on the ground in anger and said, "Damn it, if I had known I would have chosen the formation path." Jiyu Xuanqin walked softly to Zhao Wucheng's side, narrowed his eyes and said, "Unwilling, then let this venerable one tell you whether it's the martial path, the alchemy path, or the formation path." The person who can make this venerable one lose has not yet appeared in this world. Change the type of competition and you will still lose miserably only to be stepped on by this venerable one." After speaking, Ji Yuxuanchen reached out and pressed Zhao Wucheng's head to the ground. Zhao Wucheng could only groan in fear. The Lord of Flame City stood up and said, "The Nine Heavens Gate has produced a pill, while the pill God Hall has not yet condensed one. The superiority of the pills in this round I believe needs no further judgment." He then announced that Jiyu Santong of the Nine Heavens Gate is the winner. At this moment the entire stand erupted into a frenzy. The crowd began to shout, "Great, we won, great, great," Nan Minyi murmured. "Truly unbelievable, unheard of," Hu Qingying murmured. "This kid," he revealed a crazy smile and said, "Interesting." The Saint Martial Assembly unfolded with great fervor. The disciples of the 7 great saint sects competed fiercely. The competition was exceptionally exciting, going from the initial 50 people to 28, then to 14 and finally entering the 7-person final. In the stands, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Gate were moved to tears. They hugged and laughed. Junior brother Ji Yu and junior sister Yi are truly amazing. They actually squeezed out the Pill God Hall's spot. You are the pride of the Nine Heavens Gate. After the 7 finalists were determined, the Lord of Flame City stood up and said, "This is the final match. The rules are simple. A 7-person free-for-all. If you are judged to have lost the ability to fight or leave the ring, you are eliminated. The person who lasts until the end wins. Resources will be redistributed based on the order of elimination. Now the competition begins." Nan Minyi stood on high, looking down at the arena, thinking with interest. Jiyu Santong does have some skill. Whether it was the alchemy or formation competition, he never lost, crushing many senior disciples, and entered the final battle. Whether he is Jiyu Xuanchen or not, as long as he is in the Nine Heavens Gate, he will be a huge threat to us in the future. Nan Minyi then sent a message to the Divine Flame Sect's disciple. "Yan Hang, find an opportunity later to take that kid's life." Hearing the order, Yan Hang glanced at the person opposite him and said in a low voice, "Disciple obeys." The Lord of Flame City took out a token and said, "This competition is martial arts." With a bang, a cannon fired, and the voice of the Lord of Flame City rang out, "The competition begins." The call to battle had sounded, but everyone was wary of each other, and no one made the first move. The Nine Heavens Gate disciples outside hurriedly shouted, "Tianyu, why aren't you cooperating with junior brother Ji Yu?" Yi Tianyu frowned and said, "He's a lone wolf. He doesn't like to cooperate. Besides, everyone on this stage is an opponent. I don't want to be sneak attacked at this time." 2 disciples looked at each other. The long-haired disciple said, "Hey, he looks tough to deal with. Let's team up and take him out first. You take the offense, I'll defend. I'll let you take second place. How about it?" The lion-headed disciple nodded in agreement. "I was just thinking the same thing." After speaking, he shot a flame at Ji Yuxuanchen. Ji Yuxuanchen just glanced at him and said nothing. The long-haired disciple clasped his hands together and began to form hand seals for a formation, Heavenly Secret Spirit Binding. A pile of runes appeared under his feet, and then many spiritual energy threads appeared in the air. These threads were like the tentacles of an octopus. They extended upwards and then pounced on Ji Yuxuanchen. The lion-headed disciple was not to be outdone, his hands forming 2 spiritual energy rings that attacked Ji Yuxuanchen like saw blades, telling him to die. Seeing the attacks from both sides, Ji Yuxuanchen quickly dodged, a look of interest on his face as he snorted. But unexpectedly, a hand stretched out from underground and grabbed Ji Yuxuanchen's foot tightly. Ji Yuxuanchen had to bend over and lean back to dodge the saw blades. The saw blades missed him by a hair's breadth. Ji Yuxuanchen thought, "Trying to trap me, truly wishful thinking." Ji Yuxuanchen's hands glowed with golden light. He knelt on one knee, his palms pressed against the ground. With a boom, the ground where Ji Yuxuanchen stood exploded into countless fragments and spiritual energy erupted outwards. Yan Hang, who was setting up the formation, hurriedly jumped up, shouting, "This is bad." In the blink of an eye, Ji Yuxuanchen, who was on the other side just a moment ago, suddenly jumped in front of Yan Hang, his hand ready to attack. Just as Ji Yuxuanchen's hand was about to strike, Yan Hang instantly turned into feathers and scattered in the air. Seeing the scene before him, Ji Yuxuanchen's brow furrowed. An illusion, watching the feathers falling from the sky coming at him like sharp blades. Ji Yuxuanchen brandished his sword, cutting down all the feathers with each strike. It turned out these feathers belonged to Zhang Ying, a disciple of the Unparalleled Pavilion. Seeing someone come to his aid, Yan Hang also shot out a series of hidden weapons. To Yan Hang's surprise, those hidden weapons were quickly knocked back by Ji Yuxuanchen. The lion-headed disciple hurriedly stood in front of Yan Hang. The situation now was Ji Yuxuanchen against 4 people. The lion-headed disciple said, "HMPH, such a tight attack, and this kid saw through it." Ji Yuxuanchen said coldly at this moment, 3 or 4 people ganging up, deliberately putting on a show, trying to make this venerable one think it was only an attack from you 2, but in reality it was 4 people attacking from 2 sides, a fine feint to the east and attack to the west. At this moment Ji Yuxuanchen also noticed Yi Tianyu. She was fighting with a disciple in red, and the situation seemed unfavorable for Yi Tianyu. He attacked ferociously, pressing Yi Tianyu step by step. As he fought, he said, "I never hit women. I advise you to be sensible and give up voluntarily." Facing this fierce attack, Yi Tianyu did her best to resist, and she was not to be outdone by his insulting words. "Underestimate a woman and you'll pay the price." The lion-headed disciple pointed at Jiyu Xuanchen and threatened, Jiyu Santong, see the situation clearly. You're 1 against 4 now. If you don't want to lose too badly, get off the stage. Otherwise you'll become the biggest joke in the entire 9 Heavens Gate. Jiyu Xuanchen paid no heed, an aura emanating from his entire body, and said softly, 1 against 4, let me give you a piece of advice. Herbivores, the weaker they are, the more they like to live in herds, while a king is always a lone wolf. With these words, Jiyu Xuanchen's entire demeanor completely changed. That kingly, powerful aura suppressed everyone present. The 4 were startled, their eyes wide, and they shouted in unison, what? Before the 4 could react, Jiyu Xuanchen's eyes flashed and he flew like lightning in front of the lion-headed disciple. Looking at him, Jiyu Xuanchen snorted coldly, you talk the most, my ears are hurting. Let's start with you. After saying this, a golden light flashed in Jiyu Xuanchen's eyes, and his whole body did the same. Seeing this, he hurriedly crossed his hands in front of his chest to defend, not forgetting to shout, not good, get out of the way. The others quickly fled the scene, and the lion-headed disciple was sent flying by Jiyu Xuanchen's blow. Even though he fought with all his might, he could not stop Jiyu Xuanchen's advance. Seeing him still resisting, Jiyu Xuanchen couldn't help but snort coldly, truly courting death. And that person resisted desperately, sighing in his heart, how can his power be so great? His feet kept retreating. Then his face was enveloped by Jiyu Xuanchen's power, and finally he was submerged in a sea of fire, his fate unknown. Without giving the remaining people a chance to digest what had just happened, Jiyu Xuanchen quickly appeared behind Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying felt a chill on the back of her neck, and at the same time Jiyu Xuanchen's hellish words rang in her ear. You're the second. Zhang Ying turned around in terror and said, you, but she only had time to say that one word. Jiyu Xuanchen struck Zhang Ying's back with one palm. Jiyu Xuanchen's hands were not idle either. He grabbed one of Zhang Ying's wings with one hand and with a hard twist completely broke both wings. Zhang Ying was tormented by the pain of her broken wings and let out a painful scream while Jiyu Xuanchen laughed viciously, flying around like a fluttering moth, making my eyes dizzy. With a bang, Zhang Ying was kicked off and the pair of wings that symbolized her strength were left to drift in the air by Jiyu Xuanchen. The remaining 2 hurriedly ran over. They saw Zhang Ying covered in blood, lying on the ground with her eyes tightly shut, looking miserable. The long-haired disciple shouted angrily, you damn kid, take this. A whirlpool made of spiritual energy threads enveloped him and then shot crazily towards Jiyu Xuanchen. Jiyu Xuanchen grabbed these threads and pulled gently. Jiyu Xuanchen said angrily, tenfold in return. A powerful spiritual force shot out from Jiyu Xuanchen's arm, covering the end of the thread, and then injected power into it, directly striking the disciple holding the other end. He stared in terror, shouting, what? Then with a crackling sound he was electrocuted by his own threads until his whole body trembled. He hurriedly called for help, save me, but unfortunately in his situation who could save him? The scene on the stage now was a mess of broken ground with 3 motionless bodies lying on it. Now there were only 4 people left on the stage who could still fight. On the other side, Yi Tianyu was not to be outdone in front of Jiyu Xuanchen. She kicked the red-clothed disciple in the face, sending him flying several meters away. Yi Tianyu gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, panting. Seeing Jiyu Xuanchen quickly deal with 3 people, she couldn't help but admire. As expected of senior brother Jiyu, he took care of 3 people so quickly. I can't bring shame to the 9 Heavens Gate either. Jiyu Xuanchen walked to a pit and said coldly, there's still one more. Did you hide underground again? Jiyu Xuanchen sheathed his sword and his palm slowly rose, emanating a powerful spiritual energy. Jiyu Xuanchen said contemptuously, what a rat. Suddenly Jiyu Xuanchen turned to Yi Tianyu and said, Tianyu, stand firm. Yi Tianyu was stunned, not understanding what Jiyu Xuanchen was saying, but did as she was told. Jiyu Xuanchen placed his hand on the ground and the spiritual energy spread out in all directions, covering the entire arena. Jiyu Xuanchen curled his lips and smiled. This way you can't escape, right? The stage seemed to explode at that moment, and the entire competition ground became fragmented. Not only that, but everyone on the stage was thrown into the air, suspended in midair. Seeing this scene, a look of surprise appeared on Hu Qingying's face, and he exclaimed, what? Nanman Yi's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in disbelief, does he want to destroy the entire stage? The disciples in the stands all marveled, such strong spiritual energy. On the stage, Jiyu Xuanchen stood high above and gently flicked his finger. All the matter in the air fell to the ground at the same time, and the stage became a battlefield. The crowd in the stands looked at each other, stunned and speechless, and they stammered, Is it over? In the eyes of everyone present there was not an inch of flat ground on the stage, only uneven earth and stones. There was an uproar in the stands exclaiming, the stage is gone. In the depths of the ruins, a small figure slowly stood up from the pile of rubble. It was Yan Hang. He was pinned under the rubble, covered in blood, groaning on the ground. Jiyu Xuanchen looked down from above it where Yan Hang was and said contemptuously, you can't escape this time, can you? On the other side, Yi Tianyu flew down after the earthquake just now. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yi Tianyu said, Senior brother Jiyu, you really know how to cause trouble. Jiyu Xuanchen was too lazy to fight anymore. So he asked the Lord of Flame City, who was buried under the stones, can we end this now? After the previous battle, the Lord of Flame City was terrified of Jiyu Xuanchen. Being called out by Jiyu Xuanchen, the Lord of Flame City immediately widened his eyes and looked over in terror. After a while, having regained his composure, the Lord of Flame City loudly announced, I declare the competition over. "The champion of this Saint Martial Assembly is Jiyu Santong of the Nine Heavens Gate." With these words, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Gate all cheered loudly. "We won. Our Nine Heavens Gate is number 1. That's great." On the high platform, Hu Qingying frowned and said, "Did you all see clearly just now?" Lin Zhanshan pondered and said, "I saw it clearly. Although it was extremely faint in his law power, it indeed corresponded to the part of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Book one obtained." Nanman Yi's face turned pale, and he nodded. "Me too." The faces of the others also became solemn, and they said, "Me too." Niu Ben looked at Jiyu Xuanchen, his face full of confusion and doubt, and said, "But what exactly is going on? Throughout the whole process we couldn't sense any bloodline power. If he's not Jiyu Xuanchen, then where did he learn this Yin-Yang Heavenly Book? From this perspective, this Jiyu Santong probably has something to do with Jiyu Xuanchen." Below, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Gate were praising and cheering for Jiyu Xuanchen. "Junior brother Jiyu, you're really amazing. Senior brother, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Are you really a newly entered disciple?" The Light Martial Alliance leader didn't know how to deal with Jiyu Xuanchen at this time, so he anxiously turned to Hu Qingying and asked, "Third brother, what should we do next?" Hu Qingying pondered for a moment. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he said, "Stand by and do nothing. I still have one more thing to confirm." In the main hall of the Nine Heavens Gate, Hu Qingying sat high on the platform and said, "This time you represented the Nine Heavens Gate in the Saint Martial Assembly and you all performed exceptionally well. Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise. All disciples who participated in the 7 Sects Martial Assembly, regardless of their results, can follow me to the Nine Heavens Gate's Holy Land for cultivation." The disciples were excited upon hearing this and said, "Great, it's the Holy Land of the Nine Heavens Gate. I wonder how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures there are to aid in cultivation. We've hit the jackpot. It's all thanks to junior brother Jiyu and junior sister Yi." Hu Qingying continued, "Santong, you've won such great honor for us right after entering the sect. You are truly a once-in-a-century prodigy. Besides the rewards I promised before, what other rewards do you want? Pills, techniques, or spirit beasts? I can satisfy you." Jiyu Xuanchen stepped forward, his eyes sharp, and said, "I don't need any of those. I only want the sect master to take me to see one person, Elder Yunshan." In the stone chamber of the Nine Heavens Gate's Holy Land, Hu Qingying stretched out his hand and a circular seal appeared. The door of the stone chamber slowly opened. Hu Qingying turned back to Jiyu Xuanchen and said, "The person you want to see is right here." The two quickly walked in. They saw a dark passage and the two walked quickly inside. In the center of the room under the bright light, Elder Yunshan was lying on a pile of scrolls, looking as if he had fainted. Both Hu Qingying and Jiyu Xuanchen shouted in panic, "Elder Yunshan!" Jiyu Xuanchen stepped forward, a look of horror on his face. The thought flashed through Jiyu Xuanchen's mind, "I can't feel his breath anymore. Is he dead?" Jiyu Xuanchen hurriedly walked to Elder Yunshan's side, a worried look on his face, and said, "What happened? Was he assassinated?" Hu Qingying said in disbelief, "Impossible. Besides him and me, no one else can enter this stone chamber." Jiyu Xuanchen reached out to check Elder Yunshan's pulse to see if he was really dead, but as soon as his hand was placed, it was suddenly grabbed by another hand. That hand belonged to Elder Yunshan. Jiyu Xuanchen looked at the old man in front of him with confusion, his mind full of questions. Suddenly, Elder Yunshan jumped up, covered his face with his hands, stuck out his tongue, and made an extremely smug and self-satisfied smiling face, saying, "My acting skills are getting better and better. I fooled you, didn't I?" As he spoke, he burst into laughter. "I just love to see you all flustered." Seeing this scene, the sect master of the Nine Heavens Gate, Hu Qingying, couldn't help but exclaim, "Elder Yunshan." Jiyu Xuanchen was speechless and could only stand there foolishly. Hu Qingying was so surprised he choked. He covered his mouth with one hand and coughed while pointing with the other hand at Jiyu Xuanchen standing beside him, and said to Elder Yunshan, "Cough, cough, Elder Yunshan, this is our newly initiated disciple, Jiyu Santong. He won first place for our Nine Heavens Gate in this Saint Martial Assembly. He claims to have also entered the center of the Saint River and wants you to give him some guidance." Hu Qingying said this, but in his heart he thought, Yunshan is so old, yet he still likes to play such pranks. After hearing Hu Qingying's words, Elder Yunshan's face lit up with joy. He put a hand on Jiyu Xuanchen's shoulder and praised, "To be able to enter the Saint River at such a young age, your future is truly limitless." Then he said to Sect Master Hu, "But Sect Master, when I left back then, I made a promise to the Saint River that all matters related to the Saint River can only be spoken to those who have entered it." Elder Yunshan turned to Hu Qingying and waved his hand, signaling him, "So I'll have to trouble the Sect Master to step aside for a moment." Seeing this, although Hu Qingying was reluctant, he had no choice but to turn and walk out of the stone chamber. "It's all right, I'll head back first." At this moment, Elder Yunshan stood up, walked forward, and turned back to Jiyu Xuanchen, saying, "You come with me first." Xuanchen agreed. "All right." Hu Qingying had already walked out of the stone chamber. As he walked, he said loudly, as if giving an order to the people inside, "Yunshan, confirm this person's identity and investigate whether his techniques were truly comprehended from within the Saint River." Inside, Elder Yunshan also responded, "Yes, Sect Master." After the door to the secret chamber closed, feeling that it was now hidden and safe, Elder Yunshan hurriedly walked to Jiyu Xuanchen and knelt down to pay his respects. Yunshan pays respects to the sect master. Jiyu Xuanchen hurriedly helped Elder Yunshan up and said with concern, "Brothers?" Then he walked to a chair in the stone chamber and sat down, leisurely sipping his tea, and said gently to Yunshan, "You're quite clever not exposing my identity here just now." At this moment Yunshan's expression was serious as he replied, "The moment you came in I already sensed your presence and dared not act rashly for fear of ruining your plan." Then Elder Yunshan respectfully clasped his hands, bowed to Xuanchen and said, "Although the Saint River has changed its master, I Yunshan will never change my original intention. Just as before I will serve you with all my heart and loyalty. I wonder what instructions the master has for coming this time." At that moment Xuanchen slammed down his teacup, his eyes flashing with anger, and said, "This venerable one once captured several forces outside the Saint River and they said they obtained the Saint Sun's whereabouts from you. This venerable one asks you, how did you find out the Saint Sun's whereabouts? Explain it clearly to this venerable one." After hearing Jiyu Xuanchen's words, Elder Yunshan explained, "Master, Sect Master who previously captured a Saint Sun. By activating the bloodline tracking technique, he can use this Saint Sun's essence blood to track the general location of other Saint Suns." Elder Yunshan continued while recalling, "However, this bloodline tracking technique is extremely harmful to the Saint Sun's body, so we didn't dare to use it often. We probably only searched that one time." Jiyu Xuanchen asked Elder Yunshan seriously, "Have you seen the Saint Sun from the Nine Heavens Gate?" Elder Yunshan told Jiyu Xuanchen, "Only the Sect Master knows where the Saint Sun is imprisoned. No one else is allowed to inquire or they will be severely punished according to the Sect's rules. In fact, very few people in the entire Nine Heavens Gate even know about the Saint Sun." At this point Jiyu Xuanchen shared his speculation with Yunshan. "In other words, this Saint Sun may not exist at all. It's just a story Hu Qingying made up to deceive others." Jiyu Xuanchen then continued to ask, "What else do you know?" Elder Yunshan respectfully bowed his head to Jiyu Xuanchen and said, "Actually, it's not just our Nine Heavens Gate that can accurately track the Saint Suns. The 6 other Saint Sects can as well. I just don't know if they got the information from other sects or if they captured other Saint Suns themselves to obtain the intelligence." After hearing this, a light flashed in Jiyu Xuanchen's eyes as he asked, "What you mean is the sect masters of the 7 Saint Sects all knew the Saint Sun's whereabouts?" Elder Yunshan respectfully confirmed that was his meaning. At this moment the figures of Hu Qingyang, Zhang Zhenshen, Niu Ben, Nanmen Yi, Lin Zhanshen, the Light Martial Alliance and others appeared in Jiyu Xuanchen's mind. He immediately thought that the fact they all showed killing intent upon seeing him and constantly tested him, all these coincidences happening one after another, it seems the 7 brothers who want to take my life are you all. Jiyu Xuanchen then said to Elder Yunshan,